But after rejecting the pink-haired goddess, our male lead instantly lands himself in trouble by accidentally signing a fake girlfriend contract. Thinking a shield would save him, who would have guessed he'd fall straight into a hellish survival game? A white fox is ready to strip and seduce him right in the student council office. An archer pins him down to force a confession. A cold senior directly locks lips in broad daylight. Adding to the chaos, his first love who became an idol unexpectedly returns, and most fatally of all, his overprotective bro-con little sister is holding a knife, standing guard with red eyes full of murderous intent. With relentless schemes and breathtaking rivalry, this is no sweet harem, but a battlefield of life and death. One wrong step and our protagonist is definitely getting logged out. Can this love-phobic young man save his own skin in front of these fiercely aggressive beauties? Welcome back to Hali Recaps. This wild, intense romantic roller coaster starts right now. The story begins at a school where the bell rings, signaling the start of class. Ding-a-ling, the protagonist's inner monologue asks us, what exactly is that youthful classroom? Is it the passion to give it your all, the unbreakable and everlasting friendship, or perhaps a burning romance? The protagonist is neatly organizing the materials on his desk. He's a handsome guy. Picking up the stack of papers, he decides to himself, no, for me, this vague and ambiguous stuff just isn't enough. With that, he sorts the papers by category and places them on the desk, but he's still hesitating and thinking. There are too many unsolvable problems in human relationships. In other words, it's extremely difficult to meet someone who understands you and whom you understand. But for me, if I downplay the desire for mutual understanding, then so-called love loses its meaning. Suddenly, his gaze hits something, making him exclaim, HMPH, it's a letter, or more precisely, a love letter, because the envelope has a heart-shaped seal. The letter reads, Bai Chao, could you spare me some time after school? If possible, please come to the tennis court. I have something I want to tell you. Someone likes you. Bai Chao picks up the letter and reads it, feeling confused. So how should he face this sudden affection? He's troubled by the constant stream of love letters he receives, so he taps his head with the letter. Turns out, receiving confession letters is also a real headache. Elsewhere on campus, a girl with pink hair is sitting lost in thought when someone calls out to her. You Zhao Zhao. Hearing her name, she turns around. Seeing who it is, Zhao Zhao's expression is quite puzzled. Then the person continues, it's you, it's Bai Chao. He scratches his head and points. If you want to submit an activity report, just leave it at the student council office. Right there. These words make Zhao Zhao clench her fists in anger. Zhao Zhao has pink hair and two buns that look like cat ears. She replies to Bai Chao, very annoyed, if you're pretending not to know when you clearly do you believe I'll bite you to death? Zhao Zhao puts on a pissed-off expression like a cat with its fur standing on end, scaring Bai Chao. His hands start trembling, and then he awkwardly turns to run away. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. This only makes Zhao Zhao angrier, and she grabs Bai Chao by the collar, shouting loudly, Bai Chao, get over here. Then she pulls him over and gently makes him sit on her lap. Zhao Zhao presses her cheeks against Bai Chao's face, a move that sends a tingle through his body, and then she says, I like you, with sparkling eyes. Zhao Zhao proposes, can you be my boyfriend? A breeze blows, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Bai Chao thinks to himself in distress, is this a confession? Can't play dumb to get out of this. He's trapped tightly in her arms, his throat tight as he wonders, should I accept? But I don't want to date at all. If I refuse, my opponent is the champion of the half-bow club. I'm definitely going to die here today. Then Zhao Zhao grabs Bai Chao's shoulders again, forcing him to answer her. Answer me quickly, will you be my boyfriend or not? But Bai Chao still stammers. Him, he thinks to himself. Should I run away? Suddenly he flashes a different kind of smile. HMPH, I'm a seasoned veteran. When it comes to running away, I'm the best. With that, Bai Chao puts his hand on Zhao Zhao's shoulder and begins, you Zhao Zhao, I'm really sorry. Actually, I already have someone I like. As he speaks, a nearby girl says something similar. A girl with long jet black hair tinged with a hint of mysterious purple. She speaks up, I'm really sorry to turn down this classmate who's confessing to you. Actually, your senior already has someone she likes. Ahaha, sorry to interrupt, senior. Zhao Zhao points at the two of them and says to Bai Chao, you're not going to use that cliché excuse too, are you? This gives Bai Chao an even bigger headache. Damn it, we all survive by making excuses. Why did it have to clash at this exact moment? And so Zhao Zhao continues her assault on Bai Chao. No, then what were you about to say? Bai Chao lowers his head and replies, I'm really sorry, but I really do have someone I like. After hearing this, Zhao Zhao slams the table. Fine then, she asks him, tell me who is it that you like. If you can't say it, I'll confess to you every day. At your house, in your classroom, at the student council office. Zhao Zhao stares intently at Bai Chao, determined to find out who it is. Spit it out. Bai Chao gets nervous. Why is there an interrogation, God? Just say someone, anyone, yeah, anyone. After thinking, he shouts, it's Senior Ninger, yeah. The person I like is Senior Ning Yi. Is that good enough? Unexpectedly, this catches the attention of that girl. Zhao Zhao squints one eye and asks her, then it's fine. This confuses Bai Chao. Hey you. Zhao Zhao jumps down from the step and replies, Senior Ningyi doesn't know you. They don't share any social circles either, and then she adds, Senior is graduating and leaving next year, so of course I'm at ease. Then she stands close to Bai Chao. So even if you don't like me now, I'll work hard to make you slowly fall for me later. Hee hee. With that, Zhao Zhao happily leaves. I'm off now, I'll pick you up for school tomorrow morning. Bai Chao's face is full of bewilderment. Ha ha. That night, Bai Chao is still at school, cursing under his breath. Damn it, no matter how I think about it, that rejection was perfect. What did she misunderstand? Is my youthful love story destined to be full of bumps? Just then a girl appears, Tang Xin, the student council president of Jingnan Technical School. She holds a coffee cup, sizes him up and then speaks, It's so late, Vice President, aren't you going home? After asking, she approaches Bai Chao and sits down, and asks some flirtatious questions. Could it be you're waiting for me? Seeing her attitude, Bai Chao wants to move a few meters away and replies, The president sure knows how to joke. I'm voluntarily staying to handle student council work. Seeing this, she's very surprised. Today he actually doesn't know who forced him to stay for overtime. President Tang Xin quickly smooths her hair and says, So obedient? Then she hands her coffee cup to Bai Chao. Here, consider it a reward for staying late tonight. Tisk. Bai Chao awkwardly refuses. No thanks, my mom says drinking coffee at night isn't good. Then she acts coy. Oh, I kindly made coffee for the vice president, and someone doesn't appreciate it at all. Seeing this, Bai Chao feels like he's been caught and thinks, Sure enough, she's a sly white fox. Then he takes the coffee cup and holds it with both hands. The president's kindness I will remember for life. She immediately lifts her chin and replies, If the vice president mentions kindness, then you must repay it, right? Hearing this, Bai Chao senses something's off. Wait, among the letters I received there's one with a rose-patterned seal. Again, whose love letter is this? Suddenly Tang Xin puts her hand on his shoulder and asks, Vice President, can you tell me your thoughts on love letters? Hearing this, Bai Chao grits his teeth and swallows. Love letters? Does she know about you, Zhao Zhao, giving me a love letter? Or is that pile of love letters on the desk hers, and she noticed I didn't read them, so she's here to remind me? And so she sits close to Bai Chao again, then uses the fat deposits below her neck to launch a mental attack on him, asking, The vice president hasn't answered my question yet. Not only that, she breathes into Bai Chao's ear and whispers, What are your thoughts on love letters? As Tang Xin tries to mentally torment Bai Chao, she keeps asking, The vice president hasn't answered my question yet. By now, Bai Chao has fallen for the white fox's tricks, completely stunned, thinking, What kind of move is this? She keeps pressing against Bai Chao's arm, making him blush. Then she asks again, What do you think of this love letter? Just as the two are getting close, there's a knock at the door. Knock knock, is Tang Xin here? Seeing someone arrive, Bai Chao stammers, clutching at straws, P. President, but the fox doesn't let him go. Instead, she teases him, Does that mean you want me to hold you tighter? Fine. She presses the only protruding part of her body against Bai Chao, her hand fumbling with his button, saying, The vice president is so greedy. These words make Bai Chao even more tongue-tied. And no. Then Tang Xin pulls Bai Chao closer, hugging him tightly, making his face scrunch up as he struggles to breathe, nearly suffocating. Meanwhile, Tang Xin speaks up, By the way, come in, whoever's outside. The person who just entered speaks before showing their face. Tang Xin. It turns out to be a guy preparing to confess to Tang Xin. But seeing the scene in the room, he panics and hasn't even handed over his confession letter. That I didn't know. Then he bolts away in a flash. Sorry for interrupting. Bai Chao tries to call him back to explain, Wait, but the guy has already shut the door and disappeared. Bang, it's not what you think. Watching the guy leave, Bai Chao looks pained. Tang Xin also stands up and releases Bai Chao. Well, the problem's solved. Seeing her attitude, Bai Chao is bewildered. Problem? The white fox sits back in her chair, holding her coffee cup, and explains, The trouble that love letter caused. If you received 25 letters a month, you'd understand me. Who else can I use but you, the only guy the first no. I had to use you as a shield. Almost forgot. How could the vice president ever get love letters, trying to make you feel what I feel? It's really asking too much. All right. Bai Chao points at himself and asks, Did you never think about my safety? Tang Xin replies while looking at her phone, Oh, it's already this late. Then she cheerfully answers, I'll burn incense for you. A voice comes from the phone. Hello? She glances at the screen thinking it's almost time, then looks back at Bai Chao. He immediately goes into defense mode. What scheme do you have now? Suddenly Tang Xin takes Bai Chao's hand, blinks, and replies, Oh, why that expression? Do you think I'm some heinous woman in your heart? But what bad intentions could I have? A moment later, the view is blocked by two clasped hands. It's Bai Chao, not understanding why he's making this strange gesture. Tang Xin beside him reminds, Cover your eyes tight, don't peek. But over here, Bai Chao, sensing something ominous, opens one eye to sneak a look. Tang Xin immediately comes over and pulls down his hand, covering his eyes, saying, If you dare peek, there'll definitely be bloodshed. Then she turns around, flicks her white hair ends, holding a black hair tie, and slowly starts undressing in front of Bai Chao. Bai Chao covers his face even tighter. but hearing the sounds behind him his face grows redder. Her skirt slides down to her feet. Meanwhile Bai Chao panics. What is the president doing? Why are there these strange sounds? Tang Xin then approaches Bai Chao and teases. Strange sounds? The kind the vice president was expecting. She sits down, takes off her high heels, and then forcefully pulls Bai Chao, this guy, toward her, startling him. How can I turn you around? She spins him to face her. She finishes, you can open your eyes now. It turns out Tang Xin is wearing a sexy black dress. She asks Bai Chao, well, do I look good? Seeing the sweet orchard pressed right in front of him, Bai Chao just wants to brush it off quickly. Good, very good. But why change clothes in the office? What if someone sees? But she pulls her hand back and cheerfully replies, haha, sorry. I'm in a real rush. There's a banquet at home tonight. I had no choice. Then Tang Xin twists her perfect curves and says, but I didn't change in the office. This dress can be folded up and stuffed into the school uniform. So I just had to take off the uniform and here I am. Bai Chao stammers. Wait, no need to demonstrate again. Then Bai Chao adds, President, aren't you in a hurry? Isn't it okay to dawdle like this? Suddenly Tang Xin leans in again, remembering something. Speaking of which, I forgot about this. Your button. She reaches out. Vice President, did I make you flustered? This Tang Xin. She kneels in front of Bai Chao and says, the vice president is so meticulous, but as a student council member, having your button open like this won't do. There, that's much better. Only now does Bai Chao realize, my button, when did my button come off? With that done, Tang Xin happily leaves as a reward for the vice president who voluntarily worked overtime. I'm off now, work hard, okay? Bai Chao grabs his collar, his face utterly blank. As Tang Xin exits, she hums a few lines and thinks to herself, finally got it. Hee. In her hand is Bai Chao's button, leaving Bai Chao with the messy pile of letters on the desk. So it seems this isn't a love letter from the president. Then whose is it? Curious, he opens the letter to read it. It says, Bai Chao, if you have time after school, could you come to the coffee shop on the corner? Ning Yi. The name Ning Yi suddenly catches his eye. He sits down to think. Ning Yi, that's the unattainable flower. Senior Ning Yi. Given today's luck, could this also be a confession? In the brightly lit coffee shop, Ning Yi and Bai Chao sit together, the atmosphere awkward as neither speaks. Bai Chao picks up his coffee cup, his face stiff, and says, Senior Ning Yi, is there something you need? She turns a page of her book and then speaks. Today you Zhao came to see me, mainly to say, well, that you like me, and then she detailed your flaws and all the reasons why you and I wouldn't be suitable. Hearing this, Bai Chao nearly spits out the coffee he just drank. Seeing his bad expression, Ning Yi asks him, are you okay? Bai Chao quickly wipes his mouth and says, no, I'm fine. But senior, it's not what you think. She still replies with a calm attitude. I guess that Bai Chao used this excuse to reject someone, right? He lowers his head. Yes, that's it. Thank you for understanding, senior, he thinks to himself. Is this the analytical ability of a high IQ girl? Maybe I misunderstood, right? Someone like senior would never confess to me. With that, he knocks his head on the coffee table and says loudly, I'm really sorry for using you as a shield, senior. Please forgive me. Ning Yi quickly closed the book she was reading and said, so I called you here today to ask you something. She suggested that Junior Bai Chao, could you be my boyfriend? Bai Chao's mind was in chaos at the moment. How did things come to this? Refuse, senior Ning Yi? Wouldn't that be too arrogant? What excuse could he use to refuse? What if Yu Zhao found out he lied to her and came after him? Or should he buy some armor tomorrow to protect himself from Senior Ning Yi's fan club? Then he asked Senior Ning Yi if she was joking. Ning Yi replied, I'm not joking, I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Hearing this, Bai Chao's panic gradually subsided. Pretend, right, pretend. She raised one hand and continued, Yu Zhao confessed to you, and after you rejected her, she still won't give up. But you're out of options, right? So let's cooperate. Pretending to be a couple benefits both of us. Bai Chao then asked if Senior Ning Yi was willing to help him, and if after being rejected that person was still pursuing her. Ning Yi sighed at this point. My situation is a bit more special than yours, but it's still a proposal. After saying that, she stood up and left. Before leaving, she said, don't worry too much, Junior. Think it over carefully. I'll be here waiting for your answer at this time the day after tomorrow. Bai Chao had no choice but to obediently reply, okay. In Bai Chao's apartment, the alarm clock was ringing harshly. A little girl walked over and turned off the alarm that went off every day, while Bai Chao was still sleeping. This little girl was wearing an adorable cat onesie complete with a beautiful tail, and climbed onto Bai Chao's bed. She leaned close to him, exuding a kitten-like aura. This tickled Bai Chao awake. This cat girl also wore a collar around her neck and was about to lick him. Bai Chao was terrified and shouted, Bai Lu, why are you dressed like this so early in the morning? What do you want to do? The kitten girl raised her two little fists and replied, who told you to go to bed without showering last night? You stink. But at least your panda eyes, though ugly, I like them. Bai Chao finally spoke. Sorry to disappoint you, but the little girl leaned in again and said, "It's okay, you smell good." Bai Chao suddenly stood up, startling the little girl. Then he grabbed her clothes and pulled her away. "Stop messing around, go brush your teeth, don't grab my clothes." While he was brushing his teeth, the little girl named Bai Lu kept clinging to Bai Chao's leg, making him unable to help asking, "I said, how long are you going to hold on like this?" She unhappily said to her brother, "You're so cold to me, you don't even have time to touch me anymore." Bai Chao's face turned pale, as if he knew what was about to happen. Bai Lu's cries could be heard throughout the apartment building. "Wah wah, not only are you not as gentle as before, but you're also mean to me. Brother, you've changed. Don't say such misleading things anymore." After washing up, Bai Chao got dressed with his sister's help and prepared to go to school. The little girl brought out a fried egg and confidently said, "Sister's love breakfast is here." He immediately picked it up and put it in his mouth. Bai Lu asked again, "Is it good, brother?" He nodded. An egg of cosmic-level deliciousness." "By the way, I have something to ask you." Bai Lu was stunned. "Ha," he asked. "Bai Lu, you get confessed to a lot at school, right?" Little Lu blushed and replied, a little bit." He stood up, took his sister's hand and continued, "You often reject them, right? What do you do if they keep pursuing you after being rejected?" Bai Lu answered with a confused look, I say I already have a boyfriend. If they don't believe me, I show them your picture." Then she shook off Bai Chao's hand and said, "I am going to be late for school. I have to go, brother, remember to wash the dishes." After little Lu left, Bai Chao fell into deep thought. So this is the only way after all?" A pink figure was already peeking around downstairs at Bai Lu's house. It was Yu Zhao Zhao, dressed in traditional clothing. She looked at her phone boredly. "So slow, why isn't he out yet?" But as soon as she saw someone come out, Bai Chao froze the moment he saw her. She's really here." "Aha, Yu Zhao Zhao." He quickly slipped away. "Good morning, goodbye." Bai Chao ran away as fast as he could, thinking fearfully, "It's over, it's over, it's over. Dressed like that, she's not planning to use force to get back at me for being rejected, is she?" Yu Zhao Zhao shouted Bai Chao's name loudly and then chased after him frantically. "Stop!" Then she leapt and kicked him hard. Then she clamped her legs tightly around his neck. Bai Chao's face turned pale. What kind of romantic comedy is this? The scene shifted to a gymnasium in the city. Yu Zhao Zhao was pulling Bai Chao along by the hand and he was confused to find, "What? Isn't it just a joint performance by the city archery club? Why go to all this trouble to drag me here?" She replied, "I went to a lot of trouble to get you excused to come here and go on a date with me. Some people just don't appreciate it." Bai Chao said in confusion, "Who wants to go on a date with you? Besides, I don't have class in the morning." Yu Zhao Zhao dragged him in front of a group of people. There was a blond young man there. When he saw the two arrive, he glanced over and then raised his hand in greeting. Yu Zhao Zhao's attitude suddenly turned cold. "Him again." Bai Chao looked bewildered. "HMPH, who is he?" A thought seemed to flash through Zhao Zhao's mind, and she turned to Bai Chao affectionately and said, She grabbed his arm tightly and said, "You can see me off here. It's sunny outside, just wait for me backstage." Bai Chao cried out in fear. "Yu Zhao Zhao, you suddenly being so gentle makes me panic. And that form of address is terrifying." Bai Chao's eyes were full of fear. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao whispered, "Bai Chao, if you don't cooperate with the act, the practice bow from the archery club will be replaced by you, who's been heated up by the sun." So the two of them took turns performing together. "I'm going to get ready for the performance now. Take good care of my bag. Here, some pocket money." Bai Chao took the bag and replied, Go on, do a good job. The bag and I will wait for you backstage." This exchange had already been noticed by the blond young man. He smiled to himself, thinking, she's still as interesting as ever." Then he raised his hand to greet a few other female classmates. "Sorry, excuse me." Then he stepped forward and asked, "You must be Bai Chao, the vice president of Jingnan University of Science and Technology, right?" Bai Chao noticed him at this point. The young man extended his hand for a handshake and introduced himself. "I'm Lin Jiyu, the head of the archery department at Tudan Academy. I've heard Zhao Zhao mention you before. I didn't expect to meet you here." He replied, "Oh, hello," but inside he was thinking, what is this familiar vibe? This blonde guy started talking business. "It was really good of you to bring Zhao Zhao here today. But Zhao Zhao is my guest. I'll naturally see her home after it's over. No need for Vice President Bai to make an extra trip." This annoyed Bai Chao. Is this guy staking his claim here? But Yu Zhao Zhao seemed to act like this when she saw him. Over here, Zhao Zhao was sneezing non-stop. "Achoo, achoo." That guy named Lin Jiyu continued, "Vice President Bai's time is valuable. If you're not interested in the performance, you can head back first. I'll explain things to Zhao Zhao." Suddenly, Bai Chao's arm shook off his hand, and he replied, "I think you're mistaken. I'm here on behalf of the school student council by invitation. As for who takes Yu Zhao Zhao home later, that's none of my business." Then Bai Chao glanced at Lin Jiyu and added, "Of course it's none of your business either." He walked away from Lin Gu's indignant expression. Before leaving, Lin Jiyu frowned and thought, interesting, but it doesn't matter much. Meanwhile, Yu Zhao Zhao was hiding nearby, smiling, blushing and feeling satisfied. In the practice room, an arrow hit the bullseye. Bai Chao was also sitting nearby watching Yu Zhao Zhao perform. He hugged the bag and complained, "When will this performance ever end?" By accident, Zhao Zhao's bag tipped over and the books on the table were exposed, confusing Bai Chao. "Whoa!" Bai Chao took one look and his face turned pale. "Yu Zhao Zhao, what kind of stuff do you usually read?" As he picked up the books, he heard voices from backstage. "HMPH, that Yu girl thinks she's all that just because she has some looks, arrogant and self-righteous." Lin Gu's expression appeared again and he replied, "Let's just drop it, everyone can blame me for this." Bai Chao lifted the curtain to see who was talking on the other side when a girl spoke up. "How can we just drop it? We have to teach that arrogant little girl a lesson and make her tone it down." So it was Lin Jiyu again dealing with other girls. Yeah, it was nothing really. How did Senior Lin inexplicably get slapped? Lin Jiyu deliberately put on a pitiful and noble act. "Sai, it's nothing. Don't bother her for my sake," the girl next to him said angrily. "No way, how can we let it go?" "Exactly. We need to make her understand that our Senior Lin isn't someone she can just push around." Bai Chao recognized that Lin Jiyu. "You just now." At that moment Zhao Zhao appeared behind him and demanded, "Sneaking around, what are you doing?" Bai Chao quickly covered up. "Shish, if I said I was eavesdropping on gossip, would you believe me?" Yu Zhao Zhao replied, very suspicious. "Bai Chao, you weren't secretly looking at other girls, were you?" He replied, No, I've seen enough girls today. My eyes are tired." So Zhao Zhao pushed him back into his seat and said, "That's good," she loudly instructed. "From now on you can only look at me, got it?" He nodded. Got it. Zhao Zhao sat down next to him again and said, "But since someone was very good today and cooperated with me as a reward, you get to put socks on this beautiful girl." She extended her foot. "Once they're on we can go home." Bai Chao saw this and found it very awkward. Bai Chao's attitude made Zhao Zhao shy too. Why are you looking at me like that? My feet are very clean. Besides, aren't you curious why this is the reward?" Bai Chao immediately replied. I think Yu Zhao Zhao has misunderstood." She was surprised. "I don't have that hobby." As soon as he said that, an arrow was pointed at his face. Yu Zhao Zhao asked angrily. And now, scared, Bai Chao immediately surrendered. I have it." He picked up the sock, knelt in front of Zhao Zhao, and slowly put the sock on her foot, his face full of embarrassment. After putting it on, Bai Chao sat down and said, "It's truly an honor to put socks on a beautiful girl." Yu Zhao Zhao said happily, "I'm glad you understand." Then she leaned on Bai Chao's shoulder and said, "But I'm really grateful you came with me today." Suddenly, Bai Chao asked about that Lin Jiyu. "He seems pretty close to you." This made her blush as she looked at Bai Chao and asked happily, "Are you jealous?" Yesterday, Lin Jiyu came to find Zhao Zhao. He asked, "Zhao Zhao, aren't you going home this late?" According to Yu Zhao Zhao, Lin Jiyu is a member of another school's club, and we don't interact much. This guy was a bit rough, reaching out close to Zhao Zhao and saying, "Did you stay behind yesterday while setting up the performance venue just to wait for me on purpose?" He deliberately touched me, so I slapped that shameless guy. I don't know what he told others, but during yesterday's performance a lot of people were unhappy with me. Thinking about this, Bai Chao was very annoyed. He never expected him to be that kind of person behind the scenes. He started to say, then before we even finished talking he glanced over and found that she had already fallen asleep without him noticing. Seeing this, Bai Chao wondered curiously, is she pretending to be asleep? Zhao Zhao was indeed pretending. She secretly watched Bai Chao's movements. He gently lifted Zhao Zhao's face. Yu Zhao Zhao's mind was in chaos at that moment, blushing as she thought, could it be? Suddenly, this young man put her back on the bag and left. As soon as he left, Zhao Zhao couldn't help but shout, "Bai Chao, you stop right there." He turned around. "HMPH, weren't you asleep?" She kicked him against the wall, her face full of anger. You don't understand a girl's heart at all. When you see a girl asleep, don't you know to gently carry her home?" After hearing this, Bai Chao was stunned and said, "Which girl's magazine is that plot from?" Yu Zhao Zhao thought, "A girl's magazine, he saw it, you idiot." After saying that, she turned and walked away. "HMPH, I'm going home to change clothes, you go back to school yourself." Bai Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. On his way back to school, Bai Chao kept thinking that although Lin Jiyu had deceived those three girls, it seemed he still had some guilt, at least enough to stop those three girls from bothering Yu Zhao Zhao. But why did he still feel something was off? Bai Chao suddenly woke up with a start. Oh no, he deliberately staked his claim in front of me to make me leave in disgust, and those three girls had already been led by him. At that moment, those three girls had already blocked Zhao Zhao's path and said, "Yu Zhao Zhao, running into you here. Then you should know what's coming next, right?" Zhao Zhao replied. "What do you want? I don't think I know you." That girl directly slapped Zhao Zhao. "Well, now you do." That slap was for Senior Lin. Yu Zhao Zhao just smiled lightly and replied, "I see, as expected, trash likes to stick together." The girl grabbed Zhao Zhao's clothes and cursed. "You, who are you calling trash?" Zhao Zhao calmly replied. "You, of course, and that Lin guy too, all trash." The blonde girl raised her hand to hit her again, still talking back when suddenly a hand stopped her. It was Bai Chao. He arrived just in time to stop the conflict. He said to the blonde girl, "Do you enjoy being used as pawns by others?" The girl pushed his hand away and said, "I like getting involved in Senior Lin's business. What's it to you? Who are you?" Bai Chao's gaze was very serious, making the blonde girl a bit scared too. Why are you staring at me like that?" Zhao Zhao behind him spoke up. "Bai Chao." She quickly stepped forward and said to him, "This has nothing to do with you. Go quickly." Suddenly he hugged Yu Zhao Zhao and said, "Okay, let's go together." Then he held her in his arms. This made Zhao Zhao's heart surge with emotion, and tears began to well up. She replied, but the blonde girl still chased after them. "Hey, this isn't over. You think you can leave?" Bai Chao sighed and said loudly, "Lin Jiyu, come out. The scene is already ugly enough. If I have to drag you out, it'll only be more embarrassing." Lin Jiyu slowly walked out, pretending to be innocent, and said, Since Vice President Bai says so, I have no idea about this. I just happened to be passing by." Suddenly, Bai Chao punched Lin Jiyu in the face. Lin Jiyu flew backward under Yu Zhao Zhao's stunned gaze. He walked up to Lin Jiyu and said, "This punch is for you. Now turn on your phone camera. If you ever pull such a dirty trick again, your little exploits will be widely shared on the forum, got it?" Lin Jiyu could only exclaim, "Little exploits," Bai Chao continued. "What you did to Yu Zhao Zhao in the gymnasium, I have footage of it. You'd better reflect on your actions." Lin Jiyu covered his face, sobbing uncontrollably. I understand, I won't do it again." Then he even bowed respectfully to the two of them, leaving those girls deeply disappointed. "What's the senior doing so embarrassing? Tisk tisk, what's the difference between him and a dog wagging its tail? He doesn't deserve our feelings." Meanwhile, Yu Zhao Zhao was linking arms with Bai Chao as they left. After a while, Bai Chao sat by the river, and a can of drink was handed to him. "Take it. What's wrong?" It was Zhao Zhao who replied. "The iced cola is for your face, or else it'll be hard to explain if someone sees you with a swollen cheek." Then she asked Bai Chao, "Tell me, how did you know I was cornered by those girls and that Lin Jiyu was hiding there?" He opened the cola can and replied, "He first plays the victim to get someone to seek revenge for him, then steps in to play the hero saving the damsel in distress. It's an old trick in the storybooks." Zhao Zhao reached out to Bai Chao and said, "Oh, so scheming, so you beat him to it and played the hero saving the beauty, right?" When Bai Chao turned his head, they were face to face, very close, making Zhao Zhao blush with shyness. What are you doing?" he replied. "Isn't this about saving the beauty?" "I'm looking for where the beauty is," Zhao Zhao suddenly said. I've made up my mind." She pointed at Bai Chao. "You're already my hero, so you have to take responsibility for me, my hero. I will definitely win you over." Back at Bai Chao's home, he was washing dishes when his phone rang. It was a message from Zhao Zhao. "Bai Chao, you idiot, why did you run away this afternoon?" He picked up the phone, thinking nervously. With the situation so chaotic, if I hadn't run, I'd be dead there. At the same time, a murderous glare was fixed on him from behind. Bai Lu walked over, looked at Bai Chao's phone and questioned, "Is Big Brother chatting with that bad woman outside?" He quickly replied, No way, it's an ad text from online." Bai Lu, wrapped in a bath towel, said suspiciously, "Big Brother's tone sounds pretty suspicious." Just then, Bai Chao's phone rang again with a ding, catching Bai Lu's attention. Bai Chao's face turned pale with fear. The two then started wrestling. "Oh, why is Big Brother so nervous? There's definitely something wrong, right?" "No, really not." "Really? I don't believe it, unless you show me." "Hey, don't bite." After a while, Bai Lu snatched her brother's phone and said, "Little sister here, I'll check it with my mouth shut." She randomly pressed a few numbers and found the password wasn't her birthday. "Big Brother is such a dog of a man, I need to teach him a lesson." So she turned around, pretending nothing was wrong. "Oh, it really is an ad text." But she shot Bai Chao a sly glance and stuffed his phone into her bath towel. "Big Brother's phone is temporarily in my custody." As soon as she tucked it in, the position was a bit sensitive. The siblings could figure that out themselves. The phone slipped down below Lulu's area, leaving both siblings stunned. Then Bai Lu's face flushed bright red and her brother quickly tried to comfort her. Lulu, actually, how about we do something else, anything at all?" Hearing this, Bai Lu said excitedly, "Anything at all?" Bai Chao had no choice but to nod along with his sister. Yeah, but why do I suddenly feel so uneasy?" Then Bai Lu made her brother lie on her lap and said, "Then I'll start." The young man looked utterly bewildered. "Lulu, are we really blood-related siblings? How do you have such a weird hobby?" Bai Lu turned her brother's head to expose his ear and said, "Didn't you say anything goes besides?" Then she took out ear-cleaning tools. Cleaning someone's ears is so satisfying. It's a stress-relieving hobby, not as weird as you make it sound. So she continued focusing on her work, carefully digging into Bai Chao's ear through the lens and blowing warm air into it. Bai Chao's whole body went limp. Suddenly he opened his eyes and looked up at Lulu and the casually wrapped bath towel. What came into view was an extremely sensitive scene. I don't even know how to describe it. Bai Chao sat up abruptly, panicking. "Wait, Lulu, you? What now?" He finally replied, Brother wants to turn his back to you because I'm going to text that bad woman outside. If my overly possessive little sister sees it, she'll get angry. The overly possessive little sister pinched his face hard. If you're going to play on your phone, just play. Why provoke me, asking for a beating? Suddenly, several messages from Zhao Zhao popped up on his phone screen. Hey, why aren't you replying? And my beloved vice president. Have you eaten? Bai Chao grew more annoyed the more he thought about it. Tisk, was the survival environment at his own school really this terrifying? He sighed. Bai Lu, can I skip school tomorrow? Tomorrow. Suddenly, Lu leaned close to his ear and said, Isn't it Saturday? Did Big Brother forget tomorrow is Saturday? That means you forgot you're coming to see my performance tomorrow. He quickly replied, The City Youth Dance Competition, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely come to your competition. He'd already said it, though he forgot what day tomorrow was. He felt there was something important, so he casually mentioned skipping school. Haha. Bai Lu's expression at that moment was extremely eerie. It scared Bai Chao half to death. You'll definitely come, definitely. Then she hurried into her room. That's it for today. I'm going to sleep. See you at the theater tomorrow night. He raised a finger and replied, Oh, Big Brother. At that moment, a message from the president came through. My beloved vice president, have you eaten? It shows you've read it here. Could the vice president's phone be dead, or are you too busy to notice? He quickly replied. Haha, the president is joking. Is there something? She replied, Tomorrow is Saturday. Bai Chao sent another message. Yeah, the president is usually busy with work. Rest well tomorrow. I'm going to sleep. See you on Monday. Thanks for the concern, Vice President. To thank you for your kindness, I'll come find you at your place tomorrow morning to hang out. Rest early. Seeing this message, he was terrified. Tomorrow morning, thinking about that scene. If Bai Lu saw the president coming to find him tomorrow morning, then he'd be. The next morning, his phone was filled with messages from Lu. Big Brother, I'm at the theater. I'm going to rehearse first. Don't forget to come watch the performance tonight, Bai Chao thought to himself. HMPH, little white fox. Someone as smart as me needs to get to the library early to take shelter and avoid the bloody scene in front of the Bai family home. Sitting alone in the library, he secretly marveled at being a master planner. Suddenly a drink was handed over. Classmate, want some coffee? He happily replied. Ah, thanks. Bai Chao's nose seemed to grow longer from the aroma. Suddenly he realized something was off. Wait, someone's chest was pressing tightly against Bai Chao's body, making him think, this familiar feeling. She spoke. Good morning, Vice President. It was her, Tang Xin. She had even followed him to the library and wouldn't let him go. Seeing her, Bai Chao exclaimed, Pre-President. At a small eatery, Bai Chao asked in confusion, So how did the president know I was hiding in the library? Tang Xin picked up a fried dough stick, brought it to her mouth and said, Chow, do you know why rabbits easily fall into traps? The people around were all amazed by Tang Xin's beauty. Wow, so beautiful. Bai Chao covered his face and asked, Why? Tang Xin looked at Bai Chao's face through the two dough sticks and said, Because they're timid, Bai Chao said blankly. Timid, Tang Xin continued. As long as the hunter makes a little noise, the rabbit will hear it and run away frantically. At that moment, she gripped the dough sticks in her hand as if holding Bai Chao's rabbit ears. A clever hunter just needs to pay a little attention, set a trap based on the rabbit's habits, and the rabbit will obediently fall in. Then she asked Bai Chao, What do you think, little rabbit? Bai Chao thought, Little rabbit, is she talking about me? Bai Chao said in panic. The president is so smart, yet she still doesn't have a boyfriend. HMPH, Tang Xin put her hand to her mouth and said, HMPH, as long as I've set my sights on someone, they can never escape. Bai Chao stepped back in panic. Where did she learn these weird moves? And why is she winking at me while talking? This little girl always does this. Doesn't she know I'll have nightmares tonight? Bai Chao said shyly. Ahem, Pre-President, what exactly brings you here today? Tang Xin replied, Just looking for the vice president to hang out, Bai Chao asked further. And Tang Xin rested her chin on her hand, looking thoughtful, and said, And then come with me to a blind date. Bai Chao stood up and replied, Goodbye, President. Thanks for breakfast. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'm leaving now. At that moment, Tang Xin stuck out her foot and tripped him, sending Bai Chao sprawling on his back. Then she reached out, grabbed his hand, and placed it on her chest, saying, Oh my, is the vice president being so forward? Could it be you want me to call harassment? In this situation, Bai Chao can't defend himself. Bai Chao thought, Who wants to harass anyone? As she clamped him with her legs, Tang Xin said Vice President, and reached out, pinching him like she would the rabbit she mentioned. Want to give it a try? Bai Chao quickly replied, Sorry. I'm suddenly feeling better, Tang Xin said happily. Good. Bai Chao's head spun like a fan blade. Tang Xin continued, I just want you to meet someone. Then she plopped back into her chair and said, No need to be too nervous, Bai Chao said. Do you know how many people at school want to tear me apart alive for being your shield? I'm not going this time, even if it kills me. Tang Xin pulled open her collar and said, Then what about this? I'll just have to give it to my date today. Seeing that thing, Bai Chao's eyes lit up and he was stunned speechless. This is the game Pass the Fire 4 times Ogden, it's not out for 3 months. Bai Chao held the game disc and said, how do you have this? Tang Xin said happily. Oh my, do you like this game that much? What did the vice president say earlier? Bai Chao bowed his head and said, President, please let me accompany you out today. She was very satisfied. Then Bai Chao followed behind Tang Xin and said, tell me what kind of tough character is it this time? At least I need to be mentally prepared. She elegantly picked up her hat and said, just back from abroad. His family is one of the world's richest 500, and they often do business with mine. Last time at a banquet, my family had a bit too much to drink and said he and I are about the same age, so we could try getting to know each other. I've turned it down several times, but this time I can't avoid it. Bai Chao then spoke up. Maybe the president should go after him, he thought. If she had a boyfriend, she wouldn't have time to mess with me all day. Tang Xin hugged Bai Chao's arm and said, how could that work? The vice president is so much fun. I haven't had my fill yet. Bai Chao blushed shyly and said, the president always says such strange things. If it gets, suddenly a voice sounded as the two embraced. Tang Xin hadn't expected to run into two people here. It was Ning Ning. Ning Ning walked over and said, didn't expect to run into you two here. Bai Chao asked in panic. Ning Jia, what are you doing here? She replied. Just passing by. Ning Ning continued, I ran into you and remembered I forgot to give you this. Please check the expiration date on the coupon, Bai Chao, and don't forget to redeem it. Ning Ning turned to leave, adding, I won't disturb your date. Bai Chao saw it was a coffee redemption coupon. He remembered what Ning Ning had said. The day after tomorrow at this time, I'll be here waiting for your answer. He also recalled Bai Lu's words, you must come to tomorrow's competition. Then he realized with a headache that the time his sister had mentioned for an answer was tonight. He quickly checked his watch. His sister's competition was in the afternoon. Tang Xin said, handing over a coffee coupon while reminding him not to forget to redeem it. I didn't expect someone behind me to be so close to that lofty flower. At that moment Bai Chao looked up at Tang Xin, then grabbed her hand and left. Tang Xin asked in surprise, Bai Chao, what are you doing? Bai Chao replied, helping you with your blind date. Hurry, hurry. At a high-end coffee shop, the doorbell had just rung when a young man turned around and said happily, Tang Xin. But seeing Bai Chao and Tang Xin walking together, the young man asked in surprise, and this is, Tang Xin caught her breath, thinking to herself, this bastard ran so fast he almost made me forget the main thing. Tang Xin took Bai Chao's hand and said to the young man, he's the vice president of our school that I mentioned to my brother before. We ran into each other outside, so I brought him along for a meal. Brother Chen, you doesn't mind, does he? Bai Chao stammered. Hello? The young man at the blind date looked very displeased. He was silent for a long time before Chen Yu replied, since he's Tang Xin's friend, he's my friend too. Of course I don't mind, please come in. Chen Yu thought to himself. This kid even dares to hold Tang Xin's hand, how annoying. After sitting down, Tang Xin tugged at her skirt thinking, the vice president is so silly, he's supposed to be my shield. She watched the two chatting happily and felt a bit annoyed that she could get along so well with her rival. Then Tang Xin picked up a piece of meat for Bai Chao and said, a chow, she continued. Don't just talk, eat something, Tang Xin said affectionately. We have other plans after the meal, Bai Chao replied. Okay. Chen Yu thought to himself, so affectionate, this is supposed to be my blind date. Then Chen Yu pulled something out of his pocket thinking, I have no choice but to do this to him. Chen Yu walked over, put his hand on Bai Chao's shoulder and said, Bai Chao, it's rare to meet you. How about we have some drinks and get to know each other today? Chen Yu secretly slipped his wallet into Bai Chao's pocket and said to him, the restaurant's wine is quite famous, said to be excellent. Bai Chao stammered in reply, drink? I'm not much of a drinker. Chen Yu immediately responded, it's fine, just a taste. Tang Xin had a sudden idea, thinking, drinking, if I pretend to be drunk I can fall right into Bai Chao's arms. Chao, I'm drunk. That'll really drive that guy crazy. That's exactly the effect Tang Xin wants, Tang Xin said cheerfully. Alright, since it's fine wine we can't miss out. Let's have a little together. Bai Chao then asked, are we really going to drink? Tang Xin replied, just a little. I've never seen a chow drink before. Although worried, Bai Chao still agreed. Okay fine, but only a tiny bit. Seeing the fish take the bait, Chen Yu smirked to himself in satisfaction. The three of them raised their glasses and said, come on, bottoms up first. Tang Xin thought to herself, just a sip, then I'll pretend to be drunk. She then turned to look at Bai Chao and found him already tipsy, exclaiming, oh no, a chow. Chen Yu spoke up, Bai Chao, are you drunk? A sly grin crept across his lips again. Feigning concern, Chen Yu said, oh, it's my fault for suggesting we drink. I'll go settle the bill first and I'll see Bai Chao home. Alright, let's find a place to talk, just the two of us. Tang Xin, holding Bai Chao, said, let's not talk about that yet. I'm not in the mood to discuss anything until I'm sure he's okay. Chen Yu nodded. Fine, I'll go pay the bill. After Chen Yu left, Bai Chao finally spoke. Tang Xin. Bai Chao hugged Tang Xin and said, you smell so good. Tang Xin smiled shyly and replied, "Ha, what nonsense are you talking? Can you stand up on your own?" Bai Chao stood up, speaking slowly and seeming a bit unsteady. Tang Xin suddenly gasped. "Oh, watch out!" She caught Bai Chao grabbing his collar. She supported the drunken Bai Chao, who claimed he couldn't stand steady. Suddenly, Tang Xin noticed something fall from Bai Chao. It was Chen Yu's wallet. He was trying to frame Bai Chao. Just then, Chen Yu called out from the counter, "Hey, you two, have you seen my wallet?" This caught Tang Xin's attention. He shouted, "My wallet is missing." Chen Yu walked over, picked up his wallet and said, "Oh, I was wondering where it went." Turns out someone had already quietly picked it up. "Bai Chao," Chen Yu sneered meanly and said, "Stealing is against the law, you know. We have to be law-abiding citizens, right?" He tapped the table as he spoke, his meaning unclear. Bai Chao mumbled, "HMPH, wallet stolen. Why don't you check your own pocket?" No, it's fine. You go look for it first. I'll cover this meal." Chen Yu pulled out his phone and threatened, "Do I need you to pay? How fine. If Bai Chao wants to play dumb, I'll just call the police and let them handle it." Tang Xin raised her glass and said, "Enough. If you keep this act up, it's going to make things difficult for me." Chen Yu continued to feign ignorance, acting. Tang Xin, the wallet fell out of his pocket. "You saw it too. Someone with such bad character doesn't deserve someone of your status. I've seen plenty of people like him. You don't need to protect him." Before Chen Yu could finish, Tang Xin splashed the wine in her glass onto his face. Chen Yu gritted his teeth in shock. "Tang Xin, you," she immediately scolded. "Are you sober now? Still want to keep acting? Who do you think you are?" She stomped one foot onto the table, looking arrogant. "I don't care what tricks you've pulled on me, or what you've said to my family. As long as it doesn't affect my life, I can let it slide." Tang Xin pointed at Bai Chao and said, "But if you dare to have any ill intentions toward Bai Chao, especially anything that could leave a stain on his life, I will never let you off." Tang Xin also threatened Chen Yu fiercely. "Lucky for you I caught this early, or I guarantee there'd be one more concrete pillar under the bridge tomorrow." Chen Yu replied somewhat sullenly, I understand." Tang Xin slammed the glass heavily onto the table as if to intimidate him, then walked over to Bai Chao. Tang Xin hugged Bai Chao and sighed, "Oh dear." She rested his head against herself and said, "It's all my fault. Chao, let's go." She then helped him leave the restaurant, leaving Chen Yu behind alone. The two arrived at a park where Bai Chao groggily woke up and asked, This is, what time is it now?" Tang Xin replied, "Afternoon." Bai Chao panicked. I am going to be late for my sister's performance." Tang Xin tapped his head with her fan and said, "Silly, I'm kidding. How can the vice president be so gullible? No wonder you got framed by that Chen Yu earlier." Bai Chao asked in confusion. "Framed?" She recounted what had happened. "Wasn't there someone chatting and laughing with Chen Yu earlier, who knew they were already scheming against you? But it's fine now. Never ever trust those smiling masked people, including me." Bai Chao, lying on her lap, blushed shyly and then said, "Thank you." Tang Xin leaned down, pressing her two large breasts against Bai Chao's face and asked, "So as thanks, would you give yourself to me, Vice President?" Bai Chao, struggling to breathe, stammered, Scared." Bai Chao immediately jumped up and ran away, saying, "It's getting late. I need to get to the theater to watch my sister's performance." Tang Xin ran over, linked her arm with his and said happily, "Great, let's take the subway. That'll surprise him." Bai Chao, Then, holding the ticket in his hand, he said, "I only have one ticket." Tang Xin pulled out 2 tickets marked VIP and replied, "Well, now we have 2 VIP tickets." Bai Chao asked in panic, "Why do you have one too?" Tang Xin answered, "That's the other reason I asked you out today. These tickets were given by my dad's friend. I know our sister is learning ballet, so I thought you might be interested." "What a coincidence, it's the same show." Bai Chao hesitated and asked, "Is it really just a coincidence?" "I'm very suspicious," Tang Xin urged. "Let's go." Vice President Bai Chao said shyly. "I can go, but why is the president holding my waist?" Tang Xin replied. "Because the vice president is drunk and needs my support." Bai Chao turned his face away and said, "I'm sober now." Seeing this, Tang Xin quickly made an excuse. "Drunk people always say that." Suddenly, Tang Xin took off her troublesome high heels. "Wait, hold on, wearing them all day is too tiring. This is much more comfortable." She decided to walk barefoot with Bai Chao. Bai Chao looked down, intently focused on Tang Xin's feet. Tang Xin noticed and said, "What are you looking at? Does the vice president have some secret fetish?" She thought Bai Chao was staring at her prominent features. Meanwhile, at the city theater, Bai Lu was performing a dance, and Bai Chao and Tang Xin had taken their seats. Tang Xin thought, "I thought I could uncover the vice president's secret fetish," but instead Bai Chao took off his own shoes and handed them to Tang Xin. "Where are mine?" He was worried she might step on sharp stones with her bare feet. She glanced at him and smiled slightly. "What a fool, Bai Chao." Bai Chao sat nervously watching his sister dance. He was worried about her. Tang Xin glanced at Bai Chao, pointed at his face and said, "Don't be so tense. The one on stage is your sister, not you. If people around you notice this siscon trait, you'll get some strange looks." Bai Chao suddenly grabbed Tang Xin's hand and shouted, "Wait, hold on," startling her. "Hey," he looked at his sister and said, "Bai Lu, that kid, the buttons on Bai Lu's dress are slowly coming undone." Bai Chao's face turned worried. He pointed at Bai Lu and said, "Her dress." Bai Lu was dancing when her dress suddenly burst open. The people on stage stirred in confusion, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened?" "Ah!" Bai Chao held his head and groaned softly. "It's over." Someone standing behind the curtain giggled as they watched the scene. The committee announces the results. Finally, as everyone anticipated, today's champion is. Bai Lu entered the dressing room. The committee announced, first place goes to the Shihei District Ballet Troupe Okra. Bai Lu sat dejectedly in a corner. The committee declared, "Let's give our warmest applause to these outstanding young ladies, shall we?" Meanwhile, Bai Lu held a piece of paper. Fourth place in the Jingnan City Women's Level 3 Ballet Competition. Bai Lu looked up, holding the paper with the results. Just then, her brother rushed in frantically and asked worriedly, Lu, are you okay?" Seeing her brother enter, Bai Lu's eyes filled with tears and she immediately hugged him. Bai Chao asked, "Why are you sitting here alone?" She called out tearfully. "Brother," she sobbed, "all my hard work was for nothing. Wah wah." Bai Chao hugged his sister to comfort her. Tang Xin stood outside and said, "You worked hard." Tang Xin said, "You did your best, it was just a prop malfunction. If you'd won the championship and become popular, the vice president would probably be pretty troubled, right?" Bai Chao was startled by the voice and asked, "White-furred fox, what are you doing here?" Tang Xin replied, "I came with the vice president to watch your performance." "Who's here?" Bai Chao said angrily. "The word sister is not for you to use," Tang Xin answered. "The vice president's sister is also my sister," Bai Lu shouted in annoyance. "No, take those words back," Bai Chao muttered helplessly. "Oh no, how did I forget the setting that these two can't meet? Last time my sister saw the president, she looked like she was ready to chase that white-furred fox with a knife." Bai Lu immediately grabbed her brother's hand and said while running, "Brother, let's go home. Who cares about you?" Bai Lu turned back to Tang Xin and said, "There's a sly bad woman here. You'll get eaten alive." Tang Xin grabbed Bai Chao's hand and pulled him back. "Don't be so cold, little sister. I treat A Chao very well." "Oh dear." Tang Xin tightly hugged Bai Chao's arm and retorted, "Don't you think so, dear vice president?" Bai Lu shouted, Well, how ha." Tang Xin looked at Bai Chao with a sly smile, his hand locked in the crook of her arm. Bai Chao said fearfully, "Good, the president is very good to me. We're all friends riding the same spaceship called Earth. We need to get along and not fight, okay?" "Aha!" Seeing Tang Xin holding Bai Chao's hand, Bai Lu froze and said, "You too." Bai Lu grabbed Bai Chao and Tang Xin's hands and pulled them apart. "No holding hands." Then she pushed them both away. Bai Lu said angrily, "Brother belongs only to me." The girl who had been standing behind Bai Lu ran over and exclaimed, "Lulu, found you." She ran over and happily lifted Lulu up. "Great, we got 4th place. We can keep working hard together next year too," Bai Lu said blankly. "What are you doing? Put me down. What's there to be happy about with 4th place?" The blonde girl said. "Hey, aren't you Lulu's brother?" Bai Chao replied. Hello," she continued. "Lulu is always talking about you, ignoring me. It's especially like, what's that word? Forgot." Mentioning this made Bai Lu blush. Tang Xin immediately shouted, "Siscon," the blonde girl answered. Right, that's it, Siscon. Wow, this big sister is really beautiful. Are you the brother's girlfriend? If so, could you give Lulu to me? I'll treat her well." Bai Lu shouted angrily. "Wu Xiaoyuan, shut up, don't say another word, take me to the dressing room to change." Tang Xin watched the two and wondered, is this girl from the prop team? Then she turned to Bai Chao and said, "Hey Chao, do you know why your sister's performance failed?" This startled him. The theater had closed and the audience had dispersed. Bai Lu, holding her clothes, turned back to Bai Chao and said, "I'm going to change. Wait for me, okay?" Then she left, waving goodbye to Bai Chao and Xiaoyuan. Bai Chao thought it over. The president's reasoning did seem plausible. Bai Chao asked Tang Xin, "Do you suspect Wu Xiaoyuan tampered with Lulu's costume?" "But what's the motive?" Tang Xin replied. As a member of the prop team, not feeling guilty after a failed competition but instead being very happy, it's hard not to suspect the motive. It's up to the brother to solve the case." Then she looked at Xiaoyuan, ready to face the questioning. Xiaoyuan pretended to know nothing. Bai Chao held his head and groaned. "How can I say something like that?" Xiaoyuan looked at Bai Chao and asked, "Brother, are you troubled by Lulu's competition results?" He turned back and replied, "Yeah, she worked hard for over half a year only to get 4th place." "What a shame." Bai Chao sat down to chat with Xiaoyuan and asked, "But shouldn't the prop team's costumes, Wu Xiaoyuan, have been carefully checked?" She said, about that. Well, all the dance costumes were checked, but I don't know why this happened. Maybe the stage lights were too hot, causing the thread on the dress to break." His eyes spotted the problem at once. There was definitely something fishy. Just then his phone rang. Ring, Yu Zhao, soaking in the bathtub at home, called Bai Chao and said, "Hey Bai Chao, you jerk, you dared to hug me, so why won't you reply to my messages?" "Where are you now?" Bai Chao replied, "At the theater." Yu Zhao immediately snapped, "Theater? What are you doing at the theater alone? Or are you on a date with another girl?" Bai Chao looked at Xiaoyuan and muttered, "Hey, this might be a good chance to ask this girl." He thought of something and quickly replied, "Yeah, it would be great if you could get the backstage surveillance footage from the theater." He continued. "Yeah, are you sure you can record it? Is it a middle schooler's look?" Yu Zhao, unable to understand Bai Chao's words, was about to go crazy. she yelled. Bai Chao, are you sober right now? Bai Chao replied happily, yeah, okay, save it for me. I'm heading over now. If necessary, please call the police for me. Xiao Yuan panicked and grabbed his hand, saying, wait, hold on. He pulled at Bai Chao's clothes and said, I confess. Bai Chao, seeing the fish caught, smirked in satisfaction. In the bathroom, Yu Zhao Zhao still didn't understand. Call the police, she sat thinking. Call the police, that's a code word, it must be a code word. Bai Chao has been kidnapped. Strange words plus call the police equals kidnapping. Then she grabbed the prepared towel, wrapped it around herself and said, it's finally my turn to be the hero saving the beauty, she said confidently. But if she goes alone after wrapping the towel, Zhao Zhao slowly stepped out of the bathtub. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan tearfully confessed the truth. I'm so sorry. I lied because I wanted him to keep dancing. I'm truly sorry, I was too selfish. If you're still angry, I'll do anything to make it right, he replied helplessly. But this excuse is too ridiculous to believe. I just can't understand it. Xiao Yuan walked up to Bai Chao, grabbed his clothes and said, you want Lulu to hold on to her dream and keep dancing, don't you? Xiao Yuan shouted. I love the Lulu who pursues her dance dream so much that I did everything I could to keep her. More than your reasons for doing this, I want to know why Lulu gave up dancing, right? He asked excitedly. Why? Xiao Yuan replied. Of course it's because of you. Me, because of me. Xiao Yuan described how Bai Lu watched her brother. Brother works so hard even when he's exhausted. No matter what he looks like, he's always the brother Lulu looks up to. Xiao Yuan's face fell as she said sadly, to keep up with you and to have more time to take care of you, Lulu chose to give up dancing to free up time. So in Lulu's heart, it's all about her brother. Even when I confessed to her, she rejected me using your photo. Bai Chao was stunned. Lulu rejected you. Xiao Yuan blushed and looked at him saying, how enviable, but you know Lulu's passion and talent for dancing, right? If she gives up like this, can you rest easy? Bai Chao sat in contemplation. After leaving that place, the siblings were caught in a downpour. They walked and talked in the rain, carrying Bai Lu on his back. He said, Lulu, you've had a tiring day, haven't you? If you're sleepy, take a rest, Bai Lu replied. No, if I fall asleep and can't hold the umbrella steady, you'll get wet, brother. Bai Chao looked up at Bai Lu. I heard you don't want to dance anymore. If you give up like this, what if you regret it when you're an old lady? Bai Lu asked blankly. Where did you hear that, brother? Lulu never said she was giving up, Bai Chao replied. But didn't Wu Xiaoyuan say so? The rain pattered down. And Bai Lu's mood fell like raindrops on the umbrella. She said softly, no, I didn't. Her hands gripped her brother's shoulders tightly, catching Bai Chao's attention. Then Bai Lu blushed and continued, if I haven't surpassed that woman and become your pride, brother, Lulu won't give up. A picture of a woman with her head covered flashed in Bai Chao's mind, reminding him of her. Bai Chao's memories surfaced. Time had never changed anything, it just quietly observed from the sidelines. 2 years had passed. I no longer feel much about her leaving, but the feelings from back then are forever etched in my memory. Walking in the rain, he thought to himself, this is also why I don't want to accept anyone's confession. Bai Lu spoke up, all right. She playfully pinched Bai Chao's cheek. Lulu won't mention that bad woman again. Brother, were you thinking of her again? Bai Chao forced a smile. How could that be? I was thinking about what to eat tonight, Bai Lu replied. The more you say that, brother, the more suspicious Lulu gets, Bai Lu continued to her brother. You're too childish, insisting on dancing just to surpass her, Bai Chao said softly while holding his sister tightly on his back. Lulu, you're such a child. She blushed and said, it's not for her sake. Bai Lu glanced at Bai Chao and said, brother, remember that story about hanging yourself? He didn't understand and asked what story she meant. Then it suddenly hit him. That story he told Bai Lu when they were kids. When he was little, he taught Lulu that everyone needs one thing worth dedicating their life to. To achieve that great goal, you have to put in tremendous effort from where you are and in what you do. He was watching TV, about to change the channel. Bai Lu called out, brother, the little sister pounced on him saying, don't watch Ultraman, play with me, play with me, play with me. Stuck again, what now? A voice sounded. Lulu, it's time to go downstairs for dance class. Got it. Brother, asked Bai Lu. Lulu, have you heard the story about hanging yourself? Bai Lu said. The hanging story? Brother, sit down and tell Lulu. Dancing is the career Lulu wants to pursue in this life. So you have to understand, back then, he just wanted to get rid of the kid and casually repeated some adult sayings, just to get her to go to dance class obediently. He never expected that in later life, she would take it seriously and use it as a starting point to practice dancing diligently. After finishing his recollection, he realized that he was the one who started it all, yet he had completely forgotten. Bai Lu puffed out her cheeks and said, brother, did you forget that you once said this to Lulu? Honestly, brother doesn't take his little sister seriously at all. Bai Chao immediately replied, of course I remember. It's a line from my favorite Ultraman episode, you little rascal. Brother only has Ultraman in his heart. He added, and of course Lulu too. The person Lulu who studies dance loves the most is her brother, right? Suddenly a car approached from behind. Bai Chao and Bai Lu heard it and turned around. The car was speeding toward them, its high beams blinding, splashing water everywhere. The siblings were startled. Bai Lu quickly used her umbrella to block the splash, thrusting it forward. But Bai Chao was faster. He turned to shield his sister, saying, "Ah!" The sound of water splashed. Bai Chao said, "Lulu, be careful." The car rudely sped past. Bai Lu, holding the umbrella, trembled and said, "Brother, are you okay?" Back home, both were soaked. Bai Lu said, "I already put the umbrella out to block it. Why did you suddenly turn around and let all the water splash on you?" Bai Chao dried Bai Lu's hair. He said to her, "You always do this, it worries me." Bai Lu continued, "It's the same with dance class. Even though you're already tired after school, you insist on picking me up every time. Taking care of you is my wish. Now I'm just causing you trouble. That's why I told Xiaoyuan, if only I didn't dance." Bai Chao smiled and said, "Who says I'm not Lulu's brother?" Bai Lu blushed at that. He pinched Bai Lu's cheek and said, "No matter what happens, my first instinct is to take care of Lulu." He continued with a smile, "Don't give up dancing. That person is third in the province, and today you only got fourth. Lulu hasn't beaten her yet." "Who?" Bai Lu said angrily. "Brother, hanging out with that fox spirit every day has corrupted you. You're too sly. HMPH. Then he said, "How has my sister been corrupted? Isn't surpassing that person what Lulu always wanted to do?" Then Bai Chao wrapped his arm around her waist. "Brother, you're soaked with rainwater." She looked at Bai Chao with a mischievous smile and said, "Let me dry you off instead." Bai Chao panicked. No need to trouble you. I can dry myself." Bai Lu immediately pushed him down and said, "No more nonsense." Then she pinned him down and laughed. "Hee hee." Bai Lu's playful hand reached out with a triumphant grin. Bai Lu said, "Let me see how those abs you've been working on this week are doing." Lulu, no, it's too ticklish." Just then a coffee voucher fell out, reminding Bai Chao. "Oh no, I forgot about Senior Ningning." He rushed to the cafe. Senior Ningning had been waiting for him for a long time. Ningning asked, "Are things settled?" He looked at her blankly and asked, "How did you know, Senior? I was late because something came up." She handed him her phone to show Zhao Zhao's messages. "What's going on with Wu Zhao Zhao now?" Senior Ningning had found Bai Chao's school. "Ah, she still hasn't answered my call. Was she really kidnapped? Why isn't Senior replying to me?" She fidgeted restlessly. "Reply to me, reply to me, reply to me," Ningning said. "Classmate Wu Zhao Zhao thinks, that you were kidnapped. Not sure whether to call the police. She asked me first. I figured you might be busy, so I comforted her and said I'd handle it." He muttered helplessly, "So being overly cared for can also cause excessive worry," he grumbled. "If I don't handle this properly now, there'll probably be more problems later. Like this, and he recalled the old issues between Tang Xin and Bai Lu. He sat down to talk with Ningning. He called her Senior Ningning about the fake couple thing from before. Ningning picked up her coffee cup and hummed an acknowledgement. Ningning listened seriously. He said his junior's choice was like the morning birds singing in the trees. Wu Zhao Zhao stood at the door peeking in. Suddenly a creaking door sound caught her attention. She glanced over and saw Bai Chao walking past her. Bai Chao saw her and said, "Wu Zhao Zhao, you?" His attitude suddenly turned fearful. When did you wake up? Why are you waiting here so early?" Wu Zhao Zhao replied. "I don't understand what classmate Bai Chao is saying. Aren't we meeting by chance? I have something to ask you." Bai Chao wanted to run away, but Wu Zhao Zhao grabbed his hand. The girl looked at Bai Chao with a pleading expression and said, "After Senior Ningning came to find you last night, what happened between you two? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Bai Chao stammered. We just discussed some things, that's all." Wu Zhao Zhao turned away. Bai Chao said, What are you looking for?" Wu Zhao Zhao was still rummaging through her bag. She said, "I've thought it through clearly last night. Classmate Bai Chao is so passive. Maybe your hobbies could use some passive music too." She then pulled out a dun restraint strap. "So I prepared this here." She held up the rope and said, "Want to try it now?" Bai Chao screamed, "Where did you learn this stuff?" Wu Zhao Zhao showed him the book and said, "Mostly from here, but this one I came up with myself." Bai Chao panicked and ran away saying goodbye. Bai Chao fled and Wu Zhao Zhao hurried after him. "Why are you running again?" Wu Zhao Zhao chased, saying, "Don't you want to try it?" Senior Ningning stood by the window looking down, still confused. Wu Zhao Zhao said, "What else are you dissatisfied with? It's driving me crazy." Then Wu Zhao Zhao caught Bai Chao. Bai Chao kept running and making excuses. "I still have duty, I'm leaving first." Wu Zhao Zhao said, "Stop right there." She searched for Bai Chao in the bushes for a while, then said angrily, "Bai Chao, come out now." Wu Zhao Zhao couldn't find him and left. "When I find you, you're in for it." Bai Chao was wiping the blackboard in the classroom, relieved. "Not found?" Suddenly his phone rang. "Ring," he answered. "Hello, it's Tang Xin." She was painting her toenails, but thought of Bai Chao, so she made the call. Tang Xin said, "Dear Vice President, how was your weekend?" Bai Chao replied, "Thanks to the president, my weekend was wonderful." But inside he cursed, "Damn white-haired fox spirit, all because of you. I'll be eating Lulu's celery stir-fry with meat for the next week." Tang Xin said cheerfully, "If you're in a good mood, come to the tennis club later and handle some things with me. I'll buy you coffee." Bai Chao said angrily, Hey. President, did you hear me?" "Oh, looks like the call dropped. What now? Beep. Tang Xin looked at someone and said, "Little Orange, "Can you check classmate Bai Chao's classroom?" Little Orange immediately took the order. Student Council Management Department Head, Shen Wei, codename Little Orange, Class 52. Meanwhile, Bai Chao thought about his perilous campus life. Someone walked into his classroom. Bai Chao sighed. "Here we go again." Suddenly, a hand grabbed his, holding the blackboard eraser. He glanced over and said, "Again?" Then he turned and said, "Who is it now?" A playful voice sounded. "Classmate Bai Chao, it's Ning Yi," she asked worriedly. "Got chased by Zhao Zhao again this morning?" he said in surprise. Senior. Senior Ning Yi looked at Bai Chao and continued, "Since we reached a cooperation agreement last night, I thought we could use our fake couple status today to clear up all those misunderstandings." Bai Chao hesitated. Yeah, he blushed. Bai Chao was very shy. Just then, Ningning said, "Oh," and reached her hand toward Bai Chao, blurting out, "Classmate Bai Chao." Senior Ningning stood on tiptoe. Tang Xin approached from a distance, still humming a tune. "Dear Vice President, I've been waiting for you." Before she could finish, the sight before her made the books in her hands fall to the ground. Wu Zhao Zhao also ran in from outside and said, "Found you." She was overjoyed. "Bai Chao, I thought of a new game." Wu Zhao Zhao, like Tang Xin, was stunned by the scene. Tang Xin and Wu Zhao Zhao stood outside, seeing Bai Chao and Senior Ningning kissing. Both their faces instantly froze as if struck by a spell. Seeing Bai Chao and Senior Ningning kissing in front of them, their expressions were equally grim. Neither said a word. Over here, Bai Chao was still dazed. Senior Ningxi reached her hand into Bai Chao's hair. She looked at him and said, "Classmate Bai Chao, you have a white hair. Let me pull it out for you." Bai Chao was stunned. Too close. In Wu Zhao Zhao's eyes the image of the two of them appeared. Her eyes immediately reddened. "Wah!" She clutched her hair with both hands, turned and ran off somewhere. "Wah wah!" Tang Xin stammered. "HMPH, that Bai?" She touched her hair. Tang Xin spoke. "No need to trouble yourself, Vice President. I'll be going now." She stormed off angrily. "Nothing, I'm leaving." Bai Chao was stunned. Ning Yi said, "After I asked you to lower your head just now, I thought I heard classmate Wu Zhao Zhao's voice outside the door." Is everything okay?" "Wah wah." Bai Chao scratched his head and said awkwardly, "No, it's fine. Actually, this is for the best. I was worried about how to tell Wu Zhao Zhao. This works out perfectly for me, and it's settled a worry," Ningxi said to Bai Chao again. "Then let's go to the literature club now. There are some things I'd like to confirm with you again, classmate Bai Chao." He replied, "Okay." He suddenly had an idea. If everything went smoothly, this was how things should be resolved. The classroom door suddenly opened, and a green-haired boy walked in, calling out to the senior. Ning Yishui and Bai Chao looked at him. The boy said, "Is the Vice President here too? Could you please step aside? I have some literary society matters to discuss with the senior." Bai Chao said, "You can just talk to Senior Ning about that. What about you?" She looked at him with pleading eyes. "Do you understand? Do you? Seeing this, Bai Chao whispered, "Sis, what's with that familiar look again?" Bai Chao was stunned for a moment before realizing the problem. He walked up to Ning Yi and said to the boy, "If it's just about the club, I don't think I need to leave. Can we talk alone?" The boy replied, displeased. "But this is the literary society. Who do you think you are? Is Bai Chao trying to boss us around using his student council status?" Ning Yishui immediately spoke up. "Bai Chao is the vice president of the student council and also my boyfriend." These words hit the boy like a punch, leaving him frozen as if struck by lightning. "The day before yesterday you said you liked someone." It was Ning Yi. She nodded. The boy was struck hard, standing dazed in the corner like a lost soul. When Bai Chao and Ning Yi left, he was muttering nonsense as if his soul had been taken. The boy wailed in despair. No, the north wind hound snowflakes danced and the secret base seemed to be collapsing at that moment. Bai Chao said worriedly, "Senior, that guy will spread this around, won't he?" Ning Yi lowered her head and said, "Sorry, I acted on my own." Bai Chao quickly replied, it's fine, there was no other choice in that situation." Bai Chao raised his hand to try to calm things down. "If this gets out through him, our plan can go a step further. Last time, you mentioned that this classmate is a lot like you Zhao Zhao. Is it hard to refuse him?" Ning Yi's face darkened as she said, "No, there are others. Speaking of which, Bai Chao, have you ever thought about what an ordinary couple's relationship is like? If it's just going to class together and leaving school together, it probably won't be enough to fool everyone. Maybe Bai Chao should join the literary society too so we can spend more time together." Bai Chao hesitated. That works too," she added hesitantly. "Also yesterday, while I was studying the outward behavior of a harmonious couple, I found a pink app that mentioned couples like to leave marks on each other. Maybe we should try it too." Bai Chao thought about it after hearing that. "A pink app? Does this thing teach people how to date?" Ning Yishui stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Bai Chao's neck. "So Bai Chao," she looked at him with gentle eyes and said, "Could you lower your head a bit?" Leaning close to Bai Chao's neck left him at a loss. Ning Yi said again. "Don't move." Bai Chao's face turned as red as if he were drunk. She gently kissed his neck. Bai Chao was a bit surprised by this, while Ning Yi said it was done, saying this would make it look more real, and it was well done. He pulled down his collar to take a look. This senior is really thoughtful. Let me see." Ning Yi shyly said to Bai Chao, "I still have some things to take care of today." Starting tomorrow morning, let's go to school together. Bai Chao smiled and agreed. Okay, Jingnan Institute of Technology. On the way home he was lost in thought. Why do I keep thinking about this? Joining the literary society and becoming the vice president. Will the president sentence me to death for betraying the student council? Doesn't this already spell my doom? He thought fearfully of Vice President Tang Xin, that girl named Tang Xin who might kill me over this. I came here to solve problems, so why do I keep getting into trouble? As he walked, he thought, how am I, a guy, supposed to survive? At that moment, Yu Zhaozhao was secretly following him. Hearing a rustling sound, he turned around. Yu Zhaozhao rushed out to block Bai Chao, still carrying a bow and arrows, and said, Bai Chao, I have something to ask you. A beautiful dusk afternoon, Bai Chao walked into a store to buy something. Classmate, your order is ready. As he picked up the items, he cheerfully asked the clerk, okay, thanks. Where do I scan to pay? After paying, he walked toward Yu Zhaozhao with the food. As he walked, the store's music played, perfectly matching their tangled moods. You love me, I love you. Mishui Bingcheng had tea and ice cream. Bai Chao felt very awkward facing Zhaozhao. He handed the food to Yu Zhaozhao and asked, not dieting today, hey. Yu Zhaozhao snatched it away. HMPH, she frowned and asked Bai Chao, when did this thing with Senior Ningyi start? He replied, yesterday. Yu Zhaozhao suddenly said, you said you had something to discuss with the senior and this is it, he replied, trembling. Yu Zhaozhao lowered her voice and threatened, I have Senior Ningyi's number. Aren't you afraid I'll call her and tell her I'm on a date with you right now? Bai Chao forced a dry laugh and said, ha, Senior Ningyi is a very understanding person, Yu Zhaozhao ate angrily. She then asked, do you really like her? Bai Chao replied, I do, right? I said that from the start, Yu Zhaozhao shyly said, but she definitely doesn't like you as much as I do. Bai Chao turned away shyly and said, Senior Ningyi said I'm a trustworthy person and that's enough. He felt guilty as he spoke. Suddenly, Yu Zhaozhao looked up calmly and said, really? I think so too. Bai Chao listened as Yu Zhaozhao said, I believe that when I met you in that place years ago. She smiled so brightly her face turned red. Forget it, it's best not to bring up those things now. The two talked under the beautiful dusk sunlight. Yu Zhaozhao suddenly asked, from now on will it be Senior Ningyi sitting next to you and eating ice cream with you? Ha ha. Yu Zhaozhao smiled on the surface but tears fell as she choked out, what am I even saying? Zhaozhao's hair tie swayed in the wind and then flew off her hair as if her obsession with love had been let go. She said painfully, since you're lovers you have to be by your side, sitting next to you. Seeing this, Bai Chao couldn't ignore such a fragile heart. Suddenly, Yu Zhaozhao's hair tie fell at Bai Chao's feet. Just as he was about to reach for it, Zhaozhao grabbed it first and Bai Chao pulled his hand back. She spoke up, Bai Chao, this fell off. Help me tie it. She handed it to Bai Chao who softly replied, okay. Reaching out, Bai Chao began tying Yu Zhaozhao's hair. He said, lower your head a bit. His movements were natural and practiced as if he'd done it 100 times. Suddenly it was like a thunderbolt struck between them. Zhaozhao thought to herself, wait, Bai Chao was still focused on the task, while Zhaozhao thought, with our current status I probably don't have the right to do this anymore. After he finished he asked Zhaozhao, is this too tight? Yu Zhaozhao lowered her head and wept softly. She spoke up, this is probably the last time, right? She recalled the moments he had tied her hair and he replied calmly, probably. Yu Zhaozhao, looking troubled, grabbed Bai Chao's hand, her hand gripped tightly, trembling as she said, I finally managed to go on a date with you. She sobbed loudly as she spoke, I really wanted to eat ice cream with you but you dumped me and now I'll never get another chance. Woo, I don't want this, she cried out loudly, drawing the attention of everyone around. Then Zhaozhao buried her head in Bai Chao's chest, crying in pain. Damn Bai Chao, woo, stupid Bai Chao, I wish I'd never liked you. He watched Yu Zhaozhao cry like this, not daring to hold her. He thought to himself, finally it's out, this is normal. Her silently crying and not saying anything earlier was what hurt me the most. She looked up at Bai Chao through her tears and foolishly scolded him. Bai Chao is an idiot, he said softly, letting his emotions out. From another perspective, this was also a kind of relief. Bai Chao lent her his shoulder and sighed. This matter should end now, as long as he kept up the fake relationship with Senior Ningyi. After a while, Bai Chao returned home. I'm back, his sister ran out and said, I just bought some super delicious ice cream. Want to eat it together? Look, Yu Zhaozhao and I will both completely step out of each other's lives and work hard to walk the paths we've chosen. He replied to his sister, I have a cold, I won't eat it. Long ago is a memory, long after is life. To Yu Zhaozhao, I'm just a speck of dust in our relationship. Bai Lu stood outside observing. Seeing her brother a bit sad, she quietly approached. He lay on the pillow, repeatedly thinking about this matter. Already fed up, his sister suddenly rushed over to scare Bai Chao. Her brother was terrified out of his wits. He shouted in fear. Lulu, what are you doing? Bai Lu shyly said. Didn't you say you had a cold? I was afraid you'd be cold, so I brought a blanket to cover you. If you're in a bad mood, I'll stay here with you. Don't worry about me. If you're hungry, wait a bit and I'll cook for you. He smiled. Suddenly Bai Chao's phone received a notification. Ning Yi sent a message to Bai Chao. Ning Yi, Bai Chao. Are you resting? I'd like to discuss going to school together from now on. One morning Bai Chao went to school. Everyone stared at him with bullet-like eyes. He thought the atmosphere this morning seemed murderous. Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind and said, "Hey you." Three thuggish-looking guys said arrogantly, "We heard you shamelessly pestered Senior Ning Yi. Is that true?" Rumors from the neighboring school said that pervert Bai Chao had a hold over Senior Ning Yi and forced her to listen to him. Bai Chao is really a pervert, Bai Chao said listlessly. Ah, perfect acting. Wash off that bubble tattoo on your hand first. This month is Campus Awareness Inspection Month. The guy covered his tattoo and said, You noticed? Bai Chao shouted. Who wouldn't notice? What kind of expression is that? Bai Chao turned to the other two and said, And do you want to pass 4th grade? This afternoon's English class, the teacher will go over the content of that newspaper. The two held the newspaper and shouted, Ah, is this newspaper going to be used in class? The two put their arms around his shoulders and asked, Oh come on old Bai, just kidding. Is this news true? Are you really with Senior Ning Yi? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Bai Chao left all three stunned. Ning Yi walked over, smiling, and said, Good morning, sorry I'm late. She had a bright smile on her face. The two behind him froze instantly. Bai Chao replied, Not late, I just got here too. Seeing this, the two cried their hearts out and said, It's actually true. How does this look like he's being forced? Ning Yishui looked on, not understanding what was going on. Ning Yi turned to Bai Chao and asked, Did Bai Chao get into trouble? The two burst into tears. Woo 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 woo, Bai Chao said smugly. No, the senior helped a lot. Ning Yi nodded in satisfaction. Okay, here's something for you. The two craned their necks to see. Bai Chao asked in confusion, What's this? She took out a teacup and handed it to Bai Chao, saying, Tea I brewed myself. The two continued to hug each other and cry, saying, Wah, this is the classic drink-giving scene. Ah woo, why do we have to be hurt a second time? We've had enough tea. Bai Chao said awkwardly. Senior Ning Yi, let me take your bag. Ning Yishui replied, No need, it'll be tiring. Bai Chao put on a show and said, Isn't carrying the senior's bag what a boyfriend should do? Ning Yishui agreed and handed him the bag. Oh okay, thanks for the trouble. Bai Chao smiled and took the bag. Not at all. As soon as Ning Yishui let go, Bai Chao and the bag sank to the ground. Her bag was probably too heavy. She asked Bai Chao, Are you okay? Bai Chao said flustered, Senior, it's just going to school. Suddenly, Ning Yishui's bag fell and books scattered everywhere. Seeing this, he asked, Why are you bringing so many books? He picked up a book to look at, and the depth of one of them alone was enough to put someone to sleep for a whole semester. Terrifying. Do liberal arts girls use books to work out? Ning Yishui walked and asked Bai Chao, do you think literature is very profound? Bai Chao scratched his head awkwardly and said, For a science guy like me, it really is profound, right? She pointed at Bai Chao's body with her fingertip and said, But I think literature has never looked down on life from a lofty height. She stroked Bai Chao and continued, Regardless of time or place, literature has always been about describing human life, what humans have experienced, what emotions they've felt. That's the root of life in literature. In other words, literature is essentially the study of humanity. Her hand moved slowly over Bai Chao's clothes. Even fictional literature is just another possibility of people's lives. What Bai Chao thinks in his heart, if expressed in words, that is your own literature. She tapped Bai Chao's head and said, Sorry, according to materialism, it should be something thought up by the brain. Bai Chao replied, Even if you say that, Senior, I still don't seem to understand. Ning Yi explained, For example, do you think you like Yu Zhao Zhao? Bai Chao was stunned for a moment and said, Yu Zhao Zhao. He recounted the past. I've known Yu Zhao Zhao for a long time. As a friend, Yu Zhao Zhao is really an interesting person, and it's fun to be friends with her. But when it comes to being lovers, it hasn't reached that point yet, so it's better to just stay friends. Ning Yi's face darkened as she said, Wow, if such feelings were recorded, they could be turned into a novel. I'm looking forward to that. Bai Chao said again, No, my little story isn't worth wasting paper on. The two were happily chatting and laughing when Xiao Juzi appeared with a furious expression. She said angrily with murderous intent, Bai Chao, the student council is about to fall apart and you're here on a date. Her eyes looked like they wanted to grind Bai Chao's bones to dust. Let me see. He shouted in fear, Xiao Juzi, what color is your blood? As soon as he said it, Xiao Juzi charged at Bai Chao. Bai Chao turned and ran. Hey, what's going on? What are you even talking about? Xiao Juzi was hot on his heels just as her hand was about to grab Bai Chao. Ning appeared, reached out and flicked her hard, saying, Student council. Ning then asked, What's going on? Her fingers were smoking in the classroom. Tang Xin sat blankly looking melancholy, holding the butterfly-shaped hair ornament made from Bai Chao's button. Xiao Juzi stormed off angrily. Bai Chao followed and asked, Xiao Juzi, what's up with the student council? What's this going cold nonsense? Don't say such weird things. She turned around angrily and said, Spill it. Did the president find out about you and Senior Ning? He stammered, Yesterday when I was in the classroom with Senior Ning, the president came looking for me but left right away. I guess he knew and that's why he left. Just as she thought, she took a deep breath and gently patted Bai Chao on the head. "Come on, let's go apologize to the president together, like a mom taking her kid," Xiao Juzi said while rubbing his head. "I'll be your executioner and the president will forgive you." "Huh?" Xiao Juzi dragged Bai Chao away. Bai Chao looked confused. Wait, isn't that a bit off? Who's the mom? Why do I need to apologize to Tang Xin, and what's with being my executioner? Has it gotten so serious that I need to commit seppuku to atone? And how did I end up being dragged by the collar? Xiao Juzi replied, "One fool, one coward. I don't know if you're a perfect match or just unlucky, but luckily I'm here. It's not beyond repair yet." She dragged Bai Chao to Tang Xin's classroom. As soon as she saw someone coming, Tang Xin turned to look and stretched out her foot. Xiao Juzi kicked him and said, "Get in there." Xiao Juzi then closed the door and locked it. Ignoring Bai Chao's shouts, "Xiao Juzi, are you trying to kill me? You almost choked me to death." Xiao Juzi rambled, "If you two don't sort this out today, even if you starve to death, I won't let you out. HMPH. Tang Xin sat in the back watching, still not understanding what was happening. So annoying. Two idiots. Tang Xin smiled at Bai Chao. She immediately stood up and hid the butterfly hair ornament in her pocket, deliberately keeping it out of Bai Chao's sight, then fixed her gaze on him. He also looked back at her blankly. An awkward silence hung between them. Suddenly Tang Xin said, "Isn't this the vice president, actually coming to find me on your own? What a rarity," he then replied. "President, you pointed at that pile of papers and asked, 'What's this?' What's this, a sugar naming realm? Bai Chao's survival zone." He said the president was really childish. Even a fifth-grade girl wouldn't play with that, yet a certain college student was so into it. Tang Xin blushed and said, Where? It's the filing cabinet that's broken, so there's no choice but to pile it on the table." He stepped forward, picked it up, and looked at it. Even if it was piled on the table, at least the documents could have been roughly reviewed. "President, you're really a master slacker, aren't you? And at least you could have organized it neatly." Slacking off is a popular Chinese term, referring to someone being lazy and not working properly. She sighed. "Too, isn't all my slacking off for you," he replied with a stern face, "to improve my work skills. And don't say any of that flattery like a heartless capitalist promising a raise to trick employees into working," she said. "Why would I say such pointless things?" Tang Xin lay back on the pile of documents, looking up at Bai Chao, and asked, "Then tell me, why do you slack off for me?" she shyly said. "Isn't it because—" She hesitated a bit. She turned around shyly and said, "I like you." Bai Chao was stunned by what he heard, while Tang Xin was too embarrassed to look him in the eye. Bai Chao picked up the paper and looked at it, his face also turning red from shyness. He said, "I'm sorry, but I refuse. Because I'm incompetent, I absolutely won't fall for anyone's tricks." When Tang Xin heard the refusal, she glanced at him. "Don't you want to know why?" Bai Chao said nervously while organizing the documents. "If you don't want to say it, I can't do anything about it. Calm down, calm down." Tang Xin still smiled at Bai Chao and said, "Because the vice president likes fish. Think about it, if you like someone, wouldn't you love what they love? So I often slack off, meaning I want the vice president to like me a little more." He heard this and replied, "That reason for slacking off is truly touching. I unilaterally declare you one of the top 10 outstanding youth of Jingnan City. So just now that was indeed the usual performance trick of that fox. Seeing me blush and not knowing what to do, she must be laughing inside." "Damn it," Bai Chao coldly avoided the bait Tang Xin was throwing. Tang Xin stood up and sighed, smiling smugly. Look at the vice president's expression. "Ha, just now you didn't actually think I was serious, did you?" Xiao Juzi, standing outside, observed this and said menacingly, "It's precisely because the president has always been like this that it's come to this today." Tang Xin was surprised to hear her voice. Xiao Juzi." Xiao Juzi squinted at Bai Chao and Tang Xin. Tang Xin pretended to ask, "Xiao Juzi, you're here? What a coincidence. When did you figure it out?" Xiao Juzi shouted, "The whole world knows except the two of you, right? We bystanders are going crazy with worry," Tang Xin said shyly. "But what can I do? The result is already like this." Xiao Juzi shouted at Tang Xin. "He doesn't know, and you don't dare to say it. So now I'll say it for you. This needs to have an outcome." Tang Xin covered her face and ran out saying, "No, let's talk outside." Bai Chao still didn't understand, thinking, what's with all this secrecy? Xiao Juzi sat down to comfort Tang Xin. "So are you going to keep playing the role of a neglected wife forever?" Tang Xin sat down gloomily. Xiao Juzi, "Go on, actually it's not impossible, but I just feel you're not willing to accept it." Tang Xin said, "So you mean I should just go and take it?" Xiao Juzi looked at Tang Xin and said, "Do you want to take it? I'd support that too, but we don't need to go that far. Lean in." Xiao Juzi whispered the plan to Tang Xin after hearing it. She stared at Xiao Juzi. After Xiao Juzi finished discussing the plan with Tang Xin, she pushed the door open and came in saying, all right, let's continue today's work." Just now they were talking about financial checks. Bai Chao sat in the corner and said suspiciously, "Check my foot. Would you actively come to me to talk about work?" Bai Chao asked. Ah, and that, what happened? Is everything okay? Xiao Juzi stood outside and whispered to Tang Xin. This is a secret between girls, no way. I have to go to the swimming club now, you handle it yourself. Then Xiao Juzi turned and left saying, you two are both a handful. Bai Chao asked nervously. Had Tang Xin finally decided to blow up the school, associating it with the swimming club? Tang Xin hit him on the head. Ouch, that hurts. What threat did she make? Get to work? Bai Chao looked at the piles of documents on the table and sighed helplessly. The invoices for supplies purchased by each club have been piled here for almost a week. If we don't approve them today, it might be more practical to blow up the school before the school leaders get to us. Doesn't the slacker's conscience hurt? Tang Xin muttered. Xiao Juzi has been slacking off the whole time. That's too much. Bai Chao shouted. I'm talking about you, she said again. All right, let's look at them together. With that, she handed the papers over and looked at them with Bai Chao. The sound of keyboard typing accompanied Bai Chao's words. The swimming club wants to buy new equipment, approved. Tang Xin was also recording on her end. The tennis club's rackets should also be replaced. Okay, what about the literature club's magazine subscription for next month? Bai Chao said dejectedly. Also okay, right? She smiled sinisterly. Ha ha. Tang Xin raised her face and continued. Literature isn't really important for college students anyway. A student's duty is to study hard. We're an engineering school. After a vote by the entire student council then, after she signed, your club proposal is hereby dissolved on the spot. Bai Chao panicked. Oh no, he frantically grabbed Tang Xin's hand. Wait. Then he shouted. Treat every club seriously and equally. Student council president, Tang Xin said clearly. I am being serious and equal. Bai Chao sneered. Serious my ass. He handed the computer to Tang Xin and picked up the pile of documents to sort and check. I'll approve these. You handle the computer. She took the computer and replied, oh, the vice president is really strict. Are we going back or not? Then Tang Xin patted Bai Chao's head and said, that's fine. She smiled at him. There's something I really need the strict vice president's help with, he asked blankly. Help with what? Tang Xin said with a grin. It's something only you can help with. See you on Saturday, same time, same place. Bai Chao was scared. That ominous feeling was back. Later, Bai Chao went to the supermarket to buy some things at a clothing counter. His eyes met a pair of pink pants. Bai Lu said, hey big brother, try these on. They look great. Bai Chao's face was a bit awkward as he refused. Lu, don't I still have a new pair of swim trunks I only wore once? Do I need to buy more? And this style, Bai Lu said while laughing. You do, because those swim trunks have already disappeared. The PE class my second brother chose this semester is swimming, so you have to buy a new pair. As he spoke, Bai Chao rummaged through his backpack. HMPH, how could they disappear? I clearly put them in my bag last week. Suddenly, he touched the water bottle Ning Ning had given him that morning, and his face turned pale. Where are my swim trunks? Seeing her brother's expression, Bai Lu became even more suspicious. It's over, Bai Chao thought. If Lu sees Senior's water bottle, I'm dead. He quickly hid his backpack behind his back. They really are lost. Buying a new pair is fine too, haha. Bai Lu noticed his strange expression and said, brother, you don't look right. The little sister pounced on her brother, shouting to check. Let me see if you're hiding something in your bag. It's definitely not swim trunks anyway. Whoa, he said, panicking Lulu. Let me explain. Then he came up with an incredibly stupid excuse. He said to Bai Lu, there's a bug in the bag. This bug is super scary. It looks like a mix of Dr. Octopus and a predator. It's just stuck there. If Lulu sees it, she might be too scared to sleep tonight. The little sister insisted on seeing it, hands on her hips, unhappy. HMPH, Lulu almost believed you. Stop talking, show me. He desperately tried to keep Bai Lu away from him. Wait, then he questioned Bai Lu. Wait, how did you know my swim trunks were missing? Did my little sister do something shady behind my back? Bai Lu was scared. She pursed her lips and blushed but still tried to stay calm. The little sister showed a sinister expression as if horns were growing on her head and said, does Big Brother really want to know? Then I'll say it out loud. And there are a lot of people here. Bai Chao was startled. What's that expression? You're not going to say something weird, are you? The little sister leaned in close to Bai Chao and said shyly, the reason the swim trunks disappeared is the more she spoke, the redder her face got. Then she stammered, it was last week I wanted to wear a skirt out but I couldn't find my safety shorts. I happened to see yours lying there, so I used them as safety shorts. They were a bit tight. Hearing this, Bai Chao couldn't take it anymore. The big brother said, panicking, all right, stop, I'll buy them. He patted his little sister's head and said, since we're here, Lulu, do you want to buy a swimsuit too? After hearing this, Lulu exclaimed in surprise, does Big Brother want Lulu to wear it for you to see? In the mall, Bai Lu shouted, does Big Brother want Lulu to wear it for you to see? Bai Chao panicked. He immediately pressed down on Bai Lu's head and scolded, what kind of junk is in your head? I don't have any weird fetishes. Lulu struggled. The little sister yelled, wow, don't, my hair is all messed up. Bai Lu smiled smugly and said, could it be that Big Brother is really secretly thinking about this kind of thing? Otherwise, why would you react so strongly? Bai Lu turned away from him. HMPH, sure enough, Big Brother is the one with a head full of junk, Bai Chao thought. You little brat, don't go around labeling people. Bai Lu picked up a swimsuit and looked at it. Then she hesitated in front of a pink swimsuit. 129, 229, he stepped forward and asked. Struggling with the price, he stood there thinking. But Lulu had started saving money a long time ago. Judging by the time, Lulu's little piggy bank must be quite substantial now. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a little rich girl. But Bai Chao asked Bai Lu, Lulu, how much have you saved? A lot. I've been saving for a long time, Bai Lu replied. Yeah, but it's still not enough. For what I want to buy, it's just a drop in the bucket. What do you want to buy? Bai Lu blushed and asked. Does second brother want to know? Lulu showed a sinister smile and said, if second brother wants to know. I'm not completely unwilling to say it. Bai Chao poured cold water on Lulu and said, then I don't want to know. But he muttered to himself, actually, I'm super curious, but no matter how close siblings are, they should have their own secrets. Besides, this secret might be the biggest secret in the world related to a girl's romance at this moment. Lulu's face was already bright red from shyness. Or it might be related to a witch's legend, or it could be the key power to save the entire world. In any case, my little sister can't be an ordinary person. Only one thing is certain, the little sister turned her face and said. Then I thank my esteemed elder brother for sparing my life. Seeing Bai Lu's face, Bai Chao couldn't help it. My little sister is just too cute, he said to Bai Lu. Since you're saving money, don't spend it recklessly. But luckily your brother doesn't save money. If you like it, your brother will buy it for you. Pick a swimsuit you like, Bai Lu said happily. Lulu loves her brother, but suddenly his expression gradually darkened. Wait, picking up the swimsuit he said with some disdain. But this swimsuit is also a bit, imagining his little sister wearing this swimsuit. Bai Chao thought to himself that if Lulu wore it she would look stunning, but then those bad boys outside would set their sights on her and he would lose his sister. Absolutely not. With that he picked up another swimsuit and handed it to his sister. Let's buy this one instead. What? She immediately snickered and teased Bai Chao, you stingy brother. I'll go try it on. His expression instantly turned relieved and satisfied. Just then another person walked over and said, Hey, you're Bai Chao, right? He turned his head at the sound and the person tossed a backpack to Bai Chao. This is for you. The girl spoke to him saying, Zhao hasn't been to school for the past 2 days, plus today makes it 3. Bai Chao's face turned pale with fear. He looked up to listen as she continued. We asked around the whole school and it seems you're the only one who knows where Yu Zhao lives, plus it's the student council's duty to serve the students, so this pile of notebooks is your responsibility to deliver to classmate Yu Zhao. This is a scriptwriting task assigned by the higher-ups, no refusing allowed. He looked up in panic. Isn't this too much? The girl waved her hand and left. That's it, I'm off. Make sure to deliver it on time before this afternoon. His mouth hung open, unable to believe his eyes. Bai Lu had also changed and came out. She was wearing a sexy swimsuit and held up 2 fingers to ask her brother, does it look good? Bai Chao clutched the backpack in his hands, afraid to turn around. Bai Lu called out to her brother. Seeing the backpack, she asked angrily, what's with that backpack? In just a few minutes some bad woman sent it over. If second brother doesn't give me a reasonable explanation, don't blame Lulu for being ruthless. Bai Chao was so scared he bolted, saying, Lulu, I suddenly have something urgent to deal with. I'll give you a proper explanation when I get home, Bai Lu shouted. Stop right there, don't run. Bai Chao ran outside, his expression grim. Compared to being chased and tortured by his sister, after returning home he headed toward Yu Zhao's house. Now how to deliver the notebooks to Yu Zhao was the real headache. After all, her absence from school was probably closely tied to his rejection of her last time. He clutched the backpack and thought, what if Yu Zhao opens the door? What should I say? He rehearsed. Here are your notebooks. That didn't sound right. What are you, a delivery boy? He shook his head repeatedly. Long time no see, he then contradicted himself. Long time? It's only been 3 days. Change the approach. I heard you were sick, how are you feeling? But that felt off too. Heard from whom? You rejected her and still went prying into her business. Am I some legendary jerk? His head ached. He thought it over and said, your classmates asked me to bring you the class notes. That indifferent tone was too cold. After all, he and Yu Zhao used to have a decent relationship. Suddenly someone walked out from the door, and that person spoke. Handsome guy, long time no see. It startled him. That girl sent Bai Chao a text using a nickname that was extremely haunting to him. Celery stir-fried with celery. Thanks for the swimsuit, bro. I'm home and getting dinner ready. If you dare eat out with other girls, heh. She also casually sent a photo of herself in the swimsuit showing off her figure, making young Bai Chao's ears turn a bit red. Bai Chao was invited into Yu Zhao's house, and her mother said, Oh, you're here to see Little Pig and deliver notebooks. I forgot to buy green onions earlier, so I sent Little Pig to buy some. She should be home in a bit, she continued. How about having dinner at Auntie's tonight, handsome guy? Auntie bought a lot of good food today. What do you think? Bai Chao sat there holding a water cup, trembling as he said, "Thank you, Auntie Cheng, but I have some things at home, so tonight I might." Zhao Zhao's mother tightly gripped the water cup and said, "Auntie has something she wants to ask you." This Bai Chao panicked upon hearing that. And then Zhao Zhao's mother said, "I heard a few days ago that a girl's confession was rejected. Does the handsome guy know what happened?" Zhao Zhao's mother's expression was terrifying as she asked. He was so scared he lowered his head. Why bring this up all of a sudden? I don't really know." Heh. Auntie Cheng tapped his shoulder and said meaningfully, "Really don't know," he said in panic. "Oh, I just remembered, the stuff at home doesn't seem that urgent. Going back a bit later should be fine." Auntie Cheng tied on an apron and decided to cook him a meal. "Oh, all right then, look forward to my cooking." He sat outside shivering, helplessly accepting it. What the hell was that terrifying pressure just now? It felt like he had subconsciously agreed to something terrifying. The door suddenly swung open. It was Zhao Zhao. She shouted, "Mom, Zhao Zhao is here. I bought the green onions." She froze when she saw Bai Chao. Bai Chao said nervously, "Hello, Zhao Zhao." Zhao Zhao screamed, "Mom, I've fried my brain from the fever. Help." Auntie Cheng came out and said, "Silly child, what are you talking about?" She ran over and hugged her mom, saying, "Mom," then pointed at Bai Chao and shouted, "I'm hallucinating. I see that person on the sofa." Auntie Cheng looked and said, "That person." She pondered for a moment. "How could this be? Then what did I say? Did you fry your brain from the fever? Has it not healed properly yet?" Ling touched her daughter's head and continued, "2. You definitely fried your brain from the fever." That day, the doctor handed the diagnosis to the mother with a grave expression, telling her to wait until her daughter was emotionally stable before telling her. Zhao Zhao said tearfully, Then what do we do now?" Auntie Cheng pushed Zhao Zhao out and nodded. "All right, you'll be fine once you're better. Now take your hallucination to your room and play for a bit. I'll call you down when dinner's ready." Zhao Zhao blushed when she heard her mom tell her to go play in her room. She mustered her courage, approached Bai Chao and blurted out, "Hello," while thinking to herself, "Hallucination Bai Chao." Bai Chao said blankly, "Haha, what the hell is hallucination?" Bai Chao breaking the illusion. Just then, Zhao Zhao smiled and said, "Awesome, it looks just like the real thing, hee hee." Bai Chao lowered his head and replied, Long time no see. I heard you were sick. How are you feeling? Your classmates asked me to bring you these notebooks." Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up and she said happily, Wow, it's an incredibly powerful hallucination. Not only does it talk, but its personality is exactly the same." Bai Chao muttered to himself, You really didn't fry your brain from the fever, did you?" He held out the stack of notebooks to Zhao Zhao. "Here, take the notebooks. Don't waste your classmates' effort." Zhao Zhao smiled and said, "No, I won't take them." He asked why. Zhao Zhao said, "I know that if I touch a hallucination it disappears. That means as long as I don't touch it, hallucination Bai Chao won't vanish. It's precisely because I'm determined to like Bai Chao that I can't bear to let this miraculous hallucination disappear." At the same time, her foot was about to step on a toy doll, so as soon as she finished speaking she stepped right on it. I absolutely won't," she said as she stomped hard. As a result, she slipped and fell onto Bai Chao. Thud! Luckily, Zhao Zhao's head landed on Bai Chao's thigh, but it hit hard in a place it shouldn't have. Bai Chao was now like that toy, squeezed to the point of breaking. He screamed in terror. You," Zhao Zhao said fearfully. "Oh no, I touched it." Bai Chao's face was awful. "Bai Chao, don't disappear, she cried as she hugged his leg. She glanced up at Bai Chao. Bai Chao now looked like his soul had left his body. She touched him again and said, "What's this now?" Bai Chao yelled, "You can't touch there." So she brought her face close to Bai Chao and said in panic, "Are you the real Bai Chao, not a hallucination?" He replied, "Yes, I'm the genuine Bai Chao." The girl immediately teared up, unable to believe her eyes, and said, "Mom, you big liar, why didn't you tell me?" Bai Chao was really sitting there. Then she shyly ran upstairs saying, "I haven't put on makeup and I'm wearing casual clothes. I'll never get married." Auntie Cheng was cooking and responded to Zhao Zhao, "You were the one who thought it was fake. Mom hasn't said a word yet." Auntie Cheng said to Bai Chao, "This is your mess, isn't it? Handsome guy, you fix it yourself." He panicked, full of confusion. Is it me?" Auntie Cheng said, "Isn't it? If you don't fix it today, then you don't have to go home tonight," he thought fearfully. "Auntie Cheng, you definitely aren't blood related to that girl surnamed Tang, are you? Why are your threatening methods exactly the same as that white fox's?" He looked at the kitchen, feeling as if he was about to be devoured alive. That brought all the problems back to square one. Terrifying. How am I supposed to face Zhao Zhao now? After some struggle, he went upstairs to call her. Zhao Zhao, are you there?" Zhao Zhao was changing clothes and answered when she heard Bai Chao's voice. You've got the wrong person." Zhao Zhao. Bai Chao saw the sign outside. Zhao Zhao said from inside the room, "This isn't Zhao Zhao's room. Why don't you wait in the living room for a bit? She'll be out soon." That excuse was way too flimsy. He looked down at the doorway and saw a stream of red liquid flowing out. More and more was flowing out of Zhao Zhao's room. He immediately panicked and stammered, this. He kicked the door open and walked in. Bai Chao was frantic. "You Zhao Zhao, don't do anything rash," he realized something in terror. Bonus chapter. Bai Chao and Yu Zhao Zhao exercised together. He was trembling as he tried to bend over and touch his toes. Yu Zhao Zhao was annoyed just watching him. He struggled to reach his toes with his hands. She patted Bai Chao's head and said, "Good boy, if you can't do it, let's just give up. Maybe sitting and meeting people is a new skill for you." "If only the gym teacher had that kind of insight," Bai Chao said helplessly. "It's not entirely my fault. Doing exercises with core strength is hard. How about you use your feet to hold a bow and strike a very difficult pose, then ask Bai Chao how it is? Saw it online a few days ago." Seeing that pose, Bai Chao was speechless. Suddenly she planted her feet on the ground and switched to another very sensitive pose. He said blankly, "Totally insane." Then Zhao Zhao sat down, legs straight, bent over holding that pose, and asked Bai Chao, bending forward, "Is it hard?" Bai Chao looked down and said, "Coach, I want to learn this." She laughed happily. Hee hee. Yu Zhao Zhao stepped forward to guide Bai Chao. "It's actually very simple. If Chao's core strength can't do it, then let me help you do it." Yu Zhao Zhao pressed down on his body and Bai Chao yelled, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Her gaze was firm. Yu Zhao Zhao keeps pressing down. "Why is your waist so stiff? You don't usually exercise, do you?" Bai Chao shouted. My life is stiff. I can't learn to bend over." "But," she said, "it has to be this way." Then she put her foot on Bai Chao's back to increase the pressure. Zhao Zhao's legs pressed straight down on Bai Chao's face as she used all her strength to push down. Suddenly, Yu Zhao Zhao slipped and fell over. In that moment her eyes inadvertently met Bai Chao's. Then, thump, she fell and landed on top of Bai Chao. When he slightly opened his eyes, Zhao Zhao's face was already flushed with shyness. Afterward, the two sat on chairs to rest, and Zhao Zhao said, Chao is such an idiot. Such a simple move." And then she turned to sneak a peek at Bai Chao. Bai Chao was sitting there out of breath, even falling asleep on the chair. Then her face turned red for some reason. She clenched her fists, pulled Bai Chao over to lean on her, and then showed a satisfied smile. "Idiot, back to business." Bai Chao pushed the door open and came in, saying, "You Zhao Zhao, don't do anything rash." Yu Zhao Zhao was startled and turned to see Bai Chao standing at the door blushing shyly, while young Bai Chao was stunned. She immediately grabbed the little pig blanket beside her to cover herself and said, "Zhao Zhao isn't in this room. You've got the wrong room." Bai Chao pretended to ask. "Then is she okay?" Yu Zhao Zhao replied, "She just has a common cold. She went to the hospital and can come to school tomorrow." "Come on in." He walked in and saw the water on the floor earlier was actually juice. Bai Chao asked, "A cold? Oh, by the way, it looks like there was spilled juice or something at the door." She immediately panicked and ran into the bathroom. She shouted, "Ah, great, great." Then she took out a box, holding a cake box, and said, "It's all still fine." Then she ran to Bai Chao to show off. "The cake is delicious. Want a taste?" Bai Chao picked up a piece of cake and tried it. Yu Zhao Zhao asked nervously, "How is it? How is it?" Bai Chao replied, "It's delicious." "Is it a new product not yet released in stores?" "I don't think I've had it before." Yu Zhao Zhao said confidently, I baked it myself. It's not sold in stores. Speaking of which, I'm an honorary member of the dessert club." Bai Chao pretended to say, "Didn't you say you weren't Yu Zhao Zhao? Does the dessert club have a second honorary member?" Yu Zhao Zhao turned around upon hearing this and said shyly, Yu Zhao Zhao asked me to pass on a message. She really isn't here." Bai Chao stepped forward, touched Yu Zhao Zhao and comforted her. "All right, we're all college students now. Don't play this childish identity swapping game." Yu Zhao Zhao's face fell as she replied, "Some people fall in love, some people drive to the sea at night." That made Bai Chao curious. Yu Zhao Zhao turned back to look at him and replied, "That's a lyric from a song, also something Yu Zhao Zhao asked me to tell you." She continued singing, "By the shore of a strange harbor, driving to feel the wind the night before." Bai Chao listened and then said with a grim face, "I'm sorry." Yu Zhao Zhao replied, "You are loved, no need to apologize." Bai Chao listened, turned his head in confusion and said, Yu Zhao Zhao explained, "That's also a lyric from a song." Yu Zhao Zhao asked Bai Chao, "What about you?" he asked blankly. "What?" she said. "You and Senior Ning Ning," he replied, "were fine." Yu Zhao Zhao said, "She's not fine." Yu Zhao Zhao grabbed the rabbit plushie by her feet and continued, "If you were my boyfriend, I would never let you go to another girl's house alone. Especially one who confessed to you. Daring to go would be asking for death." Bai Chao replied quietly, "I was asked to do it. That's why I came." Yu Zhao Zhao glanced down and muttered quietly, finally changing the subject. She had to seize the opportunity to turn things around. Bai Zhao called out to Yao, "Actually, I want to say something." He glanced over and saw Zhao Zhao turn away. After a moment's thought he asked, "Crying again? Why are you shaking so much?" He stood up, walked over and called out, "Zhao Zhao, I want to." Before I could even say anything, "Why is she crying so hard?" He grabbed Zhao Zhao's little pig jacket and pulled her out, saying, "It's better if we talk face to face." Then he pulled the jacket down. Yu Zhao Zhao looked at Bai Zhao in panic. "That's better." His eyes darted nervously as Yao Zhao turned around. Actually, she hadn't been crying at all. She was just deliberately hiding while taking off her jacket, but Bai Zhao had ruined it all. Yao Yao's face was bright red with embarrassment. "Damn it, close your eyes right now. This is already the second time today." Are you doing this on purpose? On the way back, Bai Zhao was lost in thought. The awkward tension between him and Yu Zhaozhao seemed to fade away as they passed this notebook back and forth. Meanwhile, under Teacher Cheng's invitation, which felt more like a threat, he agreed to work at her shop over the weekend. It was clearly a pile of troublesome FK. Why didn't he just refuse? He thought of Teacher Cheng's expression. Maybe it was a terrifying proposition, but then again, just a few days ago, he had turned down her daughter. Walking along with a cookie box in hand, he thought about how he had shamelessly gone to her house, eaten dinner, and taken things. It was hard to say no under those circumstances. Suddenly, he ran into Ningning on the street and called out to her. Ningning was waiting to play with a cat. The little orange cat climbed right onto Ningning, not satisfied. It even burrowed into her clothes. This cat must be a house cat, right? Then it looked at Ningning and meowed non-stop. Meow meow. Seeing this, she reached out and petted it. Meow meow. Bai Zhao stepped forward and asked, "Senior, aren't you in a hurry to get home?" He was holding the cat. Ningning replied, I want to return some books before the library closes, then head back." Suddenly, the cat lipped out abruptly, and Ningning stumbled forward into Bai Zhao's arms. "Ah, Senior." His hands flailed wildly. Hey, hey, hey." Ningning blushed as she held onto Bai Zhao. The cat inside Ningning's clothes wriggled between them before popping out. He grabbed the little orange cat by the scruff and said, "You little rascal." Lifting the cat, he added, "Do you have to be so mischievous?" Ningning said, "Maybe it's hungry." From a distance, Xiao Guozi saw this scene and overheard Bai Zhao and Ningning talking. "Senior, are you going to the library now? I'll walk you there." "No need, it's late. You should head back." Meanwhile, the orange cat took the chance to enjoy a cookie. As Xiao Guozi watched, Tang Xin sent a message asking, How is it? Is the info accurate? The latest intel was about their family's eldest young master. Let's not worry about that for now. Just carry on with tomorrow's plan as usual." Xiao Guozi muttered quietly, "But it's so strange, aren't they a couple? With such a good chance to get close just now, they were so cautious. What kind of couple acts like that?" The cat walked over to Xiao Guozi. She looked at the cat and said, "You worked hard today, Ku Yujing." Then she patted its head. Ku Yujing, an unofficial member of the student council. Bai Zhao returned to his room, lay down, and called out, "Lulu." Bai Lu had left him a message. "Oh no, I'm going to be late. Today I'm going on a picnic with my classmates. I'll be at Xiao Yuan's place tonight and won't be back until tomorrow. Second brother, no instant noodles tonight and no bringing female classmates home. I'm off. Did you hear me, second brother?" Bai Zhao lay face down on the pillow and said, "Just leaving like that. I'm all alone now. A lonely holiday." He happily opened a can of cola and shouted, "Finally here. Today's another great day for gaming." He had just started playing when he heard a knock. Knock knock. Bai Zhao got up to open the door. "Lulu, did you forget something again?" He cracked the door open and saw a pink outfit. It was Tang Xin. Dressed in an extremely seductive outfit, she came to his room and spoke. Vice President Tang Xin appeared, holding a cookie box. As soon as Bai Zhao saw her, cold sweat broke out on his face. He slowly started closing the door, which annoyed Tang Xin. Hey. Just as the door was about to shut, Tang Xin said, "Done with the double check. Nice way of opening the door. Someone hasn't forgotten about today's very important task, have they?" Bai Zhao helplessly covered his face. "Lulu, how did you grow up so fast in just a few minutes? What's covering my eyes?" "What a nuisance," Tang Xin said. "What nonsense are you talking about? Where's your sister?" He replied. "Lulu went out. And Lulu is my sister." Bai Zhao blocked the door to keep Tang Xin out. She pushed him inside and said, "Two Lulus will get used to it. Let me in to supervise you changing clothes and heading out." Bai Zhao firmly refused, saying, "No." Lulu said, "No bringing female classmates home these days. Don't joke around. Move aside. Do you want me to die?" An auntie neighbor saw him and smiled. Bai Zhao said, "Good morning." Hearing the greeting, both of them froze. Bai Zhao was desperately trying to stop Tang Xin from entering the house. He glanced over and said, "What, good morning, Auntie Shu." Auntie Shu smiled and said, "This kid's really something. Your girlfriend is so pretty." Bai Zhao scratched his head and said, "Auntie Shu, you've got it wrong. He waited for her to say something he could accept. But Bai Zhao denied it, saying she wasn't his girlfriend. Tang Xin's face darkened at this. Auntie Shu said, "The girl already admitted it. Why are you, a boy, still shy? Is he acting? He's acting. It's over. Auntie's serious. I'm not an old fossil. I won't tell your parents. How old is this girl?" He pushed Tang Xin into the house and said, "We're just messing around. Do you have something to go out for? Then we won't bother you." He slammed the door shut. Standing at the door, he panted and muttered quietly, "That white-haired fox is terrifying." Tang Xin smiled and said, "I didn't say a word just now." Bai Zhao shouted, "Not a single word, and yet you controlled the whole situation with just me and Auntie Shu's mental activity. Isn't that impressive?" "I don't accept it. HMPH, all my effort wasted." Tang Xin sat down on a chair. She said she got up early to remind the vice president not to forget the student council task and even bought cookies. But all she got was the vice president's scolding. Then she took a cookie out of the paper bag and asked, "So, do you want a taste?" Bai Zhao thought, "Is she trying to trick me again and take an embarrassing photo of me, like this, like that?" "HMPH, I'm a seasoned veteran," Bai Zhao shouted. "Trying to fool me twice in one morning, you're still green." Tang Xin leaned in, ready to feed him the cookie with her mouth, saying, "It's expensive, want a taste?" Bai Zhao stammered. Are you serious?" Just as he was about to bring his mouth to the cookie, Tang Xin tricked him, and the cookie vanished. "Haha, HMPH, she continued. "Want to guess where it went, President?" Bai Zhao asked. "Is it a magic trick?" She reached her hand behind Bai Zhao's ear and said, "Idiot, it's behind your ear." Then she moved her hand to the back of his neck. "Where's my ear?" She suddenly produced a cookie. The cookie accidentally fell, and Bai Zhao's face turned as red as if he were drunk. Their eyes met, and they were too awkward to speak. After that intimate contact, both hurriedly turned away, still caught in the lingering embarrassment. Bai Zhao kept saying, I'm sorry." Tang Xin blushed with shyness, her hands tightly clasped together. Meanwhile, Bai Zhao stammered an explanation. I misunderstood." He glanced over, thinking the cookie was behind the president's ear. He stood up trembling and said, "It's getting late, I'll go change, and then we'll head out right away." Hearing this, Tang Xin narrowed her eyes and sighed. Then she suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Bai Zhao's hand. Tang Xin lowered her head and called out, "Vice President." Then she looked up, her big round eyes full of allure as she gazed at Bai Zhao and asked, "Are you just going to let it slide after kissing me just now? Is the president a heartless jerk?" Flustered, he replied, "Who was the one being teased just now?" After a while, the two finally left the house and stepped onto the street. Tang Xin spoke up, "My mom told me that our family's rule is that if a boy kisses you, you have to be betrothed for life." Bai Zhao replied in shock. "What the hell, how can there be such a ridiculous rule?" After hearing that, Tang Xin started crying crocodile tears. "Boo-hoo, see, that's exactly what a jerk would say. Baby is a person too, and baby's heart can hurt." After chatting for a bit, the two reached the store entrance. Bai Zhao asked, "Is buying just one filing cabinet enough? If so, buying it online wouldn't be much different." Tang Xin replied, But since it's something for long-term use, it's better to see the real thing in the store. Maybe we can even pick up something else." While Tang Xin was analyzing, Bai Zhao was drawn to something and called out, "Hey." She walked over to look at a cabinet, then turned to call Bai Zhao. "This one looks really good, Zhao, Zhao." Hearing no response, she warily looked for him. Honestly, where did he run off to in the blink of an eye? Just as she said that, she saw a figure in white standing in front of a blue sphere on a display stand. He muttered to himself, "There's something I've been hiding from everyone for a long time. I usually keep a low profile just to live a peaceful life among humans, but my true identity is the Lord of the Moon." Seeing this bizarre series of actions, Tang Xin quietly pulled out her phone to record the moment. On the phone screen, the guy was still waving his arms and muttering, "Controlling the light and darkness of the world. The one known as the God of Eternal Night." Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xin said in a teasing tone, Wow, so God of Eternal Night, what is your divine power?" He was still fully immersed, reaching out to touch the sphere and replying, "I use blood as wine and a sword as a pen. As long as I whisper light, the world will gain endless light." His hand touched the sphere as if he had the power to save humanity, and he continued, "But if I softly say darkness, the entire world will sink into an endless night." He still didn't know he was being recorded, so he confidently waved his arms and turned around saying, "HMPH humans, tremble. This is only one of my power." Tang Xin asked happily, Anything else?" Hearing this and seeing the phone pointed at him, he snapped back to reality. He froze, then rushed over to grab Tang Xin's phone, but she quickly sidestepped to dodge. Bai Zhao shouted in embarrassment, "Did you record all that?" She replied playfully, HMPH. She focused on her phone and added, "I have a lot of great highlights of the president. Want to see?" Bai Zhao immediately knelt down and begged Tang Xin, please delete it. Turn back and be a good person." Tang Xin thought of a new game. "How about we do a magic trick, Zhao, guess?" Suddenly, she recalled that awkward memory at Bai Zhao's house. She thought awkwardly, "Guess with this blockhead." Then she casually stuffed her phone between her heaving chest, shocking Bai Zhao. Tang Xin started provoking him. "If the vice president wants to delete it, do it yourself," he thought. "Oh, you white-haired fox." Bai Zhao then changed the subject. "Didn't we still need to buy a filing cabinet? This one looks good. Does the president want to see it?" I wanted to show you this as soon as I came in." Tang Xin lifted herself up and sat on the table, commenting, "It's pretty comfortable to sit on." Then she glanced at the stunned guy and asked, "HMPH, what's wrong?" Bai Zhao quickly waved his hands and replied, "Nothing. If it works, it works. Haha." He muttered quietly, "Come to think of it, this girl always seems to sit in weird places. Get used to it, get used to it." Tang Xin jumped off the cabinet and said, "Then let's go with this one." Bai Zhao looked at the price and said, "But at this price, the student council will go bankrupt. 99,800. She turned around, snapped her fingers and said, "Oh, then we'll use the literature club's activity funds." Bai Zhao said angrily. Why do you have such a grudge against the literature club? And you're the student council president. Is it okay to embezzle? After that, the two returned to the room. Two workers carried the cabinet in, and in the end, that expensive filing cabinet was bought, officially declaring the student council bankrupt for the month. Of course, the literature club's budget wasn't touched, but it was at this moment. In a very cozy atmosphere, as the workers installed the cabinet, an inappropriate thought gradually surfaced in his mind. He shyly thought about Tang Xin, hesitating whether to say it directly. If he said it, he and Tang Xin might not even be friends anymore. But if he didn't, Long Ming would feel terrible, torn and scared beyond endurance. After an inner struggle, he turned and called out, Tang Xin. Tang Xin looked at him, and he was too shy to speak. Aye. Her eyes widened, her lips moved as if to say something, and then, as if thinking of something, she pressed her lips together. Her cheeks also flushed, and she asked in confusion, Tang Xin focused on Bai Zhao and repeated, Bai Zhao lowered his head and stammered, Based on his ambiguous behavior, Tang Xin wondered, has he already noticed? Then she brightened up, her heart blooming with joy. Go on, keep going, I'm listening. Her hands trembled as she tightly gripped her water glass, thinking, could it be that he's going to say? He tremblingly uttered the words. Pass the torch limbs one more time. She felt like she'd been doused with cold water. Bai Zhao continued. Haven't you given it to me yet? I mean, that game I helped you with for your date last time. Tang Xin tightened her grip on the water glass and asked back, trembling. I didn't hear that clearly. Bai Zhao shut his eyes in fear, and she smiled with murderous intent. Say that again, Bai Zhao shouted. That passed the torch limbs. As soon as he said it, she grabbed him by the collar and yelled angrily, Bai Zhao, are you doing this on purpose? Bai Zhao replied in panic, on purpose? I don't have many strengths. Isn't it normal to want praise? At this, rage enveloped Tang Xin. She pulled Bai Zhao up and gritted her teeth, saying, You? The man who wanted to toy with a girl's feelings stared at his prey with murderous eyes, enunciating each word. I might as well kill you. Bai Zhao begged for mercy in terror. Better not, killing is against the law, and besides, the person who gets killed would die. She smiled and said, Oh really? Then she pulled out her phone from her clothes and played a video for Bai Zhao. Social death is also a kind of death, you know. The video began to play. I usually keep a low profile, just wanting to live a peaceful and quiet life in this world. Actually, my true identity is the Lord of the Moon, the one who controls the light and darkness of the world, known as the God of eternal night. I use blood as wine and enter the market with a sword. With just a whisper from me, Bai Zhao was stunned after watching. Two delivery guys muttered quietly, What's that person doing? What kind of nonsense is this kid up to? Bai Zhao grew more dazed, but the video wasn't over yet. But if I softly utter darkness, the entire world will sink into an endless night. HMPH humans tremble, this is merely 1% of my power. Bai Zhao clasped his hands together to block Tang Xin's phone and continued begging, President. Please, I beg you to take back your powers. My life, he said with a tearful face. My life is already riddled with holes. Wah! Tang Xin smiled triumphantly and said, Well, that depends on the vice president's sincerity. Even if it's not compensation, shouldn't you give a gift when going out with a girl? He asked himself with relief. Is that so? Then he immediately pulled out a cute pink bear plushie. He asked her, Is this okay? Tang Xin seemed captivated by the little thing. Her eyes fixed on the small gift. Bai Zhao explained the gift. I think it's white. Looks like you. And your eyes are both red. As for the personality, after hearing this, she quickly thrust her phone forward, scaring Bai Zhao into begging for mercy. Hey, stop, I didn't mean you're cunning. She smiled slyly. Oh, then go on, he quickly explained again. This white, well, it symbolizes the president's sincere and pure heart. Mainly because Tang Xin really liked it, she praised. It's really beautiful. She touched it, and whether intentionally or not, her hand brushed against his, asking innocently, Is it really beautiful? And Bai Zhao stammered shyly. This fox is really beautiful. Holding the little bear in her arms, she replied. All right then, although I only like it a little bit, since A Chao says so, I'll accept this fox. He thought in confusion. A little bit. She turned and left, leaving Bai Zhao with a parting remark, The vice president will pay. He mused, according to Little Orange, the president's a little bit probably meant really likes it. Thinking this, he happily thought, today was another leisurely day of getting a white-haired fox. The two walked to the street and sat together in a cool restaurant. Tang Xin, sipping her milk tea placed on a small hill in the distance, kept complaining. Going shopping with a girl on the weekend and then taking her to a restaurant to sit all afternoon. There's probably only the vice president in this world, right? Hearing this, he looked up while eating noodles. Bai Zhao said, Tang Xin, wasn't it you who said you were tired from eating and wanted to sit here and rest? Tang Xin smiled and said, I have something to ask you. Remember the first time we met, she recalled. That day you gave me a bouquet of flowers. It wasn't specifically for me, was it? Then its owner. Who was it? Seeing the bouquet emitting a strange soft glow, Bai Zhao picked it up and wondered, Who was its original owner? But you don't know, do you? Bai Zhao lowered his head gloomily. "Sorry, I really don't want to talk about this." Suddenly, Tang Xin, sitting across from him, spoke up. "I'm really sorry," Bai Chao immediately replied. "It's okay. Same as you, I have a question I've always wanted to ask you. Is that okay?" he asked Tang Xin, and she replied, "Of course." Tang Xin put her milk tea on the table and looked at him adoringly. "But what about the consultation fee?" Hearing this, Bai Chao was startled. "Consultation fee? Are you a leech? I didn't even ask for a consultation fee just now." Tang Xin twirled her hand again and said, "But you didn't ask either." Then she happily explained to Bai Chao, "If I can tell you the answer to this question, then I'll treat you to a drink. If I have my own reasons like you, then you have to treat me to something." He was very annoyed after hearing this. "Isn't that the opposite?" She immediately used her old trick again, tightly clamping Bai Chao's leg between hers and said, "Ask or not, the decision is in your hands." At this point, Bai Chao also thought helplessly. "White-haired fox," so he hesitated and began. "The first time we met it was raining heavily, right?" Bai Chao walked out of a flower shop holding an umbrella and a bouquet. Tang Xin's appearance caught his attention. But why was she standing alone at the open-air bus stop across the old street? He saw Tang Xin and wondered, what is this girl doing? And she doesn't have an umbrella. He thought, does she have a death wish? So Bai Chao approached Tang Xin, handed her the bouquet. "Take this." Then he gave her the umbrella and asked, "Where do you live? I'll take you home first." With the help of a stranger, Tang Xin felt a flutter. Water droplets fell like this, mingling with Tang Xin's tears. Back to the present, she held her milk tea and said while drinking, "Sorry, this question isn't convenient to answer." As for the drink, Bai Chao had long guessed she would ask this question, leaving him a bit flustered. "Ha," he thought, "damn fox, I knew she'd guessed I'd ask this question, which is why she proposed that bet just now." Then he stood up and sighed. Seeing this, Tang Xin also sighed dismissively. "Sigh." Bai Chao picked up the cola bottle on the table and said, "This is the trophy you won with your cunning wisdom." She also said, "If my mom knew you gave me this drink, she'd definitely break your legs." After hearing this, Bai Chao shouted, "Woman, you're too much. You're the one who wanted to drink it." But Tang Xin suggested, "Now you have a chance to keep this bottle. Want to hear it?" Bai Chao raised his hands warily and said, "Some shady scheme has just been brewing in your mind, hasn't it?" "Impossible." "Then it is." Tang Xin pulled his hand and said just like before, "I ask you answer, how about that? Come on, Vice President. Are you happy losing to me? Do you like me?" So he quickly raised his hand to avoid Tang Xin's gaze, inadvertently letting her hold him tighter. "Damn it, just ask if you're going to." Tang Xin leaned closer and asked, "Did you reject someone's confession last week?" She pressed her chest against him as she asked. At this moment, Bai Chao was panicked and restless. How does she know? Who told Tang Xin? Or did she see the whole situation that day? Can I answer this question? Oh my God. Calming down, Bai Chao thought, if she asks who confessed to me, then I don't want to answer, but she's just asking if I rejected someone's confession. The question is simple, just a nod or a shake of the head, so of course I can answer. After thinking for a moment, Bai Chao spoke. "Yes, that's right." Tang Xin leaned down and thought to herself, "So that's it." Bai Chao then shouted, "You lose." But Tang Xin raised the cola bottle to her lips and drank it all in one go, saying, "What a pity." Then she handed the rest to Bai Chao. "Then this is for you." Bai Chao took it and grimaced. "You've already drunk from it. How can I still drink it?" She rummaged through her bag for something and replied, "Just now I said if the vice president wins, he gets an extra bottle of this drink, right?" "Exactly, an extra bottle." Then she pulled out a plush bear shaped like a fox spirit holding its arms, and Bai Chao finally realized, intentional. This woman is definitely intentional, Tang Xin added. "All right, today's most important task is perfectly completed. It's getting late. Time to go home, not done yet." Tang Xin also made a seductive pose to tease Bai Chao. "That cola. Please drink it after you get home, President. If you drink it in front of me, it'll be a bit awkward." With that, she turned and left, leaving Bai Chao sitting there dumbfounded. He decided to ditch the cola and leave directly. The next morning, Bai Chao lay in bed muttering to himself, "I can feel it. Is the demon parasitic inside me thirsty for blood again? Want to eat some hometown duck blood cake?" But he sat up again and said, "No, I need to find something to eat to survive. Without Lulu, is this how I have to scrape by?" Suddenly the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Hearing this, Bai Chao perked up like a child. "My lord Lulu, you've finally returned to save your most loyal subject." Opening the door, it wasn't Lulu but Yu Jiao Jiao. She was wearing a beautiful dress and brought food for Bai Chao, laughing loudly. "Yo ho, good morning." Seeing Jiao Jiao in her strange outfit, Bai Chao was stunned for a moment but still tried to calm himself. "Lulu, it's only been a day. How did you turn into a red-haired demon from hell? Still not fully recovered?" Seeing this, Jiao Jiao knocked on his head and said, "What nonsense are you talking about so early? Did you forget you're going to work with me today?" She immediately showed off her figure in her new clothes and said, "And someone doesn't seem surprised at all by my outfit today." Bai Chao immediately replied, "If one day you show up at my door normally, maybe I could show a little surprise." Jiao Jiao punched him in the face to help him wake up. HMPH, you're such a pig of a man, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought some really good snacks. Where's your sister? Seeing her walk into the house, Bai Chao thought, HMPH, the battle at the doorstep. Ming won't allow a second defeat. Can't beat Tang Xin, but I can beat you. So Bai Chao said, my mom and sister are in the room, my dad is in the kitchen. Have a seat first. When they come out, just say hello. This shocked Zhao Zhao. Huh? She asked tremblingly. Why you? Didn't you say before that your uncle and aunt live in another city and are rarely home? Bai Chao replied. Yeah, it's the weekend these 2 days, so they came back. Zhao Zhao clutched her head in pain. Why didn't you say so earlier? What do I do? What do I do? I thought only you and your sister were home, so I only brought 2 portions of snacks. Bai Chao pretended to comfort her. Don't panic, my parents won't mind things like that, Zhao Zhao insisted. But I mind. Then Zhao Zhao grabbed the door handle and said, panicked, No, I'll wait for you downstairs. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Bai Chao took the opportunity to think, HMPH, you were so fierce when you came in just now. Now you know fear. He didn't let her off. Bai Chao put his hand on Zhao Zhao's head and pressed down, startling her. Ah, Bai Chao shouted. Mom, Dad, classmate Lulu is here to play. By now, Zhao Zhao's face was scrunched up as if she was about to cry. Her face began to twist. Woo, then Bai Chao said, Just kidding, my parents aren't home and Lulu went out for something. Knowing she'd been tricked, Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth. Damn, Bai Chao, give me your hand. Bai Chao foolishly complied. Oh, so Zhao Zhao opened her mouth wide, showing a canine tooth, and shouted loudly, I'll bite you to death, scared. Bai Chao screamed and his cries echoed throughout the neighborhood. Scene change. Now in a restaurant's employee break room, Zhao Zhao was saying, breathe in. Suck in your stomach. Then she tightened Bai Chao's apron. Bai Chao was putting on the Dracula waiter uniform with Zhao Zhao's help. He spoke up. Zhao Zhao, are you wondering? Bai Chao extended his right arm with bite marks and shared. How about next time you switch hands to biting the same spot all the time? I feel sorry for my right hand, Zhao Zhao immediately replied. There will be a chance, please be patient. Hearing this, Bai Chao broke out in a cold sweat. He said seriously, joking like that is a bit scary. The girl in love suddenly laughed again. Really, hee. Bai Chao scratched his head in confusion. Yeah, hee. Zhao Zhao came over to help him adjust his bow tie and said, So who has time to joke with you? Hey, an orange-haired girl dressed up with makeup and 2 horns on her head cheerfully interrupted the two. Yo-ho, has our big star lady arrived? The manager of the chain cake shop Zhao Zhao's shop-themed castle store, Sister Li, saw Bai Chao and asked, and this is Zhao Zhao kicked Bai Chao's foot with her shoe and then introduced herself. Hello, Sister Li. He's my classmate here for a trial shift as a part-timer. Feel free to boss him around, he owes my mom money. Bai Chao also cooperated and greeted. Hello, Sister Li, he thought. Why make me sound like a serf from the old society? Suddenly, Sister Li covered her mouth and said, Oh, I was wondering why I hadn't seen you for the past 2 weeks, so you've been dating. Nice. I didn't expect the store's work uniforms to look like couple outfits on you two, ha ha ha. Zhao Zhao turned away shyly. Just friends. Seeing Zhao Zhao's expression, Bai Chao thought worriedly, why does this girl's expression look exactly like that white-haired fox from yesterday? According to yesterday's script, if I deny it too, wouldn't I be instantly labeled a heartbreaker? Then I'll just pretend I don't know anything. No. Full of lies. Sister Li saw this and thought to herself, oh, so it's a budding first love? Then she stepped forward and pulled the two into an embrace. Don't worry, I'm tight-lipped. I promise I won't let Chairman Cheng know. Bai Chao thought, how is it still a misunderstanding? Then she pushed the two of them. You two go into the kitchen and bake cakes. I won't disturb you, she added. By the way, those things on the table were specially prepared for you two by Chairman Cheng. With that, she turned and bang closed the door. Get along well. At this point, Zhao Zhao shyly spoke up. Does Sister Li mean we're a good match? While Bai Chao kept denying, it's just a misunderstanding. No. Then he continued. Since we're here to work, let's focus on the job first. What did Chairman Cheng prepare for us here? Should be today's task, right? Zhao Zhao's expression was quite displeased. That stubborn blockhead just wouldn't budge. Her gaze swept over to the cream spray on the table. She picked it up, pressed it against her face, and wore a calculating look. HMPH, since she was wearing the little devil outfit, she had to do something befitting the role. Then she excitedly ran over to Bai Chao. Come on, what did my mom prepare for us? But what lay before her made Zhao Zhao's eyes go wide. Both of them stared blankly at the thing. For seeing what her mom had prepared, Zhao Zhao let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Then she stuck out her tongue and said, Why make such a scary face? Chao is just a country bumpkin from the countryside. Bai Chao spoke up. Wouldn't you be just as surprised as I am? Zhao Zhao added. Exactly, I was just playing along with you. But, Bai Chao blurted out. Shouldn't this job description be surprising? There's a photo attached to the cardboard box. This handsome young man broke a girl's heart. Please help him make a sweet cake to apologize. Zhao Zhao picked up the photo, puzzled. Where did such an exaggerated story come from? There was also a letter attached, saying that a girl's heart is like a dessert. Zhao Zhao looked up and said, This is the customer's cake request. If we don't follow it, our career in life might be over. Also, you can't wear outdoor shoes into the bakery. You need to change those shoes. And what the person on the task list said is correct. I'm absolutely not targeting anyone. In front of Bai Chao were the tools for making cookies. He frowned. Really not targeting anyone? Just then, Zhao Zhao picked up a rolling pin and said, really not. Now let's hurry up and make a dessert for that scumbag who broke the girl's heart. Bai Chao quickly nodded. Haha, okay, Zhao Zhao asked suspiciously. Chao, is this your first time making a cake? He nodded. If I'm making it myself, it's probably the first time. She kneaded the dough in her hands and said, oh, that's great. Hearing this, Bai Chao was stunned. Ha, Zhao Zhao schemed in her mind she would sneak up on him and then easily get Chao's embarrassing photo. So Zhao Zhao immediately handed Chao a cake knife and said, what if you don't understand, I'll reluctantly take you on as an apprentice, Bai Chao then said. Then should I reluctantly thank you? At that moment, Zhao Zhao hugged him tightly and replied, when facing me, reluctance is not allowed. Bai Chao was a bit shy. Too close, this is just what I wanted. Zhao Zhao raised her hands high, successfully getting close. Next, she took the flour on her hands and threw it directly at Bai Chao's face, making him spit out a mouthful. Hey, she didn't expect to have such strength. Zhao Zhao was stunned. Bai Chao spoke up. Aren't we teaching cake making? What are you doing? She looked behind her. The cream was clearly there just a moment ago. Unexpectedly, the cake had just fallen. Now Zhao Zhao was stepping on it, losing her balance and slipping at the same time. She grabbed Bai Chao's belt in time, making him frown in discomfort. Relying on Bai Chao's belt, Zhao Zhao landed safely. Sister Li also happened to appear unexpectedly at that moment. Hey, I saw you two haven't moved for a while. Need any help? But she stumbled upon this awkward scene. Don't pull me, my pants are about to fall off. Zhao Zhao refused to let go. Don't move, they really are about to fall. Seeing this, Sister Li was extremely shocked and immediately turned to leave. Sorry for interrupting, Bai Chao quickly explained. Sister Li, wait, it's not what you think. Zhao Zhao was kneeling on the ground crying. Wah. Sister Li must have misunderstood. Damn Bai Chao, you have to take responsibility for me, Bai Chao tried to explain. Is this situation really my fault? At this, Zhao Zhao glanced at Bai Chao. You won't even give me a little comfort? Wah, he replied coldly. Not for now. Then Zhao Zhao grabbed a handful of flour, raised it and said, then don't mention the ruthless plan to fight with chocolate sauce. Bai Chao saw this and was also stunned. Hey you, how did you suddenly change your expression? Was that crying just now an act? She lifted the flour bag and smiled slyly. Hee, stop messing around to match my little devil costume. I need to take an embarrassing photo of Chao. I've been preparing for this all day. Who announces their plans so loudly like you do? She shoved the cream bag into Bai Chao's face. HMPH, it hasn't been cut open yet. Suddenly, the bag burst and cream splattered everywhere. The two fell to the ground. Zhao Zhao wondered why the cream was all over her, everywhere. I was supposed to be the little devil today. So why am I the one being pranked? At that moment, Bai Chao shouted nervously, Zhao Zhao, is it really okay for the kitchen to react like this? He pointed at the oven billowing thick smoke. Zhao Zhao immediately grabbed him and pushed him out. Dangerous, you go out first. Leave this to me. Then she mercilessly threw Bai Chao out. Little Bai Chao reached out regretfully. No, Zhao Zhao, don't go. But the door had already slammed shut. He thought dejectedly, were they really here to work today? Was it really just to make a cake? Suddenly, a very familiar voice sounded. Handsome guy. A girl appeared and her chest seemed to be talking. Got a minute? It startled Bai Chao. A pretty girl asked Bai Chao. New guy here, haven't seen you before. Bai Chao replied. Yeah, just started working to earn some pocket money. Is there anything you need, miss? She closed her book and suggested. How about chatting with me for a bit, little brother? Bai Chao was confused. This doesn't seem right. She put on a seductive expression. You're free anyway, right? I just noticed up close like this. Your clear eyes remind me a lot of my first love. Bai Chao waved his hand awkwardly. Maybe you might be overthinking it, sis. Then she reached out and pulled Bai Chao closer to her. The pay at a cake shop probably isn't high, right? If you're willing to keep me company after work, I'll give you an allowance every month. Not done yet. She leaned close to his ear and whispered the suggestion of one night. Bai Chao thought awkwardly. What's going on? A sugar mommy. I haven't watched enough legal shows. Could this customer be a scammer? Suddenly he felt a gaze fixed on him, and a murderous voice sounded beside his shoulder. Sweetie, what are you doing? It was Zhao Zhao. She pushed him inside and continued. Sister Li needs you for something. Hurry up and go in or she'll get angry. He was still trying to say. But this customer, Zhao Zhao looked at him threateningly. Get going now. The customer was stunned. Hey little brother, who is this? Zhao Zhao put on a friendly expression and happily replied. He's my boyfriend. The female customer awkwardly hurried to leave. Really sorry, I have something to do, I'll be going now. Zhao Zhao turned and yelled at him. You idiot, do you know what you were doing? I heard everything. Your business, what you said to that customer just now, Bai Chao blurted out dizzily. Wait, she wanted to be my sugar mommy? She looked at him and said, you know that. If I hadn't come out in time, your life would already be heading down the path of no effort needed. She patted his head. Actually, if you're short on money, she was a bit shy, you can come to me. As long as you play with me like before, Bai Chao refused. Let me make this clear, I don't need pocket money. She still tried to bribe him with money. What if you do? Really, no need to be polite. I have quite a lot of pocket money each month. Oh, at that moment, Zhao Zhao's mother appeared behind them. Bai Chao immediately pushed Zhao Zhao away. If you have too much money to spend, please donate the extra to those in need. Thank you. Please don't bring this up again, she also responded. You were chatting so happily with that rich woman, but you won't talk to me. Ha ha, Aunt Cheng suddenly appeared. Oh, looks like you two are having a great time together. Let's go eat together. She looked at the two kids in front of her happily. Auntie's treat. In Aunt Cheng's car, Aunt Cheng drove while asking, hard at work. How did today's work feel? Not bad, right, handsome guy. The cake the customer ordered should be done, right? Bai Chao replied. Overall, it went pretty smoothly. Zhao Zhao suggested, Mom, I think Bai Chao has the potential to be the face of our shop. If he becomes a full-time employee, our wealthy female regular customers will multiply several times over. This made Bai Chao blush with embarrassment. Aunt Cheng teased her, oh really, but isn't little pig tired, didn't sleep all night? Zhao Zhao blushed, turned her head and replied, Mom, what are you talking about? Me? I slept great last night. You weren't in my room, so how do you know I didn't sleep? Zhao Zhao's mother recalled. Last night, Mom got up for water and seemed to hear, what should I wear tomorrow? If I wear the employee uniform, he won't see me at all. Maybe I should find a themed shop where I can wear a skirt instead? She blushed deeply and made an excuse that it was movie dialogue. Last night, I stayed up watching a movie in my room without headphones. Aunt Cheng continued to tease her. Oh really? Mom also remembers hearing. Zhao Zhao remembered her own muttering from yesterday while holding the skirt. Should I ask Mom to drop me off at his place for work tomorrow? No, that's too sudden. Or maybe I'm just passing by. She turned her face to the window and stammered, oh okay. Then she shouted, if Mom says another word, I'll jump out of the car. Aunt Cheng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll stop. They arrived in front of a tall building. Aunt Cheng let the two kids get out first and said, you two go ahead and look around, see what you want to eat. Mom will find a parking spot. Zhao Zhao replied, Then Aunt Cheng encouraged her daughter, go for it. Zhao Zhao said in annoyance, go for what? Mom's saying weird things again. Okay? She waved goodbye to the two. After a while, Aunt Cheng still hadn't appeared. Zhao Zhao immediately texted her mom. Mom, when will you be here? I'm already at the restaurant, Aunt Cheng replied. Oh, I just remembered it's the weekend today, so parking spots must be hard to find. So Mom went home first. Zhao Zhao was confused. What? That's your way of cheering me on? Bai Chao leaned in and asked, what's wrong? Zhao Zhao evaded. Nothing, but Ah Chao is pretty self-aware today, huh? I haven't seen you touch your phone. Not logging in to play games or anything, Bai Chao said like an old man. Someone my age can't play mobile games anymore. I also reported my schedule to my sister this morning. Probably no one will contact me, so no need to play on my phone. Zhao Zhao thought to herself. No one contacting him, but what about Senior Ning Ning? Don't they contact each other even when dating? At the restaurant they chose, Zhao Zhao happily said to the waitress. That should be about it, thank you, the waitress replied. Okay, anything else you need? Bai Chao answered the phone. Hello? Lulu? The waitress saw the fruit box and seemed to misunderstand. She immediately said, okay, I'll prepare it right away. Zhao Zhao was confused. Lulu said on the phone, if you're not home yet, eat something outside first. Wait until I get back and then I'll see what you want to eat. Bai Chao sighed and replied, dear little sister, if this keeps up I'll really become useless. Bai Lu answered her brother while eating cake, it's better if you become useless, otherwise you'll just go out and play with those fox spirits all day. Bai Chao was stunned, and Zhao Zhao was also confused, feeling like Lulu was scolding her. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan ran over and asked, Lulu is on the phone. Who with brother, it's me, Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan tattled to Bai Chao, brother listen to me, Bai Lu was way too much just now, she wanted to leave everyone behind and go home early. That's so unfair. Lulu shouted. That's it, I'll talk to you tonight, bye. Xiao Yuan yelled, hey Lulu, don't push my face, wah. Zhao Zhao showed her displeasure. Brother and sister have such a great relationship, huh? Bai Chao replied innocently. Thanks for the compliment. She pushed the dish over. Eat more vegetables. So the two ate together. She picked up a piece of food which seemed to be roast beef or something. Bai Chao sighed. No wonder? Zhao Zhao asked suspiciously. HMPH, no wonder what? He replied. You're a picky eater. She looked up at Bai Chao and asked, what's wrong with being picky? She immediately stood up and lifted her skirt, but then showed off her figure. Healthy body, see. Suddenly both of them froze because Bai Chao and Zhao Zhao's line of sight was at different heights, as if he was looking down on her for being short. Zhao Zhao spoke with a terrifying look. Damn Bai Chao. Bai Chao was scared. She charged at him. I'm going to bite you to death. Rar, Bai Chao panicked. What? I didn't say anything. The waitress framed the two of them in her camera. Hold that pose. She set up the photo-taking pose and reminded them, come on, smile. Very cute. Both of them were stunned. Zhao Zhao spoke up. Hey sis, are we following the procedure or just singing? Say goodbye to all worries, say hi to all happiness. Bai Chao then said, but no one here has a birthday. Then he looked at the cake box on the table. This is done. Bai Chao quickly explained, hey, it's not this cake, it's a misunderstanding. Zhao Zhao also stood up. Actually, it's not wrong. Zhao Zhao stepped on Bai Chao's foot as a hint. Then she happily picked up the cake. This cake is prepared for something else. Please help us cut it, sis. The waitress agreed. Okay. Bai Chao watched nervously as someone opened the cake. The cake was decorated with two figures of Bai Chao and Zhao Zhao with a line on top. Nice to meet you. Fireworks filled the room. Zhao Zhao blurted out happily, nice to meet you, the 947th day of knowing you. Her smile showed how happy she was. I'm happy too. Bai Chao was surprised. So she remembers every day of knowing you. He squinted his eyes and smiled happily. Really silly and cute. On the road, after leaving the restaurant, Bai Chao walked behind Zhao Zhao and the two ate ice cream together. Bai Chao spoke up, is today's ice cream better than the one we had together last week? Zhao Zhao licked her lips happily. Of course, ice cream is the most delicious thing in the universe. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao thought of something. She looked at Bai Chao in horror. Wait, you're not going to drop a bombshell right now, are you? We're still good friends, right? We haven't fallen out, have we? Bai Chao patted her head. How could that be? She felt a bit embarrassed, but there was something she just couldn't figure out. Then, blushing, she asked, what exactly do you like about me? Zhao Zhao was stunned by Bai Chao's question. She stammered, Do you really have to ask such an embarrassing question? After saying that, she started lecturing him, sounding like her favorite book had finally been published. But the bookstore owner said, sorry, I don't want to sell this book to you, but I still want to hear you talk about its merits. Bai Chao was so exasperating it was infuriating. Eating her ice cream, she said, but if you want to hear it, it's not impossible. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao clenched the paper in her hand, but in exchange I want to know too. Then she turned around looking dejected. You and Senior Ning Yi. That sadness shone on the skin of her neck along with the sunlight. She asked seriously, you're not actually dating, are you? A heart sank into the water glass accompanied by that quote. Liking is a feeling, something invisible and intangible, like the glass of water in Zhao Zhao's hand, impossible to measure with anything. It's like a kind of balance. When you get to know someone, your fondness for them gradually increases. Before it reaches the tipping point, this liking is just ordinary fondness, for a classmate, a friend. But once it surpasses that point, your heart tilts to one side. This balance can unexpectedly draw two people closer. The feelings between friends turn into another kind of liking, just like Zhao Zhao's feelings for Bai Chao now. There are always some people in the world who, no matter what they do, discover or see, always want to find an explanation. The same goes for liking someone. They can't figure out where the balance point on that scale is. If one person likes another, and they can simply and ordinarily be together, they just can't accept it. They'll wonder what exactly that person likes about the other, and why they deserve to be liked. This question also baffled Zhao Zhao. She thought about it. Why hadn't he saved her life? Why wasn't he a heroic figure? Why didn't he exude the purest goodness and beauty? But there are many ordinary people in the world who are together. Neither heroes saving the world nor beauties captivating nations. Liking an ordinary person is just adding a touch of comfort to the weariness of daily life. It's the gathering of trickling streams, the collection of everyday trivialities. If you were to list it out, the first thing to remember might be suddenly noticing his ear one day, or accidentally learning about his mistake, or seeing his shy smile when he bumps into someone. When you become aware of him and look back ahead, you can no longer see the beginning of the list clearly. But liking him, like reaching out to touch a reflection in the water, has long become instinct and habit. Zhao Zhao asked directly, you and Senior Ning Yi really aren't dating, right? Bai Chao replied, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Zhao said gloomily, you know, actually I wasn't sad before because you rejected my confession. When I confessed to you, I thought a lot. You and I are friends. If nothing unexpected happens, we could be friends for a long time. But just being friends isn't enough, she continued. After being friends for so long, the things you want to say later become harder and harder to bring up. People around me always told me that confessing to you was a signal of victory. It's not a cost, but I didn't think that way. I thought a lot. If I succeeded, I'd win big. If I failed, it wouldn't be a total loss. After knowing each other for so long, if I couldn't do it, then others interested in you would definitely hesitate too. At least this stalemate of being good friends wouldn't continue. As long as you don't hate me, everything is still possible. Bai Chao was speechless. But you never considered that I might have someone I like, did you? Zhao Zhao tugged his ear and said, do you really think I'm an idiot? She went on, I've figured it all out now. Then she patted Bai Chao's head. When you rejected me back then, you got together with Senior within 2 days. Was it really that fast? She added. I haven't seen you talk to Senior all day today. Is this normal for couples? Huh? Bai Xiao was surprised. Bai Xiao turned his head and replied, people just can't understand each other. Anyway, what's between me and Senior Ning Yi is a fact set in stone. Zhao Zhao grabbed his neck and said, what if I catch you two not actually dating? Bai Xiao stammered. That's not true. She immediately patted his shoulder. Fine then she continued threatening, if I find out there's anything going on between you and Senior, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, she tightened her grip on Bai Xiao's neck. She laughed a little menacingly. He. Suddenly remembering something. Oh, I said earlier that I wasn't sad because you rejected my confession, but because I was afraid you'd hate me. So do you hate me? Bai Xiao replied. No. Hearing that, Zhao Zhao said goodbye. Good, that's enough. I'm off then. See you at school. Bai Xiao was stunned for a long time, thinking helplessly and irritably. What exactly did she figure out? Just then his phone rang. On the other end, hey bro, can you come over? I'm at a hot spring. Lulu is live streaming. Ha ha ha, come quick, she introduced. Today's a hot spring live stream. Say hi to everyone. Bai Xiao awkwardly greeted everyone. Lulu continued. Also with us today is Xiao Yuan wearing a sexy swimsuit. Come on, and me too. Xiao Yuan looked at me playfully. Chicken, scallion, and egg. Hoo, so hot, Lulu scolded. Wu Xiao Yuan, I'm live streaming. Bai Xiao asked, Lulu, why are you live streaming? Lulu replied. I saw it when I went to find you at school last week. At that moment, Xiao Yuan was happily swimming. Ha ha ha. Lulu saw a girl chasing a boy with her phone. Aha, Junior, let everyone see too. Why run so fast? Senior, stop live streaming, Lulu said happily. So I got interested in live streaming. Maybe it can cheer me up a bit. Bai Xiao thought, why does this story sound so familiar? Bai Xiao asked Lulu with concern. Want to cheer up? What's been going on lately? Lulu replied. Oh, because I got another confession. Bai Xiao was struck like lightning at the word confession. He turned his head fiercely toward Xiao Yuan. The three of them looked at each other in awkward silence. Xiao Yuan defended herself. It wasn't me. Bai Xiao asked Lulu. Did you reject it? Lulu scrolled through her phone and replied, rejected it. Bai Xiao nodded. Good. Suddenly the phone beeped. Lulu whispered, bro, do you have someone you like right now? Bai Xiao and Lulu looked at each other blankly. Then he said awkwardly, no, why are you suddenly asking me that? Lulu mused, because I think you've been acting strange lately. Ever since school let out, you've been floating around like a ghost. Bai Xiao stammered again. No, not at all. It's just that there's been too much student council work lately, and quite a few discipline inspectors have been slacking off. He was terrified inside. This sharp intuition was too scary. No wonder she was the detective of class 12. Xiao Yuan was hiding in the hot spring. A voice came from the spring. Bro, remember to take care of yourself, Xiao Yuan scolded him. You have no idea how much I worry about your health. Bai Xiao was a bit annoyed. Why are you suddenly saying that? Xiao Yuan looked confused. Hey, Xiao Yuan didn't understand. Haven't you been sick these past few days? Bai Xiao said firmly. No. Then Bai Xiao tapped Xiao Yuan on the head. Are you testing me? Explain yourself quickly. Xiao Yuan quickly replied. I'll talk, okay. Xiao Yuan began. I don't know what's been up with Lulu lately. She's been late to school several times and disappears right after class. So I came to hang out with her these 2 days off to ask what's going on, but I never got the chance. I thought you were sick and I was taking care of you at home. She pushed Bai Xiao against the wall and said, So for me to be able to freely get close to Lulu after school, please take care of yourself. Please. After playfully pleading with him, she turned around. I'm leaving now, bro. Remember to pay more attention to Lulu. Bai Xiao wondered, what's wrong with Lulu? In the air, Bai Xiao caught a scent. I found something. This smell, a girl's voice rang out. Manager Lu, please check if the cake count is all there. If it is, I'll be going now. Manager Lu waved his hand. All right, we've worked together for so many years, no need to check. Thanks for your trouble coming all this way so late, Zhao Heng, she said happily. No problem, hee. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao looked over and froze when she saw Bai Xiao. She called out happily, Bai Xiao, startled, stepped back, his mouth wide open, showing 2 teeth. Zhao Zhao said, what a coincidence. She kicked off and leapt toward him, shouting, what a huge coincidence. Zhao Zhao's eyes lit up. Bai Xiao reached out to stop her from pouncing. Zhao Zhao, don't look at me anymore. Zhao Zhao looked him up and down. Don't move, let me check. What a perfect opportunity handed to me. No strange marks anywhere on your body. She even glanced at his sensitive area. Zhao Zhao continued her inspection. The swim trunks aren't Senior Ning Yi's style either, Bai Xiao said fearfully. Can you not pull them up? Then she put her arm around his shoulder and said, don't let me find any holes in your story. Bai Xiao nervously guarded himself. What holes? I don't understand. Haha, Lulu had asked Wu Xiao Yuan earlier. What exactly did you say to him? How did he disappear? Zhao Zhao said innocently. Woo, I'm wronged. I didn't say anything, Bai Xiao thought, afraid of being caught. Damn, if Lulu sees Zhao Zhao here. He suddenly looked toward the door, his face darkening as he looked at Zhao Zhao. He grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Zhao Zhao panicked. "Hey, what are you doing?" He pulled her into the sauna and said, "Hide here." Inside the sauna, he covered Zhao Zhao's mouth. Their position was extremely intimate. Her lower body pressed against Bai Xiao and she was sweating profusely. Bai Xiao's hand still covered Zhao Zhao's mouth. She gasped, "Bai Xiao, I'm so hot." Her face was now as flushed as the sauna room. "Well, this is indeed a sauna. I feel extremely tense. The room is nearly 40 degrees now, of course it's hot." Suddenly strange sounds came from outside. Xiao Yuan said confusedly, "He was just here a moment ago," Lulu urged. "Keep looking." In a high-end apartment, a girl was huffing and puffing while exercising. It was Tang Xin. She was doing squats nervously. After finishing, Tang Xin wiped her sweat. Her phone buzzed with a notification. "Your followed friend, cute since childhood Lulu, started a live stream 10 minutes before the hot spring battle with her brother." Tang Xin looked at the phone screen and showed a devilish smile. Xiao Yuan spoke up, "Strange. He was standing right here a moment ago. Didn't he go buy food?" Lulu received a call from Bai Xiao. "Lulu, bro just went to the bathroom. When I came back you were gone. Where did you go? Come back quickly. There are a lot of bad men out here. Bro is worried about your safety." Lulu held the phone thinking, really, he didn't even say he was going to the bathroom. Then Xiao Yuan asked, "Should we go back?" Lulu replied, "Yeah, let's go." Bai Xiao supported Zhao Zhao, who was dizzy from heat stroke. He thought, no matter what, first get her out of here. He quickly took off Zhao Zhao's clothes, then supported her fainting form. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind and he panicked. "Wait, what's with this creepy pervy old man vibe?" Then he hoisted her onto his shoulder, thinking in any case the world was once again protected by me. He laid Zhao Zhao on a lounge chair by the pool. Only then did Bai Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. Safe. Suddenly he saw a paper boat. Bai Xiao picked it up and read, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming to my hot spring hotel? Should I come find you?" Bai Xiao was shocked. Is the white-haired fox a rich girl? Does her family run a hot spring hotel? He watched Wu Xiao Yuan and Lulu playing happily in the hot spring, then secretly slipped away from the pool. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Second bro, where are you going?" Bai Xiao pretended. "Lulu, bro really needs to go to the bathroom." He fled like lightning, unable to take it anymore. Lulu pouted, while Tang Xin tried hard to hold her back. "Lulu, come play in the water." Bai Xiao was panting. Huff, huff, huff. He looked up at Tang Xin. "President, did the president call for me?" Tang Xin covered her mouth and laughed. "Not at all. I just happened to see the vice president here, so I thought I'd say hello. But the vice president rushing over so urgently, could it be that you missed me?" Bai Xiao said tiredly. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Bai Xiao's attitude annoyed Tang Xin. She grabbed his hand. "Wait," Tang Xin spoke. "My bath towel seems to be broken. If I don't hold it, it'll fall off," Tang Xin said slyly. "So could the vice president please help me hold it, okay?" Bai Xiao quickly pulled his hand back and said, "Just ask the front desk for a clip." He thought if Lulu saw this, the world peace he'd worked so hard to maintain would collapse again. Tang Xin was stunned by Bai Xiao's cold attitude. She let go of her hand and the bath towel slipped off. Bai Xiao trembled and glanced but dared not look directly at Tang Xin. Tang Xin flicked his ear and asked him, "What are you looking at?" Bai Xiao mustered his courage, looked up at Tang Xin in her lace swimsuit with her hot figure and said, "Does the vice president think I'm wearing?" Bai Xiao picked up the bath towel and quickly wrapped it around Tang Xin. "Cover yourself properly. What if someone sees you?" She tugged at the towel on her chest and replied, "If only the vice president sees it, it shouldn't be a big problem, right?" Just then, Lulu called out, "Second bro." Bai Xiao panicked. Lulu, like a demon, scanned the area with eyes like a thermal imager. Where did he run off to this time? Then Bai Lu's thermal imaging finally locked onto Bai Xiao's location. She suddenly saw something. Bai Xiao was flustered and at a loss. There wasn't even a place to hide. Bai Xiao wanted to cry but had no tears. "No way." He looked at Tang Xin. Tang Xin blinked and asked, "What's up? Your sister is looking for you. Should I say hi?" Suddenly she was pulled away by him. Tang Xin said in confusion, "Hey, what are you doing?" With a loud splash, she and Bai Qiao fell into the water together. Bai Qiao covered her mouth, while Lulu walked toward the lake, exuding a murderous aura as if she wanted to devour someone, then stared at the calm pool. Over here, Zhao Zhao was fuming. Bai Yao had actually dared to ditch her and run off. Zhao Zhao shouted angrily, "I will never forgive you. It's okay." Ning Ning, wearing a swimsuit and holding a camera, looked over. At the hot spring, Lulu stood on the bank observing the water as if searching for something. Bai Qiao covered Tang Xin's mouth to keep her silent. Tang San was so furious it hurt. She clamped her legs around his body, straddled Bai Qiao and gave him a meaningful smile before they swam forward together. The initiative was now in Tang Xin's hands as she pressed close to him, thinking gurglingly, "It feels like I'm running out of air. What do I do?" Bai Qiao was almost out of breath and Tang Xin took the chance to use the vice president's spot. She looked at him with adoring eyes and was about to bring her mouth close to Bai Qiao's when suddenly a hand reached over and grabbed Bai Qiao's shoulder. Bai Qiao and Tang Xin were terrified out of their wits. It was Ning Ning coming to pull them both ashore. Ning Ning asked, "Why is Tang Xin here?" Tang Xin stammered, "Ah well, she pretended to cough, her face turning bright red, then answered confidently, I'm the landlady, just showing the vice president around my family's hot spring, Tang Xin said as she pulled Bai Chao. Let's go. Hey Chao, let's check out that side. Ning Ning grabbed Bai Chao's other arm and said, wait, you keep talking. Bai Chao is supposed to be my boyfriend, right? Even if a guest comes to play, I can accompany him myself. No need to trouble Tang Xin. I'm sorry to put you through all this effort, Ning Ning suggested. There's something related to us. I want to talk to Bai Chao. Is that okay with you, Tang Xin? Tang Xin reluctantly withdrew her hand. Fine. Then she turned back as she walked away, saying, I'll lend him to you for a bit then. Hey Chao, I'll wait for you at the usual place. Ning Ning and Bai Chao held hands, watching Tang Xin leave awkwardly. Tang Xin was furious. So mad. Why do I have to run into her here too? Ah, Tang Xin was startled to see something faintly visible under pink hair. What's that? When she saw Zhao Zhao, she remembered. Wasn't this the girl from Xiao Juzi's intel? Come on, is the intel accurate? The latest find is her family's bag. Forget it, just stick to tomorrow's plan as usual, Tang Xin pondered in confusion. Secretly observing wasn't a bad idea. Bai Yao was sitting with Ning Ning on a pool chair and asked, Senior, have you seen Lulu? She seemed to be looking for me earlier. Ning Ning replied, I saw Bai Chao. I guessed what was going on and made an excuse to tell her. Bai Yao thanked her. Senior, you've been a huge help. Ning Ning continued. Does Bai Chao know where to find a place that prints on coated paper? He asked in confusion. Print on coated paper? Then he suggested. I think there are a lot near the university town. Want me to go with you, Senior? Ning Ning replied, University town. I went last week and the prices there didn't seem great. Yeah, I guess you know the literature club's budget is pretty tight. Bai Chao panicked when he saw Zhao Zhao. You, why are you here? Bai Chao pointed at himself, and she made a gesture with her hands over her eyes, hinting, I'm watching you. Then pointed at Bai Chao, leaving him at a loss. Suddenly Ning Ning called his name. Bai Chao, he replied fearfully. It's okay, Senior, leave it to me. How about we go check out that area? I also need to find my sister. Ning Ning answered, okay. What does Zhao Zhao want? She grabbed Bai Chao's foot. Bai Chao panicked. Tang Xin brought a glass of water and said, You must be thirsty after so long, want some Chao? Suddenly her face darkened and the cup fell. Hey, Bai Yao was tripped by Zhao Zhao grabbing his foot and nearly fell onto Ning Ning. Bai Yao thought fearfully, why is everyone here? He looked down and blushed, thinking, this is a dream come true. The fall almost buried his face in Ning Ning's valley. Luckily his face turned pale at that moment. Tang Xin grabbed Bai Chao's pants from behind. Zhao Zhao held his foot, and Tang Xin pulled desperately, shouting no. Bai Chao said helplessly, You two let go now, and President no looking. Tang Xin also yelled, If I let go you're done, who even wants to look? Just then, Lulu stumbled upon this awkward scene. Lulu shouted with terrifying eyes, Brother Bai Chao. Zhao Zhao was shocked and Tang Xin froze. Ning Ning also looked over. Bai Chao was in a panic, utterly terrified. Bai Chao lamented his life. And suddenly he was pushed from the waist and the three girls along with him fell into the water together. Bai Chao was like a dead man. His face drained of color. Was it over? In a room, Bai Chao's voice rang out. Not normal, Bai Chao thought. This is really not normal. He recalled that after the hot spring incident, Lulu smiled and reached out to help him up, then happily carried her brother away on her back. His sister had become overly gentle. He pinched his sister's cheek. Lulu, Bai Chao asked worriedly. I'm not some sadist, but your behavior seems a bit off. Lulu smiled and said, Hee, second brother are you talking about last week? The little girl looked happy. Lulu felt that for a homebody like her second brother, having a few good friends was already a blessing, or was he expecting some other reaction from her? Hearing this, Bai Chao still didn't believe it. Really not mad, Lulu affirmed. How could I be? Then she said, It's getting late. She pushed her brother out the door. Bro, hurry up and go to school. I still need to find Wu Xiaoyuan to go to school together. Bai Chao looked at Lulu acting like a housewife. Was she really okay? After he left, she watched him walk down the stairs. Lulu began to drop her happy expression, revealing a puzzled look. On his way to school, Bai Chao remembered going to school with Wu Xiaoyuan, but hadn't Wu Xiaoyuan said recently that Lulu hadn't been calling her to go together? He started thinking, I need to ask that girl about this. Suddenly he saw Ning Ning sitting ahead wearing a very beautiful outfit. She looked like a little fairy, focused on something. Suddenly she looked up, saw Bai Chao, stood up and said softly, Bai Chao, frozen like stone, spoke. Say, Senior, hello? His face was captivated by Ning Ning's beauty. Bai Chao asked as he walked. Senior, why are you dressed so uniquely today? Ning Ning replied, because I agreed to be a model for the Hanfu Club's event today, but I was afraid it would delay the magazine printing later, so I put it on early. Bai Chao answered, Is that so? He scratched his head. If I only glanced, I might mistake you for the heroine. She turned and asked him, What does Senior mean? Then she smiled happily and looked at him, saying, I have a main wife look. Hearing this, Bai Yao showed a surprised expression. He stammered awkwardly, No, that's not it. Seeing this, Ning Ning burst out laughing. She turned and walked away. Just kidding, we're only in a fake relationship, aren't we? He nodded. As he walked, he looked at his phone, following the map. The nearest print shop is over there. Ning Ning grabbed his clothes and said the bus is coming, and shielded by Chow, this sudden pull made him stumble, then he staggered toward her. Their eyes met, both embarrassed, and they quickly parted. Ning Ning said shyly, Bye Chow, that was a red light just now, he also shyly replied. Bai Chow trembled. A gentle and refined girl, her impact is truly astonishing. The two arrived at a print shop on the street. The owner spoke up. If you print on coated paper, 150 copies will cost at least 2,700. We're not making much profit either. And look, we've been swamped these days. If you want to pick up next week, honestly, I can't go any lower. How about this, young lady? If you really want to order, I'll round it down for you. Any lower and I'd be losing money. Ning Ning took off her glasses and replied, This price is out of our budget. Then she turned to leave. Sorry about that. That noon under a tree, Ning Ning used a book to shade herself from the sun. Bai Yao walked over and asked, Still the same quote? She sighed and replied, Sitting beside her, Bai Yao suggested, Let me try. Ning Ning analyzed, Probably not. The ring on the first shop owner's wife and this boss's ring are the same style. They've already got the bargaining power in their hands. Bai Chao said confidently, But the boss just now hasn't seen this handsome face of mine yet. He flicked his hair and looked at her, saying, Right? Then he walked into the print shop and asked, Boss, how much for 120 copies of double-sided coated paper printing? The boss, sitting there, replied, 10 copies for 2162. I'll make it 2160 for you. When do you need it? We're busy now. If you don't book, there might be a surcharge. Yeah, that's about it, Bai Yao thought. Here we go again, this trick of setting a trap, he spoke up. Boss, your quote here is a bit high. For the same quantity, it's a full third cheaper at the university gate. At that rate, even if I add another 30 copies based on their price, I could still get another 5 off. The boss started sweating. Well, young man, you know he continued, guiding, holding up 5 fingers. Uncle, plus we'll print once a month, still 150 copies, take off another 5, that's 4/5 of the current price. How about it? Bai Yao threw out the benefit. Look, this price is about the same as what you'd find on Taobao. They can make money, so you definitely can too. But what sets you apart from them? It's a long-term, stable source of orders, Uncle. What's most valuable in this day and age? Stability. Getting a monthly order for 150 copies of coated paper printing. What does that mean? It's a steady income stream, a gift from heaven. Right, everyone? You take my order today and next month there's another one, and it keeps going. Ning Ning watched him from afar, and the boss countered, Really? 150 copies every month? He replied with admiration in his eyes. Really? Ning Ning stared at him without blinking, her eyes filled with admiration and emotion. Suddenly a voice rang out, What is little Ning Ning looking at? The person had already leaned close to her cheek, and Ning Ning blurted out, Senior, don't you think this way of meeting is about enough? This dark-skinned, golden-haired girl laughed happily and said, How could it be enough? We haven't seen each other for a week. I missed you so much. Ning Ning, you came to the medical university without telling me. I have to pinch you. Then another girl approached Bai Chao and said, Don't worry. A purple-haired girl appeared steadily. She said, Xiao Chun is like that. She has to touch faces to recognize people. Xiao Chu Qian Wanchu, now a graduate student at Nani, a senior from the literature club. She explained, It's like how dogs sniff to recognize their kind, so just get used to it slowly. Xiao Chun Xie Chun, now a graduate student at Nani Medical University, a senior from the literature club. Xiao Chu told Bai Chao, Actually, we're very close with Ning Ning. The only reason Ning Ning became the club president is because Xiao Chun and I pestered her until she reluctantly took on the responsibility. Bai Chao sighed inwardly. Today I finally understand Senior Ning Ning's helplessness. At that moment Xiao Chun was staring at Bai Chao. Catching a glimpse of her looking at him, he was startled. Xiao Chun rushed toward him. This is little Bai Bai, right? I always felt awkward about it at school before, but now you're one of us. Come on, let me feel you. Xiao Chun walked over cheerfully, but Ning Ning grabbed her foot. Hey, Ning Ning pulled her and reminded her. Senior, you can't run around here. Xiao Chun asked in confusion. Oh, why the long face? We're all family here. We have to get to know each other. Or does little Ning Ning not like me touching others? Ning Ning replied. I'm just reminding you that this is Senior Xiao Chu's exhibition. It wouldn't look good if others saw. Xiao Chu laughed happily. Okay, then she suggested to Bai Chao. Junior, are you free? Let's talk over there, Bai Chao asked in confusion. Sure, Xiao Chu spoke up. It's rare for Xiao Ning to actively ask for help from someone. Then she sat down and asked, Bai Chao, what do you think of Ning Ning? Bai Chao replied, Senior, she. Bai Chao fell into deep thought. He recalled various images of Ning Ning. Suddenly faced with such a question, he didn't know how to answer. After all, he had only known Senior Ning Ning for a few days. Even though it was just a fake relationship, if he had taken the initiative to understand her, it wouldn't have come to this. And Senior Ning Ning was very kind to me. She was always gentle, though a bit cold, but very meticulous in everything. In short, she was a bit like the older sister I imagined. Unreachable, but on second thought, a little different. he answered Xiao Chu's question. Senior Ning Ning is a very good person. Xiao Chu rested her chin on her hand as she listened. And, Bai Chao immediately replied. She has an aloof fairy-like aura. Xiao Chu looked at Bai Chao and said, although Xiao Ning seems a bit cold, doesn't smile much and keeps a straight face, that's just the surface. Bai Yao thought to himself. Does Senior Ning Ning have another side? Xiao Chu happily put her hand on his shoulder. It's a long story, you'll understand once you spend more time with Ning Ning, not bad. This is the first time I've seen Ning Ning go out with a guy. Just say the word if you need help, I can play matchmaker for you and Ning Ning. Then Xiao Xiao patted Bai Chao's head and said, you're cute when you're serious. No wonder Xiao Ning chose you. Hee hee. Bai Chao felt a bit shy. We mainly came out for the monthly literary magazine. Haha, she continued patting his head and said, Xiao Ning, I'm leaving him in your hands. Were you surprised? After that brief conversation, Bai Chao returned to Ninger's side. Ninger looked at him and asked, Classmate Bai Chao, how did things go with you Zhao Zhao? Bai Chao scratched his head and replied with a smile, I still need to trouble you a lot, senior. Thank you for your help that night. Bai Chao then tried to explain further. About that incident, thank you for your help, senior. Ninger stood there quietly listening. Then she asked, Classmate Bai Chao, do you know what the feeling of love is like? What kind of emotions would one have? Then the two walked down the street together. Ning Yi looked at Bai Chao. What kind of emotions would they themselves have? Bai Chao broke out in a sweat. Huh? The feeling of love? He fell into deep thought. Ah, as expected of a literary girl, although it feels a bit strange that you, senior, are asking this. I'm also curious, maybe this question is just one of countless questions in her melancholic state. If Xiao Ju, Tang Xin, or Yu Zhao Zhao had asked me this, the sun would probably rise from the north. Bai Chao answered her question. Emotions are probably the accumulated resonance from contact with something. Positive resonance is a feeling of happiness that makes us smile unconsciously. Negative resonance makes people sad and sigh. After listening, Ninger continued to ask, Then is the expression on one's face the only way to convey emotions? Bai Chao replied. Ah, there's also physical contact, language, and so on. It's just that I think the expression on the face is the easiest to notice. If I could understand what emotions are, I wouldn't be such a mess right now. Ning Yi looked confused and started touching her own face. Then she made a very cute expression. After that, she looked at Bai Chao with adoring eyes, and the two held hands affectionately, like a mountain to lean on. Hello. Ning Shi looked at him with a cute expression, and Bai Chao stood there responding to her. She pursed her lips, let out a breath, and said, Sorry, even though it's just pretend acting, I wanted to make a cute expression to thank you for helping me today. But it seems I failed. Bai Chao felt a bit embarrassed. But I thought it was very cute. At the same time, someone was withdrawing money and heard Bai Chao's voice. What are you planning to do this afternoon? Ninger replied, This afternoon I plan to go help at the Hanfu Club if school is out. Bai Chao answered, It's fine, it's fine. I have no classes this afternoon and the Renjian Dogenshi is being released this afternoon anyway. I'll go home and play games and pick up my little sister from school in the evening. But neither of them expected Bai Lu to be nearby. The two chatted and laughed. See you later, senior. Okay, see you tomorrow, Bai Chao replied. See you tomorrow, Lulu with a dark face said angrily. It's her. She decided to take out her phone and call someone. An hour later, Bai Chao's phone vibrated with an incoming call. Just as he arrived home, Bai Chao answered the phone. Hello? The voice on the other end spoke. Hello, Bai Chao, I have an urgent matter and need your help. He hurried over to see Ninger, reached out and shouted loudly. Senior Ninger, she immediately said, please come over. He agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, Bai Lu was hiding in the distance watching phone in hand, preparing on the bustling train platform. Bai Chao thought Mom said she didn't know what was wrong with him, that everyone around him was distancing themselves, even the nearby auntie was covering her nose. The matter was very important. His mother's text message showed, there's a very important thing you need to do right now. Go to your second uncle's house immediately. He stood on the bus carrying a bag of durians thinking, just to get durians and I have to go this far. What surprised him even more was that as soon as he finished speaking, tears started to flow. He remembered asking his mother in a text message, to get durians, what else, his mother said. A few days ago, Lulu said she wanted to eat some, but it was too expensive. So Mom bought some and had it shipped directly. But why can't you, kid, learn from your little sister? Lulu knew Mom was sending things over. And she even told Mom to have Dad send a portion to the relatives at second uncle's house too. You have to know how to handle people like this. You're complaining just because I asked you to go pick something up. You really don't give me any peace of mind. He silently wept in his heart. Has competition started between us siblings too? I should probably tell Lulu. He called Lulu. Hello, Lulu, she answered on the phone. Bro, big brother. Hearing the noise on the phone, Bai Chao asked, where are you? Lulu replied, at the vegetable market. What does big brother want to eat tonight? Bai Chao didn't quite believe it, but school had just ended. How are you already at the vegetable market? Where are you really? Are you hiding something from me? Lulu made up an excuse and quickly hung up. Today there was an exam. After the exam we were dismissed directly. Gotta go, the stuff is heavy. Big brother, hurry home and eat. Bye. Chow fell into detective-like reasoning. No, that sound just now was definitely not from the vegetable market. Although it was also noisy, it wasn't the familiar sound of haggling or vendors shouting. The station's broadcast sounded. Train arriving at platform 20. Passengers heading to platform 20. Please prepare and exit from the left doors in order. He suddenly remembered something. Wu Xiaoyuan had said before that Lulu had been leaving early and coming home late recently. At first I thought it was just occasional, but judging by today's situation, it's definitely not a coincidence. So I can be sure that at this point in time, Lulu is hiding something from me. Even the matter of making me take a detour to second uncle's house to get durians has become very suspicious. Mixed in with the background music was the melody of an advertisement jingle. I'm absolutely sure I didn't mishear it. It's the ad jingle for the Moji snack stall. There are only 2 Moji stalls recently. Knowing Lulu's habits, she would definitely go to the one near our school. But if she's already thought of having mom lure me somewhere else, then she would definitely go to the other place. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Then he suddenly stopped on a street and saw his little sister through the glass. So my deduction was completely correct. Suddenly, Bai Lu was also with Ninger, which almost made Bai Chao spit blood. But how does she know Senior Ninger? Lulu demanded of Ning Yi. Let's continue our topic from earlier. My treat, she said firmly. Please stay away from my brother. Ning put down the water cup she was drinking from on the table, looked at Lulu and asked. Why? Lulu continued. My brother, I said he doesn't have a crush on anyone, so my brother doesn't like you. I don't know if you have some bad intentions for approaching my brother or if you have some leverage over him. But now, Bai Lu threatened angrily, please leave immediately. Then she shouted at Ning Yi, brother, I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. At least not now. Bai Chao stood in the distance, his face covered in sweat, while Ning Yi gently shook her head. Lulu sighed helplessly, then took out a card and pushed it in front of Ning Yi. She spoke, there's 100,000 yuan inside. This made Bai Chao almost spit blood for the second time. Lulu said firmly, the password is my brother's birthday. If what you want is money, I can go withdraw it with you right now, but make it quick. Bai Chao was confused. How does Bai Lu have so much money? And it seems like the situation has already started to develop to an uncontrollable point. Meanwhile, Ning Yi, however, shook her head and refused. She wanted to say something to Lulu, but a voice sounded from behind her. Lulu. Lulu heard her name and turned around. It was Bai Chao. He had stepped in. As soon as she saw Bai Chao, Lulu's face showed a hint of panic. She couldn't believe her brother would appear here. Her hand holding the card trembled for a moment before she forced herself to calm down. Bai Chao spoke, Lulu, I won't listen to you. Lulu ran off in a flash. Bai Chao didn't chase after her, but shouted loudly, Lulu. He suddenly felt something was wrong. Ning Yi grabbed his hand and pulled him in a certain direction. She looked at him and urged, hurry and chase. As he ran, Bai Chao thought, at that moment I regretted it a bit. I regretted not telling Bai Lu earlier about the fake relationship between Senior Ning Yi and me. He ran quickly. It was then that I understood Lulu's question that day. It was to confirm whether I actually liked Senior Ning Yi or not. That was when Bai Lu had already discovered the existence of the senior. But where could Lulu possibly go? A place an unhappy Lulu would go, he remembered. He gracefully vaulted over the railing and jumped up. The setting sun was shining over the skies of Huasha. Lulu sat on a swing, staring blankly. Lulu's expression was melancholic, lost in thought. Bai Chao spoke from behind. My little sister hasn't come home to cook with me yet. I'm starving. Hearing his voice, she glanced over and reached for her school bag to run away. Bai Chao sat down on the swing next to her and said, if you run again, I won't look after you anymore. Hearing this, Lulu turned back, looked at him with a reproachful expression, then walked over and sat down on the swing. Lulu asked, brother, how did you find me? Bai Chao sighed, I found you the same way someone got here. She took out a piece of flatbread. If you're hungry, eat this first. As Bai Chao ate, he said, Lulu, actually I wanted to say, ahem. She rummaged through her things again. And this? Lulu shoved the water bottle to Bai Chao's mouth. Drink some water, don't choke. Bai Chao laughed. No, like this, the mood I was building up. She took out another apple. And this, brother, you never like to eat fruit. You're not healthy. Brother, please don't hate me. On the swing, Bai Chao sighed. He pondered and then spoke. As your brother, I absolutely will not forgive you. The apple in her hand dropped. She wiped her tears with her hand. I know. She remembered that she had long prepared herself to be hated by her brother. Ever since that day after returning from the hot springs, I followed my brother out every morning. I went on the school website to find out who the girl was beside my brother every morning, and I planned to use money to make his girlfriend leave once my brother changed his mind. Lulu burst into loud sobs. Ah, how strange. I was already prepared to be hated by my brother. Even so, why does it still hurt so much? Bai Chao placed his hand on hers. Absolutely will not forgive. Bai Chao held her hand. He absolutely will not forgive that little sister who decided she wanted to eat durian without permission. He held up a watermelon and said, "Watermelon is so cheap and is the star of summer. How can you eat other fruits before eating watermelon? And durian is so expensive, I absolutely won't allow it." "What's that expression? Are you trying to stand up for the durian?" Lulu cried out. "No, brother, weren't we just talking about?" Bai Chao patted her head. "Although Lulu is very good at studying, I'm still better when it comes to life experience. Of course, besides fruits there are many things Lulu doesn't know," like he thought to himself. 100,000 yuan. My little rich girl actually saved up 100,000 yuan in secret. How many zeros is that? Please have some consideration for us salarymen living paycheck to paycheck. He continued to explain that Senior Ning Yi and he were just ordinary friends. Then he explained the whole story of the fake girlfriend agreement to Bai Lu in detail. Bai Lu didn't understand why he wouldn't let her use a photo to tell others she was his girlfriend. He could only tell her the truth. "The person who confessed to me is also someone she knows. Yu Zhao Zhao is like that." And in the end, Lulu also asked the question that made her most uneasy. Lulu said coquettishly, "Then how long does brother have to maintain this relationship with that senior?" Bai Chao replied, "I don't know either. Leaving aside my side for now, I haven't fulfilled my obligations regarding the senior's matters yet." He thought about it, "And based on my understanding of Yu Zhao Zhao, as long as she hasn't let go, I won't dare to end the fake relationship with the senior." Lulu teased, "Wow, brother is really popular. What are you going to do then?" Bai Chao felt a bit embarrassed. "Haha, this kind of creature called a little sister, whether in middle school or high school." Lulu stood up and reached out her hands. He looked at her coquettishness with confusion. As long as she acted cute, Bai Chao happily reached out his hands. Bai Chao and Lulu hugged each other tightly. "You always feel she's still that elementary school student following behind you calling big brother," Lulu said happily. "Let's go home, brother, on a road," Bai Chao thought as he walked. "This way, the crisis with my little sister is barely resolved." He lay lazily in the classroom. "I've also returned to my lazy life." Until suddenly came the sound of a hand slapping the table. Old Bai stopped daydreaming. "Get up." Two boys, one with red hair and one with yellow hair, ran over in a panic. "Something terrible has happened," Bai Chao asked suspiciously. "What happened to your hair?" the yellow-haired boy complained tearfully. "It's all your fault. The student council has been cracking down on relationship issues recently. Because we two are close to you, Xiao Ju took us down first. I've lost the last bit of my individuality," the red-haired boy continued. "Wait, now's not the time for that," the red-haired boy said seriously. "Old Bai, what's in front of you now is a choice that affects your face." Bai Chao was startled. "Ha, I've lost my hair. What face is there to talk about?" The red-haired boy held up two fingers. "Tang Xin and Yu Zhao Zhao. Who do you choose?" On a school morning, Tang Xin and Zhao Zhao appeared together. Bai Chao waved his hand. "I heard you called me over," the teacher spoke. Bai Chao, class monitor of class 10, grade 1. This week's General Knowledge Thinking Development class is about cooking home-style dishes, but there aren't enough classrooms. The school plans to split your class into two groups, with the two classes taking turns having class. Then the teacher pointed at the blackboard and asked, "Class monitor and study committee member of class 7, do you have any other opinions? If not, we can immediately discuss the division of labor and class schedule." Bai Chao sighed. "Is that so?" "It's not as serious as those two idiots made it out to be," he replied to the teacher. "For convenience, why don't we split the class into two groups by student number?" Then Bai Chao suddenly remembered something. Wait, danger." He thought of Tang Xin and Zhao Zhao. Danger. "I almost overlooked a life-threatening issue. Why split into groups at this time? Doesn't that mean asking me which side to go and suffer on? This life-or-death question?" Glancing at Tang Xin, Bai Chao was filled with fear. Looking at Tang Xin's terrifying expression, has he already thought of a way to deal with me? He turned his gaze toward Zhao Zhao. In comparison, although her eyes were also terrifying, at least it was safer than the white-furred fox's side. He raised his hands. "I'm panicking. Please wait a moment. I'll go back and discuss with my classmates whether everyone agrees to split into two groups." One hand was raised to speak. "Teacher, that was Tang Xin's suggestion. I think it's not quite appropriate. Although it's convenient to have Bai Chao split our class into two mixed groups, forcibly breaking one class into two, ahem, will inevitably make the other class feel isolated. Don't you think so, classmate Bai Chao?" He thought blankly. How could they feel isolated after just one class? Are college students nowadays so fragile? Then the teacher thought for a moment. "Well, this classmate does have a point." Bai Chao roared inwardly. "A point, my foot. The boys in our engineering class would be thrilled to have class with the two of you. I want to call the police." The teacher continued. "So does this classmate have a better idea?" Tang Xin replied. "Yes, I have a small suggestion." At that moment she was like a turtle in a jar, and the turtle was Bai Chao. In the end, under Tang Xin's scheming and reasonable arrangement, Our 3 classes had all seats scrambled, and were randomly divided into 2 groups for the lesson. Bai Chao was handing out aprons to everyone. The yellow-haired boy took an apron and said, "Put on the apron, work hard." He thought, right, random grouping. Voices erupted all around. Everyone put them on who hasn't gotten one yet, noisy and chaotic. The teacher cheerfully put on an apron too and said, "Is everyone here? It's almost time. Form groups freely, 3 people per group." The surroundings began to buzz. "Zhao Zhao, be in my group this time and add me too. You were with Zhao Zhao last time, it's my turn now. Get lost, darling. Be in my group, be in my group. President, let me join." "Miss Tang Xin, I'm late," the yellow-haired boy said pretentiously. "Old Bai, you've worked hard," the red-haired boy chimed in. "Exactly, you're doing all the work of handing things out. These people have no conscience." Seeing those 2 run off, Bai Chao shouted, "Hey, where are you 2 going?" the red-haired boy said with a righteous expression. "I'm a kind person. Seeing classmate Zhao Zhao being bothered by so many people, I had to step in and help." The yellow-haired boy smoothed his hair, also putting on a handsome look. Classmate Tang Xin is being troubled. If we miss some opportunity, we might not sleep at night." He grabbed both of them by the collar. "Don't you 2 see the people surrounding them? Don't you see the people waiting for their help? What's covering your eyes?" the red-haired boy shouted. "Wow, old Bai, you're well-fed and don't know the hunger of the starving," the yellow-haired boy chimed in. "Exactly, you have such a beautiful girlfriend and you're making light of it with sarcastic remarks," Bai Chao shouted. "Enough nonsense. Today your group only has me," the red-haired boy said dejectedly. "Damn, grabbing clothes is too sneaky." Tang Xin walked over and asked, "Have you 3 formed a group yet? Yellow hair and red hair, haven't you grouped up yet?" "Not yet," she cheerfully suggested. "We're having some trouble forming a group over here. If you haven't grouped up, can I join?" Suddenly Zhao Zhao also spoke up. "Huh?" Then she walked over happily. "Sorry," then with a cute expression she said, "Can you add me too?" The red-haired young man fainted on the spot, and the yellow-haired boy was frantic. "Bro C, what's wrong? Bro C, you can't just leave like this." Bro C, the red-haired boy had fainted from happiness. "Happiness has knocked on the door. No regrets in death," the teacher spoke up. "Has everyone formed groups?" Then she walked over to Bai Chao and asked, "Are you 5 the only ones left? The classroom's workstations are quite small. A group of 5 might be a bit difficult. Do any of the 3 boys know how to cook?" At that moment, the red-haired young man changed clothes in a flash, the youngest top chef in history. "Yes, today's learning course for classmate Zhao Zhao can be safely entrusted to me," Bai Chao said helplessly. "Aren't you bragging? What's with this outfit?" The yellow-haired boy beside him also spoke up. "So-called cuisine is itself an endless wilderness. A wilderness where countless flavors and countless ingredients coexist, and I just want to hold darling's hand and explore toward the other side of that wilderness," Bai Han shouted. "And you, what's with this weird style?" the teacher suddenly asked him. "What about classmate Bai Chao?" he said somewhat awkwardly. "Me, I know a little bit too." Hearing this, the teacher clapped happily. "Then I'll assign it. Since 2 boys can cook, forming a group together will definitely be fine." This made the yellow-haired and red-haired young men open their mouths in shock. The remaining 3 form a group and complete today's assignment. Zhao Zhao ran off happily. "Great, I'll go get the ingredients." Bai Chao asked suspiciously, "Was this also your arrangement?" Tang Xin turned her face away. "This has nothing to do with Xin Xin." Out of sight, out of mind, suddenly 2 arms draped over Bai Chao's shoulders as if possessed by some evil spirit. 2 auras of killing intent spoke at the same time. "From now on, every move you make is under our watch." "And me too," Bai Chao hid under the table to observe. The yellow-haired boy asked him, "Old Bai, you're in the student council, right? You should know President Tang Xin, right? What's the president like? Is she always so dignified and elegant?" Bai Chao answered with a smile, "Well, ha ha ha, isn't she?" But in his mind he thought, cunning and vicious, and she likes to slack off. Suddenly he felt someone watching him and turned back in panic. Tang Xin was twirling a knife in her hand. Staring at him, Bai Chao trembled in fear at her gaze and quickly replied, "Yes, yes, elegant, dignified, gentle, generous, truly a divine being on earth." The yellow-haired boy was overjoyed. "Oh wow, really?" The red-haired boy also leaned in to ask, "What about classmate Yu Zhao Zhao? You should have interacted with her during your recording activities, right? Is she as cute as she looks?" Bai Chao panicked. "You want someone who, after I rejected her confession, still dared to go find that terrifying senior Ning?" Suddenly he saw the knife fall. A hand picked up the knife. He saw Zhao Zhao holding the knife with an unfriendly expression. He thought, what does this mean? Why is this person eavesdropping on others too? Can't she just focus on class? The red-haired boy grabbed his shoulder and urged, "What are you looking at? Spit it out." He had to turn back and answer, Pretty cute." "Ah, yes, yes, yes." Tang Xin pretended to cough a few times. Ahem, classmate Bai Chao had enough gossip out there. Time to come back. There are 2 girls waiting for you here." Not daring to disobey, Bai Chao walked over. "What expressions are you 2 making?" Tang Xin poured a glass of water, holding a large bottle of drink. Tang Xin poured a small cup. It seemed to be a carbonated drink. Tang Xin's gaze was drawn to the bottle. Zhao Zhao leaned in. "What is classmate Tang Xin drinking?" Tang Xin replied. "It's a new flavor of cola developed by Bai Chao's dad at the agricultural college." She placed the cola bottle on the table. Tang Xin continued, "I happened to bring it for today's cooking class to make cola chicken wings, but it seems there's not much left," Zhao Zhao said happily. "Wow, amazing." Tang Xin held the cup in her mouth and looked at Zhao Zhao. "Are you that curious? Could Little Orange's news be true? The girl who confessed to Bai Chao is her. Let's test it and see," Tang Xin asked happily. "Want a drink? There's only this little left." "How about?" Zhao Zhao froze. "Hey, is that okay?" The white-furred fox quickly replied. "It's okay." Zhao Zhao answered cheerfully, "Sure, sure." At that moment, Zhao Zhao brought her mouth over to the cup. Tang Xin was also holding it. Zhao Zhao pulled the cup toward herself. She took a hearty sip of cola. This move left Tang Xin dumbfounded. Bai Chao walked over and asked suspiciously, "Hee hee, you all?" Tang Xin stammered. Just drinking a drink, nothing much." Zhao Zhao also spoke up. "Come over quickly. If you don't hand in the assignment later, it'll be your fault." Bai Chao panicked. Scary women. Then as he was chopping green onions, Zhao Zhao asked, "Classmate Tang Xin and classmate Bai Chao are both in the student council, right? I wonder what someone like classmate Bai Chao who can cook is like in the student council." Tang Xin replied. "Why does classmate you Zhao Zhao suddenly ask that?" she said shyly. "No, nothing, just seeing classmate Tang Xin nearby suddenly made me think of the student council. Just curious and asking." Bai Chao's face turned pale, frozen with tension. Just then, Tang Xin reached out and touched Bai Chao's butt, laughing happily. "Is that so?" Bai Chao thought. "Why is it about me again? Can't we talk about games or life?" Tang Xin rested her chin on her hand and thought, "Vice President, let me think." Bai Chao stood in the middle sweating. I'll start cooking." Zhao Zhao looked at Tang Xin. "Although the Vice President sometimes slacks off a bit, he does a decent job with student council work, and there are many things to thank him for." Bai Chao was angry inside. "Who's the one slacking off? Say it clearly." "Little Orange, come and help me get justice," Tang Xin replied. But overall, the two said in unison, "It's passable." Bai Chao worriedly looked at how in sync these two were. Bai Chao interrupted, "All right, time to add the seasoning." She wouldn't let the topic end and added, "But recently, the Vice President seems to be quite popular with the girls. It seems girls like this type." Hearing this, both Bai Chao and Zhao Zhao panicked inside. Zhao Zhao hesitated and asked back, Is that so?" while washing vegetables in her hands. Tang Xin said to Zhao Zhao, "Classmate Bai Chao and Senior Ning from the 3rd year have been dating recently. Isn't that common knowledge? What does classmate Zhao Zhao think about this?" Lowering her head, Zhao Zhao was at a loss. Is that so?" Bai Chao, on the other hand, chanted a spell. "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me." She was about to say something, then looked at Tang Xin and spoke, "I think it's fine too, as long as they love each other." Tang Xin pretended to sigh. "Yeah, but if the Vice President and Senior Ning are already together, if there are other girls who like the Vice President, in my opinion, those girls should probably give up by now." Hearing this, Zhao Zhao lost focus and couldn't hold the knife steady, dropping it on the table. After hearing Tang Xin's words, "I think those girls should give up by now," Zhao Zhao fell into deep thought, while Bai Chao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Zhao Zhao clenched her fists, stammering, but still managed to smile as she replied, I don't quite understand. I just think dating is really complicated and it depends on what the other person means." Bai Chao's face grew even darker. After hearing this, Tang Xin narrowed her eyes in thought. "So the news is true. This kid doesn't know anything. Oh well, for the sake of continuing to tease him later." Not knowing what Zhao Zhao was thinking, she turned and hugged Tang Xin, complaining, "But Bai Chao is in the student council. Dating so openly like this, doesn't the student council have rules to punish it?" Zhao Zhao also affirmed, "If you need evidence for a conviction, I don't mind being a secret informant." Bai Chao immediately frowned. "There's no such rule." Tang Xin patted Zhao Zhao's head and said, "In short, neither for nor against. After all, the previous president and vice president also dated for a while." Hearing this, Zhao Zhao immediately pulled a long face. "That's too bad," Bai Chao thought, "too bad my foot." The teacher clapped and said loudly, "Classmates, pay attention. There are 10 minutes left until class ends. Everyone can take photos of today's dishes and send them to me for grading. You can also share your dishes with each other. 3-person group, 3-person group, 3-person group." Bai Chao was watching the two girls taking photos with their phones. HMPH. Then he quickly grabbed the plate on the table. "No, don't take my assignment to submit. Can't you make your own?" Zhao Zhao confidently pushed her plate forward. Full of confidence, she said, "Here, this is this beauty's personally developed exclusive delicacy." Bai Chao, "Want to take a bite and try?" With that, she put a piece of food into her mouth and then froze. The pancake expert shouted with a dark face, so spicy, so spicy." Bai Chao thought, "If you have cooking enthusiasm, don't use me to name the dishes." Bai Chao sighed, then turned and asked, "What about the president? I wonder what she's doing, waiting for me to submit the assignment?" As soon as he said that, he saw Tang Xin sneaking around under the table doing something. She suddenly brought out a plate of food. Seeing that her strange behavior was about to be discovered, Tang Xin quickly pushed Bai Chao away. I know how to do it, I'm just still processing. Turn around, don't steal my technique, ha ha ha, he quickly denied it. Steal what technique? I haven't even seen it yet. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. Turning back, he found Zhao Zhao sneaking around, slowly pulling his hand toward the plate. The next second, a tempting piece of food appeared in Bai Chao's hand. Seeing this, he immediately shouted, "What now? Why are you using my hand? Don't move, I'm helping classmate Bai Chao taste it." "Because I forgot to bring chopsticks, and using my hand would mean washing it too troublesome," Bai Chao shouted in panic. Wait a moment," he turned and whispered to Zhao Zhao. "You don't want me to feed you, do you? There are so many boys in this room. Do you want me to shout it out?" Hearing this, Zhao Zhao immediately said happily, "You want to feed me?" Then she opened her mouth waiting for the food to come in. But half a minute later, she was still with her mouth open. Seeing that the food hadn't been delivered by Bai Chao, she opened one eye to look, then signaled again. Seeing Bai Chao eating bite after bite, completely ignoring her self-directed act, Zhao Zhao cried out in frustration. She angrily pounced on him immediately, biting the pancake in his hand, even taking Bai Chao's fingers into her mouth. Got it," Bai Chao shouted angrily. "Got it, then let go." Zhao Zhao still bit his fingers tightly and replied, "I finally grabbed it, I'm not letting go." Suddenly a voice rang out calling her little pig. The person pinched her face with both hands. "No wonder you said you didn't want to be in our group today. So you wanted to be with your little boyfriend." Zhao Zhao blushed, thinking little boyfriend. The newcomer was Zhao Zhao's bad friend named Sky Tree. She reminded her, "Looks like my help with the act last time was quite successful, so how are you going to thank me?" Zhao Zhao quickly pushed the girl away and said hurriedly, "We need to go, hurry up." "Thanks, Bai Chao and Tang Xin. I'll treat you to a meal next time," Bushu asked in confusion. "Hey, what's the rush? Let me talk to Bai Chao for a bit, maybe we'll all be family someday." Zhao Zhao snapped angrily, "Shut up." Then she dragged the two away, leaving Bai Chao standing there stunned. While Tang Xin looked as if a huge weight had been lifted off her shoulders, she sighed in relief, turned her head, and gazed at Bai Chao with adoring eyes, saying softly, "I've finished my homework too." Seeing this, Bai Chao couldn't help but feel puzzled. "What kind of fish is this? Dragon eye eggs?" Bai Chao exclaimed in surprise. "Silly dragon eye eggs, is this molecular gastronomy? Are you surprised? You made molecular gastronomy in just a few minutes," Tang Xin replied cheerfully. "Because I'm a culinary genius. Want a taste, Vice President?" Bai Chao stepped back in fear and stammered, "I think I'll pass." She picked up a spoon and said, "Looks like the Vice President thinks I'm overreaching." Bai Chao looked wronged and replied, "Overreaching? Disdain?" Then Tang Xin put half the egg in her mouth and backed him against the wall. "Hey," Tang Xin began to threaten. "Looks like I'll have to feed you to stop the Vice President's resistance." Seeing the quarter of an egg held between her soft lips, he blushed and asked, "Feed?" Then he quickly waved his hands and shouted, "No, President, you can't do that here." Half a minute later, Bai Chao stood there dazed, feeling like he had forgotten something. Then he saw Tang Xin happily enjoying the food she had just made. With a look of indignation, he thought, "This selfish fox." Just as the food reached Tang Xin's lips, she turned her head and said, "Hey, the Vice President's cooking is absolutely amazing. I had no idea." The next second she proposed, "You two should come work as chefs at my place. We can negotiate the salary. Sign a contract until you're 70 or 80 and you name your price." Hearing this, Bai Chao couldn't help but sweat. Coming to his senses, he quickly shouted, "Sign until 70 or 80? Are you looking for slaves? No wonder you're a capitalist daughter. Every word and action reveals your capitalist ambitions." Just then, Ning Yi happened to pass by and overheard Bai Chao's words. She stopped and asked, "Bai Chao." Ninger noticed the three people cooking inside. The space was quiet and harmonious, and she observed intently, holding a book in her hand. Instability level. Student Council President Tang Xin. Instability level is 2 stars. Tang Xin then asked Bai Chao, "Hey Chao, when did you meet Zhao Zhao? You two seem close." Bai Chao replied, "It was a few years ago." She asked again, "And your girlfriend?" He said blankly, "Girlfriend." Tang Xin reminded him, "Senior Ninger." Ninger was taken aback and he finally realized. "Almost forgot about that setup," he said while wiping a kitchen knife. "Ah yeah, Senior Ninger about 2 weeks ago." Tang Xin then speculated, "Only known for 2 weeks. I heard Bai Chao recently rejected a girl. I don't know who she was, but I'm guessing she had pink hair. Want to confirm?" Then she casually said something that left Bai Chao even more confused. "So that's the trick." Bai Chao's face turned pale and he wiped the knife harder. What trick? Ha." Tang Xin leaned seductively on the table, pointing at him, pretending to advance on one path while secretly taking another. "I was just saying it casually. No need to worry, Vice President." Hearing this, the knife in Bai Chao's hand dropped and his hand started bleeding. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." She quickly pulled something out of her pocket. "Bai Chao, you idiot." Bai Chao extended his hand to Tang Xin. "It's your fault for suddenly saying those weird idioms and scaring me, alright?" Then Tang Xin said, "By the way, come to my place this Saturday," he exclaimed in surprise. How why? She lifted his injured finger, because Tang Xin then put his hand in her mouth, startling Bai Chao. But her eyes were fixed on her phone as she dialed a number and put it on speaker. Little Orange, if that kid doesn't dare to come, I'll twist his ears off. Tang Xin held up the phone and said, Little Orange, she wants you to come. Then she winked and added, You'll come, right? Bai Chao's face was now as black as a pot bottom, and under the president's enthusiastic invitation, he agreed to go to her place on Saturday. Scene change. There was one thing Bai Chao didn't know. A surprise was waiting for him. He opened the door and said, Lulu, I'm home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Bai Lu sitting with her legs crossed waiting. Seeing Bai Lu stand up, Bai Chao asked in panic, What are you doing? Bai Lu didn't say a word. She walked over, grabbed Bai Chao's tie, pulled it hard and leaned in to sniff. Bai Chao stumbled and fell to the ground. He asked again, What do you want? Done sniffing. Bai Lu extended her finger, tied with a bow, and looked serious. Seeing that he had been caught, Bai Chao showed a flustered expression. Then Bai Lu finally spoke. Did you do that with that person? Bai Chao quickly waved his hands in denial. What are you pushing for? How could that happen? She's just a fake girlfriend. We're only pretending to date. Bai Lu looked confused and retorted, I was talking about cooking. What were you thinking? Lulu already knew that her second brother had rushed to buy groceries this morning. She pulled a long face. She's just a fake sister-in-law, but second brother personally cooked for her. Boo-hoo. Didn't you say only Lulu gets to eat your cooking? He patted her head to comfort her. It's just regular education. It's a free elective class, an optional course at Lulu's middle school. Today just happened to be cooking day, so I bought groceries and cooked. Bai Lu said angrily. Isn't that just cooking for another girl? Then Bai Chao replied with a dark face. Absolutely not. Let's stop here. Lulu hasn't eaten yet, right? Today, let second brother show off his cooking skills for Lulu. The little girl immediately agreed, okay. While cooking, Bai Chao thought, a little girl like Lulu needs to be coaxed. I'm a genius at coaxing my little sister. Lulu, get ready to eat. Bai Lu thought smugly. When I don't feel like cooking myself, this trick works perfectly. Lulu is a genius. While cooking, a text notification caught Bai Chao's attention. He picked up his phone and saw it was a message from Ning Yi, which made him sweat. Bai Chao, sorry to bother you so late. Do you know if Student Council President Tang Xin is free recently? I'd like to talk to her. Bai Chao rushed to school. Ning Yi was in the classroom panting, he explained. The message was from yesterday. Why did you suddenly think of looking for the president? She closed her book and first asked him to sit down. Bai Chao, please sit down first. Bai Chao replied. Okay. Then she poured him a glass of water. Bai Chao, do you remember me inviting you to join the literature club yesterday? He immediately said. That? I have no problem with it, but Bai Chao's wristband suddenly sounded an alarm. And Bai Lu's face appeared on the screen. Detected behavior exceeding the allowed range. Please have second brother immediately adjust the distance from the fake girlfriend to no less than 20 centimeters. Any excessive physical contact is strictly prohibited. The wristband emitted Bai Lu's voice. Bai Chao quickly covered the wristband and explained. Sorry. The kid at home is being naughty, it's okay. She looked a bit embarrassed. Actually, I've been thinking too, suddenly inviting Bai Chao to join the literature club. The student council might not let you go easily. If Bai Chao has no objections, then after school on Friday, I'll go talk to Tang Xin about it. Bai Chao looked troubled. Is that so? Facing Tang Xin directly and saying he wanted to join another club was really hard for him to bring up. He thought about how Tang Xin would deal with him. Dare to betray the student council and I'll destroy you. He thought, even if I actually said it, she'd probably just brush it off as a joke. So having the senior handle it would indeed be much more convenient. Then he looked at Ning Yi. That the senior's sudden decision and her expression at that moment made it hard not to think of her sister and the reason she wouldn't tell. Plus what Senior Xiaochu said that day. Bai Chao recalled what Xiaochu said when she saw him. Although on the surface Xiao Ning seems a bit cold, doesn't smile much and rarely shows excitement, that's just the surface. Added to that, Ning Yi had asked him, Bai Chao, do you know what romantic feelings between a man and a woman are? And the question seemed to come from genuine ignorance, or rather what feelings even are. Therefore, curiosity about her other side kept accumulating in his heart. So scene change. Xiaochu was saying to Bai Chao, Ning Yi is actually a natural airhead. Surprised? A natural airhead, but the senior has such good grades, and the amazing observational skills she showed when printing last time. Xiaochu emphasized, I'm not joking. I remember Xiao Chao's first impression of Xiao Ning was cold and aloof, untouched by the world, right? He replied, right. But now you've come to me, isn't it precisely because you've started to doubt that initial impression? Bai Chao listened curiously, eager to hear more. She said, first we need to find an assistant. Bai Chao's face was being roughly squeezed. Xiaochen happily exclaimed, Little Bai, what a rare treat to have you visit me, a lonely graduate student. She kept talking while on the treadmill, so touched. Her butt was swaying in front of Bai Chao's eyes, and he decided he would give it a hard pinch. He said fearfully, Senior, please don't. Xiao Chu appeared beside him and patted her butt. Stop being narcissistic. Silly Chun, want to play volleyball? Xiao Chen shouted seriously. Volleyball. Then she struck a volleyball pose. Great, I love volleyball the most. Bai Chao asked blankly. Senior, aren't we? Weren't we talking about senior Ninger? Why did we suddenly switch to volleyball? I don't know how to play at all, Xiao Chu said. Xiao Bai, do you know what Senior Ning's parents do? He thought for a moment, recalling what the seniors and others had said. Senior's father seems to be a diplomat, and her mother is a famous writer, the president of some writers' association. So, because her parents are too busy with work and rarely show her care, that's why she said while serving the ball. No, actually no parent doesn't love their child, seeing her powerful spike. Bai Chao exclaimed. Senior, you really can play volleyball, Xiao Chu continued. It's precisely out of love for Xiao Ning, and because her parents deeply understand how to handle interpersonal relationships, they intentionally kept Xiao Ning away from those things from a young age, letting her grow up carefree. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen gracefully saved the ball from the side while playing, Xiao Chu said. But also because of her parents' work, Xiao Ning never lived in a fixed city as a child. She had to constantly change schools, rarely had time to meet and make friends, and seldom interacted with others. From a young age, parting was a very common thing for Ning Yi. So the coldness you usually see in her is just because she doesn't know what to say. Bai Chao turned back and asked, but what does that have to do with being a natural airhead? Xiao Chu bumped the ball with both hands and said, the ball is behind you, catch it. Chunner jumped up and spiked it hard. Little Bai, catch it. He covered his face with his hands. I can't play. The ball hit him in the face, Xiao Chu added. A person who can't play volleyball when faced with a sudden flying ball will only instinctively run away, right? Bai Chao pondered. Seems like I understand. Because of her parents' protection, the senior rarely had to interact with others from a young age. Coupled with constantly changing schools, she has no experience in normal social interactions, and is even slow in that regard. So after entering university, when faced with necessary communication, the only thing the senior can do is instinctively avoid it. So when faced with emotional issues, her first thought for a solution is also to escape through a fake romantic relationship. This unconscious avoidance behavior appears as coldness to others, or perhaps as the image of an elegant girl hiding in literature. Even I misunderstood, Xiao Chu added. That's precisely why Chunner and I pulled Xiao Ning into the literature club, and even after we left we repeatedly asked her to take over as president to get her to meet more people. Lately Xiao Ning has been trying hard to reach out to everyone, hasn't she? Senior Xiao Chu asked. So what do you think, don't you find Xiao Ning cuter? Bai Chao was a bit shy. Sometimes she really is cute. Xiao Chen put her arm around his shoulder. So can we entrust this little Ning Ning to you? Bai Chao's eyes widened. This afternoon. After chatting with the two seniors, I finally gained a better understanding of Senior Ning Yi, Xiao Chen instructed. Next time remember to bring Xiao Ning along, preferably holding hands. If the two of you I'm rooting for end up together, I'll die without regrets. Bai Chao was a bit dazed. How did it come to this? After saying goodbye to them, he thought to himself, Senior Ninger isn't really an iceberg. She just has communication difficulties. Maybe she never puts down her book, not out of a strong love for literature, but out of curiosity about the world in others' eyes, or a desire to fit in with everyone. After all, at that moment, Ning Yi was looking out the window and sighing. The loneliness in her eyes showed through those melancholic eyes. There's a fundamental difference between not being able to speak and not wanting to speak. Bai Chao sighed, thinking, now I have some understanding of the situation, but how can I help the senior deal with this problem? He found himself at a loss again. The next day at noon in the school cafeteria, Bai Chao asked two friends, I'm going to buy drinks. What do you guys want? Cola, mineral water. Thanks. Just as he picked out the drinks, a hand snatched his cola can away, then hid it behind her back. He said angrily, dare to snatch my drink in front of me, do you know? He grabbed the hand of the drink snatcher. Even God can't save you now. It turned out to be Tang Xin. She was blushing and a bit flustered, and Bai Chao was also stunned to see Tang Xin feeling a bit awkward. Tang Xin asked, how long does the vice president plan to hold my hand? I don't really mind, but there are quite a few people here. She deliberately spoke loudly for those around to hear. It wouldn't be good if people thought the vice president was a pervert. Then she flashed a teasing smile. Aha! Bai Chao then reached out and pinched Tang Xin's cheek. Hey, he and she spilled the entire can of drink. It's crowded here. The can hit the floor, splashing everywhere. If we're misunderstood, it'll be bad. Coke splashed all over Tang Xin. Bai Chao's face started turning pale while Tang Xin hadn't snapped out of it yet. Coke soaked Tang Xin's whole body, dripping down her legs. She was furious. Bai Chao, Coke dripping on Tang Xin, her eyes reddening as she glared threateningly. Are you tired of living? She looks like she wants to devour you alive, President. Oh, only Bai Chao's scream remained. No way, Bai Chao, with a bump swelling on his head, yelled. President, I think she's sulking. Shut up, don't say anything. I don't want to talk to you. Bai Chao said, I mean, I think we should find another place to discuss this. Won't this draw too much attention? Tang Xin scolded. It's all your fault. The two turned their backs to block Tang Xin's movement and cover the wet spot. The cafeteria is too crowded. No empty seats. How about I pack the president's meal and take it to the student council office to eat? Then Tang Xin said the seat didn't matter. It's fine. Back at the table. Before meeting you, Little Orange had already saved a seat. When Bai Chao's two male classmates saw Little Orange, they hugged each other in fear. She continued, "Hey, it's right near your seat," he said speechlessly. "What a coincidence. I think you did that on purpose." Bai Chao's classmates pointed at Yu Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao was chewing something, turned around to see these familiar faces, choked, barely caught her breath and rushed to Bai Chao's side. She exclaimed, "Awesome." Everyone around was speechless as she started acting shy. "Wow, what a coincidence. You guys are here too," Bai Chao replied. "Yeah, what a coincidence." But inside he thought, sure enough, with so many people around, she wouldn't dare act up. "I'm saved, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win every battle." Tang Xin beside him also spoke up. "What a coincidence. Our student council is here too." Tang Xin glared at Zhao Zhao. "Not earlier, not later, but just this coincidental?" Zhao Zhao nudged Bai Chao with her foot as a signal. Bai Chao stepped back and asked, "Didn't I text you at noon to wait for me?" "Why didn't you wait for me?" Bai Chao replied darkly. "I had class today." "Didn't check my phone," he argued. Zhao Zhao clamped her legs around his. Suddenly someone set down a tray. "Ah, sorry," catching the attention of the two male classmates. Then the two guys next to them suddenly trembled and opened their mouths wide. Ningning coldly showed a scary expression and said, "There are no seats around." She said coldly, "If you two are done eating." Yu Zhao Zhao felt a bit awkward seeing this. Bai Chao was so scared he almost spat blood at the sight. Tang Xin remained indifferent. Ningning continued, "Can you give me the seat?" Bai Chao's two male classmates quickly slipped away. "Bai Chao, we have something to do. We're leaving first." Zhao Zhao tightly gripped her chopsticks. The two male classmates fled for their lives. "You and the senior take your time eating." This meal was more tense than ever. Little Orange glanced at Ningning. Zhao Zhao's expression wasn't much better either. Bai Chao could only sweat in fear. Tang Xin observed for a while. Seeing this, Tang Xin spoke up. "Little Orange, you have the club's expense report, right?" This left Bai Chao with his mouth open, unable to speak. "Tough," Little Orange replied. "Yeah, I just finished the report a couple of days ago. Why does the president suddenly ask about this?" Tang Xin said awkwardly, The economy hasn't been great lately, and the membership fees from off-campus groups have dropped a lot. I was wondering if there's any way to save some funds for the clubs." Bai Chao ate, looking puzzled. "Really? So what does the president plan to do?" Tang Xin explained. "I'm thinking of ways to save club funds. For instance, I've noticed some clubs are spending money on unhealthy relationships between men and women, especially one 3-character club." Bai Chao's face lit up thinking about what Tang Xin said. "My suggestion here is to disband your club on the spot." He thought to himself, could she still be holding a grudge over the literature club thing? Tang Xin continued, "If it's disbanded, we could save a lot of funds, right, Vice President?" Little Orange rested her chin on her hand in agreement. "Good idea." Ningning picked up some food, listening to Little Orange's attack. Which 3-character club could it be? Suddenly, she shoved the food into Bai Chao's mouth. "Try this." The other 3 widened their eyes in surprise. Tang Xin asked him, "It's pretty good, right?" Bai Chao nodded. Tang Xin beside him was feeling uncomfortable. Completely ignoring her own attack, Ningning sat down and asked Tang Xin, "Which 3-character club is Tang Xin talking about?" Tang Xin said, "Oh, that one, of course, it's the Love Research Club. That kind of boring club that teaches people how to date should have been banned long ago." Bai Chao breathed a sigh of relief, finally agreeing to let the Literature Club off the hook. Poor Love Research Club getting picked on for no reason. Ningning spoke up, saying she didn't know there was such a club at school nearby. After hearing this, Zhao Zhao was very upset and stabbed her chopsticks hard into her plate. She glanced with a hint of sharpness, watching their affectionate display, couldn't take it anymore, suddenly turned around and directly shoved the chopsticks into her mouth to feed Bai Chao. After feeding him, she asked, "Today's sweet and sour meatballs are too sour, I can't eat them, you finish them." Bai Chao got angry. "What do you mean finish them? Didn't you used to eat them for me?" The two went back and forth. Bai Chao said, "I don't like things too sour either." Zhao Zhao said, "If you don't eat them, won't they get even sourer?" Bai Chao struggled. "How can you be so unreasonable?" Seeing them like this, Ningning thought, although Yu Zhao Zhao is the biggest threat, she's still Bai Chao's friend, so it's better to befriend her. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao watched Ningning warily. Ningning opened her mouth to say something, starting the conversation from here. "Yu Zhao Zhao," at this moment, Ningning asked, "Are you usually this picky with food too?" Zhao Zhao immediately widened her eyes, flustered, and thought to herself, "My rival is provoking me, so I absolutely can't lose. I'm a bit chubby now." Ningning said calmly, "That's not good." The more she looked at that expression, the more scared Zhao Zhao got. "What kind of expression is that? Threatening me?" "It is a threat, but I haven't done anything." Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Zhao Zhao guessed, "Wait, could it be that these two are deliberately putting on an act to dispel my doubts?" HMPH, her eyes darted around, indeed making her more suspicious. Suddenly Zhao Zhao stood up, put her hand on Bai Chao's shoulder and said, "Bai Chao." Zhao Zhao asked Bai Chao a question. "Have you ever seen a balloon that's been blown up big and then someone stuffed something inside it?" Bai Chao answered confusedly. "Not sure, probably." She smiled sinisterly. "You know it's full of air, just an illusion, but you can't pop it." Then she suddenly put on her hat and said, "I'm leaving first." Ningning asked puzzledly, "What did you Zhao Zhao mean by what she said to you?" Bai Chao forced a smile. "I don't know." Actually, he knew very well. The first half about the balloon meant she was very angry now, and the second half was her suspecting the fake relationship between him and Senior Ningning. He slumped in frustration. What kind of riddle genius is that damn redhead? No, in just a second I understood what the problem was. Suddenly Bai Chao's face turned very ugly. Then Tang Xin's leg replaced Zhao Zhao's, clamping down on him tightly, and she said, suddenly remembering there's still something the student council hasn't dealt with this week. "I wonder if the vice president has noticed. Lately some students seem to be having impure relationships between men and women. Although the school rules don't explicitly prohibit this issue, I still think these behaviors will have a bad influence. Especially certain members of the student council need to pay more attention to this issue." Little Orange immediately perked up. "Okay, so how does the president think we should solve this problem?" Tang Xin offered an opinion. "I think the school rules should be updated by the student council. Forcibly disband couple clubs. Anyway, this is for the student studies, and I'm sure most students and parents will agree with our approach." Bai Chao was scared. Is that necessary? Why not just name the person directly?" Suddenly Ningning called out to Tang Xin. "There's something I want to ask you," which made Tang Xin freeze for 2 seconds. A minute ago, seeing Zhao Zhao leave, Ningning thought so fast, already full, indeed very picky. Zhao Zhao stormed off angrily. Full and gone, nothing seemed off yet. While Tang Xin was in full swing, "I think the school rules should be updated by the student council, breaking up couples and forcibly disbanding." Ningning thought to herself, Tang Xin's words make sense too. I need to build a good relationship. Otherwise it's easy to accidentally expose the truth about that fake couple. But what topic can I jump into? She pondered for a moment, then spoke. "Seems like there is." So she called out, "Tang Xin, I have something I want to ask you." This startled Tang Xin. What does that look mean? Have I been seen through?" Ningning stated. "I plan to invite Bai Chao to join the literature club." Bai Chao is also interested, completely ignoring Tang Xin's grand plan to break up couples. "I wonder what Tang Xin as the student council president thinks." Tang Xin covered her mouth, almost spitting out her food. Tang Xin turned to think. "Stealing people and asking for my opinion? No, this is clearly a declaration of sovereignty." She was in super serious deduction mode, but why suddenly declare to me? Losing her composure, Tang Xin even dropped her fork. Tang Xin, flustered, thought, have I been found out? But doesn't only Little Orange know about this? Little Orange is clearly on my side. She wouldn't tell. So Tang Xin turned to look at Little Orange with a questioning gaze, but she didn't answer, continuing to deduce. Where did it go wrong? Sure enough, the acknowledged senior's cold exterior meant that without knowing the inside story, her tone and expression would be misleading. Glancing at Bai Chao, Tang Xin called out Vice President, startling him. Putting her hand on his shoulder, Tang Xin asked, "You're willing too, right?" Bai Chao replied, "Yes." But inside he thought, how did the conflict shift back to me? Tang Xin looked at him threateningly. "Dare to? The student council's potted plants seem to be lacking nutrients." He raised his hand and said, just a little bit, okay." Little Orange immediately spoke up. "Although there's no rule against us joining clubs to deal with possible unexpected situations, some people's focus should still be on the student council." "You want to betray us, right?" Bai Chao looked at Little Orange, startled. "When did you sit down here?" Little Orange threatened by twisting Bai Chao's ear. Bai Chao said, "I'll finish student council work first before going," Ningning then said. "Bai Chao can participate in literature club activities during his free time. He won't spend too much effort on it." Tang Xin fake smiled. "That said, but as the student council vice president, if you go to assist other clubs' work, it might distract from handling student council affairs." Ningning glared. "I usually handle all the club work alone." The two girls were glaring at Ningning in a standoff, and she added, "There probably won't be any need to trouble Bai Chao. It's just a pity Bai Chao is caught in the middle being torn apart." "Ahaha," he thought, with things said to this point, the president should compromise, right? Tang Xin's face darkened. "Sorry." Stunning everyone present, Tang Xin with a gloomy expression said, "These past 2 days, the student council received a commission from the City Tourism Bureau. The matter is complex, the workload is heavy, and follow-up activities need manpower. I'm afraid." Bai Chao looked at Ningning while Tang Xin was smug. "This reason should be flawless, right?" Tang Xin complained. "Sigh, lately I don't know where the vice president's mind has been wandering," Bai Chao said. "What tourism bureau? How come I don't know? Not caring about student council affairs." Zhenbao had already anticipated it. "It's fine, let Zhenbao handle it alone then." Then Ningning picked up her tray to leave. I understand you three are members of the school student council. Indeed, you must prioritize the students' matters, Bai Chao exclaimed. What the hell? No one told me, Ning Ning added. Today I was inconsiderate. Please forgive my poorly thought-out request. Sorry for disturbing you three, Tang Xin smiled and said. Senior, don't worry about it. Solving students' problems is also the student council's responsibility. Take care. She glanced at Bai Chao. It's fine, he sighed and said. President too. Suddenly Tang Xin clapped her hands. Sorry, did I scare Bai Chao? I really didn't think clearly when talking to the senior just now. It seems I only considered the student council's affairs and overlooked the vice president's wishes, but maybe it's because the vice president's presence is too weak. Can't blame me, Bai Chao said helplessly. I surrender. Let's get down to business. Can you explain the City Tourism Bureau's commission now? Flipping open a magazine, Tang Xin introduced this year's officially updated tourism promotional materials. Added a section introducing the city from the perspective of local youth. So this heavy workload falls on us. Everyone silently looked at the paper. Tang Xin spoke up. Everyone, I have a perfect solution. I wonder if we're all thinking the same thing. The three unanimously declined. The female teacher said, no way. The sound of rapid keyboard typing, the teacher stood up and said. This project was hard won by the school. The school administration also values you three. All right, please put in the hard work, you three. If you need any help, just come to the teacher. With that, she zipped away without giving them a chance to respond. Little Orange said angrily, What's this? We haven't even discussed it yet. Tang Xin said, Let's go. No matter how much we ask, we won't get a result. Little Orange pleaded, President, go persuade her again. At least bringing in a few people would make it easier. Bai Chao also said, What do you think will happen? Tang Xin looked at Bai Chao and said, Aren't we going to my place tomorrow anyway? Then she seductively touched Bai Chao. Once we get home, I'll tell you what to do. How about it? Bai Chao was a bit flustered. Really going? Xiao Juzi grabbed his arm, grinning mischievously. Go, you must go. This made Bai Chao's expression even more terrified. Later, Bai Chao and Xiao Juzi met privately, and Xiao Juzi wore a dangerous look. How are you preparing for tomorrow? Bai Chao quickly replied. You mean going to the president's house tomorrow? Just go straight there. Ah, you mean we can't go empty-handed? We should also buy some milk and eggs. Xiao Juzi was anxious. How could this be? She walked up to Bai Chao, sighed and put her hand on his shoulder. I've really worn myself out for you two. Good thing I'm here. She threatened with a serious face. Listen to mommy, follow my script. Bai Chao looked bewildered. Script. You know the president invited us to his family's vacation villa this time, so get your little suit, little tie, little belt, all that in order. Orange can't lose face. Following Xiao Juzi's instructions, Bai Chao arrived wearing a white suit. Then the moment the president opened the door, he trembled as he grabbed the doorknob. The door slowly opened. Tang Xin, dressed in very cool clothes, opened the door to greet him. You're here. He handed over the prepared flowers, pulling out a rose that made Tang Xin blush. She shyly turned away. At this moment, from what I know, the president must be very worried about whether her clothes are too casual, so you need to gently hold her little hand and say to her softly. Bai Chao did as told, elegantly kissing Tang Xin's ear, thinking, dressed like the girl next door is what I like most. Hearing this, Bai Chao shouted, Wait, what's with the light kiss on the hand? Isn't that too fancy? Aren't we going to discuss the copy? Xiao Juzi thought for a moment. And she was right. If he was too forward, it might lower the president's desire to conquer. And losing all the goodwill wouldn't be good either. Bai Chao asked again. Then what are you going to do tomorrow? On-site guidance, she replied. Of course, I'll be at home waiting for your photos and good news. That stunned Bai Chao, right? She sighed. HMPH, just to create some alone time for you two. I've already sacrificed so much. I wanted the big house, the seafood feast, and all that too. The more Bai Chao thought about it, the less he understood. So why did I have to follow all these steps? The next day, following Xiao Juzi's instructions, Bai Chao did as told and went to Tang Xin's house. Tang Xin held the flowers and said, Have a seat, I'll get us something to drink. The sound of a motorcycle horn rang out. Bai Chao turned around and was startled to find someone else arriving. A person rode a motorcycle speeding over and stopped in front of the house. She wore a tight helmet, her face hidden, and asked loudly, Tang Xin's little boyfriend? Bai Chao quickly denied it. No, I'm a member of the student council at Tang Xin's school. We're here today to discuss some work matters. She approached and asked, Do you like Tang Xin? Bai Chao explained. No, just ordinary classmates. Ah, who are you questioning? Why ask such strange questions right away? The person got closer and closer to Bai Chao, looking at him and saying, Oh, so Tang Xin likes you? Bai Chao asked again. And who might you be? The person, while taking off the helmet, added, Even if you're just Tang Xin's classmate, it's fine to tell you. It was a girl with short hair cut to her ears. Chewing on candy, she said, I'm Tang Xin's family's creditor. I'm here to collect a debt today. He was stunned. Collecting a debt? Then she explained. Her mother's company's cash flow broke. She came to me a few years ago and borrowed quite a bit, promised to pay it back last year, but it's been delayed until today. Looks like it can't be repaid now. Then she said greedily, good thing their daughter is really pretty. I could sell Tang Xin off to some remote mountain village and get a good price. At this point, Bai Chao was completely dumbfounded. Tang Xin's family was in trouble? That doesn't make sense. Is it a joke? After saying that, she walked into the house holding a rope. Hey, is the good kid Tang Xin here? Come with me to repay the debt. Bai Chao was even more flustered. Sis, you're really here? Where did you get the rope? He hurriedly blocked the girl. Wait a minute, she said smugly. Good bunny, he said. You have too many suspicious points. And Tang Xin, he was about to step forward to stop her, but she ran fast. Accidentally, he pulled down the short-haired girl's clothes, revealing her underwear. This made Bai Chao's face turn pale. She turned back looking surprised, with bubblegum still stuck in her mouth. HMPH. She grabbed his clothes. Sure enough, a kid is a kid. She pinned Bai Chao down and said, thought you were a hero with fantasies so cringy. Then she threatened, all right, let Big Sis teach you a lesson today and make you suffer a bit. She was about to punch Bai Chao in the face so he wouldn't meddle again. Bai Chao's eyes widened as he watched the fist grow larger in his pupils. Suddenly, it stopped right in front of his terrified face, which was barely holding back laughter. Then she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed throughout the luxury mansion area, while inside Tang Xin was cutting fruit. Seeing this, she spoke out in dissatisfaction. Annoying, I'm coming. She needed a knife, holding it in her hand, looking displeased. The short-haired girl flicked Bai Chao's forehead. You definitely didn't believe what I said just now, did you? Were you raised on cuteness? Then she said, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Tang Lin, Tang Xin's cousin. I study at the drama school, majoring in stage plays, first year of grad school. As she spoke, she started pulling at her clothes. By the way, my measurements are, her clothes were pulled down, revealing her full chest. Before she could finish, Tang Xin behind her covered her mouth and put the knife to her neck. I'm sorry about my sister. She really lacks tact, don't mind her. Tang Lin struggled and said, Xin, your little boyfriend is so cute. Can I borrow him for a few days? He stood by, speechless. Stage play major. So everything she said just now was fake? That was way over the top. She just likes to mess with people. Is this your family's traditional art? Meanwhile, Tang Xin was questioning. So why did you have time to come today? Tang Lin yawned and replied. Isn't it because suddenly Tang Xin looked a bit guilty, while Tang Lin glanced maliciously at Bai Chao. She put her hand on Tang Xin. HMPH, isn't there a family dinner today? I heard you had a classmate over, so I didn't go. She backed Tang Xin against the wall. Big Sis thought good kid Xin skipping dinner must mean she brought a boy home. So I made an excuse not to go and came to cause trouble on purpose, Tang Lin whispered in her ear. Hee, caught you didn't I? Tang Lin pressed on. Tang Xin blushed, knowing too much. Tang Xin's hand gripped the knife behind her, or else there would be danger. Bai Chao spoke up. We really are just discussing work. He pulled out Xiao Juzi's video. Actually, there was supposed to be another female classmate coming, but for some reason she couldn't make it. Xiao Juzi was brushing her teeth and spoke from the screen. Ah, hello, stranger. Seeing this, Tang Lin didn't say anything more. Then Tang Lin turned to leave. HMPH, not interesting. She raised her voice and asked, what time do we eat? Hurry up, I'm hungry. Tang Xin said, it's not time yet. When it's done, you can take your bowl and eat at the door. Tang Lin said, I'm still your sister, don't go too far, she replied. Just a cousin, please don't flatter yourself. The door slowly opened, and suddenly Tang Xin was shocked to see Tang Lin taking off her clothes. Tang Xin quickly covered Bai Chao's eyes. Sis, what are you doing now? Bai Chao asked in confusion. What's wrong? She changed clothes nonchalantly. What? I forgot to mention earlier, it's actually too hot, and I wanted to go play at the beach, she teased. But why are you two standing so close? Are you that intimate? Tang Xin explained. Chao is still young, he can't look at other girls. Can't look at these things. Bai Chao closed his eyes in pain. Seeing this, Tang Lin smirked. HMPH, I see, then she said worriedly. But even if he can't see now, won't he see later? Tang Lin pointed to the beach outside. We'll be right outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tang Xin angrily pulled her away. Sis, get inside. She opened the door and instructed, Vice President, please close the curtains on the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tang Lin and I are going to change clothes. Bai Chao looked frustrated. What on earth is going on? Are we really here to discuss the Tourism Bureau procedures? Tang Xin breathed a sigh of relief. That should be thorough enough. She turned back angrily and scolded, improper. I'm talking about you. Suddenly, Tang Xin's face turned red. It turned out Tang Lin was pressed tightly against Tang Xin. The two were very close. Tang Xin quickly pushed her away. Then Tang Lin spoke shyly. Xin, after all, we are blood-related. Tang Xin's eyes were a bit dazed. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Her words made Tang Xin blush deeply. Then she touched Tang Xin's waist. Tang Lin pinned Tang Xin down, trying to take off her clothes. How about we change into swimsuits together and go swimming in the changing room? Tang Xin was surprised. Change into swimsuits together? She reached out to pull at Tang Xin's little underwear, but was immediately stopped by Tang Xin. She blushed and turned away. I'm not as boring as you, sis, just sneak out on your own, Tang Lin pressed on. Could it be you didn't prepare a nice swimsuit and are too embarrassed to wear it in front of the boy you like? Wow, Tang Xin blushed and said, nonsense. What nonsense are you talking about? then her cousin asked, "So do you dare to admit you don't like him?" Tang Xin smirked and replied, "HMPH, if I deny it, you'll say I'm being stubborn. Too afraid to admit it. If I don't say anything, you'll take it as my default agreement. Do you still think I'm the kid you used to fool?" Tang Lin said again. "Oh, then I'll go ask him." Tang Xin quickly blocked her. Block the door," Tang Xin said. "Do you think you can get out?" Tang Lin said to her. I don't know if I can get out, but you definitely can't. HMPH, I observed when I came in, this changing room doesn't seem to have any underwear, does it?" This realization also struck Tang Xin with terror. Tang Xin blushed as Tang Lin teased her, "My dignified, elegant, and beautiful cousin. Surely wouldn't allow going out without clothes, right?" As she spoke, she pinched her cousin's butt. Seeing this, Tang Xin's reaction was panicked. It's gone. When did that happen?" It turned out she had accidentally pulled off Tang Xin's underwear. Tang Lin replied teasingly. "Sis doesn't know either." Leaving Tang Xin behind, she walked out. "Stay inside nicely. Sis will come save you when she's done playing little sister," Tang Xin said angrily. "Sis, give it back." Meanwhile, Bai Chao was drinking tea when someone came over and patted his shoulder. "Little cutie," she invited, "it seems Xin has some personal matters to handle, so I have to entertain you instead. Isn't it a bit hot in the room?" He was stunned. It's okay, maybe a little." After hearing this, she licked her lips as if she wanted to devour Bai Chao. "Just a little?" The two walked together to the beach in front of the house. Tang Lin also pulled at her swimsuit and said, "This is just right." Looking at the slide, she was excited. "I've always wanted to try this. Wow, Xin's family has such thrilling stuff but always leaves it unused. The rich sure have scary ways of having fun," Bai Chao said. "But you're from the same family. Also, didn't you say it was hot earlier? How did we end up here in the blink of an eye?" Then she sat on a swim ring, leaving a spot for Bai Chao. "Want to play together?" He was a bit embarrassed. "I'll pass on this." She took out her phone. "If you play on the slide with me, I have lots of pictures of Xin from when she was little that I can show you." "Oh," he thought without hesitation. "If I can get the black history of that white-haired fox, won't my life be smooth sailing? Shall we start now?" Tang Lin glanced at him, thinking, "Their relationship is definitely not ordinary, hee. Then let's slide down together to start," Bai Chao thought to himself. He didn't expect Sister Tang Lin, who seemed so cool at first, actually had such a girly side. The two slid down the waterfall together. Then Tang Lin showed the photos to Bai Chao and asked, "How is it?" Lying on the swim ring, she asked, "Our Xin has always been this beautiful, right?" Bai Chao nodded. Very beautiful." Looking at Tang Xin's beautiful photos, he wondered, "But why isn't there a single black history photo? This girl is terrifyingly perfect." Suddenly he saw a strange photo. He immediately asked in confusion, "Is this a picture of you, sis?" Tang Lin laughed. "That's right, but the person in the photo seems to have never known." Then she lay back on the swim ring. "Want to hear a story?" he asked blankly. "A story?" she interrupted. Sort of. Well, it's the story of a girl meeting the boy she likes for the first time." A cry of surprise. "Sis," it was Tang Xin appearing with murderous intent, "you actually slipped and slid straight down on that first meeting. Take someone to play in the water trick. Are you completely fine?" Her butt slammed directly into the slide. She slid over to Bai Chao and a big wave splashed up. It seemed like something else fell on his head. He picked it up and found it was Tang Xin's. He immediately started trembling slightly, his eyes gradually losing focus. Meanwhile, Tang Xin was bending over, blushing and very flustered. In Tang Lin's narration, the girl first met him by chance, like an afternoon breeze blowing into her room. Tang Lin pondered alone, not knowing what to do. "And I was one of them. Before I met him, I never thought I would like anyone at school," her face flushed with shyness, "because from my usual impression, I always thought the boys at school were childish and stupid. I liked someone more mature. No matter what, I planned to date after graduation. But some people are just like this." She stepped on something blocking the way. The person who was stepped on said, "How can you step on something so obvious? You're childish and stupid too." He asked Tang Lin with a cheeky face, "I can even crash at your place for a meal, and I speak bluntly." At that time she was very flustered, but recalling the past made her chuckle. "But after getting to know him more, I unconsciously fell for him, and even his childishness and stupidity became reasons to love him deeply. I used to really hate people like this, but now I don't know when I started to like him." Bai Chao brought the swimsuit back to Tang Xin. Tang Lin continued, saying, "Such a sudden change is baffling. What should I do? I want to get closer to him." Bai Chao was helping Tang Xin get dressed but didn't dare to confess her feelings. Tang Lin kept talking while Tang Xin's hand pulled down Bai Chao's pants, only able to tease him under the pretext of helping each other as student council members, using the excuse of checking homework or taking advantage of his inattention in class. These words made Bai Chao think of Tang Xin's appearance. Continuing Tang Lin's story, clearly the members' studies didn't need so much worry, thinking others were so childish, but it turned out the childish one was herself. Tang Lin's eyes reddened as she spoke, just like a child who bullies someone they like. Then she lowered her head in pain, and Tang Xin walked over to hug her, asking if her sister was still reluctant to let go of her first love. After all that nagging, sister, have you reached the age of becoming a nagging old woman? And what bad intentions could there be in pouring out your heart in front of a boy you've just met? Then she pressed her sister down. Tang Lin immediately retorted, the speaker has intent, but the listener must also have the heart. She reached out and touched Tang Xin's face. Xin, do you still remember what happened later? Time flies so fast. She talked about graduation day. That, I like you, I ultimately couldn't say. Then last summer I happened to run into him at the airport and suddenly realized he seemed to have someone. This was my own choice, I had to accept it. It was precisely because of that choice that things turned out this way. Some things aren't about regret but about missing out. She touched Tang Xin's head and said, sister is very happy about this. Being able to meet you two little ones gives me another topic to chat about. That's it. Tang Lin stood up to leave, glanced at Bai Chao, just wondering if that silly boy could understand now. I'm off. I want to go back and sleep, won't bother you two anymore. Good luck. And just like that, this beautiful stranger also left, and the president and I returned to the original purpose of this trip, making records and organizing work. Bai Chao shouted out of boredom. The orange who was working at home had already finished the preliminary layout of the advertisement. Tang Xin and I needed to finalize a draft summary. Just sketching a rough draft of the advertisement board would be enough. But as it got dark, I remembered a few things etched into the two of us. He was searching on the computer while Tang Xin was taking notes. Suddenly he called out, President, this doesn't seem right. Tang Xin looked confused. What's not right? Bai Chao said. Haven't you noticed yet? Oh, didn't the president say we only needed to prepare a sketch? Why have you drawn everything? She sighed helplessly. Seeing it really wasn't suitable. She suddenly raised her hand and asked, Hey, didn't the vice president say to drink more water when it's windy? She touched his face, looking at the drawing she had made, and replied, This is like I drew it myself. He started to get scared. President, you're my friend. Tang Xin smiled and made a heart shape. He immediately reminded her. Are we talking about the same thing? Stop him from causing trouble. Bao told him to stop nagging and just draw. Suddenly both their stomachs growled and Bai Chao's eyes went wide. She immediately grabbed Bai Chao's hand, putting on a pitiful, hungry look. There's a kitchen over there. He turned his head and said, Using cute tricks to trick me into working won't work. My sister said I can't cook for bad people. She just acts spoiled, Bai Chao replied. Pouting won't help either. She thought for a moment, then her tone turned serious. HMPH, then let's make a bet. Bai Chao looked confused. Bet. Bai Chao raised his hand. The chessboard was already set. Go is an ancient strategy game that not only enhances thinking skills and intelligence, but is also rich in philosophy and can be used for self-cultivation. The two set up the board to settle the score. Just like today, I've lost 8 times to this infuriating white-haired woman. She's really good. I was careless. Vice President, Tang Xin said triumphantly. It's already dark. Shouldn't the vice president pay up? The kitchen is right there anyway. Suddenly Bai Chao grabbed her hand. Wait, he suggested. Can we play one more time? She looked at him teasingly. Ah Chao, don't be stubborn, I understand, but she pulled out a stack of papers. It's already 30 games. You owe me so much, including cooking, washing socks, changing sheets, and being an electronic pet. She looked sinister. If you think the bet isn't exciting enough, then I'm not interested. He was stubborn. How about this? If you win this time, I'll be at your beck and call for the rest of this semester. That seemed to suit Tang Xin just fine. Bai Chao even slapped the table to emphasize. And if you lose, all debts are forgiven. What do you think? She was a bit embarrassed. But according to my original plan, that's all there was. But if it's really a whole semester. Then Bai Chao confidently started playing. Tang Xin's face was also full of tension. We were both incredibly focused on this game, as if facing a disaster. Tang Xin felt a bit dizzy, her stamina clearly dropping, mistakes repeating. And I no longer gave in. My hand holding the chess piece was all sweaty. Fortunately, after several rounds, I saw through her strategy. She was just deliberately showing 1 or 2 weaknesses to distract me, then resetting her game. So Bai Chao's expression was very tense. Tang Xin sighed. Oh, I won. What? He kept clapping, and she smiled and reminded him. 1 semester, 1 semester. Okay, fine, then, Vice President. It's pretty late now. We should have dinner. But Bai Chao was unwilling. There's no way he could just lose like that, right? He got angry and grabbed Tang Xin's hand. This time, I bet all my remaining student time at your disposal. Tang Xin was surprised. All remaining student time. She covered her face and said, No, if I lose. Bai Chao pinched her face and said, At your disposal means he grabbed her hand. Whatever you say, I'll do. Tang Xin started thinking, whatever I say, whatever I do, that means you could. A few dog leashes appeared in her mind. Bai Chao shouted anything, completely unaware of what the other was thinking. She tremblingly agreed. Then the last game, she thought to herself. If I win, it won't happen. Tang Xin's hand carefully moved the pieces, unable to keep her face calm so this outcome wouldn't come. This 5 in a row, Tang Xin asked blankly. I'm black, right? Bai Chao breathed a sigh of relief. You're white. I won. He looked at the piece in his hand and was startled, almost ruining his undefeated record from high school. Then he slapped the chessboard. Never gambling again. Damn gambling. Tang Xin was dejected. I've lost my life. Seeing her sad, Bai Chao went over to comfort her. How have you lost anything? I was the one who almost got ruined. Tang Xin grabbed his hand and suggested, let's play one more time, okay? This time I'll bet. If you win, I'll listen to you for the rest of my life. What do you think? Pretty good deal, right? If I win, my conditions are the same as before. Okay. Bai Chao opened his mouth in surprise, looking at him pitifully. Okay, Bai Chao immediately refused. No, gambling is too scary, Tang Xin said. If the stakes are too high, how about we start with the first cooking? If you lose, you cook. If you win, I'll do whatever you say, whatever you want, I'll give it to you, okay? Bai Chao thought, this person has completely lost the ability to think rationally. She frowned and said, Are you crazy? Then Tang Xin started crying. You keep raising the stakes, forcing me to keep playing, making me lose my ability to think. If you keep this up, you'll always win in that game, making my previous victories meaningless. You're a shameless bastard. If I'm unhappy for the rest of my life, it's all your fault, Bai Chao spoke up. Please reflect on yourself first. He immediately retorted, it's because you had bad intentions from the start, luring me with simple bets, then watching the debt pile up. Then you kept raising the stakes, trapping me in a corner. Tang Xin seemed hurt. Oh, Bai Chao changed his attitude and smiled, thinking, I survived, and just like that, I completed an inspiring self-rescue story about a teenager who almost fell into the quagmire of gambling. The only thing I don't understand is that the president seemed very dissatisfied with this story. After leaving Tang Xin's house, I wandered aimlessly to the gate of Xingzihua Middle School, and at that moment, a thought suddenly popped into my head. He held his head in pain. Wasn't I supposed to go to the president's house to write the promotional draft? What on earth have we been doing all day? Suddenly he saw the old bookstore. Bai Chao pushed open the door, walked in and called out, Hello, anyone here? If I can find some old magazines for reference, maybe I can find some inspiration. Suddenly he was surprised. That was Zhao Zhao. She was reading here alone. Zhao Zhao was reading, and when she heard the call, Zhao Zhao looked up, her eyes sparkling, and she immediately jumped up at the sound. Bai Chao asked, It's so late, aren't you going home? Won't your parents scold you? Zhao Zhao replied, Of course not, but She covered one eye, the destroyer master, a special skill posture for biologically controlling the destroyer, seeing if there's any knowledge in the book to easily defeat Bai Chao. By the way, immediately Zhao Zhao hugged him. Can I touch your chest? This surprised Bai Chao very much. She closed the book. Why this reaction? I won't do anything to you, she said while looking. I just read a book that said, a creature with a faster heartbeat has a shorter lifespan, and conversely, if the heartbeat is slow, it lives longer. Zhao Zhao sat in his lap while Bai Chao was immersed in the knowledge input into his brain. Suddenly she turned around and hugged him, asking, Bai Chao, you're not going to die, are you? Unintentionally, Zhao Zhao knocked Bai Chao over. Her heart started pounding and she blushed as she asked him, Am I going to die too? Bai Chao touched Zhao Zhao's head. What are you thinking? Let me see if there's water in Zhao Zhao's little head. Zhao Zhao got even more excited. What? This general biology book clearly says so. I know Ah Chao likes biology, so I read it carefully. Bai Chao opened the book. Suddenly he saw the author, Yan Luhei. Bai Chao was startled. Attention. Yan, she's done. He sat up straight. Zhao Zhao asked, It looks like a girl's handwriting. Then she turned to Bai Chao and asked, Do you know her? He was surprised. Then he explained, You could say I know her. A middle school classmate who later left Xingzihua Middle School for some reason. I didn't expect to find her selling old books here. Zhao Zhao stuck out her tongue. Bai Chao sure has a lot of girls around him. I wonder how many sworn sisters he has. Bai Chao smiled and said, I only have one sister. Where would I get so many sworn sisters? She put her hat back on and turned away, so envious. If only I had known Ah Chao in middle school. He thought to himself, if we had known each other in middle school without a doubt. If I had met you Zhao Zhao in middle school. Bai Chao's outstretched hand seemed to regret something. Because of our personalities we would probably have become good friends just like now, but if I had met you Zhao Zhao before I met that person, would you Zhao Zhao become a copy of that person, or would she be different? The next morning Tang Xin was calling Bai Chao, vice president. Good morning, I'm so sorry to bother you so early. There's a very tricky matter now, or maybe it's not that tricky. But he rushed over in a hurry accompanied by Tang Xin's threat, just that if you don't appear in the student council meeting room right now, the girls here might. Bai Chao was out of breath, knocking on the door with clenched fists. Bai Chao panicked. What happened? In the classroom, Zhao Zhao and Tang Xin were waiting for him. Zhao Zhao waved, finally here. Next to her was Ning Ning, who spoke up. Everyone's here, we should be able to start. Bai Chao frowned. Why is everyone gathered? Why is the senior here too? Yixin walked in and said, Okay, let's begin, and hello. So this was the young man Lin Jiyu who had been beaten up by Bai Chao. He spoke gracefully. Bai Chao saw him and thought, Lin Jiyu, a guy from Dueling Academy, what's he doing here? Bai Chao walked to his seat and asked, what's going on? Bai Chao asked Ning Ning, then said, sorry, I'm not sure either. Early this morning, Instructor Data called me and said there was something that needed the student council's help. Same for you, Zhao Zhao, right? Lin Jiyu interrupted and said, let me explain. This is a task from the Tourism Bureau. The school hasn't been able to submit a satisfactory draft. Also, due to the friendly relations between our schools, as the person in charge of this event, I took on the task at the last minute. He put on a hypocritical face and said, under my guidance, help you complete this work and prepare to face the sweeping wrath of departure. He thought as he spoke. Bai Chao asked Tang Xin, the draft, wasn't it due next week? She said unhappily. A task from the Tourism Bureau can add a lot of points to the graduation evaluation. If interested parties want to interfere, they can find an excuse. Ning Ning also spoke up. Sorry, according to the notice I received, our relationship in this matter is just cooperation, right? I don't know what basis this classmate has for talking about guidance. That Lin Jiyu grabbed her hand. Senior must be Ning Ning, right? I've long admired Senior Ning Ning's literary talent. This surprised her greatly. He immediately started boasting. If you're free this afternoon, we can discuss the copy and write some content together. Ning Ning's face was very ugly at this moment, and Bai Chao was watching the two of them closely. Ning Ning didn't answer a single word to him, making Lin Jiyu lose face. He was frightened by Ning Ning's dark aura. This expression was too scary. Was he being rejected before he even started? He said awkwardly, sorry, excuse me. He thought to himself, why is it so quiet? Tang Xin immediately said disdainfully, this dead fly needs to be cleaned out of the campus, she said. If student Lin Jiyu is free this afternoon, why don't we have a chat? I'd really like to hear his thoughts on this issue with the copy for printing. He leaned in like a puppy, eager to listen. All right, let's go. Tang Xin asked again, what time is Lin free? Who is Bai Chao thinking about? It seems Tang Xin has already set her sights on this person. Usually when the president attacks someone out of the blue, a storm follows. The campus is fraught with danger this afternoon. Lin Jiyu, that smug guy, never expected to be so popular today that even a few ricks from the neighboring school wanted to keep him around. Might as well strike while the iron is hot and settle all old and new debts at once. He raised his hand to greet her. You Zhao Zhao, long time no see. Zhao Zhao had no fondness for him and only wanted to bite him. Lin Jiyu added, I think the pictures in this magazine are missing a representative figure. Why not have you Zhao Zhao do it? At this point Bai Chao was really annoyed with this guy. He sighed, time to end this boring farce. He stood up. Hey, let me say a few words. Tang Lin glanced at him, thinking he wanted to step in to help you Zhao Zhao. HMPH, since when did they get so close? Wasn't he avoiding her before? Did something happen that I don't know about? Meanwhile, Bai Chao thought, is the president this dissatisfied with Lin Jiyu? To prevent the violence from escalating, he needed to wrap this up quickly. He wanted to say something but held back. Then, changing the subject, Bai Chao put on a warm smile. Has everyone decided what to eat for lunch? Since it's the weekend, the West cafeteria should be closed. If eating out counts as overtime, can we get more reimbursed? Everyone stared at him in surprise when he asked. Lin Jiyu leaned in. Hey kid, I'm in the middle of a division of labor meeting here. Don't ignore me, he said helplessly. Meeting. Leader. Can student Lin Jiyu say anything besides using these words to puff himself up? Do you dare to take full responsibility for this work? In reality, a meeting where no one has decision-making power is meaningless. Since everyone has equal authority, no final decision can be made. Or is it that you're just blathering here to play the leader and satisfy your repressed ego? He stammered. You. Then he turned to Bai Chao. HMPH Vice President Bai dares to say that, so you must already have a solution, right? You said it yourself, no one has the final say. Why don't you share it so we can all discuss and decide? The three girls were waiting for Bai Chao's answer, and he replied confidently, about this matter, hey, you Zhao Zhao and I already figured it out last night. Hearing this, Tang Xin and Ninger immediately looked displeased. You Zhao Zhao last night, not just you, Ninger cares too. Bai Chao put his hand on Lin Gu's shoulder. Since student Lin is involved in this work, you must be pretty self-sufficient, right? Lin Jiyu replied, I'm just average, but for this kind of promotional brochure, I think I can handle it easily. So doing it alone shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Jiyu was shocked. Alone, Bai Chao patted Lin Jiyu on the shoulder. Yeah, the work's stalled now. If student Lin can finish the file independently, doesn't that show our project team values this work? He grabbed Bai Chao's collar. You think you can just kick me out that easily and let you guys handle the file alone? I'm telling you, no way. He smirked triumphantly. Hook, line, and sinker. So Bai Chao said, I give up. Suddenly, a flash of white hair appeared and a foot kicked Lin Jiyu. It was none other than Tang Xin. She kicked him away, startling Bai Chao. Haha, after the kick she pulled her leg back and glared at him with murderous intent. She scolded. If I told you to do it alone, just do it. Why all the nonsense? Say one more word and I won't just make you disappear from this project, got it? Get lost. She slammed the door, shutting him out, and turned around to ask what really happened last night. Tang Xin was interrogating Bai Chao, who was trembling like a leaf. So scary, but I just set up a perfect chance to show off my eloquence and it's gone. Tang Xin seemed a bit embarrassed, as if she had been too impulsive. She walked in, trying to calmly change her attitude, cleared her throat, and sat down gracefully. Vice President, what plan did you two come up with last night? Haha. Zhao Zhao then said, actually last night I ran into Bai Chao at the old bookstore. Yeah, it seemed like Bai Chao was really stressed about the promotional brochure. So he looked through a lot of old magazines and even Zhao Zhao was about to fall asleep. In the end they concluded that without investigation there's no right to speak. So we decided to do a survey of the students on campus first. Tang Xin's expression stiffened. Zhao Zhao was puzzled. What does that expression mean? She flipped the book back and realized she had grabbed the wrong one. Zhao Zhao panicked. Ha ha ha, why did I open a photo album? It was full of photos of Zhao Zhao and Bai Chao. Tang Xin's face was murderous. So they really did get together last night. Zhao Zhao scrambled to explain. This was taken for our club's promotion. I didn't notice it was still here. Just as she was getting annoyed she heard. Bai Chao, try this. I added a bit more sugar to today's milk tea. What do you think? Ning Yi poured Bai Chao a cup of water. Bai Chao took it. I see, so I get to drink such good milk tea every day. Thank you, senior, she replied. Don't mention it. As Bai Chao's girlfriend, in Tang Xin's eyes, Ninger seemed ambitious. This is my care and responsibility. I'm glad you like it, Bai Chao. Tang Xin held her head in pain. What kind of hellish level is this? HMPH. While Zhao Zhao was still frantically searching for the book, Bai Chao chatted with Ning Yi. Senior, that's enough, stop pouring. Suddenly, the white-haired fox had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that Bai Chao is now Tang Xin's target? Before taking down the boss she could use a borrowed knife to kill the minions first. Zhao Zhao had also become her target. Zhao Zhao was still searching. Found it. The survey materials are here. Tang Xin seemed to be plotting something. Borrow a knife to kill. Tang Xin stood up with the paper in her hand. If these are survey materials, they could provide important direction. We can't delay this. How about we go to Xingzihua Middle School for the survey this afternoon? The vice president panicked at the school name. Why Xingzihua? Zhao Zhao spoke up. What's wrong with Xingzihua? Why is Ah Chao so nervous? Zhao Zhao wondered why Bai Chao was tense. Tang Xin smiled and replied, Xingzihua Middle School is the vice president's sister's school. It should be more convenient to do the survey there. The group arrived at the school together. They stopped at the entrance of Xingzihua Middle School. Tang Xin said, Hey you Zhao Zhao, you should have met the vice president's sister before, right? She looked a bit embarrassed. If we don't count the hot spring incident, this would be the first time. The white-haired fox then showed a malicious smile. That's great. The vice president's sister is a very cute little sister. Meanwhile, Bai Lu was preparing for her next practice. She had a blank expression. She seemed to sense something looking for her. At noon, Bai Chao dragged his tired legs across the campus. It's so hot today. Zhao Zhao stretched. It's not that exaggerated. A homebody like Ah Chao should have come out to face the sun's challenge long ago, or you'll be listless all day. Bai Chao snatched the pile of materials only to find her sitting in his shadow. Zhao Zhao grabbed Bai Chao's arm and he said irritably, Then stand up with me and face the sun's challenge. Zhao Zhao whined. Hey, you just said it was hot. Would Ah Chao have the heart to drag me out into the sun? She pouted. And on the weekend I'm here helping someone, but that someone's girlfriend is nowhere to be seen. The contrast is clear, right? Slipped up, how really bad taste in girlfriends. Mentioning it reminds me, oh right, where's the senior? The president took Little Orange to the sports club for the survey. Shouldn't the senior be with us? Zhao Zhao pointed inside a classroom. Reporting in, I saw the senior go in there. Bai Chao was startled. Ah, isn't that the dance studio? A familiar figure. It seemed Ning Yi had entered the dance studio. Bai Chao was scared. Is Bai Lu in the dance studio today? The awkwardness from last time isn't resolved yet, and now this. No way. The book was placed in a corner. Ning Yi walked in, her eyes immediately drawn to it. Lulu looked up and saw Ning Yi, clearly annoyed. Lulu asked, Sister, why are you here? Ning Yi replied, For your brother's sake. Lulu was angry. How dare you say that? But Ning Yi walked past her, picked up the book from the floor and asked, Feeling down because a good friend transferred? Bai Lu was embarrassed. Ah, sister, how did you know? Ning Yi flipped through the book and said, Usually commemorative albums are only used at graduation. Taking it out now can only mean a classmate is about to transfer. Lulu asked, Has sister also experienced good friends leaving because of things like studying abroad? Ning Yi replied, You could say I've experienced it often, but I was always the one leaving. She recalled her past and flipped through the album again. Because of my parents' work I often had to part with new friends, but as it happened more and more I seemed to become an unimportant side character in everyone's eyes. Lulu was puzzled. Side character? Ning Yi nodded. Yeah, side character. I've read many novels and side characters often appear suddenly in the author's writing and then disappear just as suddenly. Usually they have special traits to add interest or to set up certain plots, but they're never important. Then Ning Yi thought of the trio downstairs and added, change the name and they become someone else. Occasionally I help continue their stories, flesh out their personalities. The beginning doesn't matter and there's no ending. Lulu hugged Ning Yi and cried, she is not a side character. Lulu's eyes gradually dimmed. Sister is not a side character either. Sister just needs to be the protagonist of her own story. Lulu hugged Ning Yi to comfort her. Don't be a side character for some main group. Outside, Bai Chao and Zhao Zhao stared blankly at the scene. What are they doing? Zhao Zhao replied. I don't know. Did they know each other before? Kind of. Just then, Tang Xin spoke up. What are you two doing? Startling them. Bai Chao and Zhao Zhao lost their balance in the panic and fell backward. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao's foot tripped Tang Xin, making her jolt like an electric shock, so the three of them tumbled into a pile. Lulu was happy to see Bai Chao. She called out, second brother. But her expression immediately changed. And the white-haired fox and that girl. Lulu was angry. Stop, how dare you come with second brother? Ning Yi stopped Bai Lu. Do you remember my agreement with Bai Chao? Bai Lu spoke up. Of course, the fake girlfriend. Ning Yi pulled Lulu over. She fell into Ning Yi's arms. Wah, she whispered in Lulu's ear. Listen to me, Zhao Zhao groaned. Bai Chao, you jerk. Get up, you're crushing me. Bai Chao spoke. No, President, you get up first. A phone fell in front of Zhao Zhao. She was puzzled. Whose is this? Tang Xin said. Sorry, it's mine. Zhao Zhao said. Your phone. She glanced at Tang Xin, who replied, yeah. Then she picked up her phone. On Tang Xin's phone, the wallpaper was Bai Chao. Seeing the situation, Bai Lu, wearing a short skirt, clenched her fists angrily and walked over. She recalled Ning Yi's words in her mind. You see the situation now. Only with the fake couple status can Bai Chao escape their advances unscathed. Bai Lu grabbed Yu Zhao Zhao's hand and asked, so are you Yu Zhao Zhao? What should I do? Xiao Guozi watched from afar, deeply impressed. She thought to herself, here we go again, using a young girl to eliminate a rival. As expected of the president, coming up with such a sinister plan. Bai Lu's mouth dropped open in surprise. She reached out and grabbed Yu Zhao Zhao's arm, saying, the cake my brother brought home last time must have been made by Sister Zhao Zhao, right? It was delicious. She recalled Ning Yi's instructions in her mind. Just pretend you don't know. Leave the defense and offense to me. She obediently replied, I understand. Then Bai Lu rubbed against Yu Zhao Zhao, acting cute. I heard from my silly brother that you often take care of him at school. It must be hard work. Next time, can you teach me how to make cake? Yu Zhao Zhao awkwardly replied, of course, Bai Lu said with satisfaction. Good. Standing outside, Xiao Guozi was stunned, her mouth wide open. This, she thought, what's going on here? Then, she looked at Tang Xin and screamed inwardly, and you've given up your treasure. Why are you still so calm? She immediately put down the paper and made a decision in her heart. No, if I let them keep interacting like this, Bai Lu will turn her aggression on us and the white-haired one will be at a disadvantage. It's up to me. Without further ado, Xiao Guozi waved toward Yu Zhao Zhao and Bai Lu, calling out loudly, all right, the survey is pretty much done. Let's go to the supermarket and buy some drinks. My treat. The two turned around in surprise. Bai Lu said, Sister Xiao Ju is here too. Seeing this, she reached out and pulled Tang Xin beside her, saying, let's go. Bai Lu pleaded, Sister Ning Yi, come with us, come with us. Tang Xin shook her head, indicating no. Xiao Guozi exclaimed in surprise. Ah, she angrily grabbed Bai Chao by the collar and dragged him away, sighing loudly, one by one, you're all weird. And you come with me. Tang Xin turned to ask Yu Zhao Zhao's opinion. Yu Zhao Zhao hesitated in her steps, then plopped down, saying, well, just now. She turned her head aside, her face flushed with shyness, and said, I saw your phone's lock screen. Tang Xin stood behind her with her arms crossed and replied, is that so? Yu Zhao Zhao clutched her skirt hem and stammered, if I'm not mistaken, the person inside is. Tang Xin understood what she meant and answered without hesitation. Yu Zhao Zhao calmed down and asked boldly, may I ask, did you let me see that on purpose? Tang Xin replied, no, in that situation just now I didn't subconsciously intend for you to see it. Sorry. Yu Zhao Zhao crossed her legs and said it was fine. She cupped her cute face in her hands and continued, I did think so. I originally thought that after you hesitated so long to say it, and after everything we've been through, we could become good friends, but now it seems it's not that simple. The two sat side by side. Tang Xin turned to look at her. Just then, she raised her hand and said, you two, it's no one else but Bai Chao. He still has questions here. Yu Zhao Zhao called out hesitantly, Bai Chao? Tang Xin wondered, didn't you go to the supermarket together? Why are you here? He pointed to the backpack in the corner and said, Lulu said she was going straight home, so I came to get the backpack. Yu Zhao Zhao immediately jumped down, her cheeks flushed. She said it was getting late and she should head back too. See you tomorrow. He was stunned for a moment, then calmly replied, see you tomorrow. Tang Xin turned to him and asked, Did you hear everything you Zhao Zhao and I said? He let out a confused, huh. She exhaled and continued. But thinking about it, she and I didn't say much. Then she quickly regained her composure and said happily, that's that, haha. He slung on his backpack and looked in Tang Xin's direction. I really don't get it. She laughed carefreely and replied, yeah, I really don't get it. She took out her phone, pretending someone was calling, and said, my family's here to pick me up, but the traffic's bad right now, so the car's parked at the West Square. I'm heading over now. He saw Tang Xin's phone screen and asked hesitantly, are you really using my photo as your wallpaper? Huh. She held up her phone, cupped his face, and said, this is to punish the vice president. I said I'd do it, and I did. But now I kind of regret it. The questionnaires from other schools, I've already asked someone else to handle them. They should be at the security office now. So, Vice President, remember to take care of the questions and the copy tonight. Tomorrow's the deadline anyway. If something goes wrong, I'll take you to the tourism bureau. Confess sincerely. He sighed, calling her a heartless woman. Tang Xin turned back and replied, I've done my best with some things too. Then she looked at him affectionately, winked, and said, see you tomorrow. He also replied shyly, bye. And so, under the banner of boldness and threats, he and I finally harmoniously completed the distribution of the questionnaires. The night sky was starless. A full moon hung high in the sky. The atmosphere was very serene. But I had forgotten the fate in Tang Xin's eyes. My fate was to be a free laborer. Bai Chao shouted loudly, it was just a simple survey. Did it need this many questionnaires? Forget writing them. I couldn't even finish reading them by tomorrow. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound from the next room and exclaimed in surprise. Ha, he thought, wait, didn't the senior go back? The club usually doesn't have many members this late. Could it be? He peeked through the crack in the door. A scene that made him gasp. Ning Ning was rummaging for food, her entire round backside exposed to him. Hearing the strange noise, Ning Ning turned back and exclaimed in surprise. Ha, he awkwardly explained immediately. Senior, I didn't see anything, nothing at all. He immediately turned his back and covered his eyes. Ning Ning was puzzled, not understanding why he was acting like this. Then a red pointy object poked his cheek. Someone spoke. Bai Chao, he thought fearfully, this feeling, what kind of script is this? Then he covered his eyes, afraid to see something he didn't want to. But in the end, curiosity got the better of him, and he opened one eye. Ning Ning's voice asked gently, Bai Chao, would you like to try this? That's Ning Ning. She handed him a red popsicle. He thought, frozen like a statue, is it a popsicle? Then he bowed his head in defeat, ashamed of his thoughts. Sorry, the dirty thoughts in my brain overflowed, Ning Ning continued. Yes, this is the new form of the younger brother version of Hong Cha Zheng's tea. He immediately ran out, slammed the door shut, and answered loudly, No, I won't eat it. I'll go get the questionnaires. Then he asked Ning Ning again, Senior, why are you still in the activity room so late? I thought you went straight home this afternoon. Ning Ning stood there looking at the popsicle in her hand without speaking. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and happily suggested, If it's convenient now, you could help me. Immediately followed by his scream, Ha! Ning Ning stuck out her tongue to lick the melting ice water combined with her captivating figure, which made him blush. She looked at him apologetically, and the two of them stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to say. He kept sweating profusely, his cheeks bright red. Ning Ning spoke first, saying sheepishly, Sorry, not many people come to the literature club, so I've gotten too used to being alone. Come sit down. He looked back and sighed inwardly. There's even a fridge. She's practically been maintaining this place like a secret base. She plopped down onto a chair and asked, Bai Chao, you haven't gone home yet so late. Are you planning to finish writing the research introduction for the questionnaire before you leave? He also sat down on the chair next to her and replied, Yeah, no choice. It has to be handed in to the tourism bureau tomorrow, so I have to fight on the front lines tonight, she suggested, if he didn't mind. I'll help Bai Chao write it too, he replied happily. Oh, far from minding, I'd say it's great that Senior is willing to help me. Ning Ning said, It's just that if it's convenient, I hope Bai Chao can spare some time tomorrow after school to go see someone with me. The lights in the room suddenly all went out. He asked in surprise, See someone? She looked out the window, and then Ning Ning reassured him, No, it's nothing. It's a school power outage for maintenance. I'll go get some candles. She slowly walked towards the curtains. The curtains fluttered in the wind and draped over Ning Ning's head. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking some supernatural force was about to appear. Then she reached out and pulled down the curtain, and Ning Ning's whole body trembled violently. Both of them screamed in fright. Ah! She grabbed Bai Chao's arm after calming down. Ning Ning quickly distanced herself from him and hurriedly said, Sorry, that was a bit rash. Did I scare Bai Chao? He was still a bit shy and replied awkwardly, And no, I was actually a bit scared by the atmosphere just now too. But as your nominal boyfriend, it's also my responsibility to protect you, Senior. Senior doesn't need to apologize. Both cheeks flushed. She turned to look at him, then placed her hand on his and said, Then consider this encouragement for Bai Chao fulfilling his duty, she suggested. Want to go grab a late-night snack together? Bai Chao asked in surprise. Late night snack, she nodded and replied. It's late. The moonlight casts a soft glow, making the space romantic. She was adding ingredients to a boiling pot. Ning Ning said, because I knew the school would have a power outage for maintenance tonight, I planned to come get the stuff from the fridge and take it home. Since I happened to run into Bai Chao, I'll trouble you to help me finish it. He reached for his own dipping sauce bottle and asked, doesn't that person take Senior's rejection seriously either? She replied softly, no, he hasn't confessed to me yet. It's a bit complicated. Seeing his actions, she asked curiously, hey Bai Chao, what are you doing? He enthusiastically introduced. Ta-da, this is my secret. Generally the seasonings in hot pot base are already rich, but if you use fruit juice instead of sugar, the taste is even better. My taste expert genes come from my botanist father. He held out the dipping sauce bowl to her and said, Senior, give it a try. She slowly dipped the rice cake into it, then put it in her mouth to taste. He was holding the bowl Bai Chao had just used. She took a bite, then pulled out a long strand of cheese looking very delicious. Because it was too hot, she had to open her mouth to blow on the steam, letting the cheese inside flow out. Then she spoke, it's really good dipped with cheese rice cake too. Bai Chao, want to try it? He looked at the cheese rice cake Ning Ning was holding out to him and thought shyly, so cute. And so after this heaven-sent late-night snack, the distance between me and my senior seemed to have completely narrowed a bit. Today I learned that senior's attribute is actually a ditz. I also observed that senior possesses a kind of cuteness different from other ordinary girls. But if I were to study the essence of this cuteness, it's hard to describe clearly. I remember seeing this sentence somewhere. Ning Ning fell asleep exhausted. The green mountains and clouds know each other better. The green trees without wind feel lonely at night. He stretched and yawned. Then Bai Chao turned affectionately to her sleeping form. Just like in a romantic drama, he quickly took off his jacket and covered her with it, then continued working. Over here Ning Ning reached out and pulled the jacket on her shoulder, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotion. The first rays of sunlight gradually filtered through the leaves. He was still asleep after working all night. A hand rested on his, and then she leaned in, her nose touching his, and shouted loudly, Hey Vice President, good morning. What came into his view was Tang Xin's face. He exclaimed in surprise. Pre-President, she reminded him softly. Today, have you forgotten something? He sat up abruptly and shouted. The documents, he recalled last night and thought, it's over. I'm really done for. Last night, I only remember finishing the draft with Senior, but the power went out, so I didn't think to save it on the computer. Then he started rummaging through the pile of documents in front of him and said, wait a minute. His heart was pounding. I remember putting it here after finishing it with Senior Ning Ning last night. How is it gone now? A glint flashed in Tang Xin's eyes, and she thought to herself, was she really with him last night? The day before yesterday it was spending the night with Yu Zhao Zhao, and now it's Ning Ning. Have I missed that many opportunities? It's really annoying. She exhaled, then picked up the gift in her hand, turned around and said, Never mind. Your hidden girlfriend already revised it and gave it to me this morning. Hearing this, he turned back in surprise and asked loudly, How could you trick me? Tang Xin reminded him. This is just to rectify the harm of campus romance. By the way, she reached into her bag and rummaged for something. Then she handed him a ticket and said that after submitting the documents this morning, the Tourism Bureau gave 5 vouchers for a one-night stay on a new cruise ship. She had already given one to Senior Ning Ning. This one is for Yu Zhao Zhao. Please take it to her. He exhaled and replied, Since President is so free, why don't you give it to her yourself? She shouted angrily. I told you to go, so go. Why so many questions? He backed down and quickly replied, All right. His footsteps suddenly stopped at the door. She glanced back and thought, I've already invited Senior Ning Ning. It's time to let both sides meet. Maybe Yu Zhao Zhao, after all, we're on the same boat now. At that moment on the school playground, Yu Zhao Zhao, with a lollipop in her mouth, exclaimed in surprise, Oh, look who it is. Only when you're not out with your girlfriend do you have time to think of me. Or have you finally woken up and decided to turn over a new leaf? He stammered in reply, How can you think of love that way? He sat down on the ping-pong table and said, Well, I wanted to ask if you're free Saturday night. There's a dinner cruise on the new sea. It'd be even better if we could stay overnight, she exclaimed in surprise. Hey, is that okay? What about your girlfriend? He turned back and replied, My girlfriend is coming too. What do you mean? And President Xiao Juzi, that's the 5 people from the flyer. Yu Zhao Zhao felt like cold water had been poured on her, he continued. The tickets were given by the Tourism Bureau, 5 of them. That's why I'm asking if you want to go. She angrily bit down on the candy in her mouth, then opened her mouth wide and swallowed all the candy fragments as if to vent her pent-up frustration. Then she turned her head away. He quickly asked, What's wrong? Just then she stood up angrily and walked away heavily. She slammed the ping-pong paddle on the ground and said, Absolutely not. Unless, she said with a mischievous face, you beat me, then I'll consider it. Zhao Zhao immediately served a tricky ball. Whoosh, The ball had just crossed the opponent's half when Bai Chao intercepted it. Then the ball flew past Yu Zhao's bewildered face. She turned back and saw the ball had already landed on the ground. He struck a pose and introduced himself powerfully. Member of the Jingnan Elementary School ping pong team, heir to the Spinball King, summoner of the shadow cut that defeats opponents with fear, Bai Chao Sansheng. She swallowed nervously, trying to calm herself. She picked up the ball and said, "Next ball, we'll use this one." Just then, she exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Ning Ning, why are you?" He turned back and saw Ning Ning's figure. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Zhao immediately served a tricky ball. "Hey, thought I might get lucky and win a point. Didn't expect him to catch the ball and hit me right on the forehead," he replied contemptuously. "For a player of my level, a top-tier my teen romantic comedy snafu caliber, such tricks are useless." A big bump swelled on her forehead. She didn't give up. She tossed the ball, ready to serve again, and shouted loudly. Then she lowered her body, preparing to receive his smash. She confidently caught Bai Chao's attacks one after another. But the result wasn't optimistic. The score was 1-12, with Bai Chao in the lead. By now, Zhao was exhausted. She tiredly, "You're sweating." She collapsed on the ground, panting nonstop, and sighed inwardly. "I never thought the day would come when the archery club president would admit defeat in sports." Just then, a bottle of water was placed on her head. Bai Chao walked over, sat down beside her, and laughed happily. "I think Yu Zhao contributed a lot to this document. If there's a reward, why not come together?" she shouted loudly. "You know perfectly well that's not what I'm asking about." At that moment their cheeks were flushed, and the tips of their noses touched. He recalled Yu Zhao's cute actions and the time she shared a popsicle with him. He thought to himself, could it be that Yu Zhao has never been someone else's stand-in before, and that her own youth is running out? Maybe. At this moment Tang Xin was hiding by the wall eating candy, while he was engaged in a mental struggle behind it. Yes, I really hope I can go on a cruise with you overnight. This Yu Zhao, why are you being so blunt? Ah Chao, are you sick?" She licked her lips, full of anticipation, thinking to herself, "It seems he agreed. Now it's my turn." Bai Chao sat awkwardly waiting, thinking about meeting the mysterious person with his senior. But he ended up arriving early because he misremembered the time. Holding the menu, he sighed to himself, how awkward. Especially since he didn't even know the other person's gender. What if there were 5 people on both sides and we just sat there in silence waiting for the senior? Then Bai Chao shouted, "My toes are cramping up." But in this tense atmosphere I still sensed an unusual vibe. A girl in blue turned to look at him. She took off her sunglasses and pointed at her phone. He thought, "Bai Lu, don't think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing sunglasses. Why are you here?" Bai Lu sent him a message. "Today I'm the supervisor for second brother's fake couple relationship. Second brother isn't going home after school, sneaking out to do what? Could it be a secret date with some bad girl? Lulu will never let you get away with it." He replied, "What are you up to, you little brat? I have business with Senior Ning Ning. Go back now." Just then a voice sounded, "Hello, is the seat taken? Can I sit here?" He instinctively answered, "No, it's fine, go ahead." A girl in black clothes with flowing golden hair, none other than her face full of delicacy. She tapped the table with her finger and said, "Judging by the uniform, are you a student at Jingnan University of Science and Technology?" Bai Lu's eyes flashed and she thought to herself, there's definitely something going on. Seeing he wasn't paying attention, the girl continued, "Maybe you know Ning Yi, the head of the literature club at your school?" He looked up in surprise and said, "Ha," the girl went on. "I heard she recently found a boyfriend. How are you two? Are you close?" He awkwardly replied, "Well, I guess you could say it's okay." He thought, if Lulu is nearby and I say too much, I'll probably be eating celery stir-fried with celery for the rest of my life. She exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, just okay," while writing something in her notebook. She thought, speaking ambiguously, definitely suspicious. He asked suddenly, "Do you know Senior Ning Yi?" She wrote suspicious in her notebook. The guy hesitated when talking about feelings, then she answered his question, "Knowing her counts, I guess. After all, we grew up together, you could say we're childhood friends." Then she closed the book and said, "She's also my love rival." He was so shocked he spat out the water he had just drunk. He coughed a few times, cough, cough, cough. "Love rival?" She looked at him and asked, "What? She never mentioned me to you, classmate Bai Chao." Then he wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and quickly asked, "Sis, do you know me?" A hand rested on her shoulder and a voice answered, "To be precise, I've seen your photo. After all, it's easy to find on the school website." Ning Yi, holding a bag, her eyes sparkling, said, "Sorry I'm late, classmate Bai Chao." He turned to look at Ning Yi and asked, "Senior, is this the person you wanted me to meet?" Ning Yi stammered in reply, "I'm sorry I didn't tell you in advance. This is Sister Shan from the Capital Academy of Dramatic Arts." She thought to herself, "Do I know anyone from the Capital Academy of Dramatic Arts? Forget it, forget it." The blonde girl sighed. "Student romance is so young and pure. Let me briefly introduce myself. A graduate student at the Capital Academy of Dramatic Arts, Ning Yi's childhood friend. Yu Shan," she thought, They're already calling each other boyfriend and girlfriend, yet it's still classmate Bai Chao and senior Ning Yi. If it were another couple, they'd probably have countless nicknames by now. He turned to look behind him where a couple was happily chatting. Baby, want to watch this movie? The girl shyly replied. A scene full of romantic vibes. Bai Chao thought, no wonder Tang Xin and Yu Zhaozhao always find those strange suspicious points. If it were me, hearing such terms would feel odd too. So that's where the problem lies. He sighed helplessly. Ning Yi's hand touched his and she whispered, this kind of address is still too distant, but it doesn't confirm anything. Then she held his hand and continued. Besides, you and classmate Bai Chao are both first-timers in love. Things about couples are still being figured out. Yu Zhan spoke up. Could it be you're just pretending to be a couple for show? He secretly glanced toward Bai Lu and thought, why is Lulu still watching? And Lulu seemed to be constantly probing for flaws. He let go of Ning Yi's hand and awkwardly replied, actually it's my fault. I'm a bit shy, so I'm not really. Haha. He laughed awkwardly. Yu Shan called out silently. Oh, Ning Yi looked at him with slightly sorrowful eyes and clenched her fists. Let me say this, she began. So senior and I are still getting used to this kind of relationship. Just then, Ning Yi seemed to have an idea. It looks like this is the only way. So she spoke up, right? Then she placed his leg between hers and continued. So to help classmate Bai Chao overcome his shyness and love, he blushed deeply and breathed heavily, exclaiming, ah. Ning Yi reached out to cup his cheeks, her eyes full of affection, and said, let's practice kissing in public first. Yu Zhan stared at the two in shock, unable to help but cry out. Bai Chao repeated Ning Yi's words in his mind, practicing kissing in public. Just then he glanced back. He thought to himself, no way, my sister is still watching. Bai Lu's eyes flashed red and there was a crack in her heart as she thought, that thing. Bai Lu stood up and glared angrily at the two. Over here, Yu Shan covered her mouth in surprise, sighing inwardly. Could it be? Bai Lu turned and left, filled with displeasure. HMPH, liar, liar, liar. Lulu has a bad brother. Yu Shan's hand trembled as she wrote suspicious in her notebook. The guy hesitated when talking about feelings. She thought, is it true? Over here, Bai Chao and Ning Yi were shyly exchanging a sweet kiss. Their lips parted, and Ning Yi said shyly, sorry, it was a couple's impulse. Sorry I didn't notice Sister Shan was here. Yu Shan quickly turned aside and replied, no, it's fine, you're a couple after all. I just have things to do so I won't disturb you. She thought, the information is confirmed, no need to be a third wheel here. I'm off. Yu Shan turned back to look at Ning Yi and asked, by the way, Xiao Ning, have you told Brother Jishu about you too? Ning Yi lowered her eyes and hesitated before answering, not yet. I'll tell him when I get the chance, Yu Shan said. Thanks, I'll go now. With that she turned and left. He exclaimed in surprise, ha. Ning Yi sighed in relief and asked, was that Bai Lu who ran out just now? Sorry, I got a bit anxious. She shyly clenched her fists on her lap. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, no, it's fine, it was just an excuse. I'll explain it later. My sister is pretty sensible. Was Brother Jishu whom you two mentioned the real reason Senior and I are pretending to be a couple? She looked at him and replied, sort of, not entirely. Then she lowered her voice and asked, do you want to know? A three-person friendship, no matter how you maintain it, gets complicated. Sister Shan was an older sister I met in an interest class when I was little. Brother Jishu was her neighbor. They were both great. We had a lot of fun together back then. Even though I changed schools often, the bond between us three never broke. I really like both of them. At this moment, Yu Shan and Ning Yi were happily sitting on chairs in the garden. Bai Chao stood behind them. Yu Shan saw a petal drift past her face and gently caught it with her hand. Sister Shan likes Brother Jishu. I've always known that. So when they graduated from college, Sister Shan confessed to him. But no one expected that Sister Shan said Brother Jishu rejected her. She also said the reason he rejected her was because Brother Jishu likes me. At this point he reached out to pick a petal from Ning Yi's hair. She looked at Yu Shan, who was clenching her fists, seemingly struggling to suppress her anger. Then Yu Shan turned and left. But I didn't want to ruin the three of us, so, he quickly asked. So you found me to pretend to be your lover, she said in a sorrowful voice. Yes. Regret and unease. This was the first time I saw this usually aloof and distant senior like this. This situation really is bad. Three close friends who grew up together, now strained because of her. Maybe she feels it's all her fault, even though she did nothing. Senior wanted to use the fake relationship between her and me, hoping that the three of them, at least Yu Shan and Zhang Jishu's relationship, could go back to how it was. He looked at Ning Yi with sympathetic eyes. I tried to say something to comfort her but didn't know what to say. But Bai Chao bit his lip, thinking he hadn't even sorted out his own affairs, so he had no right to talk about theirs. He and Ning Yi sat side by side, 2 cups of coffee on the table. Elsewhere, Tang Xin thought to herself, I don't get it. I really don't get why classmate Yu Zhaozhao rushed off to an underwear store after school. Forget it. For the sake of future plans, I'll use this as an excuse to make up with her. Tang Xin was hiding behind the wall, observing Yu Zhaozhao over here. Yu Zhaozhao reached for a hanger, thinking to herself, it's all because of tomorrow. Her face was full of contemplation, secretly delighted. Decisive underwear is crucial. Cough, cough, cough. If we're staying overnight on the cruise, it's inevitable that there'll be some accidental contact. In that case, if I can pick a sexy set first and then make a move on Bai Chao, then Zhao Zhao will wear a very sexy swimsuit. I don't believe I can't win him over like this, but you Zhao Zhao groaned inwardly. Why is the salesgirl recommending such cute styles? They have no killing power at all, she said to herself. But if I go for a sexy style like a bodysuit or something, it does seem a bit off. She covered her face, embarrassed by her own thoughts, and said, what should I pick? So frustrating. If I don't know what to choose. Just then Tang Xin came over and suggested, why not let me help you try them all on? Yu Zhao Zhao was surprised, thinking, Tang Xin. Yu Zhao Zhao licked her lips and thought, actually, I think this one suits classmate Yu Zhao Zhao too. What do you think? Yes, if it's her, she'll definitely know which one has the most killing power as sexy lingerie, Tang Xin said happily. If you like it, let me pay and you can try it on. So Tang Xin picked up a piece of lingerie and said, look. At that moment, Yu Zhao Zhao reached out and lifted Tang Xin's skirt to observe, thinking, just for reference. Tang Xin shyly exclaimed, hey, Yu Zhao Zhao panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat, and shouted, huh? She shamefully blamed herself. Aw, too curious, I think I've messed up big time. Ah, just a moment ago. She shyly lowered her head and said, sorry, I was just thinking about something else. Definitely not, she said as she reached out to pull Tang Xin's skirt back down, continuing to explain. On purpose. Just then, Tang Xin directly took off her skirt to show Yu Zhao Zhao. Yu Zhao Zhao shyly cried out, You, listen to me explain. Yu Zhao Zhao's face was now as red as a persimmon, her eyes dodging Tang Xin's gaze, cold sweat pouring non-stop. Then she quickly ran out, slamming the door shut. Inside, Tang Xin was putting on her skirt and said, actually, I should be the one to say sorry, because I heard that classmate Yu Zhao Zhao has already agreed to go on the cruise tomorrow. Yu Zhao Zhao stammered, so I thought if classmate Tang Xin feels awkward and doesn't want me to go, I won't go. Over here. Tang Xin was taking off her top, revealing her full chest in a bikini. Yu Zhao Zhao quickly covered her face and turned away, awkwardly saying, why are you taking off your clothes again? Just now it was only the skirt, right? No, you can't do weird things, Tang Xin said. We agreed to try on lingerie together. You weren't listening at all, were you? Otherwise, why would we come into the fitting room? Tang Xin sat on Yu Zhao Zhao's lap and whispered, listen carefully. What I'm about to say is important. Even though our relationship is complicated now, it's clear that the main enemy right now is Senior Ning Yi, right? Yu Zhao Zhao replied. Is that so? Tang Xin suggested. So for tomorrow night's cruise trip, why don't we set aside our differences and eliminate the biggest unstable factor while we can? Yu Zhao Zhao asked. You mean we cooperate to deal with Senior Ning Yi? Tang Xin lowered her voice and asked, what do you think? Yu Zhao Zhao pondered for a long time before answering, meanwhile in another place. Bai Chao silently questioned Bai Lu. Lulu, does it really have to be this way? Bai Lu retorted. Otherwise, yesterday someone went out and even did the kissing thing. Tonight who knows what they'll do? Lulu doesn't even dare to think about it. Bai Chao sighed softly and said, I've already explained that we didn't kiss. This time it's just some friends from work inviting me on a cruise. Just an overnight stay. Bai Lu's eyes flashed red and the words echoed in her mind. Overnight, that's exactly the scene she imagined with Tang Xin, Yu Zhao Zhao, and Ning Yi wearing sexy pajamas. Bai Lu shouted, Then won't you be completely devoured? Bai Chao's face turned pale, and he quickly explained, It's not that exaggerated. Just a meal and looking at the night view. What else could happen? Bai Lu turned her back to him and sighed. Good. Then she held a few stickers in her hand, her face full of mischief, and said, Lulu has an emergency plan ready. With that, she handed him some stickers with a black dragon heart pattern. Then she thought to herself, as long as I stick these on his belly. Bai Xiao hurriedly covered his lower body. Bai Lu squinted, calculating inwardly, thinking that no matter how great the temptation, he wouldn't easily take off his clothes and abandon male moral education, right? A scream rang out. Lulu, calm down. What are you doing? Don't do this. The neighbor ant was cooking. Bai Lu shouted loudly, Don't move, Ling Ching. All right, big brother is good. Let's do it again, he cried out involuntarily. Again? No way. And so, after experiencing an attack from his sister, I was a little late for tonight's cruise trip. He walked along, rubbing his stomach with his hand. Just then he stepped onto the stairs. Yu Zhao Zhao cast a glance over. Ning Yi widened her eyes in surprise. Tang Xin glanced at Ning Yi, whose long hair flowed and who was wearing a tight red dress. She called out to Bai Xiao. Over here, Yu Zhao Zhao said cheerfully. You're finally here. Tang Xin, wearing a black dress with a high slit, chimed in. The three said in unison, Let's go together. The five sat down at the table and Ninger spoke up. But wasn't it Tang Xin who said over here just now? Yu Zhao Zhao picked up a plate of food. She said happily to Bai Xiao. Be good, open wide. He fearfully covered his mouth with his hand, making sounds. Yu Zhao Zhao continued to coax. Isn't this your favorite food? Tang Xin coughed twice to remind him. Auntie, when I left home, my mom told me to say hello to uncle and auntie. I wonder how they've been lately. Ning replied, my parents are in good health. Please send my regards to Uncle Tang for me, Tang Xin. Yu Zhaozhao and Bai Xiao looked over happily and exclaimed in surprise. Ning Shi thought to herself, they must have sensed something and want to expose my relationship with him. A cute little cat appeared and said, I'll pass it on for sister. She raised her hand to her forehead, a trace of worry in her eyes, thinking to herself, but why is Tang Xin on Yu Zhaozhao's side? She seems very concerned about family matters. Bai Xiao asked, do your families know each other? Tang Xin replied, you could say so. As far as I remember, sister's family is very strict. Ninger also chimed in. Yeah, when I was little my parents were quite strict and conservative, but I know they did it for my own good. Tang Xin took off her high heels and said, actually uncle and auntie. Under the table Tang Xin stretched out her foot and touched Yu Zhaozhao's foot, then continued, they still care a lot about sister's campus life now, right? Receiving the signal, Yu Zhaozhao widened her eyes in surprise. Yu Zhaozhao immediately joined the conversation. Does your family know about you and Bai Xiao seeing each other? Tang Xin said, compared to my family, sister's family should be more open-minded. So what do you think about the rumor that your relationship ended after graduation? Bai Lu found it strange inwardly. How did these two suddenly coordinate and attack together? Shouldn't I be the one covering for them? A thought flashed through Little Orange's mind. Bai Lu lifted the tablecloth to look underneath, thinking, did Little Orange see Tang Xin and Yu Zhaozhao's feet constantly signaling each other? Little Orange thought, no wonder they've never been this harmonious before. Should I just tell Red Hair about the White Hair's dirty secret? Is that so? Ning Shi placed her hands on her thighs, then answered softly, my family is quite traditional. As for this matter, I haven't asked my parents yet. Tang Xin pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, oh I see, Yu Zhaozhao chimed in. If it were me, my mom would definitely be the first to know. At this moment Ninger continued, it's just that Tang Xin and Yu Zhaozhao were both listening intently to every word she said. Ninger took Bai Xiao's hand and said, my parents have been telling me to find a boyfriend over and over again just to put their minds at ease. My dear Bai Xiao, would you be willing to formally meet my parents sometime? The two were startled and shouted, hey, Bai Xiao stammered in reply. Of course, he thought to himself. My fake girlfriend is putting up a good fight against their attacks. Ning Yi said gently, all right, if there's anything you want to say, let's talk about it in bed. She gave him a shy smile. Tang Xin and Yu Zhaozhao imagined Bai Xiao and Ning Yi going to bed. And he panicked inwardly. No, how did it come to this? I was just defending against them. How did it turn into an attack? Wow! Just then a hand grabbed his pants. Yu Zhaozhao shouted loudly. Wait, weren't we all here to eat? How did it turn into doing that kind of thing? Bai Xiao replied awkwardly. Then stop pulling my pants, let go. Ning Yi reached out and wrapped her arm around his waist, saying, didn't the invitation only say double rooms and triple rooms? She added. I think among everyone here, only Bai Xiao and I are a couple. Wouldn't it be convenient for us to stay in a double room? Ning Yi took out 2 room cards. Yu Zhaozhao still wouldn't let go but looked up and remained silent. Then Yu Zhaozhao looked away awkwardly, while Tang Xin was all smiles. Then she spoke, Senior, why is Ning Yi in such a hurry to take him away? Ning Yi turned back and asked, Tang Xin opened her mouth to say something. Just then, Little Orange reached out and covered her mouth, stopping her from continuing. Bai Lu quickly said, it's nothing. The president meant to say, since we have this rare gathering, Senior is going to sleep. What a pity. If you don't mind, Senior, how about coming down to the living room later to join the games? Ning Yi said in a deep voice. Senior is tired and should go rest. We won't disturb you. Yu Zhaozhao's relationship instability level. Countless stars. Tang Xin's student council president relationship instability level. 2 stars, she thought to herself. This Tang Xin is a bit suspicious. Bai Lu leaned close to Tang Xin's ear and whispered, what's wrong with you tonight? Why are you in such a hurry, trying to expose your secret in front of Senior? Tang Xin said awkwardly, she's taking him straight to bed. How can I not be anxious? Little Orange immediately soothed her. There's a way. Yu Zhaozhao looked up at the two whispering. She watched angrily as the two walked away hand in hand. Tang Xin asked hurriedly, come on, tell me what to do. Is there something you can't say here? Little Orange replied, it's not convenient. Yu Zhaozhao thought to herself, tisk. We said we'd cooperate. Why are we still fighting our own battles at a time like this? She showed a sly expression and calculated inwardly. Fine, I've already thought of a countermeasure anyway. That is, in the living room, he's lying on the sofa sleeping and then he's woken up by a strange sound. He exclaimed in surprise. Ha! Bai Xiao sat up with a start. Yu Zhaozhao was sitting on top of him, making him look at her with a pale face, thinking this special thief. Yu Zhaozhao waved happily. He stepped back in surprise and asked why she was here. She said, why can't I be here, but isn't someone supposed to be sweet-talking his girlfriend in bed? What's wrong, got dumped for no reason again, he replied wearily. Senior is changing clothes and going to read some books later. I was afraid of disturbing her, so I came out to sleep, Bai Xiao answered. All right, I'm going to sleep now, good night, he thought to himself. Although I agreed to share a room with Senior, and it's just a fake relationship, sleeping together like this would be disrespectful to her. Forget it, it's better to sleep in the living room. Just then, Yu Zhao's voice rang out. What a coincidence. He lifted the blanket. Oh no, she was looking at him. She said, my roommate is also changing clothes. If you don't mind, could you let me, someone with nowhere to go, borrow a spot to sleep? After saying that, she lay down beside him. Bai Xiao's face was sweating profusely and he shouted. She winked at him. In Bai Xiao and Ning Yi's room, Tang Xin looked at her phone thinking, did it work? Little Orange was outside. She whispered, you just don't want them to sleep together, right? So just use the excuse of sitting in their room and drag the vice president to join the game. When Ning Yi Sr. comes, invite her to join too. She won't be able to refuse. That way we can drag it out all night. Tang Xin replied, good plan, but she thought to herself, where the hell did that bastard Bai Xiao go? I don't know, he's here. He was struggling to deal with Yu Zhao. The door opened and Ning Yi walked in, rubbing her eyes. She asked, not asleep yet, Bai Xiao? At this moment Tang Xin's figure was on the bed. Ning Yi walked in and asked for Bai Xiao. Then she sat on the bed and said, over here. Tang Xin was so embarrassed she almost dropped her phone. Ning Yi turned back and suggested, should we sleep together like this? She looked at Tang Xin with an awkward expression. Tang Xin's mouth fell open in surprise, thinking, what's going on? She quickly put her feet on the floor to think. Slip away before she realizes it. I'd better pretend to go to the bathroom and then get out of here quickly. If I get caught. Ning Yi reached out and touched Tang Xin's hand, saying, it's not me. Then she was pulled back and fell onto the bed. Ning Yi continued, I didn't mean for you to go sleep somewhere else. She turned back happily and asked, anyway, we've never spent the night together before, right? Tang Xin's mouth fell open in surprise, screaming inwardly. Ha! In the dim light, Tang Xin lay on the bed thinking, does she think I'm the vice president? Ning Yi took off her clothes and placed them on the bed, then called out to Bai Xiao. Tang Xin looked back. Ning Yi had already changed quickly. She asked, not sleepy yet? Tang Xin immediately burrowed under the covers and said loudly, yeah, going to sleep. Then she turned her head to the side. Tang Xin said to herself, sleep, sleep, thinking she was imitating Bai Xiao. If I keep dragging this out, it'll be easier to get caught. When she's fast asleep, I'll find a chance to leave. Ning Yi Sr. seemed to remember something and quickly said, oh right, have you noticed anything strange about Tang Xin lately? I always feel like she has a strong hostility towards me. Tang Xin started to sweat cold, thinking, did she find something out? Ning Yi continued, maybe it's just because she's close with Yu Zhao and is attacking like this to stand up for her. Tang Xin only replied softly, Ning Yi spoke. Tang Xin answered in a low voice, HMPH, she thought to herself, I'm still under suspicion. Ning Yi said, so the root of the trouble is still Yu Zhao. Tang Xin thought, that's right, lately it seems like I've been on the defensive, but later I might get a sudden attack from Yu Zhao. If we want to end this quickly, we have to take the initiative to sound the charge like last time, leaving behind sweet marks of a couple. That would be convincing. Ning Yi asked, Bai Xiao, do you remember what you did in the literature club last time? Tang Xin trembled, thinking, what we did in the literature club? Why ask that all of a sudden? What should I do? She closed her eyes tightly, and beside her, Ning Yi said, let me do it again, then. Ning Yi quickly sat up and looked at Tang Xin. Tang Xin's eyes were also filled with fear as she looked back at her. Ning Yi leaned closer to Tang Xin. Ning Yi's eyes widened. Tang Xin blushed shyly. Ning Yi touched Tang Xin's heaving hills with her two soft mounds, then asked in a deep voice, hey, Tang Xin blurted out, did you do this kind of thing in the literature club between the two of you? Ning Yi exclaimed, you're Tang Xin. Tang Xin continued to ask, what did you do? Ning Yi said, Tang Xin. Tang Xin reached out and covered her mouth, not wanting to reveal anything more. Just then a knock came at the door, and a voice called out from outside, Yu Zhao. A few minutes earlier, Yu Zhao had asked, do you think this is safe enough? He turned his head to look and she sat on top of him, saying, is this safe enough? He replied, what else? I've been on high alert, you can't break through. Not willing to lose, she quickly hugged him tightly and said, fine, then hold out to the end. Bai Xiao's face turned pale with fear and he began to waver. Yu Zhao still held on tightly and she spoke, let's see how you explain when your girlfriend comes out and sees this, he shouted in fear. Hey, the two of them fell to the ground. He shouted loudly, Yu Zhao. Yu Zhao was still pressing down on him and he said loudly, how can you cheat? Yu Zhao's eyes were watery and she hesitated, saying, You. She just pointed at him and asked, I want to ask one thing, is the pattern on your stomach some kind of belief? He remembered the sticker Bailu had put on him. The door opened and Tang Xin and Ning Yi's voices sounded in your room. At this moment, Yu Zhao was still grabbing his clothes, her whole body pressing down on him. Tang Xin and the others shouted loudly, what are you two doing here? At this moment, Yu Zhao's cheeks were flushed and she stammered, it's like this, it's just a misunderstanding. Tang Xin turned her head and said, if it's just a misunderstanding, then everyone should go back to their rooms and rest since it's getting late anyway. What do you think, Yu Zhao? Yu Zhao replied happily, yeah, sleep early. Ning Yi was still pondering. Then Ning Yi stood up, exhaled, and replied, all right, it's just that Bai Xiao can't seem to sleep. Ning Yi looked at the three of them in confusion. Then Tang Xin suggested, "You go back to the room and sleep first," Yu Zhaozhao replied. "No, I still have some things to do, you go back first," Bai Xiao then said. "Maybe I'll go back to the room first," Tang Xin and Yu Zhaozhao both shouted at the same time. "No," Ning Yi thought to herself. "It looks like tonight won't be peaceful." She let out a heavy breath. Ning Yi suggested, "Since no one wants to waste time on the cruise tonight, how about we play a little game together?" She thought to herself. "I have to take the initiative." Tang Xin immediately pulled out a deck of cards and said, "Let's play this," she explained. "I found these cards in the room, just now in the vice president's room. I was also looking for him to play cards. That's how I ran into Senior." Bai Xiao asked awkwardly, Are you sure you want to play this, President?" Tang Xin asked back in confusion. "Is there a problem?" He replied awkwardly. "These don't seem like cards for ordinary people." Yu Zhaozhao and Tang Xin both examined the cards carefully. Tang Xin exclaimed in surprise, How is this? I really just found them on the boat. I didn't prepare them on purpose just now." Ning Yi picked up the cards and said, "It's fine, let's just play this." She started shuffling the cards and said, "You two are both Bai Xiao's mom. Li is also my friend, but we don't know each other well. Why not take this chance to get closer? What do you think?" Tang Xin's face darkened, thinking, "Is she really suspecting me?" Yu Zhaozhao raised her hand and said, "All right, I agree. What about you, Tang Xin?" Tang Xin replied, "Then I agree too." Thinking to herself, "Let's give it a try," Bai Qiao immediately objected. "No, I haven't agreed yet." Yu Zhaozhao quickly responded, "Your opinion doesn't matter. Let's do rock, paper, scissors to decide who picks first, okay?" Ning agreed. The group started playing rock, paper, scissors. Yu Zhaozhao shouted, "Oh, I won." She pointed at him and said, "I pick Bai Qiao." To be honest, he immediately objected. "No, I refuse. Switch to dares," she then taunted. "HMPH, coward." Seeing he still wouldn't agree, she reached out and drew a card, saying, "Then let's switch to dares." Bai Qiao, Tang Xin and Ning huddled together to look, their expressions sour. And no one said a word. Yu Zhaozhao asked curiously, "What's with those faces?" Tang Xin spoke up, "You can see for yourself." Yu Zhaozhao shyly shouted, This. The two of them ate the fun-shaped cookie with their mouths. And he secretly smirked, thinking, although Yu Zhaozhao has the strongest urge to attack, she has a fatal weakness. She never dares to do anything ambiguous in public. He pretended to ask, "What's wrong?" too scared to play, reminding her that there were two others nearby. She angrily muttered, "Bai Qiao, you?" Then she opened her mouth to eat the cookie he was holding, and he said fearfully, Are you serious?" Yu Zhaozhao replied, Of course, who told you to provoke me?" Then, as if injected with courage, she bit into the cookie wildly. He stammered, wait a second." The cookie suddenly broke in half. He lost his balance and fell forward. Tang Xin quickly shouted, "Vice President." She reached out to grab him, yelling, "Watch out!" But she missed. And now his whole body was pressing down on Yu Zhaozhao. He awkwardly turned back to smile at her. Yu Zhaozhao said with difficulty, "Bai Qiao, you're crushing me." She sat up flusteredly, saying, so awkward." Her leg lifted high, causing Bai Qiao to tumble forward. Tang Xin and Ning exchanged a glance, their attitudes unfriendly. At that moment his face was buried in Yu Zhaozhao's undulating hills, her cheeks were as red as a ripe persimmon, his eyes widened, and Yu Zhaozhao looked like she was about to faint from dizziness. Both thought, too close. Tang Xin quickly walked over, sat down and smiled, saying, "How much longer do you two plan to hug like this?" She narrowed her eyes. Yu Zhaozhao and Bai Qiao's faces turned pale. Ning thought, that familiar suffocating pressure. Yu Zhaozhao blushed, cold sweat dripping. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Bb Bai Qiao, get off!" With that, she pushed him away with all her might. Regaining her composure, she suggested, "Maybe we should just stick to truth or dare." He lay on the ground, disheveled, and replied, Fine. Then Yu Zhaozhao lowered her voice and said, "Then come clean." She pointed at him and said word by word, "Do you have any special quirks you can't tell others?" Ning thought, almost forgot about that. "Also, your mood swing is way too fast," Yu Zhaozhao said seriously. "You know what I'm asking, this is truth or dare, so you have to be honest." Just then, Ning's voice rang out. "Sorry, I'd like to interrupt." Yu Zhaozhao looked over and Ning asked, "What does that XP mean?" Tang Xin whispered in explanation. "It's," Yu Zhaozhao thought, "am I being too bold?" Ning blushed and asked softly, Is this something we can talk about?" At that moment, Yu Zhaozhao loudly reminded, "What are you spacing out for? Spit it out." He awkwardly replied, It's a syscon." She punched him in the face, shouting, "Everyone already knows that, so no need to say it." "Bro Bianming, I've never said it before. It's only real when I confirm it myself." Yu Zhaozhao put her hands on her hips and said, "Last chance. What is it that you can't tell anyone?" He awkwardly asked, Do I really have to say it?" Yu Zhaozhao loudly answered, "Of course. This is truth or dare, absolutely no lying." He blushed and stammered, It's that I'm a battle maniac." Yu Zhaozhao, Tang Xin and Ning all said in unison, He awkwardly explained it was about beautiful girls and evil. Mecha girl battle suits, magical girls, or J battle suits. Yu Zhaozhao reached out and covered his mouth to stop him from continuing. She said, "Alright, today's 2D content is enough." "Next," he said angrily. "What, you forced me to say it," Tang Xin thought, so annoying. I thought he was interested in my stuff. Ning Ning spoke up. If we're going in order, I'm next, right? I pick truth. Tang Xin, I want to know. Tang Xin turned around. Ning Ning continued, do you have any feelings for Bai Chao that go beyond friendship? Yu Zhaozhao thought, that direct. He looked thoughtful. Why is Senior suddenly asking this? Although the president always teases me and treats me as her campus fun when it comes to feelings, Tang Xin happily replied. Of course I do, he exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Yu Zhaozhao blushed and thought, is she going to confess right now? Ning Ning confirmed her guess. I knew it. Tang Xin touched his face with her finger and replied, after all, I've been in contact with the vice president for so long. She smiled with narrowed eyes, then grabbed him and pulled him closer, continuing, an ordinary classmate relationship probably can't contain my feelings for the vice president. After all, Bai Chao, and Tang Xin repeated. After all, Tang Xin shyly replied, I've always treated the vice president like a silly son at home. He exclaimed in surprise. Ha! She winked at him and asked. Right? The vice president angrily shouted. Right, my ass. Is that how you see me? Yu Zhaozhao said angrily. Tang Xin retorted. Then what kind of relationship does the president want with me? Bai Chao immediately shouted angrily. No thoughts in that direction. Yu Zhaozhao's face darkened, and she muttered, Sly fox. Just then, Ning Ning grabbed his head and said, I've been taken care of by Tang Xin. But as she spoke, she pulled his head onto her lap and continued, from now on let me take care of Bai Chao. Tang Xin suppressed her anger and nodded, replying, fine. Yu Zhaozhao was panicked and couldn't speak. Tang Xin clenched her fists in anger, abruptly drew a card and said, you're next, right? I pick dare, she thought to herself. So she noticed I've been a bit overboard these past few days. Since that's the case, I might as well go with the flow. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she said, please have the couple do this. The card required lightly kissing the other's abdomen for 10 seconds. She thought, such an intimate move you two wouldn't dare, right? No. Ning Ning looked at her without speaking, then suddenly stood up, causing his head, which was resting on her lap, to hit the floor hard. Tang Xin exclaimed in surprise, huh? Then Ning Ning pressed down on him and said, Bai Chao. He trembled, his face red. Ning Ning said, come on, let's do it. With that, she lifted her clothes, revealing her slender waist. His face darkened, and he stammered, do we really have to do this? Ning Ning softly replied, he thought, if I don't do this, they'll probably suspect the couple relationship. The suspicion will grow, especially since Tang Xin has already completed her truth. At this moment, Ning Ning was still sitting on him. Tang Xin secretly worried, do they really dare to do it? As if understanding her meaning, Yu Zhaozhao angrily whispered, it's all because of you. Just then, Ning Ning pulled his head closer. Bai Chao panicked and shouted, wait. As he tried to negotiate, let me prepare a bit. Ning Ning thought for a moment, then made a decision. Then let me do it. She lifted his clothes and he worried, it's over. The thing on my stomach will be seen. Yu Zhaozhao and Tang Xin blushed. The three of them, Ning Ning, were focused on his stomach as the clothes slowly lifted. He worried that if the thing on his stomach was seen, this body from the neck down belonged to Lulu. Loyalty. Tang Xin pursed her lips and laughed. Peeved Siscon, over here. Yu Zhaozhao was clutching her stomach, laughing hysterically. Ning Ning slowly leaned in, ready to kiss his stomach. Her soft lips were about to touch his firm abs. He suddenly sat up and said, we need to. Ning Ning pressed him down, saying, almost done. He stammered an excuse, I'm ticklish. Yu Zhaozhao and Tang Xin sighed in relief. Just then, Ning Ning stood up and said, I forfeit this challenge. Let's move to the next round. Tang Xin readily agreed. All right, he picked up the card and said, so it's my turn to draw this time. He thought anxiously. Help. If this continues, it'll be a disaster. What do I do? Tang Xin was overjoyed inside. So it seems Senior and the Vice President aren't as harmonious as I imagined. Either they haven't crossed the boundary that only couples have, or just then, Ning Ning reached out to stop him from drawing a card, saying, wait, since I lost, I'll trouble Tang Xin to decide what to do. Tang Xin lowered her voice and said, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. Ning Ning immediately replied, just following the rules, please. Tang Xin smiled happily. Ha. He looked at the two of them thinking, what's with this subtle competitive spirit? Help, don't do this. How is this going to end? Tang Xin reached out and drew a card. Holding it in her mouth, she said, looks like I drew a pretty tough challenge. Leave a mark on the opposite sex's neck. Yu Zhaozhao shouted loudly. Teacher Daxon, what are you up to? Aren't you just giving them an opportunity? Tang Xin hummed smugly and said, don't worry, if Senior thinks it's too hard, she can also choose. Over here. Ning Ning immediately pounced on Bai Chao like a lion hunting prey. He shouted in fear. Senior, Tang Xin said, don't do it. Then Bai Chao's scream rang out. Hey Senior, wait. Tang Xin secretly watched Ning Ning kissing Bai Chao's neck. He shouted awkwardly, there, weakly resisting, not there. Then, his whole body burning, he shouted, ah. Ning Ning turned her head and asked, should we continue? Yu Zhaozhao looked extremely uncomfortable. Tang Xin slammed the table and angrily shouted, continue. Next round, do 10 push-ups on the opposite sex. He awkwardly scratched his head and said, sorry, I just fainted. It's over now, right? Damn, both his hands were on the ground, meaning a girl was doing push-ups on top of him. Tang Xin shook her full grapefruit in front of his face and shouted, "President," he weakly called out. What's this now?" She replied, "A dare," Yu Zhaozhao said miserably. "Unfair, I want to join too." Yu Zhaozhao looked over, and Ning Ning immediately refused. "No, right now, Tang Xin and I are having a duel of carrying the opposite sex in a princess hold." Ning Ning picked up Bai Chao to listen to the opposite sex's heartbeat. Tang Xin blushed, pressed her face against his chest and fed him a lollipop, using only body parts other than her hands. Ning Ning clamped the lollipop between her legs. Then she straightened her leg and offered the candy to him. He screamed in fear. "Feed water to the opposite sex using only body parts other than hands." Tang Xin placed a cup of water on her ample chest, then turned to look at him. She knelt down to feed him water, acting cute toward the opposite sex like this. Time and again they faced off in their battle. Ning Ning knelt beside him, making an adorable cat pose. Bai Chao was invincible. Tang Xin and Ning Ning both kissed him. He collapsed face down on the table exhausted and said, "Oh, I surrender." Then he quickly ran off shouting, "You two continue. I have urgent business to take care of in the WC." Yu Zhaozhao also quickly followed. "Wait for me. I can't take it anymore either. I'm going too." Ning Ning and Tang Xin stared at each other for a long time. Ning Ning spoke first. "It's just the two of us now. Should we continue?" Tang Xin lay on the ground and replied, "This is a couple's truth or dare. If it's just the two of us and Senior still wants to play, I'd start to question your sexual orientation." "Ahaha." Just then, Ning Ning reached out to test the fullness of Tang Xin's 2 grapefruits. Ning Ning said, "Then I'll ask one last truth. Setting aside everything said just now, do you have any other feelings for Bai Chao, or rather do you like him?" Tang Xin was stunned by Ning Ning's sudden question. Ning Ning lowered her voice and asked, "Do you like him?" Tang Xin retorted, "Like him." Then her face reddened. To be honest, facing Senior's direct question, she didn't know how to answer. But the fragmented memories known only to her kept flooding back. It was when he held the umbrella for her. That umbrella kept her from being soaked through. Even though they had just met, her heart fluttered, melting into those warm gestures. Even though a strong voice urged her on, he ran with her in the rain under the umbrella. His face at that time was incredibly warm. She watched, mesmerized. Even though neither of them was foolish, she shyly avoided his gaze, even though all she had to do was say it. But she, the one who yielded to the hunter's instinct, the one who had seen failure, the timid one, didn't want a clear answer, so she had to continue with the strategy of retreating to advance. Returning to reality, she smiled and replied, "What are you talking about? I don't like that guy, but life is always boring. The vice president is the only person I've known for a long time. Someone as interesting as him, I just see him as a temporary seasoning." Ning Ning sighed in relief as if shedding all her worries. "That's good then." She turned and left, saying, she glanced back and said in a tone of claiming ownership, "He has a girlfriend now." Then she reminded him, "It's late, go get some rest." Tang Xin remained silent, not reacting as fiercely as before. In the end, the war between the senior and the president ended in silence. The night returned to its original peaceful state, and I finally had a stable sleep amidst the noisy battle. Of course it would be better if my senior slept outside. He pulled the covers over himself and slept soundly. Just then, Tang Xin reached out and touched Bai Chao's cheek. He swung his fist and punched, shouting loudly, "Hey, all sins will be brought before the light of justice." Ninger and Tang Xin watched him talk in his sleep. The two let out a confused "ha." They looked at each other and asked, "Sen Senior," Ninger called out to her classmate Tang Xin. Tang Xin asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Ninger replied, "That's what I should be asking you." "Didn't you say?" Yu Zhaozhao shouted loudly. All right, stop pulling at his blanket," Miss Qiqing called out. Then she realized she had lost her composure and quickly pulled the blanket over herself to hide. Tang Xin and Yu Zhaozhao shouted in unison, "Yu Zhaozhao." Her voice came from under the blanket. Everyone's mistaken, it's not me." Ning Yi and Tang Xin threw off the blanket and said loudly, "If it's not you, then who? Weren't you just asleep? When did you get over here?" Yu Zhaozhao immediately retorted, "Hey, aren't you here too?" Ninger sighed and asked, "Spill it, what's wrong this time?" Yu Zhaozhao crossed her arms and explained, "I'm just here to correct some historical errors." Ninger thought to herself, "I don't understand at all." Then she turned to Tang Xin and asked, "What about you, Tang Xin?" Tang Xin crossed her arms and replied, "I haven't done anything yet." Then Tang Xin began to explain that it was because Xiao Juzi's sleeping posture was so bad, taking up all 3 beds by herself, so she had to come out. She even ended up sleeping on the sofa. She didn't know why Senior Ninger had come out either. Shouldn't it be said, why isn't the vice president with Senior Ninger? Isn't the couple's room more suitable for couples? Ninger stammered in reply. Sis already made plans to sleep out with Bai Chao, so Yu Zhaozhao said, all right, that's enough talk, let's sleep. Lan Fan, please turn off the lights, thanks." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Zhaozhao lay down beside Bai Chao and continued sleeping. Just then, Yu Zhaozhao's eyes widened. Ning Yi was holding her tightly. Yu Zhaozhao asked awkwardly, Sis, what do you want?" Ninger lowered her voice and replied, But then she pulled Yu Zhaozhao down to lie down and said, "It's just sleeping." Now Ninger was lying between Bai Chao and Yu Zhaozhao. Yu Zhaozhao exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Then she angrily shouted, "You're cheating, that's my spot, give it back." Ning Yi just calmly replied, "Good night." Tang Xin watched the three people sleeping on the floor and let out a sigh of frustration. 2 hours later, Tang Xin was still tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She put her feet on the floor, then tiptoed over and knelt beside Bai Chao. She gently kissed him on the cheek. She recalled the time he handed her an umbrella in the rain, and the corners of her mouth lifted involuntarily. She smiled shyly as she looked at him. He was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of his surroundings. A girl in a suit sat watching him sleep, then leaned close to his ear and shouted, "Cute little guy." He jolted awake and she continued, "Is it warmer sleeping like this so you can't bear to wake up?" At this point Tang Xin and Yu Zhaozhao were still holding him tightly as they slept. Tang Lin asked softly, "Looks like you had a good time last night, huh?" He quickly sat up, looked left and right, and called out, "How no, I didn't." Last night he recalled the three girls holding him, broke out in a cold sweat and said in a trembling voice, "How did it come to this?" Yu Zhaozhao woke up and called out hesitantly, Bai Chao, let's sleep a bit more, it's cold under the blanket," he shouted. "When did you sneak in to sleep? There seems to be a misunderstanding, let me explain first." Tang Lin, as if worldly wise, said there was no need to explain. "Young people, it's normal. I'm also here to pick someone up." She just reached out and touched Tang Xin's head, saying, "Looks like someone had a rough defeat last night, huh?" He replied. "Sis is saying things no one understands again." Tang Lin helped Tang Xin up and answered, "Anyway, please help me carry Xinxin to the car." Then Tang Lin reminded loudly, pushing Tang Xin's whole body toward him for him to catch. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ha?" He hesitated and said, "No way, this." He was holding Tang Xin's body. He asked, "No need to wake the president, just send her straight to the car." Tang Lin turned back and replied, "Oh, those little foxes are clever. When facing an enemy, they only play dead." He pleaded, "Sis, please stop talking in riddles." She walked to the door, turned back and said, "It's fine, she'll wake up once I get her home." "Oh dear." Ninger, holding things she had just bought back, looked at the girl who had just walked out in confusion. Tang Lin asked, "This person is Ninger, right?" She introduced herself. "Hello, Sister Tang Lin, I'm Ning Yi. We met at last year's banquet. I'm Tang Xin's classmate and also Bai Chao's girlfriend. Everyone, make way." Ninger said to Bai Chao, "Need help? I brought you breakfast." No need, I'll send the president to the car first." Over here, Tang Lin looked at Ninger and thought to herself, "Girlfriend, huh? Interesting." And so the chaotic cruise night came to an end. Yi Cheng came to pick up Yu Zhaozhao, and she waved at Bai Chao. "Little dumb pig, your opponent is a bit tough, can you handle it?" Yu Zhaozhao pushed her mom forward and her mom turned back and said, "Want mom to teach you a couple of tricks?" Yu Zhaozhao replied awkwardly, Mom, keep your voice down, people behind can hear." The senior's parents also came to pick her up, of course, without mentioning anything about the lover matter. Even Xiao Juzi, because we forgot to call him to play last night, got angry and took the subway home alone. He stood alone and sighed, "The world has left me all alone." Just then, Tang Lin's voice rang out. "Not necessarily," he exclaimed in surprise. "Ha sis, why are you here? Didn't you send the president back?" Tang Lin replied. The little fox broke free from the enemy's grasp and ran back. "I can't help it either." Tang Xin directly refused her. "I'll go back on my own." Then Tang Lin continued, "Suddenly thought of someone who probably hasn't gone back yet. So do you want a ride?" He sighed in frustration. There's a middle school nearby, right? That's just vicious." He looked down and exclaimed in surprise, "Ha?" After getting in the car, he replied, "If only you were driving a truck. This car, reeking of money, parked at the middle school gate. What if it plants extremely vicious capitalist seeds in the minds of high school students? I'm not some poor wretch, just a student council vice president at school. Seeing such a sight, I can't help but feel deeply pained." Tang Lin pondered for a long time. Then she got into the driver's seat, turned around and asked, "Do you want to?" He immediately said, "Yes." She sighed and said, "So dishonest," he thought to himself. "I can't believe I just blurted that out, how disappointing." Tang Lin spoke up, "It's precisely because of this dishonesty that your romantic path is so hard." He asked in surprise, "How? What does that have to do with anything?" Tang Lin began to explain. "For example, do you know what to do now to keep our car running normally on the road?" She lay down, leaned close to the car and put her foot on his chest. Bai Chao replied tremblingly, "How would I know such things?" She pressed down harder and asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you don't want to think again?" He trembled on the verge of tears and stammered, "Ca, can you sis make it clearer?" She looked at him, pressed her foot firmly on his chest and said, "Of course, take off the high heels for your safety." "How can I drive in high heels?" He was fuming and shouted, what does this have to do with what we're talking about?" She immediately replied, "Of course it does. Just like I didn't say the real reason, you'd only think my behavior was strange. In emotional communication, when information is unequal, one side only knows how to run away, and the other can't understand the other's actions at all. Letting things continue will only create bigger problems. And isn't dishonesty the root of all problems?" She imagined Tang Xin lying there in a sulk. Tang Lin quickly passed by a girl who was following her. He asked. Really, she thought to herself, there's definitely something wrong. Then she spoke up. Oh, I almost forgot this. She reached out and helped him fasten his seatbelt. Tang Lin asked, that girl, she's your girlfriend, right? He blushed and quickly replied, sis, what are you talking about? Haha. She lowered her voice and said, but Xin told me everything. He exclaimed in surprise. Ha, over here. Bai Lu looked at her phone and muttered to herself, it's this late, why hasn't second brother come out? He couldn't have left already, could he? He sat in the car and asked Tang Lin loudly, the president knows. Tang Lin told him to keep it down. Shish, let me finish. Why are you so worked up? Just then, Bai Lu spotted him, a glint of red flashing in her eyes. She called out, second brother. Tang Lin pointed out his flaw. First of all, that extremely proud and willful white-haired little thing can coexist peacefully with you like this. Back then you were holding Xin, but your girlfriend had no reaction, and there's also an indescribable sense of distance between you two, completely lacking the passionate atmosphere of college lovers. So, even if Xin hadn't said anything, I would have seen through it all long ago. He listened silently to her analysis. Observing everything in detail is one of the basic skills of us screenwriters. But don't worry, I won't go around talking about it, and I really don't want to meddle in your affairs. After all, it's your own business, he replied. Then I still have to thank you. Over here, Bai Lu's heart was in turmoil, thinking that her brother was sneaking around behind Lulu's back. Absolutely unforgivable. In the supermarket, Bai Lu was looking for something and said, chastity belt. Let me see if you did anything bad behind Lulu's back last night. He shook his head and replied, what chastity belt? There are a lot of people here. Lulu, don't mess around. Bai Lu shouted angrily, no violence, no cooperation, huh? She huffily lifted her clothes and said, then Lulu has no choice but to. His eyes widened, and Bai Lu had already crawled under his clothes, saying, check for myself. Aha, you have other women's perfume on you. Not normal, a lot of women have this perfume, but the tattoo is still there. Looks like you managed to hold the line last night. She was enthusiastically observing inside with people coming and going. He called out awkwardly, Lulu, don't. He reached out and pinched the flesh on her stomach and she shyly trembled, her legs giving way. Then Bai Lu fell face first onto him. She shouted angrily, what are you doing? At this point he awkwardly covered his eyes and shouted, yo, you look for yourself. She also blushed and kept hitting Bai Chao's head, scolding, brother, you idiot. The two pushed a shopping cart through the supermarket. Bai Chao spoke up. Mom and Dad said they can't adjust their schedules for Mid-Autumn Festival this year, so it's just the two of us at home again. Bai Lu replied, Lulu still wants to use the weekend to go shopping with brother, and for Mid-Autumn Festival we'll go camping and watch the moon, she said in a playful voice. Who knew brother would get into a rich lady's car as soon as he got off the boat, not thinking of Lulu at all? He sighed and explained, what rich lady? I told you it was the president's sister's car. She said she was just giving me a ride home and I didn't expect Lulu to come. Just then, Bai Lu's eyes widened as she looked in one direction. Seeing something was wrong, he quickly called out, huh? Bai Lu's eyes sparkled, looking very cute. He followed her gaze to the yellow duck bed behind them and asked, like it that much, want to try? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Lu dashed toward the bed. She rubbed against it and sighed. So soft. Bai Lu curled up like a kitten, turned her head and said, brother, it's just enough for two people to sleep. He shouted, what illegal thing are you saying? Then she looked to the side, exclaimed in surprise, and there's even a crib. She looked at the crib and whispered, now everything's complete, just missing brother's child. Her cheeks began to flush. If there's a child in the future, Bai Lu shyly covered her face. Bai Chao's voice rang out. Like it? She turned back and asked, what are you doing? He was holding his phone, pointing it at her and taking pictures. He said, gathering evidence. If I ever get posted on some weird website, this will be my lifeline. Bai Lu grabbed his neck and shouted angrily, I was talking about if you have a child in the future, if there's a child. What are you thinking? He quickly replied, I was wrong. Lulu. Bai Lu got off the bed, put on her shoes and asked softly, but has brother really never thought about finding a girlfriend? Brother always has so many pretty sisters around, but never dates anyone. Lulu is starting to doubt brother's sexual orientation. If you really get old and no one's there to support you, and you want Lulu to take care of you, Lulu will charge a fee. She cast an expectant look, waiting for Bai Chao's answer. He replied vaguely, for now let's forget it. He sighed, wallowing in self-pity after all. He was a cursed man. Bai Lu comforted him, her voice playful. Don't have adolescent delusions at a time like this. He let out a long sigh, then replied, I'm serious because I'm a very hypocritical person. I was clearly very sad, but at the time I still found some reasons to move myself and broke up with that girl. I knew time could solve everything, but that was just self-deception based on subjective assumptions, yet I was still waiting for time's redemption. I knew that starting over could truly put an end to those misfortunes, but I still chose to run away, in the end those dishonest words. In a daze being called rigid, always straying from the original intention, everything becomes more and more chaotic, hurting others and myself. How can someone so terrible and awful be qualified to love others? Bai Lu stepped forward and hugged him tightly, softly calling him brother. Then she looked up at him and asked, "Does brother think Lulu has bad taste?" He replied in a voice full of affection. "No, what's wrong?" Bai Lu's eyes were watery, as if she was about to cry. Her voice choked as she said, "Then how can you belittle yourself like this?" Lulu never knew that this was how her brother saw himself in her heart. Second brother made Lulu always follow in his footsteps. "What should we do?" A sad expression appeared on his face as he called out affectionately. "Lulu." Bai Lu pressed him down and said, and what Lulu said just now was just angry words. "If brother really ends up alone forever, Lulu will take care of you. And I won't charge that kind of money." He rubbed her head and asked, "What if brother doesn't want to be alone forever?" Bai Lu immediately replied, "Then work hard to change, starting with what brother just said, face it little by little and Lulu will supervise you." She turned her gaze to the side and then Bai Lu struggled to sit up. He asked in confusion, "Face it proactively." At that moment Bai Lu reached out and lifted his clothes asking, "What exactly did you do last night?" "The cinnabar mole." "What's wrong with the cinnabar mole?" He replied awkwardly. "What cinnabar mole? What happened last night?" "Last night I spread the quilt on the floor and slept." Bai Lu shouted loudly. "Still talking tough? Are you trying to escape again?" Clearly, the words on this face were still Lulu's yesterday morning. A pair of small hands heard the conversation between Bai Lu and Bai Chao, and Bai Lu shouted loudly, "How did it become Yu Zhao Zhao's?" Di Cheng looked in the direction of the sound in surprise. Just then a voice shouted loudly, "Yu Zhao Zhao." Bai Chao squinted his eyes and said awkwardly, "I've never figured this out." Yu Zhao Zhao was confused, not knowing what he wanted to say. He asked back, "When exactly did you take Lulu's name off my chest and replace it with yours?" Yu Zhao Zhao mischievously sat on his head, rehanging the lantern, and asked, "Is my name really there?" She immediately reached out and lifted his clothes, saying, "Let me see." He asked in panic, "What kind of crime is this?" returning to the scene of the crime. Enjoying the sense of accomplishment from close observation, Yu Zhao Zhao replied, "Just taking a casual look. Why are you so excited?" "Maybe someone has me in their heart, missing me so much that the capillaries on their chest concentrated to show my name." He immediately retorted, "That's absolutely impossible." Yu Zhao Zhao recalled clearly they had slept together yesterday. "As for the crime scene, don't bother with these trivial matters." Then she immediately changed the subject and asked, "By the way, do you have any plans for the Mid-Autumn Festival this weekend?" He exclaimed in surprise. "Mid-Autumn Festival," she pinched his cheek. Then she said, "Right? Isn't it because of the Mid-Autumn Festival that the school sent us to decorate this classroom?" Yu Zhao Zhao asked, "Such a great holiday, aren't you planning to go out and have fun with Lulu?" Yu Zhao Zhao remembered what her mother said. "Little pig, yesterday Mom saw the handsome guy you've been thinking about and that girl buying Mid-Autumn Festival things at the supermarket. Mom is busy with the Mid-Autumn Festival, so why don't you seize the chance to spend it with him?" At that moment her eyes lit up and she said happily, "Oh right, Lulu has plans to go camping and watch the moon," she thought to herself, just as I thought camping. She imagined herself wearing thermal clothes, holding a ski pole and giving a thumbs up exclaiming, "Yu Zhao Zhao, I love camping the most." He asked in confusion, "Why the sudden question? Want to come along?" She pretended to be indifferent and replied, "What are you talking about? I have plenty of people vying to invite me. I'm not interested in doing something romantic with a piece of rotten wood." Yu Zhao Zhao secretly calculated. A surprise is only a surprise when it appears suddenly at the critical moment. At that moment Yu Zhao Zhao was sitting on his shoulder rehanging the lantern. After aiming, she said, "Move it a bit forward." She swung her legs and said, "It can't hang on the wall anymore." He replied with difficulty, "Got it." Unintentionally, a sharp pain shot through the ingrown toenail on her toe. She thought angrily, "Wait, is that rotten wood talking about me?" Then she fell to the ground completely. He turned back worriedly and asked, "What's wrong?" She lifted her right foot high and hesitated. "Bai Chao here, the big toe." Yu Zhao Zhao's eyes welled up with tears as she cried out. It hurt so much he looked down at her skirt and immediately blushed. Yu Zhao Zhao shouted angrily, "I told you to look at my foot, my foot." "Where are your eyes looking, Bai Chao?" "How vulgar," he replied awkwardly. "I just saw it by accident. Is it that exaggerated?" Yu Zhao Zhao cried out. "Ah," he sighed, "but if it were the usual me, to keep my distance from Yu Zhao Zhao, I would have taken her to the infirmary to deal with it by now." But at that time the words Tang Lin and Lulu said that day kept echoing in my mind. Using escape to solve problems only makes the root of the problem grow. So at that moment she looked down at him checking her foot. Bai Chao Zhenan said, "It's just an ingrown toenail, I'll help you trim the nail and it'll be fine." Yu Zhao Zhao wondered in her heart, why does he feel different today, so proactive, and it's just trimming a nail? Yu Zhao Zhao shouted to stop. "Wait, hold on, don't rush." He gently took off her shoe and said, "It's okay, once it's trimmed it won't hurt." The shoe was almost off and she cried out, "No wait, that's not what I meant." She endured the pain in her toe, blushing and worrying secretly. "I just finished morning exercises today, and then I've been cooped up in these leather shoes all day." What if there's a smell? Thinking of this, she blushed and closed her eyes tightly, her heart pounding. Ah, what kind of look is that? It's over, there must be a smell. I can see my image completely shattered in Bai Chao's eyes. He pointed and asked, Are you wearing tights today? She replied shyly. So what? He helplessly covered his face and said, To trim the nail, don't I have to take off the tights? Yu Zhao awkwardly suggested. I'd better go to the infirmary. As soon as she took a step, a sharp pain like an electric current shot through her foot. Yu Zhao writhed on the ground in pain, clutching her foot. He grabbed her foot and said, There's no other way. For now we'll have to sacrifice these tights. I'll cut them open first. He picked up the fabric of the tights and said softly, Bear with it. Her knee reacted a beat too slow, and her foot suddenly kicked out, hitting Bai Chao right in the face. Yu Zhao asked worriedly, Are you okay? Then she quickly explained, I didn't mean to, it just… In Yu Zhao's eyes at that moment he was raising both hands as if preparing to do that thing. Then he said in a deep voice, Today. Her face was bright red and she thought to herself, There's only one thing on my mind. She shouted, Hey! Then her two tights flew off and he said loudly, Helping Yu Zhao deal with this foot, he bent down to trim her nails, his face full of embarrassment. She said, Bai Chao, is there really no smell? I keep thinking about it. Logically, these are new socks I changed into after gym class, so there shouldn't be a smell, right? At that moment he brought his nose close to Yu Zhao's foot and sniffed. She shouted awkwardly, Hey, I didn't mean for you to smell it. He looked up at her and replied, It smells like roses, she exclaimed in surprise. He explained, Isn't that what you said last time when you asked me to get your socks? Girls' feet all smell like roses. Hearing this, she happily covered her mouth and laughed. Then Yu Zhao whispered to Bai Chao, Idiot, he thought to himself. Sure enough, letting go of my avoidance mindset makes getting along with Yu Zhao a lot easier. Just then, Tang Xin, carrying a stack of documents, was surprised to see what Bai Chao and Yu Zhao were doing. She sighed, then turned and walked in another direction. A violin was raised by a fair, slender hand. It was Tang Xin. She hummed a tune and muttered to herself, Maybe a person's feelings have a limit. Over the years I've buried my feelings deep in my heart, trying to get closer to Bai Chao, but there's always a deviation. What's troubling isn't the deviation itself, but the deviation that's about to happen, unnoticed. Dear Vice President, the fire of jealousy in my heart is about to be extinguished by your untouchable attitude. Now what should I, feeling as dejected as a stray dog, do? She recalled the moment when several of them slept together on the boat. Zhao shouted, Go to sleep quickly. Suddenly, Bai Chao appeared behind Vice President Tang Xin. He asked, Still not resting, still practicing the violin? That's not like you, Vice President. When did you become so diligent? Tang Xin didn't stop playing and said, Tang Lin has a theater troupe planning to premiere a play during the Mid-Autumn Festival. He asked me to help with the music, so I have to make the most of my time to practice. Surprised, Bai Chao said, Mid-Autumn Festival, huh? Then the Vice President will have to watch my live stream of Lulu and me watching the moon at the campsite on my moments. Tang Xin asked again, You're planning to go camping for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Bai Chao suddenly panicked. Oh no, how did I let that slip? He began to speculate. Knowing the Vice President's personality, she'll definitely sneak out because she finds the theater work boring. If Lulu runs into her… Suddenly, Tang Xin covered her mouth and coughed a few times. Cough, cough, have fun. This surprised Bai Chao quite a bit. Huh? He was very puzzled. Why is the Vice President's reaction so strange? Meanwhile, Tang Xin was truly helpless. As long as I don't participate, don't compete, maybe I won't feel the failure. At that moment, Bai Chao pulled something out of his pocket. Oh right, Vice President, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I happen to have mooncakes. Tang Xin just sighed and said nothing. Bai Chao hesitated and said, They were made by Yu Zhao herself. They should taste good. The name Yu Zhao flashed in Tang Xin's eyes. She thought about Yu Zhao. Yeah, if I could open my heart like Yu Zhao, no matter the outcome, at least the journey wouldn't be so hard. But I can't. Then Tang Xin decided to stand up and reply, Thank you, I'm not very hungry. I still need to hand out the school badge-shaped mooncakes to the students this afternoon. I'll go check on the situation. Checking the situation. After a while, suddenly, before she could take a step, her feet gave way and her body fell forward. Bai Chao quickly caught Tang Xin. Ah, Vice President. He was still a bit scared and wary. Could this be some long-planned trick? Then he reached out and felt her forehead, but her face was burning hot. Bai Chao immediately contacted, Xiao Juzi, can you come over? It's lunch break. The school doctor isn't here. How am I supposed to handle this alone? Xiao Juzi immediately scolded. Idiot, just find some fever-reducing medicine and give it to her. Scratching his head, Bai Chao realized, Right, found the fever reducer. Xiao Juzi also reminded him, All right, take care of her first. I'll come find you once I'm done with my work here. Holding the bottle of fever reducer, Bai Chao panicked. Wait, don't hang up, I have one more question. Before Bai Chao could ask more, Xiao Juzi had already hung up with a beep beep beep. The line was busy. Bai Chao was terrified. The Vice President is unconscious. How do I give her the medicine? He began to think. If it were the vice president, she'd probably use some strange but effective method to take the medicine, but that would be too. But an effective method to administer the medicine, but that would be too. At that moment, Tang Xin suddenly coughed weakly. Cough, cough, cough. He immediately came up with a foolproof plan. Right? He immediately pinched Tang Xin's nose to stop her from breathing normally. All living things need to breathe. So by pinching her nose, her mouth would automatically open. Unable to breathe, Tang Xin opened her mouth, just as Bai Chao had expected. Success, he was overconfident in his cleverness. As expected of me. Bai Chao, a sage-level scholar with a deep understanding of the 3 states of biological response. Meanwhile, Tang Xin's expression was very uncomfortable. She coughed violently. Cough, 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 coughing out the pill she had just taken. Bai Chao panicked. What? How did this pill turn into such a rough shape when it met water? Could it be? It turned out that Bai Chao had misread the medicine and had given Tang Xin a suppository. He held the bottle in fear, thinking, if the vice president finds out I gave her this, she'll kill me. But if I use the conventional insertion method, he thought about what he would have to do with the pill and became even more terrified. I'll be torn to pieces. Suddenly, Tang Xin grabbed Bai Chao's hand. Vice president, she said weakly. So hot. Tang Xin's body was now radiating a very high temperature. Bai Chao blushed and thought, no choice, the most important thing now is to bring down the vice president's fever. Then he poured some water onto the towel in his hand. If the medicine can't be used, I'll apply it to her forehead for physical cooling. Moving back and forth like this, he had no choice but to use alcohol to wipe her body for physical cooling. He wiped from top to bottom down to her abdomen. Bai Chao held Tang Xin's hand and sighed in relief. Vice President, you cunning fox, when you're quiet, you're really captivating. Then his gaze fell on her chest. Only one place left to wipe. Sweat had already broken out on Bai Chao's face. I'll just pretend I didn't see it and today's work will be done easily. Just as he was about to act, Tang Xin suddenly opened her eyes and said, Vice President, Bai Chao's eyes gradually glazed over. She added, down there, my lower body is also very hot. This made Bai Chao's eyes nearly pop out. Tang Xin lay on the bed exhausted and said, it's also very hot down there. That's not good. She just lay there breathing with difficulty, her mouth open. Bai Chao gripped the towel tightly and said, all right. So he lifted Tang Xin's leg thinking, simple, just close my eyes. Then he draped Tang Xin's leg over his shoulder preparing to wipe her lower body. Just as he started wiping her leg, he silently chanted a mantra, see no evil, see no evil, see no evil. Suddenly, as he was wiping, she flinched sensitively, and then in a natural motion clamped his head between her legs, making it hard for Bai Chao to breathe, his expression very uncomfortable. And then she turned over, inadvertently tightening the grip, causing Bai Chao to cry out, Vice President, help, help. At that moment Tang Xin whispered, Chao, actually I. Seeing her hesitate, Bai Chao was very surprised. Tang Xin blushed shyly and said, I don't want to attend any banquet anymore. If possible, I'd like to spend Mid-Autumn Festival with Chao. What am I thinking, interrupting Chao and his sister's camping plans for no reason? Isn't that too much? Bai Chao asked in surprise. Spend mid-autumn together? He gritted his teeth, froze for a moment, then sighed, saying he had forgotten. Although since meeting the president he had been amazed by her smooth social skills. But whenever there was no one around, whether it was the warmth of blood or the difference in complexion, he could always feel the loneliness deep inside her. Even on mid-autumn night, she had to showcase her talents and befriend people she didn't want to, just to prove herself to her parents. Yet she was already the brightest gem in her family. How many people truly befriended her? This was probably the curse of bearing the identity of a young lady. Was it because she felt this loneliness and helplessness that she was now turning to him for help? Some time later in the infirmary, Tang Xin was lying on the hospital bed. Under Bai Chao's care, she suddenly opened her eyes, her face still as red as a ripe persimmon. The person beside her turned out to be Orange. Seeing Tang Xin awake, Orange said, You're awake? Tang Xin looked confused. What happened? Why am I lying here again? Orange explained, It's all because of you. You were sick but insisted on coming to school. The vice president brought you here and even helped bring down your fever. You two are getting along really fast. Tang Xin lowered her head and smirked, thinking he had some conscience after all. Then she asked, Where is he now? Orange replied, Taken away by Senior Ningning. Otherwise, why do you think I'm here with you? These words made Tang Xin's soul freeze instantly. Orange suddenly added, But there's good news. The vice president invited you to spend mid-autumn together. What do you think? I see this as a great chance to act. Seeing Tang Xin's expression off, Orange asked, Why that face? Do you want to go? Outside, the weather was hot. In the park, Bai Chao sat under the lush foliage, staring blankly at messages on his phone. Dear Vice President, I think there might be some misunderstanding between us. Mid-autumn is a reunion festival. The Vice President suddenly inviting me to spend it together. I don't know if that's appropriate. Of course, if the Vice President wants to take this chance to become my family, then dream on. I'm not going. Seeing these messages from Tang Xin, Bai Chao scratched his head in confusion. Didn't the president say she wanted to spend mid-autumn with me? Why is she suddenly joking like this? I don't get it at all. Just then, already in casual clothes, someone appeared and said, Bai Chao, sorry about this. A girl walked up to him dressed in a very unique style. She was even wearing fishnet stockings. The style was like a rebellious little girl and she had her leg propped up on a chair. Bai Chao was startled when he saw her. She pulled down her mask. It was Ning Ning. She asked him, It's me, can't recognize me. This left Bai Chao a bit flustered. No, senior, your style today. Ning Ning lightly touched her thigh and said, Doesn't this style look good? Then she lifted her skirt to show Bai Chao her underwear, almost making his eyes pop out. Peeved, he quickly grabbed her hand to stop her and replied, It looks good, it's just, why did you change your style today, senior? She answered cheerfully, Isn't it because we agreed to go to the game center today? I looked up a lot of info beforehand and it seems like dressing like this helps you blend in better there. Game center, Bai Chao sighed, impressed by the senior's way of thinking. On the empty street, the two walked side by side toward the game center. Bai Chao asked again, But why the sudden urge to go to the game center? Ning Ning reached out and wrapped her arm around his neck, replying, Because mid-autumn is coming and there's something only Bai Chao can help me with. Bai Chao's face turned red, and it seemed like countless hearts symbolizing their love were popping up around him. He shyly answered, The game center, only I can help. The way she held him looked just like real lovers. Bai Chao thought, blushing, Isn't this too close? Realizing her move was a bit rash, Ning Ning quickly stepped back. Sorry, I learned this from online info too. I thought it would make us look more like a couple. If Bai Chao doesn't like it, but at that moment Bai Chao was doubting. Another act, a romantic relationship. Bai Chao's mind was in chaos. Though I still don't understand what the senior means by only I can help. Ning Ning bought a freshly mixed drink and held it in her hand, then reached out to Bai Chao. But in the end she pulled him to the game center's amusement area. From a behavioral biology perspective, it seemed like she was trying to win coupons to exchange for some prize. She played one game after another, scoring high on target shooting. And even the line in front of the claw machine full of prizes was longer than this heroine's love path. Bai Chao thought, but isn't she winning too many prizes now? Is it really okay to use your genius IQ to get these tickets? She held the tickets in her hand and said, Should be enough now. This made him pause. Senior, do you want to exchange for something? But if you were alone, you could probably handle it all, right? Bai Chao asked. Why would you say that? No means no. Ning Ning reached out and covered his mouth. Shish. Ning Ning excitedly held the stack of tickets and happily replied, It's something that needs to be kept secret for now. Then she pulled him along again. Next is the project that needs Bai Chao's help. She pointed to a ride shaped like a keelin without a tail. Let's go on that. Seeing the keelin, Bai Chao's face fell. He looked at the sign with the rules, challenged to not fall off. Contestants just need to sit on the ride for 1 minute without falling to win a special prize from the host. Bai Chao asked doubtfully, Is this the only thing I can help with? Ning Ning immediately climbed onto the keelin and said, There are other reasons too, but I was worried about this challenge that requires weight. If I'm alone, it's a bit tough, so I thought of asking you for help. Is that okay? Bai Chao. Then she reached out to invite him up. Bai Chao. At that moment, Bai Chao was a bit hesitant. Oh, it's such a strange challenge. What prize is worth doing this for? The senior's mind is really hard to understand well, but the senior rarely asked me for help. Coming to me specifically this time probably means she really wants that prize. So he climbed up with her. Don't worry, this kind of no-brainer project is a piece of cake for me. They sat close together, and Bai Chao spoke first. Thanks for the effort. Then Ning Ning said, Hello, we can start. His face was flushed with shyness. The game operator pressed the switch. All right, let's begin. The speed suddenly increased, catching Bai Chao off guard. He could only grip the saddle tightly and shout, Ah! Just as he was about to fly off, Ning Ning grabbed his pants in time, pulled him to her waist, and hugged him tightly, saying, It's okay, Bai Chao, you're too tense. Just hold on to me tightly. Ning Ning confidently promised they wouldn't fall. But at that moment Bai Chao started to panic. Could it be? His face was red from discomfort, precisely because being so close to the senior made him nervous. Her entire bottom was pressed tightly against his pants, creating a very sensitive position. Then he shyly said to her, Senior, I think Suddenly, the keelin gave a sharp jolt, making Tang Xin hug Ning Ning even tighter, causing her some discomfort. Sigh. Ning Ning looked at him, a hint of shyness on her face as if she sensed the change beneath Bai Chao. Then the horse started moving, shaking more violently, causing them to fall backward. Then they fell forward, so their position became Bai Chao pressing on top of her. He was terrified and red-faced. Senior, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll get off right now. Ning Ning grabbed Bai Chao's hand tightly and said, Bai Chao, don't move, stay like this, just a little longer. So the two swayed back and forth together on the keelin. Half a minute later Bai Chao sat alone, undergoing a moral interrogation. It's all over. My first date with the senior at the amusement park ended up too absurd. Just then, Ning Ning walked over and shouted, Bai Chao, the challenge was a success. I got the prize, he asked her excitedly. What is it? She pulled out a whole Christmas tree and said happily. This. Bai Chao's face fell. All that trouble for this? Ning Ning sat down, carefully arranging the tree, and explained, well, because brother Jishu is coming back soon. According to our three's habit, after not seeing each other for so long, we have to give a gift, so I decided to win this. Bai Chao said, but as a gift this is too useless. Won't it be returned? Ning Ning replied, brother, precisely because it's so useless it's perfect as a gift. This made Bai Chao pause. Haha, then Ning Ning took out a notebook and pen and started writing. All so-called warmth toward others is essentially a sharp knife. People often get lost in the warmth that slips through their fingers, but they don't know that this warmth which seems good for others can often be misunderstood by those who don't have feelings for you as something unique, just warmth for one person. So if I were to carefully pick a suitable gift as usual, it would probably only make brother Jishu misunderstand further. Ning Ning said while writing. But if it's a gift won together with Bai Chao, it carries shared memories. On the paper was written, gifted jointly by Ning Ning and Bai Chao. If we give it together, it might make him dislike it. At that moment Bai Chao was stunned. All right, Senior, you're really meticulous. While suddenly, Ning Ning leaned her face close to Bai Chao and said, oh, I almost forgot one more thing. I hope Bai Chao will accept it. He opened his mouth looking confused. What else? After saying this ambiguous line, the senior just ran off. At that time I couldn't help but think, of course, I'm just a fake boyfriend, but Senior Ning Ning is so thoughtful. If she really had a boyfriend, what would the scene be like now? Thinking this, my curiosity began to spread around. Then he imagined Ning Ning's image. Would she hold her boyfriend's arm and sweetly act cute? I can't imagine such a scene. The senior probably wouldn't do that either. After all, the senior is usually serious and meticulous, doing everything in an orderly way. Finding a fake boyfriend is probably the only lie in her life. But can a piece of wood blush? Or would it be like the time we spent together, walking side by side, silent, yet in sync? After I accidentally said something funny, we looked at each other and smiled. She gets me, I get her. Then Bai Chao self-examined. But I'm just a fake boyfriend after all. Without this fake relationship, I'd probably never have any connection with Senior Ning Ning in this life. And now I want to be sincere about my relationship with you, Zhao Zhao, while continuing this fake romance. Is that really okay? Then Bai Chao looked at the claw machine, his mind in turmoil. This is such a messy, unbearable, youthful love story. Suddenly, Ning Ning's voice came. Bai Chao. He immediately turned toward her. She handed him something and said, the last thing today is for Bai Chao to accept this gift. This is a game cartridge. Bai Chao took it, looked up and recognized it from the prize shelf earlier. Then he asked Ning Ning, did you use the tickets you won earlier to exchange for this? Ning Ning happily explained, yes, because tomorrow is mid-autumn. It seems like everyone at school has received gifts in its name. Plus, since I asked Bai Chao to help today and won the gift for brother Jishu, I was worried that if other boyfriends got gifts and Bai Chao didn't, he'd be disappointed. But a gift you can just buy with money seems meaningless. So I thought of the game Bai Chao likes. Ning Ning had already looked it up online. Game Center, Game Center. So last night, I played a lot of games to earn the Game Center's gift vouchers. I wanted to give this mid-autumn gift through my own effort. Ning Ning crossed her hands, looking a bit shy. I hope Bai Chao likes it. He held the game cartridge in his hand, looking at Ning Ning, thinking, the senior's thoughts are full of girlish tenderness. Compared to the gift for Zhang Jishu, this one is full of heartfelt intention. But such open-hearted girlish feelings also left him unsure how to handle them. So afterward he pressed the game cartridge to his face and replied, this is a game I've been looking forward to. Thank you, senior. It's just that I haven't prepared any gift for you. Isn't that a bit? She immediately replied, no, Bai Chao coming to help is the best gift. Hearing this, he put the game cartridge in his pocket and said, then he turned around. Let's head back. Ning Ning was a bit worried. Bai Chao's expression wasn't as happy as it seemed on the surface. She placed her hand on her chest, her heart racing. Did giving the gift so suddenly cross the boundary of our fake relationship, moving toward something warmer, making him feel burdened? Since parting with Senior Ning Ning yesterday, we both seemed to sense a small wall in each other's hearts. Bai Chao raised a hammer high, ready to strike a stake, but life kept moving forward. Eventually, Bai Lu, dressed in traditional attire, was chewing on a mooncake, watching her brother. My camping trip with Lulu had also arrived. It turned out Bai Chao had been focused on setting up the tent, but this year's mid-autumn seemed unusually quiet. Suddenly he sensed danger nearby. As someone who had been sick for a long time and had turned from prey to hunter, someone was indeed coming. Bai Chao called out, what a coincidence, Vice President. Then the person put a hand on his shoulder, startling Bai Chao. Just as expected, danger had appeared again, but when he turned around it was completely unexpected. Xiao Juzi, why is it you? She replied, what's wrong? If you can be here, why can't I? I was just passing by. Besides, my main focus is Lulu. Long time no see, Lulu. Then Xiao Juzi hugged Lulu tightly, constantly teasing her. I didn't expect Lulu to be so cute today. I need to hold her a bit longer, Lulu shyly. Sister Xiao Juzi, Bai Chao thought awkwardly. Is it really just a coincidence? Just as Bai Lu felt uncomfortable, Sister Xiao Juzi got too close suddenly. Xiao Juzi cried out. Ah, Bai Lu immediately asked worriedly. What's wrong, Sister Xiao Juzi? She clutched her stomach, saying it hurt. Stomach ache. I ate too much ice cream just now. Where's the restroom? Lulu, can you take me to the restroom? My stomach hurts too much. I can't walk. So Lulu helped her walk away. Okay, big brother, wait here for us for a bit. Tang Xin, watching from behind, sighed softly as the two left. Xiao Juzi, your acting is way too exaggerated, she smiled slyly. Meanwhile, Bai Chao thought to himself, this world is full of danger. Since Xiao Juzi showed up, it means the president must be nearby. Before I get caught, I'd better hide. Just as he was about to duck into his tent, a foot stretched out and lifted his chin. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, Vice President. It turned out Tang Xin was sitting inside Bai Chao's tent, startling him. President, weren't you supposed to be at a family banquet? Why are you here? She replied, her face reddening. That's because she remembered panicking and running down the street earlier. Hey Xiao Juzi, I snuck out of the house. Come help me. Xiao Juzi replied, is that okay? Tang Xin said, never mind that. Who wants to attend those old folks' banquets anyway? All right, how can I help? Then Tang Xin said urgently. Lulu is with the vice president, right? You help me lure Lulu away. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao also appeared with camping gear. According to the location on her social media feed, she should be nearby, right? She muttered while looking at her phone. How can I not find it? Then from the other side she heard Tang Xin's voice. The banquet is over, so I came out for some air, Bai Chao complained. In my tent, Tang Xin added. Vice President, wearing this kind of dress and high heels is really tiring. I just needed a place to rest my feet. How was I supposed to know it was your tent? Hearing his voice, Zhao Zhao was overjoyed. Bai Chao, you really are here. She then directly slapped his exposed rear. The force sent Bai Chao tumbling forward and Zhao Zhao exclaimed. This is great. Meanwhile, Bai Chao had Tang Xin in his arms, and Zhao Zhao sat down on the ground dissatisfied. Tang Xin, do you really think the excuse of just passing by and stopping in a tent to rest is believable? Especially dressed in such formal clothes, it looks premeditated. Don't tell me you're up to some trick. Tang Xin glanced at Zhao Zhao, just snorted, then poked Zhao Zhao, saying, Speaking of which, since when did you, Zhao Zhao, develop a hobby for camping? And the camping gear you chose is very unprofessional. She said this while lifting Zhao Zhao's clothes. Could it be you have some ulterior motive? The scene of Zhao Zhao taking off her clothes to seduce him flashed through his mind. Hey, wearing this outfit in this weather really isn't suitable. Chao, laugh for me, which annoyed Zhao Zhao. Tang Xin continued, I almost forgot. Maybe it's because you knew the vice president was going camping with his sister today that you, Zhao Zhao, suddenly became interested in camping. Bai Chao couldn't take it anymore and raised his hands. Well, since we've all met anyway, why don't we? Before he could finish, Zhao Zhao interrupted him. She stood up and said to Tang Xin, We both know it. She's just a possibility, but I know Zhao Zhao is implying Ning Yi. Then Zhao Zhao said, You're the one. You're the most dangerous person. She was referring to Tang Xin. Tang Xin replied, The plot of fake feelings turning real, which third-rate novelist couldn't come up with that, but a fake relationship turning real isn't impossible. That's right. But the vice president is already dating senior Ning Yi. If another girl likes the vice president, but Zhao Zhao said, Compared to unknown probabilities, I'm more concerned about the immediate threat. Now I finally understand what you said to me in cooking class that day. Then the two girls started a verbal sparring match. A fox and a cat, Tang Xin said. But weren't you eliminated? Suddenly, Zhao Zhao grabbed Bai Chao's hand. So what? She then hurriedly pulled Bai Chao away, replying, Death before reaching the finish line is meaningless, right? Chao? She turned back and winked at Bai Chao, which angered Tang Xin too. What's that supposed to be? Don't act so mysterious. But Zhao Zhao added, Since it's just a chance encounter to avoid awkwardness, let's just watch the moon separately. I'll take Chao. Tang Xin stood up and shouted, You Zhao Zhao. Meanwhile, Xiao Juzi was on the phone with Tang Xin in the restroom. I finally managed to get Lulu away. How can I let you easily steal the fruits of victory? Then Tang Xin chased after the two. Stop right there. But her skirt accidentally got caught on a branch, making her slit skirt even more tattered. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao taunted Tang Xin again. What goes around comes around. Can't catch up, can you? Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead. Bai Chao quickly warned, You Zhao Zhao, watch out in front. Before Zhao Zhao could pay attention, her face had already collided with someone's chest. Seeing this person, Bai Chao spoke in fear. Xiao. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao was rubbing her face, confused. What was that? At that moment, the girl pressed her chest against Zhao Zhao's head, disorienting her, and then spoke. Little Bai Bai, what are you doing here? Caught by me, I have to give you a good rub. It turned out to be Xiao Chun. Seeing her, Tang Xin knew it was Dazi Xiaochen, a senior from the literature club who had already graduated. "Isn't that Bai Chao?" he said helplessly. "Senior, please spare me," she said. "How can that be? It's been a long time. I need to double the rubs." Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao was trapped underneath, calling for help. Suddenly, Ning Yi appeared and spoke. "Dazi Xiaochen is outside now." Tang Xin, Bai Chao and the three of them panicked, and Zhao Zhao was also surprised. Ning Yi was wearing a set of ancient costumes today, perfectly fitting the Mid-Autumn Festival style. She calmly said, "Better tone it down a bit." The two girls, Tang Xin and Zhao Zhao, immediately became alert together. The biggest crisis really can't be avoided. Zhao Zhao turned to look at Tang Xin. Meanwhile, Xiao Chu also appeared beside Bai Chao. "Chun, you idiot, why are you always so excited? You're scaring the juniors," Bai Chao asked awkwardly. "Senior, are you also out watching the moon?" Xiao Chun said. "Oh, we're all old classmates, you won't mind, right, little Bai Bai?" he replied. "Hee, coincidentally, my sister and I were just setting up camp nearby. Since we've met, let's sit together." Tang Xin clenched her fists, her expression matching Zhao Zhao's. They exchanged glances and hid in the tent. Meanwhile, the literature club members were chatting. "We've prepared some food. Would you like something to eat? This really is camping. But what's the usual procedure for camping?" At that moment, Tang Xin said to Zhao Zhao, "I have something I want to talk to you about. Actually, there's one thing I've never understood. Even if Dazi is really with the vice president in such a short time together, why did Dazi agree to him in the first place?" But following this line of thought, if suddenly Zhao Zhao took off her jacket, startling Tang Xin. "You Zhao Zhao, what are you doing?" Zhao Zhao said. "Your skirt was torn by the branch, right?" So she handed her jacket to Tang Xin. "Put this on for now," then Zhao Zhao continued. "So, what did you want to say? Have you figured out a plan for tonight?" Tang Xin replied, almost." Outside the tent, Bai Chao and Ning Yi's group were sitting by the campfire. Following this line of thought, if their relationship is fake, Xiao Chun's voice rang out. "Add some firewood." Meanwhile, Bai Chao's fingers slowly approached Ning Yi's, suddenly touching. While the two girls were still thinking, although there aren't many boys like the vice president in school, there definitely are some. So why did Dazi choose the vice president specifically? When Ning Yi's and Bai Chao's hands touched, they both flinched and pulled back. Then Ning Yi spoke. "Bai Chao, while the other two are still discussing, it can't be that coincidental, right? This question might be our trump card tonight." Ning Yi sighed, her expression full of melancholy. She said, "About what happened at the game center yesterday, I'd like to talk to you about it. Is that okay?" Meanwhile, in a forgotten corner, Xiao Juzi was constantly calling Tang Xin. She sat in the restroom, extremely anxious. "Pick up the phone, President. What are you doing if this goes on? Lulu outside is getting suspicious too. Sister Xiao Juzi, it's been a long time. Are you really in the restroom? If you don't come out soon, I'll go back first." Xiao Juzi was scared. Can't hide it anymore? Meanwhile, in the tent elsewhere, the two girls could still hear voices from outside. "Xiao Chun and I won't disturb you two. It seems there's a market at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Chu, let's go check it out together." "Come on, Chun, you idiot, don't bother others." Xiao Chun was confused. Didn't we just come from over there?" Meanwhile, Tang Xin ordered Zhao Zhao to act. Facing the suddenly quiet tent, the initial distance between Senior Ning Yi and me seemed to make the atmosphere even more awkward. Ning Yi spoke first. I think their hands awkwardly clasped together. "If Bai Chao feels that our relationship," Bai Chao thought, "it seems like Senior Ning Yi is about to make a very important decision." But Tang Xin appeared from somewhere, eavesdropped on the conversation, and said happily, "Is there a problem between Senior Ning Yi and our vice president's relationship?" Bai Chao was very surprised to see Tang Xin. Ning Yi reached out and grabbed Bai Chao's hand, saying, "A problem? There shouldn't be one." Besides, unexpectedly, the hand Ning Yi grabbed belonged to Zhao Zhao, who had somehow squeezed between the two of them, forcing Bai Chao to speak. "How did you squeeze in here?" Suddenly, Zhao Zhao was pulled by Ning Yi towards herself. "Tang Xin, please don't drag the student council into family matters. Bai Chao already has a girlfriend. She's not your family either." Suddenly, Ning Yi realized the person lying in her arms was Zhao Zhao. Ning Yi exclaimed in surprise, "You Zhao Zhao." Zhao Zhao said to Bai Chao, Chao, you need to be careful. Your girlfriend is right here. Don't be so blatant about looking under other people's skirts." His eyes were wide with shock, making him blush with embarrassment. "I didn't see anything. Didn't you just suddenly squeeze in?" Tang Xin was secretly annoyed. "I just asked you to cooperate and support me. What are you doing?" Then she spoke up. "Senior, don't mind these trivial matters." Then Tang Xin hugged Ning Yi tightly. "We're just curious. If Senior and the Vice President are so sweet and close, there must be some catalyst, right? Or in other words, what does Senior Ning Yi like about the Vice President?" Zhao Zhao was also interested in this question. She immediately replied, Yes, Tang Xin and I have been single for years. We really want to learn from your relationship experience. Senior, you wouldn't mind sharing a little, would you?" Zhao Zhao smiled with interest, while Bai Chao thought, to be honest, Senior and I never expected them to suddenly ask this question. Maybe the reasons for pretending to like each other were too vague. So in our previous practice sessions, Senior and I never thought about this question. Meanwhile, the two girls were pressing Ning Yi. Come on, Senior, we're really curious. Ning Yi stammered. This is a private matter, I can't say, I'm sorry. Bai Chao looked at her and guessed rather than saying she can't say it, it's more like she's afraid. If she honestly confesses her true feelings, although he might tacitly accept it as an excuse for his own defenses, it could also become a psychological hint for himself. Ning Yi stood up to change the subject. Everyone must be hungry by now, right? Let me go see what there is to eat. Bai Chao watched her, thinking. Continuing with this self-suggestion, the so-called fake couple relationship will become even more awkward. Meanwhile, the two girls were discussing. There's definitely something wrong, right? At that moment, near Ning Yi's tent, she called out, Bai Chao, the food you brought doesn't seem to be enough for everyone. Bai Chao lowered his head hurriedly. I'm sorry. I didn't expect so many people to come today. Besides, Lulu said recently that the murderous aura is too strong, so she wanted to eat vegetarian to dispel it. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao puffed out her chest and said, Not enough? Leave finding food in the wild to me, the professional team member. Bai Chao was stunned. When did you become a professional team member? Zhao Zhao replied. I learned it because I was afraid someone might starve to death in the wild. So Zhao Zhao carried a fishing rod to the edge of the pond and said confidently, Just follow the textbook's first step, cast the hook. She struck a professional angler's pose with Tang Xin behind her, and then whoosh she cast the hook, but unexpectedly, before she could even put down the rod, it hooked onto Tang Xin's skirt. Suddenly, Bai Chao asked Zhao Zhao, Did you put bait on the hook? Zhao Zhao was confused. What bait? Bai Chao looked at the lake surface puzzled and saw something floating. Tang Xin, on the other hand, was covering her body with her hands, stammering, It's my clothes. Wah? She asked angrily. You Zhao Zhao, did you do that on purpose? Zhao Zhao immediately explained. I'm sorry. The previous times weren't on purpose, but this time it really was an accident. I'm sorry. Seeing the two of them arguing again, Bai Chao sighed helplessly, then walked over and grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand, saying, This is how you hold a fishing rod. Zhao Zhao blushed at this moment. Are you really going to teach me how to fish? He said awkwardly. Well, we have to use it anyway. But she fell back onto Bai Chao. The two of them tumbled, with Zhao Zhao lying on top of Bai Chao, but she still asked, Why didn't you tell me? Did you contract this fish pond for me? Bai Chao replied, What nonsense are you talking about? Don't use that line at a time like this. Zhao Zhao clicked her tongue. Tisk, tisk, Chao really doesn't understand a girl's heart. Meanwhile, Tang Xin thought, Today, Senior Ning Yi. The two of them are like this, how come she has no defenses at all? Could there really be an opportunity? Let's find out. What scheme is she plotting? The camera zooms in on Tang Xin's face as she shouts, Vice President, if you like, I don't mind helping you take over this fish pond. He froze. President Zhao Zhao, why are you here too? Zhao Zhao was annoyed. Tang Xin, I was the one who created this opportunity, Tang Xin added. Tell me, do you want to make the Vice President happy? I don't care about this small change. Ning Ning, sitting nearby, clenched her fists, feeling uneasy. When Bai Chao stood with Yu Zhao Zhao and Tang Xin, she thought, compared to the polite distance when he's with me, he seems happier. Does he really not need me as a fake girlfriend? Am I forcing him? She still couldn't say those words. She had to find a way to speak up. Tang Xin thought to herself, now the battle between Yu Zhao Zhao and me is about to begin again. Stalemate like this won't work. Suddenly, Tang Xin raised her finger like she had an idea. Right, she said. Yu Zhao Zhao, you must have heard the legend about this camp, right? According to online camping forum reviews, there's supposedly a terrifying water ghost in this lake. The story turned Zhao Zhao pale with fear, but Bai Chao said, These urban legends are just to scare kids away from playing in the water, right? The image of the long-tongued female ghost made Zhao Zhao even more scared. Tang Xin said, With so many people spreading it, it can't be baseless. Maybe it's hiding somewhere watching us right now. Zhao Zhao was annoyed, her skin crawling. Trying to trick me into hiding, huh? Zhao Zhao suddenly laughed. Then I'll play along. She started to act, grabbing Bai Chao tightly. Pushing Tang Xin aside, Zhao Zhao cried out, Chao, no wonder I saw something like hair floating on the lake just now. Is there really a water ghost waiting for us? Bai Chao looked bewildered. You Zhao Zhao, She pressed Bai Chao's head firmly against her chest. Isn't the scariest thing right here? Meanwhile, Tang Xin was both angry and frustrated. Get up, stop pulling those weird tricks. The president is a huge liar. Oh my god, I believe Tang Xin 100%. That's definitely not a lie. Suddenly, something emerged from the water whispering, white hair, so you're hiding here after all. Tang Xin spoke up. I've been fishing for ages without a single bite. Maybe we should just forget it. While Zhao Zhao was holding Bai Chao and fishing, one hand accidentally grabbed Tang Xin's foot, shouting, Little white hair, caught you. This startled Tang Xin, her eyes wide. She started screaming, a ghost? Zhao Zhao, annoyed with her, said, Enough, Tang Xin. Playing the same joke twice isn't funny. But something suddenly emerged from underwater. A thing appeared before everyone with a whirlpool, startling Chao. President Chao, what are you doing? A girl in a diving suit with seaweed camouflaging her head spoke up. Ha, what a fun activity. Bai Chao immediately grabbed Tang Xin's hand and shouted, "Watch out." The two suddenly lost balance, slipped and fell together in front of the mysterious person tumbling into the lake. The mysterious person then asked, "Hey, where are the people?" Zhao Zhao gritted her teeth in fear. It was real. Ning Ning finally said, "Of course not." She touched the mysterious person's butt. Through simple observation, we can tell it's just a diving suit, which also fits the logic of the user emerging from the water. The thing that looked like water ghost hair was just accidentally tangled seaweed. The key issue was actually Ning Ning removing the swimsuit, revealing the person inside. "Tang Lin," she exclaimed awkwardly. "Hey, what are you doing? Taking off someone's clothes without asking?" Ning Ning looked at her blankly. "Sis?" Tang Xin, recognizing it was Tang Lin, was completely stunned. She asked in confusion, "Didn't you go back for the family dinner? How did you suddenly?" Meanwhile, the fish caught between Tang Xin's two peaks was suffocating. Its face scrunched up in discomfort. Then it struggled free from Tang Xin, flicking its tail and escaping in embarrassment. But the fish ultimately couldn't escape the hands of those on shore struggling there. Tang Xin, still in the water, screamed. In her embarrassment she covered her face, ashamed. After a while, the fish was finally grilled over the fire. Tang Lin then spoke up. "Xin, why do you look like you've run 1,000 miles, being in the distant outskirts with the one you love most? Isn't that a beautiful thing?" Tang Xin immediately replied. "If I hadn't seen you, I'd be even happier," her cousin added. "Oh well, at least we can eat grilled fish now, right?" This annoyed Tang Xin. "Sis, why did you suddenly show up here?" So she put her arm around her cousin's neck and said, "Of course, to investigate who's missing from the family dinner. But sis has other more important things to do." Then she also pulled Ning Ning into her arms, wanting to get to know these lovely girls. Bai Chao remembered Tang Lin's words, "A good relationship, your girlfriend. Is she fake?" This made Bai Chao even more conflicted. "Sis, don't you know?" Meanwhile, Tang Lin thought to herself, "HMPH, of course I know this kid's girlfriend is fake, but there's a fool beside me who keeps hesitating to confirm it, worrying over nothing. I can't spell it out, but I can stir the pot. As for why this kid needs a fake girlfriend, the key is why that girl also needs a fake boyfriend. But I already have the answers to these things in my mind. Tonight, relying on my professional screenwriter's genius psychological analysis methods, I'll end this chaos and return the truth to Xin. In stage script theory, when a protagonist needs to do something, there must be a motive for it. And with my keen eye as a screenwriter, this cute fake girlfriend doesn't seem to have any need to go out and find a fake boyfriend. Eliminate all impossibilities and only one possibility remains. She's a lesbian. Let's do it." She kissed Ning Ning's cute face. "So, as long as the feasibility of this guess is proven," she said in a romantic CEO tone, "the moonlight tonight is indeed beautiful. It's a shame to waste time like this. Do you want to go for a walk with sis and do something fun?" This made Ning Ning push her away in annoyance. This? Tang Lin was a bit surprised by her own guess. Ning Ning then asked, "Does sis want to go to the bathroom?" Tang Lin was a bit startled. Bathroom. Ning Ning thought to herself, though I usually go alone, books say girls always go to the bathroom together. Tang Lin must think the same way. This startled Tang Lin. "Oh my god, in the bathroom, is she really a lesbian? But I'm not." Then she looked at Tang Xin, but because of this family, Tang Xin was holding a knife, threatening Tang Lin with her eyes. "Sis, if you don't act normal, you'll be the one grilled over the fire." She had no choice but to swallow her pride. "Boo-hoo, ungrateful brat, you don't know what sis has to sacrifice for your happiness." Then Tang Lin spoke up, "Let's go to the bathroom then, sis is mentally prepared." Then Ning Ning said, "But I don't need to go now. If sis wants to go, Tang Xin can probably accompany you, right?" This surprised Tang Lin even more. She squirmed uncomfortably. "Didn't you just say you needed to go? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Is sis not charming enough?" Ning Ning added, "But I don't need to go, do I have to?" Tang Lin then said, "Because that's life." This surprised Tang Xin and Ning Ning even more. She spoke as if stepping out of a book. "Everyone has their own desires. But the world is so big, there will always be people whose desires swell to overpower others. After piling up their own desires, forcing others to comply becomes their only norm." On the other side, Zhao Zhao was tying Bai Chao's hair into pigtails. They could have gotten along happily, but had to give it up like this. Absurd yet helpless. And when she first saw Bai Lu, there was a million inside. This made Ning Ning's eyes look sad. She deduced, "Yes, it's all my fault. I intruded into Bai Chao's life. He was living an ordinary life, but because of me, everything went wrong." Tang Lin was still rambling on. It was a long run while spitting blood. Ning Ning leaned toward Tang Lin. Bai Chao's figure appeared in her pupils, thinking, "So it can't go on like this." After thinking it over, Ning Ning decided to reach out to him, pulling Bai Chao away to the surprise of Tang Xin and Zhao Zhao. Senior, what are you doing?" Tang Xin and Zhao Zhao's eyes were very annoyed. The two girls looked at each other in confusion, their expressions identical. "What's going on?" Then they turned to look at Tang Lin with questioning eyes. She raised her hands. "Sis thinks this has nothing to do with her." The two ran to a place with a warning sign, "Danger of landslide, no entry." Ning Ning pulled Bai Chao to a secluded spot. He asked in confusion, "Senior," Bai Chao was out of breath. Here should be fine, right? What's wrong?" Ning Ning began. "Bai Chao, after coming back from the game city, I've thought a lot. She looked up at the full moon, talking about everything between them. "I was too hasty before overstepping. I'm really sorry," Bai Chao replied with an awkward expression. It's okay. We talked about the fake couple agreement back then. I also had demands of you, Senior." Ning Ning clenched her hands, choking up as she said, "The longer this drags on, the more I worry our relationship will get complicated. Bai Chao, you clearly have the right to pursue your own love, but because of our relationship I've tied you to a position that shouldn't exist." Bai Chao reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, "Sen." Suddenly she turned around, looking like a sad Chang'e under the moonlight, her eyes melancholy. "If this continues, it won't benefit either of us. We should," Bai Chao asked curiously. "Should what?" she continued, choking up. "Our fake couple relationship." Her feet kept stepping back. Unaware that the cliff beneath her was crumbling, Bai Chao was even more confused. The relationship should end here. As soon as she said it, the unstable cliff gave way, causing Ning Ning to step into thin air. Her face gradually paled, her footing already unsteady. She realized it was a landslide. She closed her eyes, resigned. Seeing this, Bai Chao rushed over quickly. Ning Ning's big eyes opened again. Her hand was already tightly held by Bai Chao. He shouted, "Senior, I've got you, don't fall off the cliff." Bai Chao gritted his teeth, using all his strength. "Got you, you're safe." He pulled Ning Ning up, but the spot they had just climbed onto also showed signs of sliding. He held her tightly in his arms, comforting her. "Just hold on to me." Bai Chao's hand clung desperately to the cliff face, holding on like that. Ning Ning placed all her trust in Bai Chao, who held her close, comforting her again. "You'll be fine." Ning Ning's face reddened and she nodded. Then she hugged him even tighter. Meanwhile, the campfire on the other side still blazed, and the fire in Zhao Zhao and Tang Xin's hearts was no less fierce. Afraid the other would go to Bai Chao first and steal a march, the two were locked in a standoff. Seeing this, Tang Lin smiled slightly. If it stayed like this, it would be too boring. So she spoke up, "Don't wait. I heard there's a fireworks show soon. Those two must have gone to watch it." The two girls' eyes immediately shot to Tang Lin, surprised. "Fireworks?" she explained further. "Didn't you know, I heard that if you make a wish with your loved one under the fireworks during the Mid-Autumn Festival, it's very effective. So those two definitely went to see the fireworks. How about us three?" Tang Lin's words drove the two to run out frantically, regardless of everything. After a life-and-death struggle, Bai Chao lay on the ground with a bandaged head. Ning Ning's hand gently stroked Bai Chao's face. "In the end, it was you. Actually, I don't know how to handle this fake relationship with Bai Chao. On the surface, it's just mutual use, but in reality, I always use that excuse to greedily seek Bai Chao's help. And in this absurd relationship, I always make him deal with problems that could be easily solved, instead getting him into trouble. Because I sensed his trouble, I became even more concerned about him. This feeling is hard to describe. It's just a fake relationship, right? My mind is as messy as a 5-grain rice bowl. One can't just piece things together to solve everything. Maybe only by breaking this absurd relationship myself can I spare him some pain. So I hope to have an honest talk at the last moment. But every time the words come to my lips, I wish I could extend the time with him. What should I do now, Bai Chao?" She started sobbing, gritting her teeth, then hugged Bai Chao tightly. As she sobbed, Bai Chao's weak voice came. "Senior, where is this?" Ning Ning hurriedly said. "You're awake." Bai Chao gradually remembered. "Wait, I almost forgot. It seemed like I was about to make a very scary choice just now. This is all between us. If I wake up now, won't it be awkward?" Bai Chao quickly lay back down. Right, where did I hit just now? Why am I so dizzy?" There was a huge wound running across Bai Chao's back. She hadn't noticed such a big injury on him before. Bai Chao asked worriedly, "Senior, are you okay? Should we call someone?" Ning Ning spoke up. "I tried that just now. There's no signal here." Bai Chao reluctantly took out his phone. "There's no place nearby to treat wounds either. Really no signal." She frowned in discomfort. She couldn't ignore him. She had to treat the wound first. Then she decided to stick out her tongue and lick Bai Chao's wound, trying the method from the book. She treated Bai Chao's wound like that. Bai Chao panicked. "Senior, what are you doing?" Ning Ning licked as she said, "Don't move, I'm just..." Suddenly Bai Chao spoke up. Ning Ning is so scared." "Does it hurt?" he replied. "It's so cold. Maybe it's because of the torn pants he's wearing." This makes Ning Ning even more worried. Usually, if someone is seriously injured and about to die, their body temperature drops. Shirahashi-san. And at this moment, she's imagining Shirahashi's soul leaving his body. "An old lady made me drink some soup." Shirahashi then spoke up. "Senpei, you're not doing something weird again, are you?" While Ning Ning was anxiously thinking, "I can't let him die because of me," she quickly threw the clothes she was wearing to Shirahashi-kun and Shirahashi-kun, then hugged him, saying, "I'm sorry, I couldn't find anything to keep you warm, so I thought body heat is a heat source. This is the only way. It shouldn't be too cold, right?" Seeing her hugging him with nothing on, his face turned bright red and his pupils were filled with panic. Ning Ning thought to herself, "Shirahashi-kun, I know what I said to you before was too sudden, but I've thought about it for a very, very long time, but in this situation right now you can't die and don't hate me, okay? Shirahashi was very embarrassed. Senpai, what exactly have you misunderstood again? Senpai, what is this? Her eyes began to redden. It was Ningning explaining, when I fell off the cliff earlier I woke up first and saw blood on your head, but the phone signal was too weak to call for help and there was no clean cloth around to bandage you, only. So I used my clean clothes to bandage Shirahashi-kun. After hearing this, Shirahashi became even more flustered. His face at that moment was indescribably awkward. Ningning told Shirahashi that it was clean clothing. Shirahashi's heartbeat noticeably quickened. He thought, Senpai's innocence, the sheer power of Senpai's innocence is too strong. Then Ningning said again, Shirahashi-kun, what do you think about what I said on the mountain earlier? Shirahashi recalled the incident on the mountain. Actually, I can probably understand what Senpai means. The two of them were never meant to meet in this life, only becoming a fake couple by chance because of a lie, even if there were no feelings between them through repeated contact, even if just out of politeness, some indescribable warmth would arise. Letting this warmth continue to grow would be dangerous. He remembered Ningning's cute actions. Then Shirahashi spoke, He thought that stopping abruptly in the middle would be even harder, so he spoke up, I'm sorry. I might have hit my head when I fell. I don't really remember what Senpai said just now. He chose to run away again. What kind of strange, troublesome setting is this? Then he asked Ningning again, what did Senpai want to say just now? At this, Ningning shook her head in response. She smiled and said, it's okay, maybe it's better if you don't remember. Standing up, Shirahashi walked forward and said, my clothes are torn too. I remember there's a place selling clothes at the temple fair next door. Senpai, would you like to come with me to take a look? Ningning grabbed Shirahashi's clothes and said, okay sure, but Shirahashi-kun, she said a little shyly, could you please give that back to me first? I mean the one on your forehead, and also the clothes are a bit cold. Shirahashi became even more flustered. Yes, he was all thumbs. After a while the two arrived at the clothing store. Ningning poked her head out from the fitting room and said, sorry to trouble you Shirahashi-kun, please wait for me to change clothes. Shirahashi, who had also changed into a new set of clothes, replied, I'll just look around casually. He thought, it's finally over, but since I'm at a Hanfu store, I might as well buy a set for Lulu too. Otherwise, when Lulu comes back and finds the tent full of people, I'd better figure out how to apologize first. So Shirahashi reached out to grab a piece of clothing from the rack. Which one should I choose? Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao was completely unaware of his presence. She was sitting there complaining, what a hassle. Shirahashi had already spotted her. You Zhao Zhao, what is she doing here? He was about to step forward to greet her when a hand reached out and grabbed him. Then he was pulled into the fitting room. Zhao Zhao felt something was off. She immediately turned around to look, but the fitting room door was already tightly shut. There's a familiar smell. What came into Shirahashi's view were two round things wrapped in cloth strips, and then a voice spoke. Shirahashi Vice President is stunned. President, what are you doing here? She was wrapped in a bath towel, smiling. Then that white-furred fox leaned close to Shirahashi's face and said, could it be that the Vice President knew I was struggling to choose which Hanfu to pick, so he came to help me choose? He panicked and reached out to stop her. Wait a minute. His hand accidentally touched Tang Xin's waist. Even if you're helping me choose, you don't have to hold me this tight, do you? If you hold me this tight, I can't see clearly. Shirahashi thought, enough with the president's pranks. Tang Xin also nodded. That's true, then let's hold each other a bit tighter. Shirahashi quickly pushed her away. Are you even listening to me? Then she revealed a sly smile. Peef, just kidding. So, how's this Hanfu underwear? She showed off the curves and figure outlined by this set of clothes with barely any fabric and asked Shirahashi, does it look good? Shirahashi covered his mouth, blushing. Gee, good. So Tang Xin decided, alright then I'll go buy this one. Seeing her about to take it off right in front of him, Shirahashi blurted out, you don't have to take it off, do you? Suddenly, a loud shout came. Tang Xin, it was Zhao Zhao saying loudly. I know you're in there. Didn't we agree to split up and look for people? Why are you copying me and coming into the Hanfu store to pick out clothes? This was my brilliant idea. Both of their faces darkened upon hearing Zhao Zhao's voice. She continued, and I just smelled a chow here too, right? Could it be that he was pulled in by you? Tang Xin sighed. She almost forgot that Yu Zhao Zhao was also here. She had originally wanted to secretly copy her and change into an outfit that wouldn't lose to hers, and then invite the vice president to watch the fireworks together. If she barged in and saw this, it would turn into a whole crowd again. Meanwhile, Shirahashi was terrified. If Yu Zhao Zhao saw this scene, Shaolin would definitely misunderstand even more. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Shirahashi, but the Tang Xin beside him put on a cute expression and spoke, Shirahashi Vice President, I understand. Outside, Zhao Zhao urged them to open the door. The door opened, and only Tang Xin was sitting on a chair in a strange pose. She said, "We split up to find the vice president. We just happened to be wandering around here. Isn't this it? Besides, this is a Hanfu store. Why would the vice president hide here?" She was actually sitting on Shirahashi, making him very uncomfortable. Zhao Zhao's nose was sharp. She sniffed and snorted. "My nose doesn't lie. Where's Lulu Penny? Sister Xiao Ju is really scary. Does going to the bathroom take that long?" Xiao Guozi grimaced. "Everyone's constitution is different. Ha ha ha, what's wrong? It's not like big sister you want to." Xiao Guozi pointed and said, "No, Lulu, look ahead. Ah, that's Tang Lin posing on the grass," she said as if she had found some fruit. "Why has it been so long and still no sign of them?" Tang Lin put it in his mouth and tasted it. Behind them, Lulu was angrily counting on her fingers while Tang Lin kept complaining, "If this keeps up HMPH it'll be so boring." Lulu looked very angry. "My and Big Brother's tent, the beautiful ninja Yurong has memorized it." Back in the costume shop from earlier, Shirahashi was painfully enduring, covering his mouth with his hand because of Zhao Zhao's words. "My nose doesn't lie." Tang Xin was sitting on him saying, "But haven't you already seen?" As she spoke, she touched his butt with her hand. This made Shirahashi blush with shame. She said, "There's only me, it's getting late. I need to change clothes too. So please you Zhao Zhao." Zhao Zhao came over and sat next to Tang Xin. "What a coincidence, isn't it?" This made Shirahashi even more uncomfortable. Tang Xin panicked. "Zhao Zhao, there are so many fitting rooms outside. Tang Xin, you wouldn't mind me squeezing in here, would you?" At this moment, Shirahashi was tensing his body. Really, we have to do it together? What's wrong?" Zhao Zhao said at this point. "Didn't we change together last time? It's not like we haven't seen each other before." It seems Shirahashi is in pain. "It hurts so much. Why did I have to sit on the wound?" Zhao Zhao suddenly blushed as if someone had touched her butt. She turned around and demanded, "Tang Xin, is this really necessary?" Tang Xin was confused. "What are you talking about?" So she looked down, suspicious. "Shirahashi, could this kid?" She looked down, thinking it was Shirahashi playing tricks and had to defend herself. "What's wrong? Didn't you just say it's not like we haven't seen each other before? So what's the big deal about touching?" She touched Zhao Zhao's chest, which made Zhao Zhao a bit scared. "She's a bit off today. Better stay away." "Really so scary?" Zhao Zhao pulled up her stockings and said. "But I'm still curious, Tang Xin. If you don't want a Chow to know you have different thoughts about him, then why are you here today?" This sentence panicked Tang Xin. She continued, "If you're still this proactive, maybe Suddenly, Tang Xin quickly covered Zhao Zhao's mouth. "You Zhao Zhao, you really like to joke." Tang Xin quickly denied it. "What, me, have different thoughts about him? It's fine to let him be dumb in the student council for life, no need to say it so harshly." At this moment, Shirahashi's face below turned green. What are these two doing? Completely, Shirahashi had reached his limit. He didn't understand, but he couldn't hold on much longer. He began to loosen his hands. The two girls were suddenly startled, causing them both to fall to the ground. At this moment, Tang Xin's butt happened to land right on Shirahashi's face. The two were pressed on top of Shirahashi, with Tang Xin's butt resting on his head. After regaining their composure, Tang Xin panicked, covering the places she shouldn't with her hands, thinking, "He didn't hear that, did he?" Zhao Zhao was in pain from the fall and asked Tang Xin, "What are you doing?" At this moment, Zhao Zhao felt something touch her chest. This strange feeling wasn't like the Shirahashi below was weakly calling for help. Hearing the sound, Zhao Zhao panicked. Below, below," she screamed. "Help!" Then she quickly kicked out shouting help and ran to the door, collapsing on the ground. Unexpectedly, she ended up entering Ningning's room. Zhao Zhao yelled, "There's a pervert!" Ningning stared wide-eyed at Zhao Zhao. Shirahashi quickly stopped Zhao Zhao. Don't shout." Then Shirahashi covered his eyes with his hand and said, "It's me, Chao." Ningning was observing while Zhao Zhao kept questioning. "How did you become a pervert?" he explained. "Just a small accident." Ningning showed a displeased expression, but in her heart, it was the two of them. Shirahashi was settling the bill for this fitting room. The total loss was 1,300 yuan. Minus your deposit, that's 1,000 yuan. "Okay, sorry for the trouble, I'll send it later." Shirahashi cried a river. The important thing was gone. Let's call it a day, please." The Tang Xin behind him put a tiger hat on him. "Vice President is no fun. Everyone chose clothes suitable for Mid-Autumn Festival. What are you standing around for? Good thing I'm here. Now there's some atmosphere." He was surprised. How does this create atmosphere?" "Isn't it a rabbit?" Tang Xin said while lifting her clothes. "Of course it suits my atmosphere. Look at the snake tattoo I found, it matches right." Zhao Zhao came over and grabbed Shirahashi. Hey, no looking." Then Zhao Zhao spoke. "Tang Xin is really cunning. A Chao is still young. How can you let him see something like this?" Tang Xin then said. "Well, you Zhao Zhao, you showed quite a bit in the fitting room just now too." Zhao Zhao said, "You have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you doing it on purpose, the two of us wouldn't have been sandwiched together." Shirahashi frowned, thinking helplessly, "Why are these two arguing again? I can't breathe." He quickly stopped them. Wait a minute. If everyone is done changing, how about we find another place to discuss this?" but Shirahashi put his hands down as if something wasn't right, making the two girls blush with embarrassment. At this moment Shirahashi was also blushing. I'll wait for you guys at the door, Zhao Zhao said shyly. Chow honestly, while Tang Xin was enthusiastic. Doing something so unforgivable and thinking you can just walk away, the two girls stopped him. Too easy, they began to say. You want to leave without explaining? Go ahead, try walking between us. Shirahashi was sweating profusely. Nothing's going right today. Who did I offend to run into these two today? Suddenly, a hand landed on Shirahashi's shoulder. Sorry, I was slow changing clothes. It was Ningning dressed in a purple water pattern style. She hugged Shirahashi and said, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Then she asked, you Zhao Zhao and Tang Xin wanted to go see the fireworks, right? Ningning squeezed between the two girls and spoke. Although this wasn't in our plan, Shirahashi-kun seems to be looking forward to it. He immediately retorted. When did I ever say I was looking forward to it? Ningning then suggested. If you don't mind walking with us, this couple, then you can come along. Shirahashi asked Senpei, are we really going to watch the fireworks? Tang Xin called Zhao Zhao. We, Zhao Zhao looked displeased. HMPH, so arrogant. We're going too. And so the four of us followed the temple fair's directions and arrived at the place to watch the fireworks under the mid-autumn moon. They say that if you make a wish while watching fireworks with the person you like, your wish will come true quickly. That's an old tradition adults use to fool kids. At least that's what I thought in my heart. But what I didn't expect was that Ningning here seemed to want to do something. Ningning blushed and turned to Shirahashi. Shirahashi-kun, then she said. In the days to come, while watching the fireworks, she quickly gave him a kiss. Ningning's hand caressed Shirahashi's head, and with a doting look in her eyes, she said, I hope I can continue to be happily with you. Shirahashi was surprised. Senpai's words sound abrupt to outsiders, completely lacking direction. But I roughly understand. I'm afraid she completely took back what she didn't say on the mountain. I didn't know how to answer, so I could only, Shirahashi said to Ningning's hand, we will definitely be together happily. But in this murderous atmosphere I couldn't help but start thinking about a problem. The Tang Xin and Zhao Zhao beside him were very displeased. Ahem, Shirahashi-kun, mind your manners. Don't make the two single girls next to you feel awkward. The vice president is showing off like crazy as if others don't have any. Tisk. What exactly am I here for today? Chelulua screamed. Second brother, help, there's a strange woman here. I'm so scared my face turned white. By the way, wasn't I supposed to go camping and stargazing with Luolua today? What's wrong? Luolua, well, yesterday, when the two were still at home to be precise last night while Luolua was washing her face, she recalled Jing Tanglin asking, are you Xiaobai's sister? Luolua also wondered, sister, are you the woman who was driving that day? She immediately pinned Luolua down and kissed her. Haha, so cute, just like a little kid, another treasure found. Luolua scrunched up her face and she just kept going. Why are you and your brother both so adorable? Is it genetic? Stay away. She pinned Luolua down and Xiao Guozi desperately tried to stop her. Little cutie, what grade are you in? Any hobbies? I heard you studied ballet. Thinking of applying to the Capital Drama Academy? Did you ever think about marrying your brother when you were little? Luolua yelled. Second brother, help. Luolua wiped her face with a towel. So scary. Bai Chao, who was also washing her face nearby, said, Sister Lin is really terrifying. Let's take a detour next time we see her. Luolua immediately blamed her brother. And you still have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for you stepping on my foot last night, how would the two-person family camping have turned into a group camping trip? I didn't expect so many people to come either. Luolua said while spraying toothpaste, consider it punishment. Luolua leaned against her brother. She suggested, then how about you brush my teeth for me today, second brother? He was a bit surprised. Brushing his sister's teeth, wasn't that the ultimate dream of all siscons? Even though he did something wrong last night, he still got a reward from his sister. Luolua had really grown up. He was so happy he wanted to cry, overjoyed. But Luolua misunderstood Bai Chao's meaning. Wasn't it just asking him to help brush her teeth? Even if he didn't want to, did he have to show it so clearly? She pouted and was about to leave. Fine, if you don't want to, forget it. Bai Chao grabbed her. How could I not want to? Ah, Luolua opened her mouth wide. Luolua obediently said, ah. Luolua's face started to turn red. Asking her brother to brush her teeth, something about this felt off. Usually when she brushed her own teeth she never paid attention to it, clenching her hands shyly, her sensitive spots. Luolua felt very uncomfortable being touched by her brother with something soft. The feeling of being randomly caressed was just too strange. Luolua was now full of pleasure. Luolua was about to break down. But Bai Chao was still immersed in the feeling of brushing his daughter's teeth. His siscon tendencies were strongly satisfied. This side should be clean. Time to switch to the other side, right? At that moment, Luolua hugged him tightly. Second brother, wait, she said shyly. How about we stop here for today? No need to continue. Bai Chao pushed Luoluo away. How can that be? He pressed Luoluo against the sink, brushing only half your teeth. Luoluo's teeth will rot. Luoluo was scared. But if this continues, it'll be Luoluo who rots, he wondered. What are you talking about? Just then, someone unlocked the door and there were voices. Teacher, Bai Chao's home is here. Tang Xin invited the teacher in, happily saying, but Bai Chao usually wakes up late in the morning. I'll go call him. Suddenly, the teacher and Tang Xin saw this scene and covered their mouths. Bai Chao panicked and asked, President and the college Chinese teacher. The two also showed Luoluo's displeased white fox face. Her again, Tang Xin replied. Ahem, sorry for the embarrassment. Turning to the teacher, please have a seat. Our vice president is not only good to everyone at school, but his private relationship with his sister is also special. Hearing this, Bai Chao pushed Luoluo away. She blushed, having been seen. He explained in a panic, It's nothing. Haha. Just messing around with Luoluo this morning, he said. Teacher and president, why did you suddenly come to my house? She showed him the key from last time. Didn't the vice president openly introduce our relationship to the neighbor auntie? So this morning the auntie kindly told me about the vice president's habit of hiding the house key under the flower pot by the door. Bai Chao immediately denied it. What openly introducing our relationship? The president sure loves to joke, Tang Xin added. Then what would people think our relationship is? And she kindly told me where the house key is hidden. Luoluo's face darkened upon hearing this. Second brother is so terrible. Luoluo ran off. The teacher said, Bai Chao, let's first talk about this home visit. He was surprised. Home visit? The teacher asked seriously. Are you very dissatisfied with me, your college Chinese teacher? After the teacher explained, I finally understood the reason for this home visit. My abysmal college Chinese grades. Tang Xin comforted him. Chao's Chinese grades aren't ideal. Before leaving, she repeatedly reminded him that there would be a midterm exam after the National Day holiday. The midterm results were closely tied to the final exam, and if he still didn't meet the standard, it would affect graduation. Tang Xin saw the teacher off. Goodbye, teacher. Bai Chao was very dejected. But one thing he didn't understand was why the teacher always had so many complaints about his essays. Bai Chao asked Tang Xin, Are my essays really that bad? She replied, Honestly, they're okay. But I really can't understand the vice president's understanding of the topics. This lack of understanding seems to show up elsewhere too. For example, in this reading comprehension, how far off the mark is the vice president's brain to cause such a score? Bai Chao stammered. Tang Xin sat next to him. But anyway, there's still a way to do well on the midterm. For instance, if someone is willing to beg me to secretly tutor you, it's not impossible. At this point, I wasn't listening to what the president was saying at all. She asked again, Hey, are you listening? It was just that some emotions I've carried since childhood suddenly erupted. Why do this? Why? Countless whys from childhood echoed in my ears. It seemed like all my thoughts and desires couldn't be understood or accepted. I thought this feeling would disappear like an adult's wish after getting into the so-called ideal university, but it appeared again, so real. Then he collapsed in the equipment room. Zhao was curious. How could someone as busy as Chao have time to slack off at the archery club today? Dumped by your girlfriend. He was lying down hugging a pillow. No, just ran into some annoying things and wanted to find a quiet place to think. It seems like this is the only place, she noticed. Only my place. Zhao covered her face with her hand. Chao only wants to find me when he's unhappy. How can you say such embarrassing things so easily? This time I have to save you. She walked over and sat next to him. Hey, Chao, if you're unhappy, she said while taking off her shoes. Do you want to do something to cheer up? Zhao lay down beside him. Bai Chao hugged the pillow and asked, Shouldn't cheering up start with asking what happened? Zhao replied. I don't care about that. I just know to stretch my foot toward him. Now, Chao, she poked his waist with her foot. You really need to relax and relieve your emotions. Relax, he said in a panic. What is this? She was stepping on Bai Chao's back. This is a technique I just learned last night. Does it feel good? He replied. It felt very good. But she accidentally stepped on a scar on his back. My back, it hurt. It hurts. He was in so much pain that tears came out. Zhao fell onto his back. Oh dear, are you okay? Zhao slowly opened her eyes and came to her senses. She took a piece of paper from Bai Chao's pocket. What's this? He said in a panic. Hey, give it back to me. You can't look at that. That's my scar that no one understands. Zhao covered her mouth and laughed. Peeved, Bai Chao was very embarrassed. Caught me with another weakness again. Is it really that badly written? She replied. Badly written? I think it's quite interesting. It's the kind of thing you can tell at a glance was written by Chao. Bai Chao sat up. You don't have to pretend to be familiar with my style to comfort me just because I'm unhappy. Anyway, it's just a failing essay. I appreciate the thought, she immediately said loudly. Who's comforting you? I've always been very familiar with Chao's style. Otherwise, why do you think I've been secretly cutting out and pasting those youthful little essays of yours into my diary ever since I met you?" she said shyly. "I've collected a lot of your essays. Isn't it because I think Ah Chow is an interesting person?" Bai Chow asked. "Were you the one who took those test papers I couldn't find?" Zhao Zhao blushed with embarrassment. How did I just blurt that out?" Then Ah Chow said, "It's not that it's bad, but you should have told me. I kept thinking I'd misplaced them. I looked for them for a long time." Zhao Zhao pouted, annoyed. "HMPH, since I've said it, I might as well go all the way." She snatched the pillow he was hugging. "So is it because of your Chinese grades that you're unhappy today?" Then Zhao Zhao suggested. "Want to study with me?" Bai Chow replied. "Bai Chow, I only missed a perfect score by 2 points on this month's monthly exam. Tutoring is a social phenomenon that specifically exists between elementary and high school, referring to the act of students seeking help with their studies when their grades aren't up to standard. I never thought that as a natural science genius, originally driven to despair by social science questions and diving headfirst into the happy ocean of natural sciences, I'd still have to continue tutoring in social sciences. But logically, if I wanted to find a tutor, the senior should be the first choice." Ning Ya was sitting elegantly, reading a book. Bai Chow thought again, but after those unfinished words from last night, the wall between him and the senior seemed to have grown even thicker. Bai Chow sighed. For now, he'd better forget about tutoring. But what he couldn't predict was Zhao Zhao calling out to Ah Chow. She said gloomily, "Didn't I say I'd handle the tutoring alone? HMPH, why is he here too?" It turned out Tang Xin was also there. She chuckled. "Zhao Zhao, that's a bit too much." Pulling Bai Chow's hand into her arms, Tang Xin said, "I'm very concerned about the vice president's grades. Besides, the vice president already agreed this morning to let me tutor him. Even if we go by order, you should step back and wait, right?" Bai Chow immediately denied it. "When did I agree to that? The vice president didn't say anything this morning, which is the same as agreeing, isn't it? Does that count?" Hearing this, Zhao Zhao got angry. "What's with you getting ahead of me in everything this morning? Awoo!" Zhao Zhao pounced, her hand already on Tang Xin's chest. "Annoying. Do you have to get this close for tutoring? Are you trying to use this lump of fat to impart knowledge to Ah Chow?" Tang Xin panicked. "Zhao Zhao, if you use that much force, her buttons will pop off." "They'll pop." Zhao Zhao's eyes widened. "He'll see them soon." She quickly let go, embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Lately, why do I get so easily agitated whenever I get close to this white-haired jerk? What's wrong with me? Woo 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 woo." Tang Xin showed a calculating smile. "It's okay, maybe it's just the hot weather making people easily agitated." She sat down on the sofa and said, "I'm tired too. How about letting Zhao Zhao start the tutoring for the vice president? I can take a break." Bai Chow suggested. "How about I start with you first? No telling when those two will stop if they keep this up." Zhao Zhao was surprised. Let me do it? Oh, okay, let me see." Zhao Zhao pointed at the materials and said, "Let's start with reading comprehension. I've seen Ah Chow's test papers. You don't need to worry too much about the essay. If you can score high on the reading comprehension, you won't be too far from the passing line." Unexpectedly, the distance that was usually hard to bridge was easily closed by such a small tutoring session. Zhao Zhao blushed. If only time could slow down, if only she could stay by his side forever. But could this quiet, natural atmosphere really continue? After all, there was still someone else in the room. Sure enough, Tang Xin squeezed between them. "I'm so hungry." "Zhao Zhao, what snacks did you bring?" Tang Xin thought to herself. "If I can't participate, you won't get your way either." She climbed onto Bai Chow. "Let me see." Half a minute passed. Tang Xin glanced over. How was there no reaction? Bai Chow cried out, "Zhao Zhao, what are you doing? Aren't we looking at the questions? I can't see anything like this." It turned out Zhao Zhao had covered his eyes. "Ah Chow's eyes are tired from looking at the questions. I'm helping you do eye exercises." "Tang Xin, you got the food, right?" She was gloomily biting into a piece of bread. "It's tasteless." Tang Xin rubbed Bai Chow with her foot. "Okay, have you finished looking at the questions? Want to try doing them yourself first?" "Okay, I'll give it a try." Her eyes were sinister. "HMPH, so there's a weak spot. HMPH, you can defend one side. But the other side is about to give out, right?" Bai Chow blushed and felt uncomfortable, even breaking his pen. Zhao Zhao asked, "What's wrong? Still don't know how to do it?" Bai Chow replied, No, there are some parts one don't quite understand. Why does the president always play these tricks?" Bai Chow, I'm very confused. Let me look at the questions again." He immediately understood. Zhao Zhao looked at Tang Xin. Sure enough, it was her. Zhao Zhao touched Tang Xin's foot with her own. The two locked eyes. Zhao Zhao smirked triumphantly, recognizing it was Zhao Zhao's foot. Tang Xin, not to be outdone, stepped on Zhao Zhao's foot. The two's foot fight shook the table. Bai Chow made an excuse. "How did my pen fall? Let me pick it up," he thought. "How did these two start again?" Tang Xin continued to provoke. "Zhao Zhao, want to keep going?" Zhao Zhao didn't back down. Bai Chao bent down under the table. He had to find a way to end this. Wah, where's my pen? He widened his eyes in surprise. Huh? The two girls were stepping on his face with their feet. Zhao Zhao asked, didn't someone just say to let me go first? What? Can even the student council president go back on her word? Tang Xin said. Can't you listen to what I'm saying? Zhao Zhao is angry. Tisk, what a hassle. There are only about 8 or 9 days left until the midterm exams. If we start slowly making up lessons from reading comprehension like this, then Bai Chao is the one suffering now. Looks like I picked the wrong person. Tang Xin complained, saying it might be too late. Bai Chao said from below, then what's your plan? Just sit here and critique. Of course, I've got everything ready. He secretly felt relieved to be saved. Tang Xin pulled out a stack of materials, starting directly with the highest scoring essay. Just adjust the vice president's psychological barrier to writing. Even if the scores from now on are lower, at least he has to get a passing grade, right? Zhao Zhao was dazedly writing an essay. Bai Chao, meanwhile, pretended to be nonchalant and quietly crawled out. Crawl out, Zhao Zhao thought. But writing is one of the few things a Chao can freely express. She immediately objected. Absolutely not, Zhao Zhao explained. It doesn't matter where you start, but you absolutely cannot start with writing. If even the things a Chao wants to express are restricted, then he'll lose all interest in literary competitions. Once he develops a mentality of aversion and avoidance, he will definitely dodge it at all costs, let alone studying. HMPH, Zhao Zhao sensed something. What's caught in there? Is there a cushion or something under the desk? Tang Xin spoke up. I never said I was going to restrict what the vice president writes. What needs practice now is just the skill of reading the questions. As I said, there's not much time for tutoring. We need to focus on writing. He can learn other things in his spare time later, Zhao Zhao added. Even so, Chinese grades can't be improved overnight besides basic writing skills. There's also literary genres and reading volume to make up for. What do we do about that? Are you trying to use your advantage in writing to change my plan for tutoring a Chao? Bai Chao lay there motionless under the desk. Zhao Zhao said, but there are too many different literary genres to practice, and memorization is his weakness. 1 week is really too tight. It's better to put all our hopes on writing. While Bai Chao was still struggling, Tang Xin lifted her foot and accidentally touched Bai Chao's sensitive spot. Zhao Zhao then asked, Hey, where are you? A voice came from under the desk. I'm here. Sorry for making you crawl out to get a pen. Then he sat up and accidentally knocked over the water glass on the table. The water glass flew towards Zhao Zhao. The water glass didn't stay steady and fell over. Bai Chao explained, when I was picking it up I accidentally got Zhao Zhao wet with the water. It's just the pen that got wet. He stammered and trembled. Zhao Zhao was shocked by what she had been clamping under the desk earlier and said angrily, Bai Chao, how did you get my whole body wet? Ah, how annoying. She quickly ran off. Where's the bathroom? I need to use it. Bai Chao, dazed, knelt back down. Sorry. I'm really sorry. Just as he wished. Tang Xin chuckled softly. Then Tang Xin walked up to Bai Chao and spoke, looks like it's just the two of us now. Bai Chao immediately became frightened. President, why are you suddenly saying such strange things? She licked her lips. Of course, I'm teaching you how to read Chinese exam questions. He quickly said, Okay, I'll go find some paper. Tang Xin put her hand on his shoulder. No need to go to all that trouble. So-called reading the questions means understanding what the examiners want you to answer about what they want to know. Then she hugged his head and held it against her chest, saying, So how do you answer? First, you need to know what they want in their hearts. Vice President, do you know what I want in my heart right now? His head rested against Tang Xin's chest and he stammered. Bai Chao was extremely embarrassed. Your face is all red, how could I possibly know? Rubbing his head, she sighed. Sigh, I wish you could understand my feelings without me having to say them out loud one day. Bai Chao immediately asked, President, how much longer do I have to stay like this? She replied, Since you can't guess, then come closer and listen more carefully. Bai Chao panicked. No, she burst out laughing. Haha, I'm just messing with you. Since the vice president is finally willing to study seriously, you deserve a little reward, right? Suddenly, something appeared with 2 bright red eyes. Just as Bai Chao was thinking, when will the president ever stop this teasing habit? I thought Tang Xin had sensed something was wrong. Tang Xin's mouth began to move and then she screamed, Vice President. She jumped onto him. There's a really strange thing in the room, scared. Tang Xin tightly wrapped her legs around Bai Chao's neck. 5 minutes ago, Zhao Zhao was in the bathroom. Although milk spilled on clothes needs to be washed immediately or it will stink, this was still the boys' bathroom. The thought of stripping naked here was extremely embarrassing for her. Zhao Zhao, though shy, decided she had to wash it off anyway. Then she reached out to grab it. This is Bai Chao's underwear. Her eyes lit up, unable to look away. Zhao Zhao thought to herself, why would something like this be here? I'm just borrowing the bathroom so doesn't this make me look like a pervert? She covered her eyes. But this is a Chao's private bathroom, so it appearing directly here might be normal. She reached out to grab it, thinking she would just pretend not to see it and quietly turn on the faucet. but she subconsciously picked up the underwear and looked at it tremblingly. Zhao Zhao's face was now burning hot, so she ran around holding the underwear with a red face. Wah wah wah, how did it end up in my hand? Doesn't this make it even harder to explain? Woo woo, the underwear accidentally fell, landing right on her face. She was so startled she threw it away. Why is it like a clingy ghost? Go away, go away. But then she picked up the underwear again. She had heard that the clothes of a loved one emit an irresistible scent produced by hormones. She had always been curious about this claim. Then she cautiously looked around. No one would find out, right? If she secretly Zhao Zhao brought the underwear to her nose and sniffed, completely immersed in endless pleasure, when she was suddenly startled by a scream. Ah! Tang Xin ran out quickly, and Zhao Zhao accidentally tripped over her own clothes, slipping. Zhao Zhao ran out shouting, I was only gone for a moment, what are you two doing? At that moment Tang Xin was sitting on Bai Chao's face. Zhao Zhao was shocked by what she saw, but when Tang Xin saw Zhao Zhao's state, both Bai Chao and Zhao Zhao blushed in embarrassment. Bai Chao was about to explain, but before he could finish, Tang Xin interrupted him. It's not what you think, it was just MMPH, she snickered. Just a little misunderstanding, but I am a bit curious. Didn't classmate Yu Zhao Zhao borrow the bathroom to wash up? Why are you now naked and holding the vice president's shorts? Tang Xin teased. Could it be that you were secretly doing something bad in the bathroom? No way, right? No way. Zhao Zhao, blushing, covered her body with Bai Chao's underwear. Oh no, I was just taking a shower and it ended up in my hand. Ah, what am I saying? Tang Xin added. Looks like you're making up lies to cover up your crime record. No, Bai Lu rubbed her eyes sleepily and asked her brother, Brother, why is it so noisy in your room? Mom's back and called you out for dinner. Also, have you seen my little chirp chirp? I don't know how it got lost. The moment Bai Lu saw the chaotic scene, she froze. You two, what are you two doing to my brother? The sight before her was impossible to explain away. Bai Chao tried to explain. Lu, listen to me. We were just having a tutoring session. It's not as complicated as you think. An arm that seemed to crush the wall appeared, and Bai Chao's mother walked in. Oh my, I didn't expect second brother has already grown up. She pulled Bai Lu away. Mom and Lulu won't disturb you. If you don't mind, you can join us for dinner when you're done. Bai Lu was very unhappy. No, let me go, I want to strangle him, her mother urged. Come on, let's go. Tang Xin immediately asked, Vice President, who is this? Is there another woman in your house? Bai Chao replied. She is. At the same time a kitchen knife came chopping down. Bai Chao said, My mom. Tang Xin was surprised and Zhao Zhao also reacted strongly. Doesn't that mean meeting the parents? And so, under my mother's warm invitation, an awkward meal began. For some reason, the president, who had been panicking just a moment ago, Tang Xin reached out and pinched him, then returned to her usual composed demeanor, slowly recounting everything about my school life in detail. It was just the president's truthful description. But why did it sound so strange coming from her mouth? In my mother's eyes, what kind of person had I become, hurting girls like that? Even his mother was speechless. Oh dear, this is really, Yu Zhao Zhao, usually lively and cheerful, now had a very grim expression. Meeting for the first time like this, naked and holding someone else's shorts, this crucial first impression. Is it already ruined? It only made my mother believe even more in the bad image she had of me. His mother immediately kicked him. You little brat, it seems Mom knows very little about second brother. I need to help these two girls out. Maybe Mom should listen to my explanation too. But this wasn't the worst of it. The scariest person in the house today was Lu. All traitors must die. Stab you to death. Bai Lu stabbed a terror bear with a knife, and a chilling aura appeared again. But today wasn't a total loss. At least I learned that we really can't study together. Passing by Bai Chao's classroom, Ning was curious. Classmate Bai Chao. Ning held a gift box and looked at the text message. Zhang Jishu, I'm almost in Nanjing. How about the three of us have dinner together tonight? She observed Bai Chao through the window, feeling a little sad, then left. She quickly replied, Sorry, I still have some important things to finish. Consider me ungrateful for standing you up. Next time, I'll treat you both to dinner. Bai Chao sighed. Oh well, I still have some time during the 7-day National Day holiday. If I review on my own, it shouldn't be too bad, right? Suddenly a pair of hands covered his eyes. It was Ning. Bai Chao asked dazedly. Who is it? Not saying right, another guessing game. He fumbled and guessed. An adult playing such childish games that can only be you delusional adolescent. He reached back and touched Ning's butt, saying, President Ning blushed shyly. I'm starting to feel something's wrong. This voice, this touch. He immediately turned around. What? He could only let out a silent scream. Senior, how is it you? Bai Chao said awkwardly. Senior, what's different about you today? If you were looking for me, you could have just come in. Ning sighed. It's because classmate Bai Chao seems to have been avoiding me lately. Whether I run into you on the road or come looking for you myself, you always run away in a panic. Why is that? He felt embarrassed. The conversation fell into thought. Bai Chao turned around and replied, "And no way, you must have seen wrong, senior." Ning Ning wondered, is it because of that frank talk and the kiss at the Mid-Autumn Festival that's bothering him? What's wrong with classmate Bai Chao today? Ning Ning tried to start a new topic. Bai Chao pointed at the exam paper. Senior, my Chinese grades this semester are about to be ruined. Seeing him slumped over the desk, she exclaimed in surprise. Ah, he explained, the college Chinese teacher gave me an ultimatum. If the midterm exam after the National Day holiday is still this bad, I'll have to retake Chinese next year. Retake. Ning Ning thought, this really is enough to make one scream. In that darkness, twisting and writhing, then crawling apart, struggling in the dark. Maybe this could be a chance to ease the rift between us. She pressed her face against the desk looking at him and said, Classmate Bai Chao, I can actually help you with tutoring too, Bai Chao thought. Wouldn't that just be troubling senior again? Seeing this, Bai Chao replied, No need, you finally have a holiday, I can't disturb your rest time. Ning Ning clamped her legs around his. No, she looked him straight in the eye. Trying to run away again? Then Ning Ning draped her leg over his thigh. Classmate Bai Chao is now a member of the literature club. His face began to redden. Listening to Ning Ning, and with such a big problem with his Chinese grades as the president of the literature club. Ning Ning immediately hugged Bai Chao. How could I let you keep feeling down? You're already troubled enough, aren't you? So you can't just run away so easily. She sat fully on top of Bai Chao. Senior, what's this all about now? Seeing the dating manual, she explained, it says here, as long as a girl's mind is focused on the boy, the other party has no reason to refuse. I originally planned to use it when we went to the game center last time, but you refused to play that horse riding challenge game. I didn't expect it to come in handy now, Bai Chao sighed. Senior, what kind of strange reference book is this again? She reached out and touched his face. Don't overthink it. I don't have anything important to do during the National Day holiday. She leaned in close, looking at Bai Chao. Just think of it as a date together. How about it? He said awkwardly. A date, she nodded. The sound of a plane landing came along with voices. Sorry, the plane was a bit delayed, kept you waiting. Do we still need to say sorry between us because Xiao Ning already apologized to her brother earlier? I thought you were finally back. Let's the three of us have a meal and chat, Yushan replied. She's probably gone with her boyfriend. The man was startled. Boyfriend, Shan added. Hasn't she told you yet? She got a boyfriend not long ago. They're very close. I never expected that among the three of us Xiao Ning would be the first to fall in love. The young man's face darkened slightly as he replied, Is that so? According to what Senior said yesterday about the date, was it just part of the fake couple plan? Or was it a date like an ordinary romantic relationship? This time Bai Chao was determined to review seriously and even wore a headband. I don't quite understand. I just have a vague premonition that things might be different, but I know. My Chinese grades are absolutely terrible. If I could get help from Senior's sister, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. But if it's actually a date, no, what am I even thinking? Bai Lu frowned irritably, kicked the wall hard and yelled, Bad brother. The little girl blocked the door and asked, Where are you going? A date. Bai Chao was stunned. How is that possible? He hurriedly slipped under her leg, trying to get out to find Senior's sister for tutoring. Today was the first day of break. If Lulu had nothing to do, she could lie down on the bed. Lulu looked displeased. Studying, she clamped his neck with her leg. Was it the kind of studying like the day before yesterday? He grimaced and explained, No, that, Lulu, don't you remember? He lifted Lulu's leg. What about our agreement from the night before last? Lulu looked confused. The agreement Bai Chao mentioned, except reality, because the night before last you gave my two good friends the cold shoulder. Under Mom's witness, we siblings have been in a cold war for a week. He dashed away quickly. During this week I've already cut ties with you completely. You can't control me and I've escaped. Watching his back, Bai Lu found it strange. Wasn't that Senior's sister in a fake romantic relationship? Why did she suddenly want to study with my brother? That's really off. Ning Ning spoke up. Bai Chao, although we really are here to tutor in Chinese, you brought books, I brought materials. There's no need to bring elementary school textbooks, right? Bai Chao explained. I just wanted to cover everything thoroughly and build a solid foundation, Senior Luo exclaimed. Wait, Senior sister, isn't that the issue? Aren't we here for tutoring? How did it turn into a gym? He looked around and asked. With so many people working out, isn't it a bit weird for me to study Chinese here? Ning Ning explained. Sorry, it was a whim of mine. In my plan, I intended to practice yoga on the first day of break, so I invited you here. Actually, to ensure the privacy of our meeting spot, I specially chose this gem of a place. She pulled out a notebook. I'll switch locations after I finish exercising. These are the practice problems I've done before. I selected similar ones to the types you tend to get wrong. Since the test papers had my answers written on them, I cut out the reading materials and copied the questions myself. These are all handwritten by me, Senior sister. I probably stayed up late last night doing this. And me, Bai Chao recalled spending the whole night gaming with his mom. A wave of guilt and shame hit him straight in the head, his mom said unhappily. Go easy on mom. Ning Ning held Bai Chao's hand. I'll trouble Bai Chao to work through these carefully first. If you do well, there'll be a special reward. He shyly tried to pull his hand back. Bai Chao is blushing. Senior sister's special reward. No need, it's too much trouble. Wait, let me try doing them first. She said happily. That way he'll be motivated to do the problems. Though I don't know why senior sister suddenly thought of using a special reward method, it made my conflicted feelings weaken while doing the problems. But I know that the autumn tiger is a unique weather phenomenon in the Jingnan region. After the start of autumn, temperatures keep rising. Plus the gym is naturally a place that makes you sweat. And then there's senior sister beside me. Ning Ning was exercising, drenched in sweat. All of this seemed to make the air even hotter. Bai Chao was flustered, completely unable to focus, his hand resting on a ball. Ning Ning asked, Bai Chao, are you stuck on a problem? Bai Chao quickly reached out. No, it's just that today is a bit too hot. Hearing this, Ning Ning continued her practice. I get it. I rushed you over and made you start doing problems right away. It's hard to calm down, isn't it? She reached out to Bai Chao and said, let me help you. Please give me a hand. He asked. How can I help? The moment he touched her hand, she pulled him down and he fell into her arms, making Bai Chao even more flustered. Senior sister, Ning Ning said, you've heard about yoga's calming effect, right? Ning Ning suggests I teach you some yoga as preparation for the tutoring later. Yoga? Bai Chao groaned. I can't do it, it'll kill me. I can't bend my waist. Just then there was someone nearby. Mr. Zhang, right? The system shows you haven't been here in 3 years. Let me activate your card first. He looked around and suddenly called out happily, Xiao Ning, what a coincidence running into you here. Just as Ning Ning was teaching Bai Chao yoga, Zhang Jishu must be the person senior sister mentioned before. Is this why she had to pretend to be in a relationship with me? Bai Chao thought while buying water. As a rival in love, appearing out of nowhere like this is really troublesome, but senior sister said, was today's date just a one-time thing? Did she know he'd come so she dragged me out to play the role of a daily fake couple, too? Ning Ning stood up and apologized. Wait for me. Jishu was stunned. Returning with a water bottle, Bai Chao asked in surprise. Senior sister, Jishu said it was nothing, just that she forgot a gift and would be back soon. Jishu suggested, sit over here, we can chat a bit. You're Xiao Ning's boyfriend Bai, right? You've probably heard some things about me and Xiao Ning? Yes, how should I put it? Jishu clasped his hands together. A bit embarrassed, he continued. I originally didn't plan to interfere with your relationship, so I wanted to explain while Xiao Ning was away and clarify the situation to you. But well, the actual situation is a bit complicated. I don't want too many people to know about this, but if I'm not honest with you, I'm afraid my past with her might become a knot between you two. So, Bai Chao thought, what does he really want to say? Why are all these plots full of riddles? Jishu suggested. Let's make a trade, one of your secrets. For my secret, Bai Chao immediately refused. Oh, I'm not interested in that. He picked up his water bottle, ready to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Jishu's face darkened. Even if it concerns the real reason I confessed to Xiao Ning, you're still not interested, he continued. Knowing that the person sitting across from you is a man who confessed to your girlfriend, and now this ambiguity, suddenly wanting to talk about his past with your girlfriend, you're still not interested, even if the other party has no hostility. Doesn't it bother you not being able to possess her fully? This attitude doesn't suit a boyfriend at all. If I were Xiao Ning, seeing you like this, I probably wouldn't be happy either, Bai Chao said angrily. How dare you mention senior sister? Jishu held his water bottle. Observing Bai Chao's actions, Bai Chao fumed. Who made senior sister troubled and unhappy? Wasn't it your self-righteous, presumptuous way of confessing? Jishu laughed. That's why I wanted to explain the whole story to you, Bai Chao shouted. What use is this explanation to me? Senior sister saw you as a confidant. You confessed to her at that moment, shattering her illusion of friendship, Bai Chao recalled. Just like her and me back then. It's disgusting, Jishu called out to Bai Chao. Bai Chao pounded the table excitedly and said, Fine, you want to know my secret, I'll tell you. About the thorn I've buried deep in my heart, the one I don't want to touch. But I hope after hearing it you'll understand who you've really hurt. Bai Chao began to speak. I hurt someone a long time ago, probably in the early days of my student years, starting like many light-hearted novels. She was a transfer student, my deskmate. She came from Japan, so her Mandarin wasn't great. She struggled to say even a short sentence, but you could tell from her pronunciation that she practiced hard. She introduced herself. My name is Yan Luha, strict Yan, Antler Lu, Sunflower Hua. And you? But unlike other new students, even though she couldn't speak a complete sentence, she had an adorable confidence. I happily replied, no need to add you, I'm Bai Chao. White Bai, Bridge Chao. After that, I kept wondering how I got into gaming, Bai Chao complained shyly. You don't have to hold hands all the time. Thinking back, it was probably because she wanted to trick me into teaching her Chinese. So she used her family's rich gaming resources to lure me into hanging out with her. And because of that, we became good friends, Luha explained. Aren't we good friends? Good friends should walk hand in hand, at least where I'm from, he blushed. Good friends? Eventually, from cartoons to special effects shows to everyone's little dreams, we shared almost everything. Then one day she said to me, I want to be an idol. I still remember the sparkle on her face when she said it. Bai Chao asked in surprise, what's that? Singing? But I had no concept of idols. Back then Hannah-chan was just a silly girl to me, with no distance. Terms from a silly girl's mouth probably weren't something I could understand at my age. Lu Ha explained to Bai Chao, there are many kinds of idols, acting, singing, dancing and so on, but the idol I want to be is a singing idol. Yet I still didn't know what she meant by idol. But I knew she won first place in the provincial youth singing competition. Under the stage lights, how dazzling her eyes were. At an age when I had no sense of aesthetics, she was the first mark carved into my plaster-like heart. Bai Chao blushed and sighed. That's just too unfair. After hearing this, Jishu said, just two innocent kids. It doesn't sound like a story that needs hiding. If it could stop there, staying as two innocent kids, maybe I wouldn't regret it so much. Bai Chao asked, do you know what adolescence is? It's when all kinds of thoughts surge with rising hormones, but it's just a foolish biological instinct. I believe in pure friendship between men and women, but gender is a clever trick that blurs the line between friendship and love. If a girl always chats with a boy and occasionally gives him snacks, the boy's main suspicion isn't whether she likes him, they even wear matching watches, but whether she really wants to be friends. If she's a bit nicer and closer, the boy narcissistically thinks she likes him, proudly believing he's emotionally intelligent. It's awkward, like how Spring's certainty confirms. Kind girls are popular, especially boys with no romantic luck who easily fall for it, like catching a turtle in a jar. But those boys also make stupid judgment errors. Like me back then. In her bright smile, in her embarrassment over mispronouncing Chinese, in her confidence while singing, in everything about her. She was cute and charming. Bai Chao's eyes filled with sadness. I mistakenly fell for her. Half a year after knowing her, I confess, to me it seemed natural, but her first reaction was to think I was joking. Then came a long silence. She didn't refuse or agree, just seemed at a loss. Looking away in confusion, she blushed and said, I don't know what's the difference between being boyfriend and girlfriend and now. What's the difference? That pair of matching watches was worn by both of them. She asked, what's the difference? At that moment I was a bit embarrassed and angry, so I turned and left. Yeah, she didn't understand anything. Clearly she liked me, but she just couldn't sort out her feelings. We were also in sync. Neither of us said anything. Bai Chao ran away crying. I liked her. That's how I felt about her, and she should feel the same about me. That's what I thought as he left under Luhua's dejected gaze. For a long time after, I deliberately ignored her. I didn't play the game she brought, didn't listen to her sing, and even if I ran into her at school, I pretended not to see her. When she tried to talk, I played deaf and dumb. Luhua's eyes were teary. I wanted to punish her, to give myself a way out. I was that childish, but I succeeded. Luha knelt on the floor in despair. She was heartbroken with a worried expression. It was the look of losing a good friend. She was restless every day, and her grades started to slip. Finally, 2 months later after school, she stopped me on the way home. I put on a condescending expression and looked at her coldly. Say what you need to say quickly. I'm in a hurry to get home. She showed a remorseful look in front of me, and it all made me feel incredibly satisfied inside. She hesitated, stammering, and Luha cried, If I agree, can we go back to how we were? Bai Chao was stunned. No, this isn't right. Looking at her like this, I silently knew it was wrong, but my heart couldn't stop. A moment later, without any hesitation, I still said, Of course we can, Bai Chao said. He made her smile through her tears. In the second year of knowing her, I had a beautiful girlfriend. She cried with joy, but in Bai Chao's heart, I was despicable. I used a friendship as a threat to force a relationship that wasn't mine. So we went back to how we were. I think the answer is no. Small invisible cracks formed between us, but they were real. A wall appeared between us. The most obvious sign was the awkwardness of shifting from friends to lovers. The nominal change in status didn't bring any difference. We still played games, watched cartoons, and listened to her sing. But the only change was that we went from talking about everything to having nothing to say. A strangeness suddenly emerged between us. Bai Chao hesitated. Lowering his head to look at the water in his palm, we both realized it. Our interactions were no longer as natural as before. Like a boat blown by the wind on a lake, we drifted further and further apart. Why did I say those words of confession? I thought I was smart and rational. Looking back today, it seems like just a childish joke. Lost in self-blame. Unrequited love is truly nauseating. It twists a friendship between two people into something distorted. My self-loathing grows with each passing day. my baseness, stupidity, and selfishness, along with my self-blame, push her further and further away. To avoid this choking discomfort, we began to deliberately distance ourselves from each other, like two intersecting lines. This state was exactly the same as it was after I first confessed my feelings to her. Finally, one day before the start of the next semester while I was playing a game, Bai Chao suddenly spoke up. "Let's break up, I don't believe what I heard." Luo turned to look at me. She paused for a moment, then continued introducing the features of the latest game controller in her hand. In the park on that late summer afternoon, the cicadas were chirping loudly, so it was common not to hear things. Seeing this, I repeated myself. Bai Xiao lowered his voice and said, "Let's break up." Luo began to tremble and cry. "Why?" Bai Xiao bent down, his expression melancholy. "Why?" Faced with this question, he held his watch, looking displeased. "No reason. You and I both understand." He returned the watch to Luo and refused outright. "That's right. We both knew that our relationship was barely holding together. I miss those easy, carefree days when we could talk about anything." He left Luo and turned away, never to return. Rather than making both of us miserable like this, it was better to end it early. All of this was caused by my selfishness. Luo looked at him through her tears. "I am the culprit behind all of this." Luo's tears began to fall, because my childish whims had destroyed our friendship, and then, out of selfishness, I had destroyed a love that should never have existed. She was lovely, kind, innocent, and easygoing. She befriended me with pure intentions. She was innocent, but friendship is friendship and love is love. Like is like and dislike is dislike. Their boundaries are clear and distinct, with a stark black line running between them. Wrong feelings will only end in a miserable outcome. In the days that followed, we completely stopped talking to each other, becoming strangers. This actually made me feel a little better. I know it shouldn't, but it's true. I didn't deserve to be her friend, and she didn't have to be troubled because of me. It was just that I couldn't bear to let go in my heart. Bai Xiao glanced at Luo with reluctant eyes, the lingering threads of affection still entwined in his heart. Until that day after graduation, taking advantage of the summer break, I went to Northern Europe with my family to relax. When I came back, I happened to run into a neighbor going for a walk. Auntie told me that while we were away, a very cute girl kept coming to find me, knocking on the door for a long time, and then squatting by the door for a long time. Even when it rained, Luo would come and sit for a long time, letting the rain soak her body. She was suddenly startled by a passing neighbor. After learning that we had gone on a trip, she asked the neighbor to return my watch and hers to me. She also asked someone to tell me that she would take a plane back to Japan at 5 p.m. on the 20th. Bai Xiao looked in surprise at the date circled in red on the calendar. Wasn't the 20th the day we were coming back? The tense beating of my heart gave me no time to think. I knew she might have something to say to me. Bai Xiao hurriedly ran to find Luo. I knew this might be the last time I would see her. I knew I still didn't want to never see her again. But the world has too many things that are taken for granted. Like last year's heavy rain, it was taken for granted that it would fall at this time. Like the tears stuck in my throat, I couldn't swallow them. It was taken for granted that I would be stuck on the elevated bridge leading to the airport, accompanied by this heavy rain. It was taken for granted that I could only watch the 5 p.m. plane fly overhead. And the bouquet of flowers in my hand that I didn't have time to give could only be given to a certain white-haired girl in the rain that day. It turned out that girl was Tang Xin, and she, along with this bouquet, was buried deep in my heart, bleeding and scabbing over, unable to be torn open. Once torn open, my defenses would also be breached. I don't know if, in the eyes of others now, my strange view of love, which keeps me from getting close to other girls, is because deep down I hold on to the thought that she will come back, or if it was caused by this incident. The person he thought of at this moment was Zhao Zhao. I only know that whenever a member of the opposite sex offers me warm care like she did, my throat is seized by fear and my blood rushes. The instinct flowing through my blood reminds me, if I take one more step forward, I will bear the misfortune of others and my own pain. Only when the desire for love and being loved sleeps can I fall asleep peacefully. Back in reality, Bai Xiao was holding his head in pain. Actually, I was already prepared to let these painful memories of love rot in the bottom of my heart, never to be spoken of for a lifetime. But why did I say them today in front of a love rival I had just met for the first time? I don't know either. Perhaps Zhang Jishu, after listening, also looked at him thoughtfully, just not wanting to see the same scenario repeat itself. In the eyes of the senior, she only saw Zhang Jishu as a friend. Zhang Jishu suddenly confessed. Zhang Jishu put the senior in a dilemma. Wasn't this just like me in the past? Those tears that once flowed, all kinds of wrong answers had to jump out of contradictory theories to be redeemed. No longer entangled. Bai Xiao raised his head and said, "My secret is told. So Zhang Jishu, what you know but didn't expect is..." Ning Ning poked her head out and asked, "You two hurry up and wipe your tears." Senior Jishu was very surprised. How did you come back so quickly? She was holding a Christmas tree. Jishu and Ning Ning immediately showed dangerous expressions and asked, "Did you bully him?" Bai Xiao quickly explained. No, he and I just talked about some emotional stuff, got a little worked up. She asked suspiciously. Really? Jishu replied. It really was just a simple chat. Right. Bai Xiao thought to himself, that secret Zhang Jishu couldn't let me know, and the story behind the memories I wanted to tell him. I could only look forward to our next meeting. Jishu then gave Ning Ning an awkward smile. She quickly handed the Christmas tree she was holding to Jishu. All right, as per usual, I've left the gift for brother Jishu here. Everything that needs to be said is in the card. Then she took Bai Xiao's hand and started to leave. Sorry, we have something else to do, we'll be going now. Bai Xiao looked bewildered. Senior, are we just leaving like that? Jishu watched, and suddenly a piece of paper floated down onto his head. Because there was the character for tree in his name was the gift, a Christmas tree. He looked at the Christmas card. Xiao Ning really was trying every way to distance herself from him. When he saw the words gift from Ning Ning and Bai Xiao, he looked on with concern, but based on Bai's experience, it would probably be difficult for him to start a new relationship with peace of mind. Besides, judging by Shan's meaning, the two of them started so quickly, it didn't seem like a decision Xiao Ning would make. Or maybe it was just an excuse to brush him off. The rain in autumn is always so sudden, coming and going quickly, just like the impatience that stopped me from going to see Hannah-chan that day. The road was empty, only the stagnant air abundant to the point of overflowing. I never believed that time could wash away all this bullshit. Time only brings all problems to the edge of oblivion, making them irrelevant and ending them. Bai Xiao and Ning Ning walked like this in the rain, just like me now, once again pulling her out of faded memories, putting makeup on her, and using her as an excuse to quibble. But this sudden quibble made me realize, even today, I still don't understand what my longing for her really is. Bai Xiao looked at the screen in the square, thinking that today, as long as he vented the distracting thoughts in his chest, he would feel better. But the fragmented memories around me made my emotions spiral out of control again. Whether it was guilt or nostalgia, I wasn't quite sure. I only knew. Those faint, lingering, distracting thoughts crawled to the corners of my eyes, eroding my pupils. Even the poster on the corner of the wall was stained with her dimples. Mistaking the person on the poster for her was a sad hallucination. I knew she probably wouldn't come back. I knew she probably hated me. I knew Ning Ning was also worried seeing you lost in thought. While I was spacing out, Ning Ning had been watching me for a long time. Suddenly, Ning Ning grabbed Bai Xiao's hand, startling him. Senior, she immediately said. Don't move, Bai Xiao's hands are very cold. Bai Xiao was a bit embarrassed. It's always like this on rainy days. Then she pulled his hand and pressed it against her own cheek to warm it. I'm fine, she said softly. A girl's body temperature is always a bit higher than a boy's. As she spoke, she pressed his hand against her slightly flushed cheek and asked, a bit warmer now. Bai Xiao was also extremely shy. Why yes, a bit warmer, but Senior doesn't have to do this. Hearing this, Ning Ning gave him a playful glare, then took his hand away from her face, startling Bai Xiao. But what was she going to do that Bai Xiao found puzzling? He asked, Senior what is this again? At this moment, Ning Ning raised her hand and made a shushing gesture. She held his hand. It was cold, but his heartbeat was unusually rapid. She looked at him and said, Bai Xiao, actually you still have something sad on your mind today, don't you? Is it Brother Jishu? Did Brother Jishu really bully you? Did he say something to force you to leave me? Bai Xiao replied, no, absolutely not. I just chatted with Senior Zhang for a while. I accidentally thought of some things I regret deeply. If Senior wants to know, he lowered his head, and Ning Ning's hand went around to the back of his head. She pulled him into her embrace and said, then don't say it. Then don't think about it anymore. I'm sorry, I still don't know how to comfort people right now. Although from my short life experience, words like speak your mind and then hope time heals everything are probably mostly self-deceiving subjective judgments. So instead of teaching you how to stand up, I think you need a friend who can stand by your side and help you stand up together. Ning Ning said, if I can take on that role I would be very happy. After all it's you, Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao was so moved by these words that he blurted out, Senior, the autumn rain is always so hurried, as if it wants to envelop the entire city in its chill. But on the street corner surrounded by the cold I felt a warmth from this lovely silly girl. The two of us ran together in the rain, just like a real couple. Bai Xiao looked at the smiling Ning Ning. Does the real me deserve this gentleness? He thought as tears seemed to fall. This question swirled in my mind, refusing to go away, but the warmth on my arm proved her existence time and time again. Perhaps this was also part of pretending to be a couple. Just like today's tutoring session was meant to make Zhang Jishu understand our relationship. After seeing Ning Ning home, she started to apologize. Driven by my inferiority complex, I kept brainwashing myself like this. But unexpectedly, Ning Ning spoke first. I didn't expect to run into Brother Jishu today. Did I disturb you? Bai Xiao stammered. Our running into him wasn't today specifically for letting Senior Zhang know about our couple relationship. She looked puzzled and deliberately covered her mouth with her hand. She was a bit flustered. Didn't we agree yesterday to go on a date today? Then she waved at Bai Xiao. I'm going in first. Thanks for seeing me home. Bai Xiao, remember to take a hot shower when you get back. Don't catch a cold. See you tomorrow at the library to officially start the tutoring, okay? How was it? Bai Xiao responded. Oh, okay, he blushed, a little shy. Was it really a date? On the way back, Ning Ning realized she had forgotten to return Bai Xiao's jacket. Bai Xiao's voice was loud. I'm home, Bai Xiao's mother asked. You brat, coming home is coming home. Why are you shouting so loud? Bai Xiao replied with a satisfied expression. Because I experienced a feeling of completeness today, and it wasn't bad. Bai Lu then winked at her mother. Receiving the signal, his mother asked, Where did you go today? He replied. Oh, went to the senior's place for Chinese tutoring. Bai Lu nudged her mother a few times, so his mother asked again. Tisk, what about tomorrow? Staying home, Bai Xiao replied. Tomorrow, going to the library tomorrow. I want to catch up on the Chinese lessons I missed. Lulu sniffled and said pitifully, Still with that sister, there isn't really a big problem, is there? His mother clicked her tongue. Tisk, 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 my son is growing up, can't control him anymore. But weren't there 2 classmates before? How come it changed to a senior today? Hearing this, Lulu seemed to be plotting something. 2 classmates, right. If the red-haired fox and the white-haired fox both go to the library, that senior will be too busy dealing with them to make a move on my brother. The next day at the library, Bai Xiao was slumped over the table, dejected from the knowledge being crammed into his head. The human species has 3 major desires. The desire for sleep, the desire for AB harmony, and the desire for food. He sighed boredly. Although he had agreed to meet the senior this morning and had even arrived early to snag a rare library study room, it was already noon, and the senior was still nowhere to be seen. He decided to call her first. By then, Bai Xiao's vision was already blurry. Suddenly, someone shoved something into his mouth. Eat something first. Bai Xiao looked up at the style of this outfit. Senior, why are you dressed like that? A familiar white-haired face said, If you faint from hunger, I'll be worried. Bai Xiao panicked. President, what are you doing here too? Tang Xin demanded. What, are you that disappointed to see me? She put on a pitiful expression. What if it's me? Is it not okay? Of course not. A hand from behind pinched his cheek and said, That's Zhao Zhao. A Xiao, being alone with you is very dangerous, you know. Tang Xin's face darkened. Tisk, how did she find out about this place too? Bai Xiao asked in panic. How did you two know I was here? The 2 girls said in unison. Who wants to be with her? It's because after the mid-autumn fireworks last time, their relationship became more and more unreadable. If left unchecked, even a fake relationship could turn into a real one. So Tang Xin received a text message while exercising last night. The same for Zhao Zhao. She received information from a kind-hearted person saying that a boy named Bai would be studying with a girl named Ning at the provincial library tomorrow. What to do, only she knew. Anonymous sender, keep your hands clean. The 2 sat down beside him and answered in unison. Just passing by, concentrate fire. Just then, Ning Ning also arrived. She put down her lunchbox, flicked her hair and said, If you were just passing by, you 2 are dressed far too elaborately. It doesn't look like you came to the library to study at all. Then the look she gave through her glasses made Zhao Zhao and Tang Xin blush. The 2 girls quickly explained, we were just passing by. We were originally going out to play with friends, but it was too hot, so we wanted to come to the library to enjoy the air conditioning. Putting food on the table, Bai Xiao asked curiously. Senior, sorry I'm late. I prepared a few things. Tang Xin's hands started wandering again. HMPH, you're even more particular than our usual. Senior, she asked Ning Yi, dress like this. If you're putting on a teacher's outfit just to tutor our vice president, doesn't it seem a bit over the top compared to us? Ha? Zhao Zhao was baffled. What was that white-furred fox scheming now? Ning Yi awkwardly explained. I just happen not to have suitable clothes. If being a bit more formal isn't a problem, Tang Xin thought to herself. If it were nothing serious, the senior's personality would have fired back directly. With this kind of reaction, if it's just an act, does it really need to be this serious? Bang! Bai Chao suddenly collapsed onto the table. Ah Chao, what's wrong? Zhao Zhao grabbed his head. Don't faint on me now, Bai Chao exclaimed. 3 lunchboxes are coming out right now. Eat mine first. I happen to make a bit extra. Ning Yi gazed at him affectionately, while Tang Xin wondered which one he'd pick, and Zhao Zhao was brimming with excitement. He was bewildered. Aha! Then he found himself in an awkward spot. What was this, a bento selection game? Wasn't this just the classic opening of choosing a character? And wasn't it agreed that I was here for a date with the senior? Why does it always end up like this? Bai Chao pulled out a prepared lunchbox, but luckily he had a backup plan. Actually, I brought lunch, he said timidly. If it's the library room, as long as we eat, drink, and clean up, it should be fine. If you don't mind, we can share. A hand grabbed his, startling Bai Chao. Ning Yi spoke up. Bai Chao, she looked at Tang Xin. I've already prepared lunch, no need to trouble anyone else. Tang Xin glanced over, thinking, sure enough there's something off. Don't tell me this senior is actually falling for it. Tisk, looks like I'll have to take on the defensive role. Then Tang Xin also placed her hand on Bai Chao's. Well, it seems the senior doesn't really know the vice president that well. If even basic mutual understanding is lacking, I'm curious how you could become lovers. She even bit a tomato as a provocation. Ning Yi asked, Tang Xin, please explain clearly. Tang Xin said, given the vice president's weak personality plus his habit of running away from problems instead of facing them head-on, he just brushes things off. It's annoying. Even if the senior gives some hint, he'd probably just say, let's all share the food, assuming everyone's fine with it. Right? At this, Bai Chao fell silent. He understood it all, didn't he? Sorry for being so weak-willed, but I also brought lunch, didn't I? Tang Xin snatched Bai Chao's lunchbox and said, really? If I'm not mistaken, you went back home for a break recently, right? She opened it curiously. Though the vice president will definitely say next that his mom made this bento, from what I know it's just full of Lulu's resentment. So the box was opened by Tang Xin. She was surprised. Was that a heart-shaped bento? How could this be? It even had special lunch for a dog of a man written on it. Ning Yi said as if warning. Tang Xin seems to know my boyfriend quite well. Tang Xin replied with a light laugh. I wouldn't say I know him well, but I've come to understand some things recently. Ning Yi answered. Oh, I'd love to hear, she continued. Senior, have you ever thought about what truly drives both parties to walk this path together? I don't believe in so-called love at first sight. No matter what anyone says. Zhao Zhao was leisurely picking at her food. Tang Xin went on, I've seen many couples in the honeymoon phase who never run out of things to talk about, always thinking the other is perfect. But once the dopamine from the honeymoon phase fades and things settle into silence, it fills the void in the relationship. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao was eyeing Bai Chao calculatingly. Eventually, someone always gets tired of this dull, boring love and lets go. Zhao Zhao immediately leaned close to Bai Chao's face. In other words, if the two aren't familiar, when the animal instinct craving a partner fades, they can't even stay friends. At that moment, Zhao Zhao intended to feed him with her mouth. As Tang Xin spoke eloquently, all of this is because neither side understands the other's true nature, and they don't care to learn about each other's likes or interests. Indeed, for someone like the vice president, the desire for mutual understanding is a fleeting fantasy. Bai Chao's eyes lit up as if seeing something delicious. It's precisely because this kind of relationship is so rare in the world that it's constantly amplified in art, celebrated and depicted as rare true love. Bai Chao picked up a chili pepper with his chopsticks, biting two to pretend they were fangs, teasing Zhao Zhao, ignoring Tang Xin's words. But if you genuinely want to understand the other's preferences and act from the heart, it'll eventually be like the story of Shizuka and Nobita. Even if you don't know what the other thinks, you're still willing to do some silly things they like together. That consideration, that feeling in the days after the honeymoon fades, relying on that strong emotion can wash away life's blandness and maintain the love between two people. Maybe that could also be called another kind of pure love. Tang Xin rambled on, while Zhao Zhao and Bai Chao were having fun. Ning Yi pressed, so how do you get to know the other person? Tang Xin reached out and touched Ning Yi's head, of course, with this. She also pressed her hand against Ning Yi's chest, then said meaningfully, and here, trying your best to guess. To probe, if you truly like someone from the bottom of your heart and feel affection, how could you suppress the curiosity not to get to know them? Bai Chao noticed the lunchbox beside him, the things he liked, his tastes, the dishes that made him drool. Wow, 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 Zhao Zhao was uncomfortable. That white-furred fox is really cunning. Knowing a Chao likes this, she doesn't have to go find someone to make it every time. Zhao Zhao asked about his relationship with his family, and she even prepared a portion for Bai Lu while Tang Xin prepared flowers for Bai Chao's mother, even his preferred aesthetic. Tang Xin was speechless. When did this guy start liking this style? So today Tang Xin deliberately wore ancient-style clothing. She continued, it's hard to resist not trying to guess and probe, so later you can pretend to casually catch his attention. Ning Yi lowered her head. I really still don't understand these things. She opened her own food portion. Even the lunch I prepared can't compare to her thoughtfulness. But Ning Yi glanced at Tang Xin's pencil case, noticing something. Ning Yi turned to ask Tang Xin, why does Tang Xin know Bai Chao so well? Then she leaned in to question, and this dress, does Tang Xin usually like this style? Suddenly dressing like this is a bit strange. Oh no, Tang Xin panicked. Damn, I let it slip. Why did I say all that? Tang Xin stammered. This. I wear it anyway since the vice president is also my son. Suddenly, Tang Xin placed her hand on a book beside her. Got it, Tang Xin asked. Senior, are you reading The Red and the Black recently? It's on my reading list. Tang Xin stood up and sized up Bai Chao, startling him. So what do you think of that character? Ning Yi looked at the book and replied, maybe a rather complex person. If you just look at his background and his final status, it's still a somewhat inspiring story. Tang Xin leaned close to Bai Chao, but he used the heroine to achieve his goals. I can't agree with that. The tragic ending is only fitting. Using others to achieve one's own ends isn't uncommon in life. Most news disputes don't even need to be seen. Isn't it the same in everyday life? She gently pulled Bai Chao's hand and placed her own in his. Ning Yi showed a displeased expression. Tang Xin, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need for physical contact. Zhao Zhao also chimed in. Yeah, why get so close? Hearing this, Tang Xin let go of Bai Chao's hand and sat back in her chair, saying, just a momentary thought. Anyway, someone initially relied on me for tutoring, but then forgot all about it. It's hard not to think of the story of Julian forgetting Madame de Renal when he meets Matilda. But our vice president isn't like that pretty boy. He's just a good person who runs from problems and is nice to everyone. I haven't found any ulterior motives yet. He couldn't do something like using a girl's feelings to achieve his goals and then inexplicably abandoning her. Using and abandoning. Bai Chao's face darkened as he pondered something. He suddenly stabbed his chopsticks into the lunchbox. All right. Then Bai Chao stood up and said, let's eat first. Tang Xin sighed in relief. Aha, finally dodged that crisis. Lunch ended, and the break began. The atmosphere in the room finally quieted down a bit, but the president's words just now kept echoing in my ears. I know that the protagonist's obliviousness toward girls in light novels is often rationalized as a personality trait needed for the plot. It's this need that makes these characters perfect saintly labels. But am I really a perfect enough qualifier? I think he pondered. He wrote a lot. Hana-chan is so certain. It's still too early. In a room, Bai Chao mused. Since losing contact with Hana-chan, I've been immersed in some vague emotion, yet I can't figure out what it is. Regret? He lowered his head in silence. I have no right to think about that. Anxiety stares at me like food, constantly devouring me. In the basic principles of philosophy, there's the negation of negation, explained in textbooks as self-sublation and self-renewal. I'm still constantly detesting, excluding, and abandoning the arrogance, selfishness, and self-interest of my Chunibyo days to renew myself. But people can never know if the results of self-reflection are right or wrong. Zhao Zhao lay on the table, and Bai Chao continued thinking. The only thing I'm sure of is that this self-examination called repentance has truly changed me. Even though I know I'm unworthy, I still have a deep desire to be understood and loved. But when faced with incoming emotions again, my cerebral cortex's conditioned reflex is only fear, because I'm afraid I might misjudge again. Zhao Zhao hugged Bai Chao tightly like that, her face so joyful, while Bai Chao's thoughts were also afraid that he might commit an unforgivable crime like back then. Even if he received the other's emotionally correct affirmative tone, he'd worry that once they saw through his true nature, they'd cast a disgusted look and leave directly. Zhao Zhao slept peacefully on his lap, with sensibility and rationality tied together. Usually before speaking, that anxiety would hit my brain and I'd end up fleeing in panic. Over here, Tang Xin also started to act. She stretched out her foot, her face lying on the table pretending to sleep. Of course, my journey of self-renewal doesn't end here. Every time I step out of my subjective perspective to look at my own behavior, I often wonder why I'm like the protagonist of a Japanese anime, but if you see through my hollow soul, you'd only find guilt, inferiority, and a plea for love intertwined in my body. Guilt for not being able to respond to her warmth. Inferiority for someone as wonderful as her knowing someone as terrible as me. Pleading for fear that I'll only drown in such emotions in the future, even if I try to dry heave to get rid of them. Their roots only get more tangled with me. So I gave up struggling, but I'm not resigned. I still want to pin hopes on changing something and keep trying. Trapped by those two girls, Bai Chao sighed helplessly. He thought to himself, so to not lose my friendship with you Zhao Zhao, even knowing there's an ambiguous rift between us, I try my best to respond to her so she won't be disappointed. And to repay the president's warm care, when she slacks off, I take on most of the student council's responsibilities, so senior Ning Yi won't be troubled by relationship issues either. Falling into the same emotions as me, I do my utmost to help her and get close to her, at the same time to not disappoint my parents, Lulu, or my teachers. After finishing high school, I still enthusiastically maintained the top academic performance in the school, even if I only participated in city-level landscape design projects during college, and got high rankings in countless competitions. I still feel it's not enough, and dare not boast about these achievements. This inferiority has washed over my soul. Only obedience gives me a little peace. The shift from arrogance to inferiority only takes one unforgettable pain. In the end, I became an outstanding person in others' eyes. But all of this, he turned, recalling Lu Hua's figure. But she was no longer visible, so he sat at the table again, dazed. I haven't seen her yet, that person who was always wonderful in my best days. Ningyi looked over with a puzzled expression. This feeling had nothing to do with liking Hana-chan or AZ. It was the lingering self-blame from those past moments, constantly churning in my mind, carving the principle of having to respond to others, becoming this body's instinct with no idea how to resolve it. I can only follow this instinct and keep going. Ningyi grabbed his hand and spoke. Bai Chao, have you encountered a problem you don't know how to solve? He looked at her with dazed, surprised eyes. He pulled his hand back. Maybe. Compared to those Chinese exam questions I can't solve, only my own heart is still immersed in that emotion just now. Ningyi replied. Bai Chao's heart. He immediately shook off her hand and answered. No, it's nothing. Just now, when I mentioned Julian, I got a bit into character. It's fine, it's fine. She looked at her arm, thinking, Julian. Ningyi clearly felt the pulse from before. It's still as low as yesterday. Did Senior AZ really say something that troubled him? Then Ningyi looked at Tang Xin. Though she always hated to bring up unpleasant things and add negative emotions, Ningyi pondered, but if you don't even have the basic desire to understand the other person, how can you reach mutual understanding? But so Ningyi held a piece of paper up to Bai Chao's neck. She looked at him and said, Bai Chao, can you tell me what you and Senior AZ talked about yesterday? Thinking to herself, she still wanted to understand him. Bai Chao was bewildered. Aha, then she touched her nose to his. He said, if it involves topics that unsettle your heart, I want to know your troubles too. Bai Chao blushed. Senior, the two stared at each other, faces red. Zhao Zhao was angry. You too, Tang Xin also shouted. What are you doing? Bai Chao thought to himself. With you, Zhao Zhao, and the president's interruption, the moment of unintentionally sparked confession between me and the senior finally returned to the theme of this library date, tutoring Chinese. But at the same time, a huge problem was discovered. It seems there is indeed a huge gap in logical thinking between the social sciences and the natural sciences. In Senior's eyes, she can see the result at a glance. Ningning's gaze seemed to want to convey something, while Bai Chao looked awkward. But I was completely clueless. Bai Chao sighed inwardly in frustration. Why can't the people living in this world just explain things with the inevitable logic of 1-1-2? If you want to play word games, just whisper it to yourselves. Why write it out for others to turn into text? Reading it is pure torture for me. I don't get it, I don't get it. Ningning grabbed his hand. Bai Chao. Still don't understand? Is my problem-solving approach not clear enough? Bai Chao groaned inwardly. No, maybe the problem is me. Tang Xin opened her eyes and looked at Ningning. Ningning responded, sorry, I've done my best to explain clearly. If Tang Xin thinks her own thinking is better, feel free to give it a try. Tang Xin said, in that case I won't hold back, she thought to herself. I was waiting for you to say that. Bai Chao was terrified. President, are you worried this is some kind of trick? Tang Xin leaned closer to him, her whole body resting on the table. Shish, Tang Xin soothed him, reaching out to stroke Bai Chao's face. Now, Vice President, keep your eyes wide open and see what happens. Bai Chao blushed. How, you're not planning something, are you? At that moment, Tang Xin kissed his forehead. Seeing this, Zhao Zhao quickly covered her mouth with her hand, fuming. Ningning was stunned for 5 seconds. Bai Chao, Zhao Zhao, and Ningning all exclaimed at once. Ha! Zhao Zhao said slowly, word by word, white fox spirit. Ningning also shouted, Tang Xin. Zhao Zhao was about to rush forward. I knew you'd do this. Tang Xin grabbed Zhao Zhao's hand. Wait a moment. Tang Xin held Zhao Zhao down with one hand and turned to Bai Chao, asking, can you tell me what you felt when faced with that sudden kiss? Did you see anything? Bai Chao answered blankly. He thought anxiously. Oh no, what am I doing? What could I possibly think or see? Then Tang Xin lifted his face again. What a pity. If you can't think of anything I could. She greedily wanted to do it again. Where should I kiss this time? Unexpectedly, Bai Chao yelped. Hey! Then she stuck out her tongue and licked her own sexy lips. He panicked. Wait, Bai Chao stammered. He dodged Tang Xin's small hand. I saw it. Today, through the window, I saw the light in the village. The wind was blowing so hard today. Tang Xin's lips curled up and she let out a breath with a faint laugh. Then she looked pleased. Finally, you understand. Bai Chao was confused. What do you understand now? She continued. There are some people in this world who are always good at twisting themselves when narrating. They always do this. After telling what happened, they don't want to directly say what's in their hearts. But they crave for others to understand and read them, so they can only imagine what they did in the story to make up for some guilt, or suddenly change their tone, kneading their emotions into the scenery they see. So it becomes 2 apple trees at the door, moonlight on the rocks, an inexplicable kiss. Bai Chao seemed to grasp something. I think. He quickly grabbed a pen and paper to write. I fully understand, so those inexplicable word games in the problem aren't anything else. They're my scattered thoughts, things I've said before. So here it should be written like this, secretly delighted inside. I knew I'd have to use this trick. It was my clever idea first. Tang Xin sighed in relief. If you really understand, that's good. Then Tang Xin placed a pile of papers on the table and forced him, finish her problems first, then do mine. Zhao Zhao also spoke up. I've thought about it for a long time too. I still don't want a Chow to give up his unique creative method just for a few points. For the missing points, just make up the earlier literary knowledge part. Memorize my notes and you'll get high scores." The 4 people in the room fell silent after hearing Zhao Zhao's words. Zhao Zhao angrily grabbed Bai Chao's head. "Did you hear me? Give some reaction," Bai Chao quickly said. Got it, got it." Ning Ning watched this scene, lost in thought. Those two know Bai Chao really deeply, even his favorite tastes and teaching methods. Meanwhile I, who claim to tutor him, don't even know how to truly help him. I'm not much of a girlfriend. Then Ning Ning took out a piece of paper. Yan Luha. She looks at him, thinking he's connected to that last disappointment. If I want to understand Bai Chao and he's not comfortable talking, maybe I could ask that guy named Zhang Jishu from that day. And so, time passed unusually quickly in this small space. To my surprise, Yu Zhao Zhao and Tang Xin really came to the library to study. Both were stumped by advanced math and wanted to find the best math student in the department to tutor them. But at this moment, I was completely focused on practicing and memorizing for the Chinese exam, so I could only ask Senior Ning Ning to help them solve problems. Unexpectedly, although Senior Ning Ning was a liberal arts student, her advanced math scores were surprisingly excellent. In this quiet study atmosphere, the 4 of us finally reached some kind of balance and harmony. How I wished time could stop here. This made it hard for me not to start fantasizing. Maybe the 4 of us could build some kind of friendship. But first, to protect this hard-won bond, I thought I would have to give up some part of what once existed in me. Bai Chao scrolled through his phone and asked, "Senior, do you want to grab something to eat later? Thanks for tutoring today." There seemed to be a lot of restaurants nearby. Ning Ning replied, "I'm fine with anything." Tang Xin turned to ask Yu Zhao Zhao, "Do you remember what happened to Julian in the red and the black?" Tang Xin and Zhao Zhao each grabbed one of Bai Chao's arms. Zhao Zhao answered, "Of course I do. He was brought to court for shooting Madame de Renal, executed, and Matilda bought his head," Tang Xin said happily. "Is that so? Then what does the vice president think of the red and the black?" Poor Bai Chao thought, "Do you have to be so direct?" But then Ning Ning stepped in and said, "Actually, I still think using this as a metaphor for Bai Chao might not be appropriate." Tang Xin suddenly hugged Ning Ning's arm and sighed. "No one's been home these past 2 nights, so I have to fend for myself for dinner. What should I do, Vice President?" Bai Chao was puzzled. Can a rich girl go hungry at home?" Zhao Zhao also fell into Ning Ning's arms. "Me too. My parents are working overtime these 2 nights, so I can only eat bread at home. It would be nice to eat with someone." Bai Chao sweated, thinking, "You too, the daughter of the city's biggest cake chain. You could walk into any shop and eat your fill." Tang Xin pretended to be envious. "Senior Ning Ning is so lucky," Zhao Zhao also whined. "Exactly, unlike us who have to eat alone." Ning Ning was bewildered. This, she reluctantly invited. "If you two don't mind, let's have dinner together." Bai Chao groaned inwardly and wanted to escape. "Senior, don't, this is their usual trick." The 3 girls chattered away. "Hey Senior, are you sure we're not bothering you?" "Of course not, we'll definitely make that blockheaded Chow pay for a good meal." "No, it's fine, since you two have taught me a lot too." Bai Chao happily tapped his phone. "Of course it's fine, I already booked a table for 4. Suddenly, something caught Bai Chao's attention. A camera appeared under Zhao Zhao's skirt. Bai Chao thought, "What are they up to?" He shouted, "Hey!" He grabbed Zhao Zhao and said, "You 3. Zhao Zhao was startled. He stepped forward angrily, wrapped one arm around Zhao Zhao and kicked the camera away from the man. Zhao Zhao panicked. "Hey Chao, why suddenly?" The camera fell to the ground and Bai Chao yelled, "Don't talk." He reached down to pick up the camera and stared at the 3 men, demanding, "I'm asking you, what are you doing?" The 3 men stood there facing Bai Chao's terrifying gaze. Ning Ning spoke up. Zhao Zhao was flustered. "These people are," Tang Xin replied coldly, "taking secret photos, right?" The man in the green hat argued. "No, it's a misunderstanding. I just happened to bend down to change the battery while passing by." The man in the green hat stepped forward aggressively. "If you don't believe me, give the camera back and I'll show you everything. It's no big deal." Another man put his hand on Bai Chao's shoulder. "Kid, let it go. It's not like they're filming you. Why make a fuss? Give the camera back." Bai Chao turned to look at him, and he continued, "This lens isn't cheap. If you break it, you students with your pocket money can't afford to pay for it." Bai Chao thought angrily, "Typical repeat offenders, they all talk the same way, so disgusting." So he held the camera and said cheerfully, "You're right. An imported camera like this on this crappy street costs nearly 10,000. We poor students can't afford to pay for damage. It would ruin our lives." The man in the red hat said impatiently, "Enough talk, hand it over." Bai Chao said angrily, "Here, take it back. Make sure to keep it safe, don't let anyone." He slammed the camera into the red hat man's hand while stomping on the green hat man's camera under his foot. Bai Chao gritted his teeth, his eyes seeming to spark with fire. "Smashed?" The green hat man rushed over angrily and grabbed Bai Chao by the collar. "You little brat think you're tough, huh?" The scene shifted to the police station. The officer sighed, "We understand what happened between you two. Those guys are repeat offenders, always sneaking photos on the street and selling them. We've caught them a few times, but they're cunning. They always hide the memory cards where we can't find them or pass them to an accomplice in the chaos. So we never find evidence. Kid, you did the right thing. I'd have smashed it too. But why did you have to destroy those memory cards? We finally had a chance to catch them, but without evidence, we'll probably have to wrap it up hastily. And you'll have to pay for the damage. Why bother? Bai Chao asked. Are those 2 memory cards definitely unrecoverable? The officer replied, probably. Even if we tried to recover them, the cost would be astronomical. Bai Chao sighed in relief. Then I'm relieved. The officer was surprised. But that means you deliberately destroyed someone else's property. You'll have to pay. Bai Chao crossed his arms and replied, Officer, if I hadn't destroyed the memory cards, even if they were convicted once they got out of jail, wouldn't those photos still be returned to them? The officer stammered. All right, then he continued. Compared to formatting and recovering, directly smashing the memory cards ensures those photos won't be seen by anyone, right? Actually, I thought all this through before smashing the camera. In a situation like this, no one wants to be seen. Sorry, instead of some noble morality or saving everyone, I only care about protecting the 3 of them from harm. That's enough, I was impulsive. Sorry. Meanwhile, Tang Xin called Tang Lin. Sis, where are you now? Can you help me contact a few media outlets? Local newspapers or self-media, the more famous the better. No need to send reporters, just have them prepare space for tomorrow's edition. Zhao Zhao also called. What? Have Mom come to the police station. Who would do something like this? Even a failed confession isn't a crime. Got it? Bring some money. Zhao Zhao looked at the 3 men and said loudly, Also, a few photography exhibitions in the city are sponsored by our family, right? Let me confirm and have them exclude those guys from the lineup. Wouldn't that be more convenient? The 3 peeping Toms huddled together in fear. Who exactly did we mess with today? In the end, this peeping Tom farce ended with me paying compensation. But the aftermath, under Tang Xin's deliberate manipulation, she silently sucked on candy while launching cyber attacks, causing an explosion across the internet. This hard-to-define behavior, temporarily beyond legal punishment, was ultimately handed over to the iron fist of public opinion. This kind of photography was already set in stone in social circles, so once their reputation was ruined, it would be enough to make them miserable for half a year. And they were kicked out of the photography exhibition by Yu Zhao Zhao's mother as a sponsor. Those guys probably felt worse than spending 2 years in jail. Over the next few days of the holiday, the 4 of us still studied together in the library, helping each other. I thought this peaceful holiday would end quietly. Tang Xin kept causing trouble, and Zhao Zhao didn't back down, but I didn't expect trouble to come knocking anyway. Tang Lin grabbed Bai Chao by the neck and said, Cute little one, the trouble Bai Chao was worried about has come knocking. Tang Lin said happily, The kingdom, how do you like it, my emperor? She pointed at a stage platform. Bai Chao pushed her hand away. You tricked me into coming here just to show off your theater troupe. Since when did Sister Tang Lin start a theater troupe? Tang Lin angrily held a scroll in her hand. Of course I've had it all along. Why else would I suddenly go back to Nanjing? She pushed him down. But that's not important. The reason I called you here is that I suddenly discovered a big secret. How about it? Interested? Bai Chao was surprised. What big secret? Tang Lin pulled back the curtain, revealing a girl sitting in a chair. She continued, Your little girlfriend seems to have a secret rendezvous. Zhang Jishu and Ningning, the 2 of them, are face to face in a room. Tang Lin told Bai Chao, with one of our actors. How about that? Exciting enough? Bai Chao was shocked. Zhang Jishu, what's he doing here? Tang Lin said happily. You know him, she said smugly. That makes it easier. Since you know about the rival, I'm sure the cute little one wants to know his intel too, right? You know the rules of the deal. I want you to do something fun for me today. Then she picked up her coat and said, My clothes slipped off. What a bother. Sorry, Bai Chao said coldly, completely uninterested in that aspect. Tang Lin was surprised. He stood up and sighed. Hasn't Sister Tang Lin already guessed my relationship with Senior Ningning? If it's just a fake couple act, what does her private business have to do with me? He was pretending to be cool, but inside he was dying to know. Even if it was just a fake couple relationship with Senior, there was still an indescribable sense of concern that she was clearly avoiding that person, but today she had obviously sought him out, concerned about why she would go to him. Could it be that he wants to know what's going on? Is he curious about what she's trying to escape from by pretending to be in a fake relationship? But thinking about Senior Tang Lin and Senior's playful personalities, showing even a hint of concern would immediately fall into their trap. However, if he pretends not to care, those urgent worries will shift to someone else. Tang Lin grabbed him and said, Doesn't it matter even if he's a terrifying opponent? He thought happily. Bite the hook. As long as he puts on an act now, she'll confess honestly. Terrifying, what kind of person could it be? She continued, saying he's a true two-faced person, all thanks to the president's personal training. He quickly closed the door and asked for details. Tang Lin pointed at him and said, in her script, his role is a two-faced character, someone who smiles on the surface but is cunning and deceptive underneath, playing the fool to catch the wise. Got it? When she was casting, she didn't originally plan to give him this role because of his gentle demeanor, but he insisted on taking it. She looked at him and asked, acting requires empathy, you know. Bai Zhao was confused. What does that have to do with anything? Tang Lin said seriously, because as the plot develops, actors can only empathize by combining their own experiences. After he took over, he got better and better, more and more nuanced, making it hard to imagine what he's been through in real life. Plus, these past few days she noticed many girls in the crew liked him, but he quietly kept his distance. A little digging revealed he already had someone he liked. It seems he's still hung up on that little girlfriend of yours. Given his personality, you'd better be careful. Then Tang Lin pulled out a knife from somewhere and said with a dark expression, if it comes to that, she placed the knife on Bai Zhao's collar. Leave it to us, sister. Tang Lin hugged him, holding the knife to his neck. Chop him up, kill him. Bai Zhao gripped the blade, cold sweat dripping. Sis, you're not planning to kill me first and then him, are you? Naughty. Tang Lin replied, sorry, overacted. It's just a prop. The prop may be fake, but your sister's desire to protect you is real. Really, really real. So, what do you think? In a room, Zhang Jishu and Ning Ning heard voices. Tang Lin spoke up. The plan here is called Operation Cut Down the Tree, okay? Bai Zhao immediately replied. No need. Jishu reached out. Sorry, it's probably just the crew joking around. You can also leave from here. Ning Shi replied. Thanks, brother Jishu. She thought to herself, that voice sounds a bit like Bai Zhao walking in confusion. Did he come? Suddenly Jishu heard, no need for what? You're in danger right now. How about we switch to a different assassination pose? It can't be that exaggerated, right? Jishu walked to the door. Sorry, I was careless and didn't notice you two were here. His expression darkened. If you don't mind, go inside and continue chatting. Jishu spoke. Is it really okay to leave Miss Tang Lin alone in the theater like this? Bai Zhao replied. It's fine. She just likes to join in on certain things. Not following us might actually be better in a way. Jishu stood under the streetlight. I've never seen Miss Tang Lin care so much about someone else's affairs. You two seem close. It seems I made the right choice asking her to invite you. Bai Zhao was surprised. You asked her to call me? Jishu still stood there and said. Yeah, the night scene with Miss Tang Lin is about to start, and I might be away for a while afterward. So I thought, since we haven't settled things from before, we might as well resolve it all here. Bai Zhao was scared. What things? Right. As a rival in love, he's been bulldozing between me and Senior. Facing this two-faced guy, if you don't strike first, he might mercilessly take you out quietly. But why call me out in the middle of the night? Could it be, like Tang Lin said, that he can't win Senior's heart and wants to physically eliminate me? Or maybe this place is already set up with his accomplices to ambush me. Bai Zhao panicked. What kind of cheesy murder mystery script opening is this? Is there anything I can use to defend myself? What did I even bring? Suddenly Jishu put his hand on Bai Zhao's shoulder. Are you nervous? Bai Zhao's face turned pale. Are you making a move now? Jishu smiled and said to him. Actually, what I wanted to tell you last time is that I don't have romantic feelings for Xiao Ning. Bai Zhao was stunned. Ha, Jishu continued. What do you think? Of course I like Xiao Ning and Shan, but the feeling of like comes in many types. Between us it's more like ordinary sibling affection, nothing more. Even when it comes to romantic like, there are many different ways to express it and different targets, Jishu continued. For example, sexual orientation. Bai Zhao was shocked. How your mouth is forming an O. His little head was filled with big question marks. How should I handle this situation? The clues in my mind seem tangled with a series of strange but simple numbers, preventing me from calculating further. Everything seems to make sense, but how could it all be this simple? The big boss I always imagined turns out to have zero attack and defense power. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? In a panic I came to my senses, instinctively clutching my backpack tightly and warily eyeing the person in front of me. Bai Zhao shouted nervously. Too good at disguising two-faced, Jishu soothed. Don't be nervous, Bai. Although my orientation is like this, I'm not the general type. I don't have that, desire for men. Bai Zhao was dazed. Jishu pulled out a photo on his phone. The person I like is only one specific individual, regardless of their gender. As long as it's him, I'll have those feelings. It's just that he happens to be this gender too. Bai Zhao was less tense now and asked, So are you two together now? Jishu immediately shook his head. No. Did Xiao Ning tell you what happened after? To reject Shan's confession, I instinctively used that old excuse and went along with saying I liked Xiao Ning. Bai Zhao worried about Ning. But shouldn't the most direct person to confess to be Senior Ning, using such a lie as an excuse? Do you know how much pressure Senior Ning has been under? Jishu put his hand on Bai Zhao's shoulder and said, But aren't you the same? Bai Zhao froze. Then Jishu said, Your relationship with Ning is fake, right? From the start it was just an excuse for her to fend others off. Bai Zhao was confused. How did you know? Jishu replied. I started suspecting when you told your first love story. In that case, would you still choose to keep loving? Plus, meeting you and Miss Tang Lin backstage today. Miss Tang Lin is a very distant person. She usually doesn't care about ordinary guys, let alone one who already has a girlfriend. So I became more certain of my guess. Actually, I could have pretended not to know. After all, knowing you're a fake couple, there's no conflict of interest between us. And I wouldn't have to worry about a rival like me causing misunderstandings in your relationship. But I didn't expect Xiao Ning to come to me today, asking if my conversation with you would affect you later. I thought of another possibility, Jishu continued, looking at Bai Jiao. Xiao Ning might have feelings for you. Bai Jiao was dazed. Feel feelings? Then he said in a cheerful tone. Of course it's not romantic feelings yet, but in her heart, you're special at least. Bai Jiao was puzzled. Special? Jishu sighed and explained. It's like having a classmate you've sat next to for 3 years. You might not be completely open with her, but she's definitely more special than an ordinary friend. Years later, she'll become a symbol of your school days. Bai Jiao was still confused, not quite understanding. Jishu said, or let me put it another way. He looked at him. For example, if you see a classmate who can't swim fall into the sea and your relationship with her is average, would your first instinct be to jump in and save her? Bai Jiao replied in surprise. Huh? You'd jump? He sat down and continued. Probably not. If a not-so-close classmate fell into the sea, my first reaction would only be rational actions like calling the police or finding a lifeguard, but if it were someone special to me, I'd jump in without hesitation. Bai Jiao stood there lost in thought. But can I reach that level of friendship with Senior? Given Senior Ning Ning's lack of experience in interpersonal relationships, it seems she only sees me as a friend. In this short month or so of interaction, nothing particularly memorable has happened between us. There's also no chance to get to know each other deeply. Although Senior's airheaded thought processes always make me laugh, can we really reach that level of special affection? Jishu interrupted Bai Jiao's thoughts. What's in your bag, Bai Jiao replied. Keys, phone, and some tutoring materials from these past few days, Jishu suggested. This bag looks like one I was thinking of buying. Can I see it? So Bai Jiao agreed. Here, Jishu walked behind Bai Jiao and said, I think you're a bit like Xiao Ning in some ways, just as simple-minded. And just as trusting, Bai Jiao replied. Huh, really? Then Jishu placed his hand on his back. Yeah, Bai Jiao looked back in panic and then Jishu pushed him into the water. Bai Jiao thought in the water, no way. What's this sudden move? Look into the water for a while and you'll understand. Meanwhile, Jishu stood on the shore looking down. And Bai Jiao in the water was even more confused. Jishu looked at the water surface and smiled. Sure enough, he saw a rope at the bottom. Underwater, Ning Ning was swimming, and Jishu continued, So you came after all? Ning Ning swam to Bai Jiao, hugged him, and then pulled him out of the water. Bai Jiao stammered, Ning Ning Senior. Ning Ning soothed, Don't panic, give me your hand, I'll take you back. Bai Jiao thought, How did she get here? And at that moment Bai Jiao stared blankly at her, looking at her face, feeling something was off. In a daze I suddenly remembered the conversation Zhang Jishu had tried so hard to make me understand. Saving a drowning person is extremely dangerous. He wanted to show me through action how special I am in Senior Ning Ning's heart, but has Senior's feelings for me already surpassed the fake relationship? So what was she thinking? How could she be sure she would jump in to save me? Our fake relationship was built on his lie, but now he suddenly reveals the truth of not liking, making me start to worry whether this fake relationship needs to continue. But there's no time to think about all this. Senior said not to let me panic, but her inner tension clearly transmitted to my throat through her trembling arms. I'm about to suffocate, about to pass out. Ning Ning placed her hand on a wooden plank and sighed in relief. Phew, she tiredly untied the rope. Bai Jiao, I'm sorry. I didn't know he would do this to you. Sorry for dragging you into this. Seeing Bai Jiao unconscious, Ning Ning grew worried. Bai Jiao, wake up, flustered. Are you okay? She looked at him and thought, could it be? Was he in the water too long, water in his lungs, drowning? Ning Ning shouted, wake up, Bai Jiao. No, this might not be enough. I need to give mouth to mouth. Bai Jiao slowly opened his eyes, and Ning Ning, blushing, leaned in with her lips. Then mouth to mouth. Bai Jiao's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, Sen? He sat up, brushing against her lips. Ning Ning's lips touched Bai Jiao's forehead. Bai Jiao turned his face away shyly and said, Sen Senior, I'm fine. Ning Ning worried, are you really okay? Then Bai Jiao wanted to ask, how did you? Ning Ning interrupted, if you're uncomfortable, we can go to the hospital first. Bai Jiao quickly stood up, covering his eyes. No, it's fine. I'll find clean clothes for you to dry off. Ning Ning was puzzled. Why are you so flustered? She looked down at her soaked clothes and thought, could it be? Then Bai Jiao looked at her, a bit embarrassed. He looked at his backpack, which still had his clothes, and muttered to himself, TCH, pretty thoughtful, but if I use his clothes to dry Senior off, that strange discomfort comes back. He looked at her and asked, Senior, did you know Zhang Jishu and I were here? Ning Ning trembled. Yeah, I wanted to ask him something earlier. Then I saw Brother Jishu and Bai Jiao go out, got worried and followed. Bai Jiao asked in surprise. Ask him something, Ning Ning confirmed. Yes, I came hoping to find out what Brother Jishu and Bai Jiao talked about. But he didn't reveal anything, plus that dense name list from that day and Bai Jiao's hesitant expression. She continued. Bai Jiao, I know this might upset you, but the desire to know more about you is so strong. Why can't I just ask you directly? She looked up and saw Bai Jiao taking off his clothes to wring them out. Hey, Bai Jiao looked at her. Huh? Ning Ning shouted. What are you doing? Bai Jiao explained. Ah no, there's nothing clean left to use. So I thought I'd wring out my clothes. He tossed a shirt to Ning Ning. Maybe you can use this for now, this shirt can dry off. What did Senior want to ask? Ning Ning replied. Oh she stammered. Then Ning Ning thought, but as just a fake couple, do we have the right to pry into and understand each other? In the backpack a phone rang, showing an unknown number on the screen. Bai Jiao answered. Hello, who is this? Jishu spoke. Looks like Xiao Ning has fished you out. Bai Jiao was surprised. Zhang Jishu, aren't you? How did you get my number? Jishu sat in the car and replied casually. Sorry, I took the liberty of checking your student council website and sure enough, your contact info was there. This is just part of my plan. I know you have a lot of questions, but at least you should understand how special you are in Xiao Ning's heart, right? However, there's something else I want to discuss with you. Bai Jiao asked quietly. What exactly are you trying to do? Jishu let out a breath. After the play with Miss Tang Lin ends, I'll be going to Italy for further studies for a while. Xiao Ning, I want to entrust her to you. Bai Jiao was full of question marks. Entrust her to me. The phone rang on the other end. Saying that might sound a bit hypocritical. Perhaps it's because my lies implicated her, but what I worry about most is Xiao Ning. She's not good at socializing, can't read the room, has a pure heart, yet there are so many people around her. Senior, could you take a look at this for me, and you too, please? My sister, take a look as well, the guy continued. Always wanting to do things perfectly to get closer to others, first in studies, first in keeping promises, in all the little things thoughtful and meticulous. She likes to quietly handle everything, yet always remains anxious. The more she does this, the more awkward she seems, the more she isolates herself. She tries hard to fit in, but the group never accepts her. Like the first leaf to fall in late summer and early autumn, unique in its own way, yet longing to stay with the green leaves still on the tree, unable to control its own drifting path. But seeing Xiao Ning get along so naturally with you that day really surprised me. For her to smile so freely is rare in my memory. So even if I ask you to continue this fake couple relationship with her, if it can change her a little, it would be a blessing. Bai Jiao looked at Ning Ning, still listening to the call. Is that okay, Bai? Bai Jiao replied. Isn't it selfish to twist your own subjective thoughts to control others' choices? The guy continued. But aren't you also stuck in this quagmire of subjective judgment? Bai Jiao didn't know how to answer. The guy went on, need to remind you of your first love. After hearing your secret that day, I not only sensed why you can't fall in love now, but also saw your situation. When close relationships break down, shame always magnifies our own mistakes. It's an emotion we humans can't escape. Speaking of which, there's also a kind of childish self-sacrifice, taking all the blame on yourself, moved by your own martyrdom. And because of that, you often get trapped in this self-burdening emotion, unable to consider the other person's true feelings. Have you ever thought that the girl agreed to you back then not just out of friendship, but because she faced her own feelings for you? Between friendship and love, it's not all distance. It can also be a bridge, but we never asked clearly about any of this. The one who left can't come back. Xiao Ning told me how you risked your life to save her at the cliff, just like she jumped into the sea to pull you up. In your heart, she holds a special place too, right? Now a new opportunity is before you. You can tell Xiao Ning about my question and continue carrying that indescribable swamp of subjective judgment, or you can try to take a step forward and keep developing this fake relationship. The choice is yours. At Zhao Zhao's cake shop, among a group of fish, Zhao Zhao stood by the fish tank holding feed, happily watching them swim. Tang Xin appeared out of nowhere and scolded. Caught you slacking off, huh? Zhao Zhao was startled. Tang Xin, what are you doing here? Tang Xin with her graceful figure said. Because someone won't reply to messages or answer calls, turns out you're hiding here being lazy employee you Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao nervously pushed Tang Xin away. Come on, we're on opposing sides now, we should minimize private contact. Why do you keep clinging to me? Tang Xin hummed happily. Can't I even come all this way to share some latest intel with you? Zhao Zhao ignored her, still watching the fish and teasing. Fish can't eat, hee, Tang Xin sighed helplessly. Hey, let's get serious. Why are you staring at these random fish? Zhao Zhao disagreed. These aren't just random fish, they're the kind that once they lock onto their prey, never give up no matter how scary the opponent. Then she happily introduced the goby fish. They fell silent. Tang Xin teased her, oh bite down and never let go. Really suits you Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao walked away angrily. Know that so we have nothing to talk about. Then she grabbed the feed. But even with such a stubborn belief trapped in this little fish tank, watching the food you crave, no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. It's bound to make one. Tang Xin looked at Zhao Zhao and continued, feel pitiful. Zhao Zhao looked back at Tang Xin. She snatched back the feed. That's still better than you, that fox. Hiding in dark corners, hesitating and never daring to make a move, right? Honestly. Even being called a rival feels like you lack presence. Tang Xin looked at Zhao Zhao and said, but what if your real rival now isn't me, but the more legitimate senior? Zhao Zhao was surprised. Real rival? Isn't she fake? Then Tang Xin's face darkened. But what if I said I've noticed the senior suddenly getting serious about the vice president? Zhao Zhao urged. Ha, tell me, explain clearly. Zhao Zhao thought, this fox finally, with her keen observation, is sharing the differences in the senior during these tutoring days. In her view, the senior's feelings for a Chao seemed to be heating up, even going beyond the fake relationship. But the more detailed she got, the more uneasy I became. Until she left, I couldn't say a word. One question kept swirling in my mind. Why can she always share this intel with me so calmly? Clearly, I'm also one of her rivals. Is it just because I confessed first and got rejected? So in her eyes, I'm no threat? This hopeless feeling, this inexplicable frustration, in this sentimental autumn night feels so real it's about to overflow. Honestly, I don't even know what I'm holding on to in this entanglement with a Chao. Or rather, after being clearly rejected, do I still have the right to persist? But I still wonder how you'll understand me. Even if you just think of me a little, I hope it becomes a weakness that troubles you too, making you sigh. We're like this, powerless, making you willingly fall into it. Zhao Zhao tapped the fish tank glass and continued thinking, but I also know that blindly chasing isn't the answer. Enough, it's enough. If this is just a glass-walled prison of weariness, if I can't be your meaning, I won't keep swimming stubbornly. So why keep practicing breathing, keep practicing performance? Better to leave here and go back to the sea. Maybe it's time for me to make a choice. A week later, Bai Chao, while thinking, faced the task of exposing Senior Zhang Jishu's matters, the intensive tutoring schedule during the National Day holiday, and my midterm Chinese score. The teacher looked at his paper. Bai Chao's thoughts continued. Finally passed, the teacher held up the paper and said, you passed this time, but don't slack off on the final exam. Bai Chao kept thinking, though it was just barely passing. But after knowing the senior, she still showed an inexplicable excitement. But equally inexplicable was Yu Zhao Zhao. She usually excelled in social sciences, but this time she unexpectedly failed, probably due to the emotional impact of the low score. Even when they met, she was unusually cold. Zhao Zhao saw Bai Chao, spoke, then turned and walked away. Hi, suddenly Bai Chao heard a voice. Rest assured, the project skills of this student I recommend are excellent. You'll be satisfied. Bai Chao prepared to leave. They met. Tang Xin was holding her phone, looking at him. She gazed at him fondly and said into the phone, I'll contact you later. She spoke. Long time no see. She sat on the stair railing, showing off her long legs. Vice President, it's been a while. Bai Chao stepped over her leg. Weren't we in the same exam room yesterday? Bai Chao continued. I'm telling you, I know you did well on this college midterm, but trying to show off in front of me is pointless. Ha! Tang Xin smiled slightly. HMPH. Tang Xin raised her knee. What showing off, Vice President? She stretched her foot where it shouldn't go, pretending to be coy. Xin doesn't understand that. I only know, she continued, reaching out to hug Bai Chao. Today the Vice President has to thank me properly. Bai Chao was surprised. Thank you for what? And can we stop? Put this aside for now, or passing classmates will misunderstand. Tang Xin pressed her chest against Bai Chao's back. Don't rush. First promise me one thing and I'll tell you what good news it is. This year, the school's club budget is way over. The school has drawn up a list of clubs to be cut. You know I'm not good with social niceties, so I'll leave it to you to notify them. How about it? He was puzzled. Cut clubs, archery club. He looked at the list, wondering why it had to be cut. Meanwhile, Bai Chao opened his notebook and thought. The National College Science and Technology Challenge, the one the president mentioned. I need to thank her. Though the president said she just happened to see it and signed me up. I know this opportunity must have taken a lot of effort for her to secure. If I win, I might even get a graduate school recommendation. I'm really grateful. But at the same time, the task that comes with it is too harsh, leaving me at a loss. The report said Archery Club, President Yu Zhao Zhao. He thought again. Simply put, the school cut the club budget, and low-attention clubs get listed for removal. This is beyond mine and the president's control. But the notification has to go through us. He walked down the hallway, lost in thought. This is too hard for those of us connected to Yu Zhao Zhao in various ways, holding a bag of oranges. So Xiao Orange specially prepared a bag of oranges for me to give away. But no matter how you look at it, this is too deliberate. But even for me, how do I bring it up? Arriving at the archery club door, Bai Chao sighed to himself. Forget it, I'll play along and muddle through. Then, Yu Zhao Zhao, are you in? I'm coming in. When Bai Chao pushed open the door, the sight before him shocked him so much he knocked over the orange basket on the floor. Zhao Zhao spoke in confusion. "Oh, who's that?" She was wearing a VR headset and said, "If it's a delivery, just leave it at the door." Her hands were fiddling with the game controller. Bai Chao asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" She suddenly startled, recognizing him. "Wait, that voice is Bai Chao." Then she quickly took off the VR headset. He approached Zhao Zhao and said, I saw the door wasn't locked, so I'm not interrupting, am I?" Zhao Zhao panicked and shouted, No, it's not what you think." At the same time, her foot stepped on an orange, and she fell flat on her back. "Ouch, that hurts. I was researching this VR headset." Meanwhile, she got tangled in the wires, looking a mess. Bai Chao helped her up and asked, "Why did you suddenly start researching this?" Zhao Zhao sighed. Don't ask, it's because archery is getting less and less attention. I thought about adding something fresh to attract students. Virtual archery intro seems fun, but if I still can't recruit new members, the club might not survive." Zhao Zhao angrily tugged at some wires. "If this club disappears, my college life will be completely meaningless." Then she grabbed Bai Chao's hand. "Oh, do you want to try it? I just tried a game about raising slimes, and with the headset on, it's super realistic, except the feel," she said, recalling the awkward moment, and turned her head to the wall. "Forget it. You probably wouldn't be interested anyway." Watching her, Bai Chao thought, so she's been worried about the club too. Was her recent odd behavior because of this? Zhao Zhao introduced, "It's super fun." Bai Chao approached the machine, thinking to avoid this topic for now, otherwise it would be too unfair to hit her with it. Picking up the VR headset, Bai Chao said, "Let me see, I've been thinking of buying one, just not sure how the tech is now." Only then did Zhao Zhao notice the oranges on the floor. She picked one up and asked him, "What's with these oranges? Bringing so many? When did a Chow become so polite? Bringing fruit to see me, tisk tisk." It's like a company before layoffs. A new employee not knowing how to speak, bringing some consolation gifts to visit an employee, then saying, "You're fired, sorry." Seeing this, Bai Chao was very embarrassed. Zhao Zhao continued, "Hey, you're not here to tell me the archery club is disbanding but don't know how to say it, so you brought oranges, are you?" Bai Chao quickly dodged. "How could that be? I just thought Xiao Orange brought a bunch of oranges, and since we can't finish them, I thought I'd make some orange juice, and somehow ended up at the archery club." Zhao Zhao's eyes flickered. "Make orange juice?" Bai Chao met her gaze fearfully. "Damn this hastily made-up lie. I don't know what I was thinking. I only realized something was off. This wrongness isn't about avoiding you." Zhao Zhao guessing right. "But why? Why did I say I wanted to make orange juice? What tools are there here to make orange juice? It only makes my lie even more flimsy." Then he placed a glass of water on the table. Bai Chao was still thinking, but even scarier, he exclaimed in surprise, "There's even." Zhao Zhao was holding the cup, looking at him puzzled. She spoke, "Go ahead, squeeze." Bai Chao's face turned pale as he picked up the orange and said, all right, no choice, I'll just grit my teeth and do it." He squeezed the orange in his hand. "Don't underestimate the infinite potential within the human body. Even with bare hands, I'll get this done today." Half an hour later, Zhao Zhao playing VR asked Bai Chao, "Not done yet?" He was still huffing and puffing. "Phew, almost there. Its shell can't withstand my pressure anymore. Starting to give in." Zhao Zhao took off the VR headset and said, "A Chow is so stubborn, suffering for pride hasn't changed a bit." She added, "What hasn't changed? I think I've changed a lot over the years. Do you remember anything special about our first meeting?" "Don't remember the first time," Bai Chao replied softly. "Our first? Why are you suddenly asking this?" Zhao Zhao reached her hand toward Bai Chao and said, "What I'm asking you is," then she took his hand, "when did we meet?" At the same time, she hugged him and crushed the orange hard. At this moment, Bai Chao was answering whether it was the University Club recruitment fair or the High School Archery Club exchange match day. Zhao Zhao's eyes widened. He really had forgotten. She repeated, "You really forgot." Bai Chao began to panic. Forgot what?" He racked his brain. "Did we know each other before? I have no memory of it." But her expression didn't seem like a joke. Maybe it was kindergarten, some childhood sweetheart scenario. "But I didn't play with girls in kindergarten either." That left only one possibility. Bai Chao reached out. You, Zhao Zhao, you. Did you like wearing boys' clothes in kindergarten?" Zhao Zhao said angrily. "You're the one who wears boys' clothes," Bai Chao replied innocently. "Of course I wear boys' clothes. Even if I didn't, don't be like that." Zhao Zhao lifted her hair and continued, "Does this ring a bell? Give me a hint." "Paris." It dawned on him. "Paris, I remember. I think I remember. It was probably the summer after middle school. To clear my mind, I went on a trip to Europe with my family. In my plan, how could I go to France without visiting the home of the Impressionist painter Monet? But my mom said there wasn't enough time and flatly refused. So I decided to visit Monet's garden on my own, and that's where I met a Chinese girl." Zhao Zhao, dissatisfied, said, "How did your memory completely miss the point?" Bai Chao looked confused. "What point?" "That's all I remember. I never imagined it was you." Zhao Zhao looked at him, clicked her tongue and said, "Stubborn," she continued to prompt. "Let me fill in the gaps," she recalled. To be honest, someone's English grades were pretty good, but their spoken English was really nothing to brag about. And trying to communicate in English in France was a top-tier move. She remembered Bai Chao sweating profusely as he stammered out a few English phrases. "Excuse me, who's watching this? How am?" Zhao Zhao continued. But what surprised me even more was when this guy met a fellow countryman and wanted to ask for help. Zhao Zhao leaned in and asked him, "Are you trying to ask about the price of ice cream?" Bai Chao turned his head, using his handbag to cover his face, and kept speaking English. "Do sorry, I'll no con ni wam chop pinia do know what you say," Zhao Zhao recalled. At the time he was trying to hide his embarrassment about his poor spoken English by pretending to be a foreigner. She questioned, "I never thought 2 years would pass, and a Chao's stubbornness hasn't changed one bit," Bai Chao said ingratiatingly. "It's not really stubbornness. Meeting a cute fellow countrywoman in a foreign land, so adorable, seeing my predicament, anyone would feel embarrassed," Zhao Zhao pouted. "And of course it's because of a Chao's stubbornness." She licked the orange juice off her hand. "To this day I still don't know why you rejected me that time, but then suddenly announced you were dating that senior. What was the reason?" Bai Chao looked at her awkwardly. She continued licking the orange juice off her hand, as bitter as the memories in that freshly squeezed cup. Bai Chao called out awkwardly, You Zhao Zhao, it looks like you're licking the wrong hand." Zhao Zhao screamed. She panicked. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, thinking too much, how did I mistake your hand for my own? What do I do, what do I do?" she complained. "It's all this hard, stubborn wooden head's fault, let's just pass the awkwardness to you." Zhao Zhao looked at him. Chao, do you remember who paid for your ice cream back then?" Bai Chao stammered. "Was it you? What happened after that? I don't think you should forget to pay me back," Zhao Zhao continued. "Good, I just cleaned the orange juice off your hand." She lifted her foot. "If you don't repay a debt, you have to be punished. Plus, as repayment for me wiping your hand, you can lick mine clean," Bai Chao said helplessly. He stood up to leave. "The student council has things to do. I'm going to other clubs." Zhao Zhao quickly grabbed his hand. "No, you can't. Stop right there." She hooked her foot around his and shouted, "Give it to me," Zhao Zhao said angrily. "You haven't told me why you came to find me." "I don't believe that lame excuse about the orange juice," Bai Chao said fearfully. "Really, it's nothing. Xiao Ju just gave me a bag of oranges. I had no one to share them with, so I came to you. That's all." Zhao Zhao looked at him. Suddenly she spotted a piece of paper in his pocket. Archery club." She snatched the paper. "What's this?" Bai Chao fell. "Hey," he grabbed his neck. "Wait," he said in panic. "Oh no, oh no." He looked at the notice behind Zhao Zhao. Zhao Zhao read the contents of the paper. "Due to student council financial issues, all clubs are temporarily suspended," she said sadly. "Archery club." The student council representative's signature was Bai Chao. Bai Chao quickly explained, "No, it's not like that. You Zhao Zhao, listen to me." Zhao Zhao's legs trembled. How is that possible? Is this a game card?" Her hands shook as the paper fell to the ground. Clearly, even if we're not that kind of relationship, we're still good friends, right? Why would a Chao agree to disband my club?" She thought to herself, but the one who's been clinging to this relationship all along is only me. If she stood in his shoes, he couldn't cut other clubs for her sake. Then sacrificing someone who's always pestering him and likes him seems simpler, doesn't it? She continued, "So was the decision to cut the archery club your idea?" Tears were about to fall from Zhao Zhao's eyes as she called his name. "Bai Chao," Zhao Zhao asked Bai Chao, "was the decision to cut the archery club your idea?" "Bai Chao," he quickly explained. "No, you Zhao Zhao, listen to me. This is just a draft of the school's preliminary opinion. I rushed over to discuss it with you." Zhao Zhao grabbed his collar angrily and shouted, "But didn't you sign off on it too?" She stepped back. "Do you think the tears on my face?" Zhao Zhao's tears fell. "Do you think that because I like you, you can casually use my feelings to do whatever you want?" Bai Chao was troubled. "You Zhao Zhao, you and I," he looked at her. "In your heart, am I that kind of person?" Zhao Zhao said angrily. "Hasn't it always been like this?" she recalled. "After I confessed to you, you immediately got close to Senior Ning. After decisively rejecting me, you hypocritically came to visit me at home, even on the Mid-Autumn Festival boat trip to watch the moon and stay overnight. You deliberately kept your distance from me. What am I to you? Just someone who likes you to the point of being pathetic." She pushed Bai Chao away. "I don't know whose club to cut, just cut mine. I like you anyway, you can sacrifice me to protect other people's clubs, right?" Bai Chao fell to the ground. Zhao Zhao turned and left. "I really," she said painfully, "hate you." Zhao Zhao walked out the door. Classmate Bai Chao's notice came at just the right time. "I have already received the decision to cut the club. Farewell." Bai Chao stood up. In the end, he was misunderstood. "Sigh, I know that chasing after her now and trying to explain would be useless. She'll just reject everything based on her emotions. But no matter what, I have to do my best to help Yu Zhao Zhao save her archery club, because I know the expression on Yu Zhao Zhao's face just now. Bai Chao recalled the first time he saw her. Before he could finish, it was strikingly identical. Bai Chao walked away sadly. For that alone, I have to help her. But what can I do? He sighed as he lay on the bed. This is really tough. He looked at the blanket. Bai Chao wondered, what's up with this blanket? A foot stuck out, he said fearfully. When did I seal a demon? Lulu shouted. My maids, your master has returned, Bai Chao said blankly. Bai Lulu, what are you doing? Lulu pushed him down on the bed, her brother said happily. You're actually home, Bai Chao said listlessly. Just got home. Go play in your room. Lulu looked at him in confusion. No resistance. What's wrong with Big Brother? How do I cheer him up? Big Brother looks so dejected, like the fishy smell in an abandoned house is about to stink Lulu to death. This is the latest VR, Lulu said, hugging him. How about it? Interested in playing with Lulu? Bai Chao pushed her away. Not interested, just want to sleep. He thought to himself, what's been going on lately? When did she start playing VR? Lulu said angrily. Big Brother is too much. She stomped on his face like a demon. Do you know how long it's been since you played with your cute little sister? The bond between Lulu and Big Brother is withering away. Bai Chao said with difficulty. These games are all single player. Lulu can play alone. No need, Lulu said blankly. This one can be played with multiple people, Bai Chao asked in confusion. Lulu explained. There are plenty of virtual games in it, like fencing, table tennis, archery and stuff. They all need multiple people to play, Bai Chao suddenly understood. Virtual archery. No wonder Yu Zhao Zhao is trying to use this to recruit new members, Lulu continued. And recently, the city has been hosting virtual game competitions to promote VR technology. A lot of clubs in our school are preparing to participate. To get some results, Bai Chao asked. Participating in this kind of competition can also earn points for the club? Lulu hugged him and replied, of course, it's hosted by the city government. The school only cares about official certificates. Our ballet club hasn't had any competitions lately, and a lot of people are preparing to join. It's a new format, Bai Chao mused. Right, why didn't I think of that? If I help Yu Zhao Zhao get results, maybe the school will reconsider cutting the club in light of the certificate. Plus, it's a way to recruit new members. Lulu happily wanted to continue playing with him. So Big Brother, want to give it a try? Bai Chao agreed. I'll give it a try. Lulu smirked to herself. Hooked. She took out a piece of paper, using Bai Chao. Just put this on and your eyes won't see what people around you are doing. If I can get him to sign this while he's distracted, then in the next few days I can use the excuse that he's already signed up to keep him tied to me, Lulu said smugly. Me, Lulu? What a great plan, Bai Chao said fearfully. Lulu, what were you? What game were you playing just now? Lulu shouted. She recalled the game. Oh no, I was playing. Lulu remembered the game screen and awkwardly forgot to log out. She yelled, Big Brother, you pervert. Don't look, give it back, Bai Chao said helplessly. Weren't you playing it? Why am I the pervert? Wait, what were you trying to get me to sign? Their mother walked into the room and asked, Lulu, do you want this black rabbit plushie? Before she could finish, she saw the scene in the room and dropped the bear plushie in her hand. Wash it, no, she asked the two children angrily. What are you doing in the house? The next day, Bai Chao mused. After last night's explanations and discussions with Mom and Lulu, I've roughly figured out a way to help Yu Zhao Zhao. Simply put, it's to win a city-level award before the decision to cut the club takes effect. First, force the school to temporarily compromise in the face of the cut crisis. It's a bit shameless, but it's the only idea I can come up with in such a short time. But to succeed, I need one person's help, her. After all, it involves student organizations applying to participate in the competition, and I need her attention. Then at the school level, I'll need the president to convince them. So I've already prepared, but asking her for help based on experience is always dangerous, Bai Chao stammered. President, he thought to himself. How do I even bring this up? How do I say it? The cat looked up at him. Tang Xin responded. Oh, what brings a busybody like you to see me? How's the notice going? Bai Chao walked over and sat beside her. It's pretty much done. But why do you always tease the cat with your feet? Never mind, what if it bites you? If your feet stink, Fukushida Chihana will get ringworm again. Here, Tang Xin said angrily. Foot odor. She stomped on his face. Fine then, Vice President. Why don't you personally smell if I have any? Bai Chao defended himself. No, I was just making a casual remark. Tang Xin wondered. What are the flowers he brought for? They're even wrapped. They look like they're for a confession. How did things develop so quickly with the senior? Let me ask first. Bai Chao scratched his head. Oh right, I almost forgot. There's something I need to talk about. Tang Xin breathed a sigh of relief. Good, spit it out. What's on your mind? She didn't realize how much she cared about Yu Zhao Zhao. It wasn't a big deal. I just thought about a few things I hadn't realized before. I think I still need an answer. I need to make my feelings clear, even though I've been agonizing over it all night, Bai Chao said seriously. I still have to muster the courage to confess this to the president, Tang Xin thought wildly, agonizing over it all night, wanting to confess something that needs an answer to me. What could be so important that it takes all night? Could it be full of love, this matter? It concerns you. He placed his hands on her shoulders. Of course it concerns you. You could even say the president is the key to this. It absolutely can't be done without you, Tang Xin said blankly. Bai Chao happily put his plan into action. First flatter her, lift the president up so she won't be able to refuse later. Meanwhile on the other side she was the key. Tang Xin shyly thought, does he know I like him, so he wants to respond? The response, that bouquet is for me. She pointed at the bouquet and asked the girl, is this also prepared for today? Bai Chao recalled, I almost forgot I brought flowers, even though I was in a hurry this morning, and only bouquets that looked like confession flowers were available on the way. Following Xiao Ju's advice, you have to bring something when asking for a favor, so I made up my mind to buy it. It shouldn't be bought just to get by, right? Forget it. Bai Chao knelt down and held up the bouquet. Tang Xin, you know that I, Bai Chao, am always straightforward in my dealings and try my best to help those around me. But today I really don't know what to do. So I've mustered up the courage to ask for the president's help. Bai Chao continued, holding the bouquet. Tang Xin, please help Yu Zhaozhao. Before the decision to disband takes effect, help her buy a few more days from the school. During that time, Yu Zhaozhao and I will work hard to change the archery club situation and ensure the school is satisfied. Tang Xin was confused, suddenly feeling lost. She thought, help Yu Zhaozhao. He only mentioned Yu Zhaozhao's matters, so he doesn't care about my issues at all, right? Giving flowers so enthusiastically, aside from that time I cried my heart out, was just to get me to help another girl. Haha, you really are something for Yu Zhaozhao. Tang Xin stumbled. He quickly rushed over to support her. President Bai asked anxiously, all right, you just said, does that mean you agreed to help? Tang Xin's eyes were full of anger as she shouted, Bai Chao. Her yell nearly blew his hair back. She said angrily, you've been dawdling here with me, building up to this for so long just to ask me to help Yu Zhaozhao with the club disbandment issue. She pushed him into a chair and Bai Chao looked innocent. There's nothing else besides this. It was that hard to bring up? Tang Xin replied. Haha, I guess so. Jealousy surged within her, and she suddenly realized her feelings and confessions were meaningless. How could it be? I really am lovesick to the point of delusion, but to toy with my feelings like this for that girl. Tang Xin opened her mouth. Then let me tell you, don't even think about it, she explained. There are so many clubs being disbanded, every one of them wants a chance to revive. How can we just give special treatment? As far as I know, Yu Zhaozhao hasn't submitted any other applications, she has no objections, so why are you in such a hurry? He reached out and touched her face. But what if I insist on doing it? He pinched her cheek as he asked. Just for her, a girl you rejected, he replied. Just for her, that's enough. A voice sounded. Zhaozhao, is the equipment room door open? I can't hold this anymore. Zhaozhao gritted her teeth. Tisk, let's go to another equipment room. There's an annoying couple being lovey-dovey in there. Tang Xin spoke up. I understand your desire to help Yu Zhaozhao. After all, she and I are somewhat friends, so helping is only right. It's just. Tang Xin reminded him. Don't forget the National College League is coming up soon. Spending time with her on this meaningless competition versus your own future. Have you thought it through? Do it for yourself at least. Bai Chao let out a breath. Since I can be honest with you about this, I've already considered the remaining factors, Tang Xin hoped. Please choose my goodwill. Bai Chao stood up. Compared to some vague future prospects, Bai Chao smiled. He looked at her and said, I think cherishing the people around you is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Tang Xin looked at him. You, she said petulantly. If you want to help her, then go ahead, no one's stopping you. He suddenly bent down. But thank you very much. President, I know keeping this spot for me wasn't as easy as you said before, but right now I have something more important to do. Bai Chao waved his hand. I'll be going now. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Tang Xin thought, something more important. In the end he chose her. How did it come to this? The biggest threat was supposed to be Senior, wasn't it? Why is he suddenly so concerned about Yu Zhaozhao? She sighed. Too, just because he knows Yu Zhaozhao likes him, is confessing straightforwardly really the best way to make him notice me? But what should I do myself? In the morning, Bai Chao jogged while thinking, in my plan, once I get the president's approval, Ice Dragon will talk to the school. Next, I just need to explain my thoughts to Yu Zhaozhao and focus on preparing for the city's VR game competition. But what I can't predict is he was panting from exhaustion. He continued thinking, it seems Yu Zhaozhao doesn't care about my thoughts at all. No matter what I do, showing goodwill, trying to tell her there's something urgent to discuss, she just looks at me with an expression like, who are you? Do I know you? He lay in the classroom lamenting. How did it come to this? Girls, what kind of creatures are you? A girl approached with something in her mouth and asked, What's wrong, Bai Chao? He looked up from his desk and Bu Shu sat down sulkily. Is it about Zhao Zhao, you Zhao Zhao's best friend? Tiankong Bu Shu, Bai Chao immediately replied. No, it's not. It's just that there's something I want to tell her, but she won't talk to me. Bu Shu raised a hand to stop him. No need to explain, no need to explain. I get it, you're at the stage where you've hurt Zhao Zhao's heart and now you're trying to turn over a new leaf and chase after her, right? Bai Chao quickly defended himself. No, it's not like that. We're not in that kind of relationship, Bu Shu suggested. Anyway, what you're missing right now is a chance to talk to her, right? I have an idea, how about it? Want to give it a try? Bai Chao was puzzled. A way to talk, he then asked. Could you be a bit clearer? He felt uneasy. Why do I always get a bad feeling right when I'm about to get a good idea? Bu Shu replied. Then I'll tell you. You know Zhao Zhao's club is facing a disbandment crisis. To vent all her anger, she set up a sign in the gym and has a private changing room. So all you have to do is find the right moment, wait until she's in the changing room. Bai Chao was horrified. Hey, wait, Bai Chao sat in the changing room peeking out secretly. It sounded normal at first, but find the right moment in the changing room. In this situation, I look like a peeping pervert. Won't this just deepen the misunderstanding? Bai Chao clutched his head in panic. What do I do? What do I do? How did she start changing clothes as soon as she came in? Why did I believe that idea? Bu Shu shifted the blame. Can you blame me for this? I only told you to wait here, not to hide inside. Bai Chao was frustrated. As expected, my bad feelings are always real. A drop of water fell at Zhao Zhao's feet. She turned to look at the trembling cabinet door. Inside the cabinet, Bai Chao kept thinking, but if I don't talk to her now, she'll leave after changing. This is a rare chance for us to be alone. The cabinet door creaked open a crack and Zhao Zhao screamed. Bai Chao, she asked him, when did you sneak in? Bai Chao panicked. How did she find me here? He poked his head out. Oh, what if I said this was a coincidence I arranged? Would you believe me? Zhao Zhao looked indifferent. None of my business. Bai, I'm leaving. As Zhao Zhao was about to go, he covered her mouth with his hand and pulled her back. She was confused. Hey, Bai Chao had to shout. You Zhao Zhao, wait. Ignoring that her clothes weren't fully on, he pulled her into his arms. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush off. I have something more urgent than you. It's about the club. Zhao Zhao covered her mouth and tried to reply. Even after she pulled his hand away, her face was red. If you want to talk about the club, are you sure you want to do it in this position? Only then did he realize. Stammering, Zhao Zhao said angrily. Is this your attitude for talking? Bai Chao quickly fumbled in his pocket. No, I was just afraid you'd run away again like before. I found a way if you're willing. He pulled out a piece of paper. Let's enter the VR game competition together. If we get results, Zhao Zhao climbed onto a storage cabinet and replied, Oh, if you want to join some game competition, just go by yourself. You don't have to force yourself to come to me with this attitude, to fix anything. Besides, Bai Chao panicked. Do you really need to run away that fast? Zhao Zhao climbed out the window looking indifferent. I have nothing to say to you. Bai Chao suddenly grabbed Zhao Zhao's skirt. You wait for me, he shouted. You've clearly been trying to save the archery club these past few days too. But why are you so resistant to my help? Won't you even listen to my idea? Zhao Zhao hesitated. Bai Chao was dejected. It's clearly not what you think. Why do you have to see me as the person you've misunderstood? She stood up high, tugging at her skirt and calling his name. Bai Chao, he replied blankly. Zhao Zhao punched him in the face. You're such an idiot. He covered his face and asked what? What? Zhao Zhao took off her skirt. It seems you still don't know what your problem is. It was like this when we first met and it's still like this now. Let me make it clear to you one more time. There's nothing between us anymore. I've already submitted the application for the club's voluntary dissolution. I wouldn't dare dirty your hands, she urged, threw down her clothes and left. And I don't need your pity or charity. Stop it. Zhao Zhao walked away, leaving him dazed. He muttered to himself, just like the first time we met. Was that the time in Europe? But I didn't even. What's the problem this time? Girls' minds are truly beyond us mortals to fathom. Suddenly someone spoke, lying here all alone, running into another worry. It was Tang Lin. She continued, you could come to your big sister, you know, little cutie. Bai Chao sat up. Hey, how did you know I was here, sis? Tang Lin sighed. You know how easy it is to find out things lately. You must be pretty troubled too, right? Tang Lin placed her hands on his shoulders. But more than that, I think you're definitely dealing with an even bigger headache related to another girl. So, isn't that kind, considerate and understanding little sister right here? Bai Chao spoke dejectedly. Troubles, I guess I have a few, but how did you know, sis? She's been digging for information relentlessly, even finding out what just happened, he thought. Tang Lin thought to herself, ooh, that expression is spot on, just as I thought. Why did I rush over here if not for that worrywart of a little sister? Ever since she got home yesterday, she hasn't eaten, hasn't exercised, and won't say why. If this keeps up, she'll turn into that venomous ghost from Manhwa. But I don't need to guess. The root of it all is this brat, And now it looks like he's completely tangled up over Xin too. Bai Chao looked up and asked, "So Lin Jia, what did you want to talk to me about?" Tang Lin calculated, "But if I tell him the truth, won't Xin lose the upper hand, so a little hint should do," she began. "Oh, nothing much, just suddenly remembered something. Do you remember? I told you about my first love." Bai Chao sat up and replied, "First love, the one you missed at the airport?" She cupped his face. "That's right, looks like my little cutie remembered what I said," Bai Chao stammered. What? You only told me about that one thing, so of course I remember," Tang Lin continued. "So sometimes I really envy my silly little sister." Bai Chao was confused. "Envy Tang Xin, but what does that have to do with me?" she snorted and went on. "HMPH, shouldn't I? Compared to me, Xin is a brave kid, following her heart. She always takes the initiative to care for and close the distance with the people she deems important. Even if the other person doesn't understand her feelings, she doesn't get angry. Instead, she acts first, leaving room for the other person to think and make the final decision. Isn't that kind of sincerity, treating liking someone as something very important to oneself, something I should envy?" Tang Lin thought happily. Persistent initiative will surely get a response right. Bai Chao, hearing Tang Lin's words, felt enlightened. Persistent initiative, act first, let the other person decide. Right, why didn't I think of that? He grabbed her hand, overjoyed. "Thank you, this really helped me figure out how to solve this problem. I shouldn't just be stuck here worrying about what to do." Tang Lin was bewildered. Hey, he caught on that fast. He ran off quickly, leaving Tang Lin with a parting word. "I'm going to take care of it now. I'll treat you to a meal next time, sis." Tang Lin was still happy about helping her sister. "Ah, Xin, what would you do without a clever sister like me?" One evening, Zhao Zhao was lying on her desk. She picked up her ringing phone. It was an email from school. Tisk. "It's the middle of the night. Don't talk about business." She looked at her phone, seeming a bit surprised, and shouted tremblingly, "Bai Chao." Zhao Zhao started slapping the table angrily. "You, what kind of crazy stunt are you pulling now?" In a gymnasium, a shout rang out. "Bai Chao, stop right there." Bai Chao kept walking cheerfully. Zhao Zhao, out of breath, caught up. She shouted angrily, "Give it back." The people around murmured, "Wasn't this guy chasing that girl yesterday? Now it's the other way around. She's been chasing him all morning." Couples quarrels are like this, don't mind them. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zhao Zhao cried out. "Ouch, it hurts, it hurts." He turned back to see her stop. Bai Chao shouted, not falling for it. "You, Zhao Zhao, pretending to fall won't work." Little Zhao Zhao took off her shoe. "Who said I fell? You're the one who stirred up trouble and won't answer me directly. You've made me chase you all day." She rubbed her foot, angrily clenching her toes. "Of course it hurts." Bai Chao was worried. Is it bad?" "Sorry. I forgot your toe was inflamed. Should we go to the infirmary?" "No." Zhao Zhao turned her face away, finally took the bait. Plan successful. Suddenly she wrapped her sock around his neck. She pulled him down and shouted, "That won't be necessary. Instead, you explain yourself. What did you do yesterday? Why did you apply to run for club president while I was submitting my resignation as archery club president? Do you distrust me that much? Do you want to become president yourself and watch the archery club get disbanded just to feel at ease?" Bai Chao looked at her fondly. "Because I don't want to give up and let the archery club disappear." Zhao Zhao froze. "Don't want to give up." He reached his hand toward hers. "The archery club is the club of someone very important to me. It's really not easy to keep going, even though with the progress of the times the students nowadays are no longer interested in it. That person still keeps trying every way to make it better. For its sake, even though academics are important, they still confidently participate in competitions and seek sponsorships. This club embodies her hard work and my memories. How could I give up easily? But I also know that people always act on emotion, regardless of reason, letting basic judgment be completely taken over by feelings, yet making decisions based on emotion on a whim like that, even if there are perfectly reasonable explanations later to comfort oneself. There will still be some regrets in the end. And as for things they detest, if they're still an eyesore, even if the argument is perfectly correct, they will keep opposing it based on emotion. So I don't want to explain anything to you. I just want to save this club, which is about to be dissolved, through my own actions. But even if I find a way, relying on my efforts alone probably won't be enough. You reached out your hand, so former archery club president, you Zhao Zhao, would you be willing to help me keep the club going?" Zhao Zhao's mouth fell open. "To help the club? HMPH. I don't believe a word of that hypocritical talk." In a hotel, countless reporters stood greeting each other. "Hello, hello. Can we interview Miss Tetsuyaku? How are the preparations for the upcoming performance going? I heard Miss Tetsuyaku also spent some time in China as a child, but most of the domestic audience isn't very familiar with her yet. Can you share more information? Miss Agent, will you communicate with fans in Chinese during today's performance?" A reporter caught Miss Tetsuyaku going to internet cafes multiple times to buy game cards after she first arrived in the country. "Does Miss Tetsuyaku also like playing games?" Tang Xin asked. Has another celebrity checked into the hotel? Isn't the number of reporters way more than before? Tang Lin replied. Oh dear, Xin is finally concerned about the family business. I heard it's a popular Japanese idol. She has a lively and cute image. She has a lot of fans in China too. She's preparing to hold a concert, the agent spoke up. Sorry, everyone's questions will be answered in detail at the upcoming press conference. Please don't, Tang Xin wondered. Why would a Japanese idol think of holding a concert in China? Tang Lin suggested. Interested, how about I get 2 tickets for you and cute Zhao Zhao, a man spoke. Miss Tetsuyaku's producer. She still hasn't come to the practice room today. What should we do about this situation? The blonde girl replied. Not there again today, the man continued reporting. Yes, she said she had other things to do and didn't want to practice. The blonde girl rubbed her forehead and answered, All right, I'll handle it. You go do other things first. The man cupped his hands in thanks. Yes, thank you for your hard work, producer. The blonde girl called out. Hannah, the 2 days off I promised you are already over. How is it that today again? A cute girl pulled the hood of her hoodie over her head. Yamada turned around happily and asked, Yune, how does this look? Yamada said confidently. This way, even if I go out, fans and reporters won't recognize me, right? Yune interrupted the practice room. There are still 3 hours left to practice today. She pouted and started to cry. Yamada whined, Yune is getting more and more unreasonable. The concert isn't until next week. There's plenty of time to practice. She pretended to turn her face away. Yune replied, I know. There's a VR game exhibition in Jingnan these 2 days and even a city-level VR game competition. Yamada thought as she looked at the flyer. This is a next-gen game genre. If I could participate, this trip would be amazing. Yune grabbed her hand. Do you want the whole world to know that behind the idol's energetic facade is a shut-in gamer girl? Yamada said shyly. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Yune said firmly. No way. Her eyes were so sharp it looked like she'd have to sneak out to register. Voices came from the changing room. Will Hannah-chan come to practice tonight? A girl replied. Thanks to you, she's been here all afternoon. But does Hannah-chan have something urgent to take care of? I saw her rushing to change clothes right after school, wanting to go out. Can she really afford to go out and wander around at a time like this? Her agent glanced over. Changing clothes to go out. Meanwhile, Hannah-chan was already wrapped up from head to toe, hiding, holding a registration form in her hand. She thought angrily, as expected, this kid still wants to sign up. So she shouted loudly, Hannah-chan, where do you think you're going? Luha was startled. How did she find me? Then she decided her only option was to hide. Luha started to speed up and ducked into a changing room. This should be safe, right? There was someone inside who was about to change into a sexy outfit. So awkward, this place is occupied. Are you in some kind of trouble? It was Tang Xin who was about to change clothes. She stared wide-eyed at Luha. Luha shrank back in fright and yelped. Someone's here, Tang Xin muttered to herself. That face looks familiar. Luha was terrified. She probably can't recognize me, right? Tang Xin finally recognized her. Oh, it's the girl from today's poster. Outside, Luhua's agent had already arrived. Hannah-chan, you're in there, right? Come out, no need to hide anymore. Luha panicked. How did she find me so fast? Hide. She had no choice but to, so she turned around and hugged Tang Xin. Help, can you save me, please? I'm begging you. Help, Tang Xin was stunned. Does she have to beg with that kind of look? Then the agent burst through the door. Since you're unwilling to cooperate, I'm sorry, but I have to. Now only Tang Xin was left inside. She spoke up to greet her. Can I help you? The agent looked around. Not here. Then she approached Tang Xin to observe. That can't be right. She grabbed Tang Xin's hand. Don't move. The woman touched her. Tang Xin shook off her hand and said, Hey, what are you doing? Luha, watching from above, thought, I just wanted to sign up for the competition. Is it really that serious? The agent downstairs continued to bother Tang Xin. Sorry, please cooperate. She asked. Hey, how am I supposed to cooperate? Seeing this scene, Luha covered her face in embarrassment. But this girl was willing to help me out the first time we met. This is so awkward. Wait, no help. She silently thanked heaven. There really are still good people in this world. Emataba, at that moment the agent's voice rang out. I'm very sorry. The person I'm looking for is indeed not here. Sorry for the trouble. Have a nice day, Luha thought. Maybe this could actually work out. Then Tang Xin spoke up to question her. Hey, who exactly are you? What did you do? Why would that person need to thoroughly investigate where you are? Luha replied. Haha, it's complicated. Let's just say circumstances are beyond my control. Then she quickly pulled down her mask. Anyway, I'm really grateful you bravely stood up and didn't sell me out. My name is Yan Luha. Luha reached out her hand to Tang Xin and asked, And you? Tang Xin thought, Yan Luha sounds like a Chinese name. Isn't her poster name Creamy Koyama? So Tang Xin reached out and shook her hand, replying, Tang Xin, are you Chinese? Luha smiled happily and answered, Yeah, half and half, I guess. I also spent some time as a student in Nanjing before. Then she pulled Tang Xin to sit down and said, Speaking of which, does that make us partners who've shared hardships now? Tang Xin was surprised. Partners, I guess in a way. How do these idols' minds jump so fast? Then Luha pulled something out from her pocket. That's great. Since we're partners now, Tang Xin started to panic. Wait, don't pull out anything weird. Luha took out a piece of paper and asked Tang Xin, can I invite you to join a game competition with me? The light reflecting off the paper dazzled Tang Xin. Play games? Luha nodded. Yeah, that's right. What did you think it was? It's a doubles tournament. I just arrived in Nanjing and don't have many friends, so sorry if I got a bit excited. Tang Xin blushed and smiled. And no, it's just after what just happened, I didn't expect you'd want to go to a game competition. She thought, how can she have a hobby similar to that blockhead? Is this really something an idol can do? Luha was silent for a moment. Then suddenly, as if remembering something, she blurted out, oh, it's just a regret of mine. According to Luha, I had a good friend during my school days. We promised to participate in a city competition together, but we stopped talking for some reason. Speaking of which, I was the one who got him into gaming. So coming back to Nanjing this time, I thought, no matter what competition it is, I at least want to leave the past regrets behind. So she proposed to Tang Xin, I know it's presumptuous, but would you like to go together? A flash of insight crossed Tang Xin's mind. Wait, is this the one the vice president wanted to help Yu Zhaozhao join? If I participate with her, could I see them again during the competition? In the archery club's exhibition hall, Bai Xiao gently touched everything in this place. There had been so much glory and memories of Yu Zhaozhao, but in the end, only I am left carrying the burden. As his hand slid across a table, a white leg suddenly appeared beside it. Bai Xiao's eyes widened. What is this? A pink-haired figure poked its head out from under the fabric, but Bai Xiao could only see the leg part, and thought in fear, what is this? Why does it have that eerie feeling you only get from weird shopping websites? Maybe he guessed it was just a regular practice dummy. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao was thinking fearfully, Zhao, why is he here? Is it morning already? Oh no, I just wanted to sneak in and take a look this morning. How did I fall asleep at that moment? Bai Xiao reached out to touch what he thought was the dummy's thigh. But this is way too realistic. Human technology has really advanced. Then he pinched it. Oh wow, even the texture of the skin he couldn't take it anymore. Zhao Zhao let out a scream and then wrapped her legs around Bai Xiao's neck. Zhao Zhao appeared angrily. Did you do that on purpose? Bai Xiao, trapped by Zhao Zhao, was still panicking inside. Dummy Yu Zhaozhao, what are you doing here? Didn't you say yesterday you wouldn't meddle with the archery club anymore? Why are you hiding here today? Oh, I get it. You must still want to continue. Her face was bright red and she couldn't speak. Then Zhao Zhao replied, no way, you're overthinking it. I'm just fulfilling my duty as the former president, even though the decision to dissolve the club is next week. Since you're the current president now, there are still some things I need to brief you on. Did you hear me? Seeing Bai Xiao put a VR headset on his face, Zhao Zhao asked, what are you doing? He said confidently. Didn't I make it clear to you yesterday? Even if I'm the only one left, I will never allow the club that someone important to me worked so hard to build to be dissolved. So, based on my understanding of games, with a bit more practice on archery techniques and getting familiar with the motion controls, he transformed into an archery warrior. His tone was very certain. I can make the archery club continue to exist in my own way. But the arrow hit him in the head. Then several more arrows stuck into Bai Xiao's head. What happened? It's over before I even made a move. Zhao Zhao watched from the side looking helpless. Still so stubborn. But if this stubbornness is for the archery club, even in a game, that's not how you shoot. Then she walked over, grabbed his hand and guided him. Bai Xiao noticed and yelled, why you Zhao Zhao? She replied, don't look at me. Relax. Suck in your stomach. Focus on the target. Then she leaned close to his hand and said, now shoot. In the game, the arrow flew perfectly this time, but it still went wide. Sure enough, Bai Xiao bent over in disappointment. Still no good. Zhao Zhao beside him said, it's okay. This kind of game does require some basic archery skills. It's pretty good for a first try, but if you want a place in the rankings it might be tough. Zhao Zhao spoke up. Hey stinky Bai Xiao, I remember this competition is a doubles format. Bai Xiao replied, why yeah, that's right. I was just wondering who I could get to join with me. Do you want to participate? Zhao Zhao answered, HMPH, I'll consider it. But you have to remember. Meanwhile outside, Tang Xin was deliberately eavesdropping. She heard Zhao Zhao say, it's not for you. It's just that I don't want the archery club's reputation to be ruined by someone like you. Finally, the announcement day arrived. Lu Hua's registration form also had a red stamp on it. Approved. Rabbit Tormentor. She pointed at it confidently. The registration is all done. Her expression was extremely excited. Then she tightly hugged Tang Xin beside her. I thought you wouldn't agree, but then you came to me in the afternoon to sign up together. Thank you so much, she kissed Tang Xin on the cheek. Tang Xin quickly replied, it's nothing, I didn't really help much. Didn't you say it yourself? I just helped you register for this doubles tournament. You'll have to rely on yourself for the actual game. Then Luha pinched Tang Xin's cheek. That expression doesn't look right, Xin. Did something happen? Tang Xin avoided her gaze. It's nothing, not a big deal, just in a bad mood, Luha said again. That still counts as something. Tell me. Since we're friends now and you helped me out so much, I have to repay you somehow. This made Tang Xin wonder, why is she so concerned? Should I really tell her? So Tang Xin smiled, thinking, oh well, I don't really have any friends I can talk to about these problems. Maybe I can tell Luha. Miss Yan Luha, I want to ask, in Japan, if you like someone, would you choose to tell them? Hearing this, Luha froze. Like someone. She remembered the past she spent with Bai Xiao, telling him, does she mean confessing? The two walked down the street together. Tang Xin spoke up, I am sorry, did I ask something I shouldn't have? Suddenly, Luha grabbed Tang Xin's clothes. Tell him. Her expression was very firm. No matter what the outcome is, at least this feeling. She had to let him know. This left Tang Xin stunned. Why is she suddenly so emotional? Luha said. I told you before that I also studied in Jingnan, right? What I didn't mention is that I left behind a relationship there that I don't know how to name. It's undeniable that whether it's friendship or love, every relationship starts because one person is attracted first. I was probably the one who noticed him first in the crowd. He was very popular at school, and people always greeted him on the way to and from class. For a foreign transfer student like me, this kind of interpersonal skill is very enviable. Maybe you're someone with a fulfilling life, good character, and many friends, completely different from my life. That's what I thought at the time, but as the moments of passing him by increased, I seemed to notice something special about him that set him apart. In the places of separation, in the society detached from the crowd, in that yet-to-be-filled heart, a green seed of loneliness was slowly sprouting. I felt this too, so I could quickly notice him. You might think this is what's commonly called the unique syndrome of middle school adolescence, comforting oneself with that unfounded loneliness. But at that age, this feeling truly exists deep in the heart. A desire to convey oneself to others, to be understood, to receive a firm response. So an absurd idea took root in my bones. Maybe I could connect with him. Even Luwa couldn't escape this stubborn way of thinking. No, how could such a thought appear in my mind? How pathetic. But in the days that followed, my attention was honestly fixed on him. I couldn't go on like this. I knew in my heart that I had to make a choice quickly. So she stood up and decided to approach Bai Chao. Luwa reached out her hand and introduced herself. My name is Yan Luwa. What's your name? I was lucky that day to have enough courage to reach out, and I'm also grateful that he sincerely responded to my expectations. Every day after that, we really clicked. He liked collecting photos of clouds while I liked the popular video games of the time. At that time, a year later, I also started learning to take photos, learning how to use a camera, and he in turn became a hardcore game fanatic, even making a pact that when we were old enough we would win the city's gaming championship together. Logically, the next step should have been toward becoming lovers, right? I understood that too, but at that time he seemed too outstanding in my eyes. Whether it was his family, his pursuit of goals, or his academic achievements facing his impending brilliance, I felt a bit of inferiority and a hint of confusion about the future, before I completely lost confidence in myself. He confessed first instead. My answer was, Lu Hua gently let go of Bai Chao's hand. Run away, escape. As she ran, she thought. I have to admit it, the moment I knew his feelings, I was incredibly happy and excited, but I was still too naive then, and there was a huge sense of shame and incomprehension in my heart. Shame because his frank feelings were merely me exploiting his longing and loneliness, getting close to him, making him like me. I was full of calculation and impurities. Was I really worthy of him, worthy of this sincere feeling? Incomprehension was because I was originally an international student, facing inevitable separation in the future. Where would our feelings go? In that shame and panic I thought wildly, wouldn't it be better to just stay friends? How could I dare to accept a relationship built on deception, a relationship with such a bumpy road ahead? He was so outstanding in others' eyes. Was he really a match for someone like me who just wanted to stay home? So I mistakenly ended a mistake in the wrong way. But on that spring day when cherry blossoms were still dancing in the sunset, all the past memories replayed in my mind. They were all parallel lines that would never intersect. Both sides were hoping. I suddenly understood something. Perhaps what I once hated as deception was, in essence, just my own courage. Could this courage be called a mistaken deception? If both sides' feelings were growing, it was just a matter of distance. Couldn't that be resolved? She held Bai Chao's hand and cried. Maybe it was just my childishness in facing problems, my inferiority complex when facing him, that led to those unnecessary worries. But when I mustered the courage to face him again, Even though we had returned to being together and confirmed our relationship, some precious things between us had already, like the withered petals, forever remained only in memory. Actually, on the night he confessed and I ran away, I already had a premonition of this helpless outcome, but some things I only understood in hindsight. The person I liked, his essence was full of so-called humility. To put it bluntly, it was even a bit too self-deprecating. He never wanted to show off anything. Even though he did well, he didn't want to use it as a source of confidence. Facing his courageous but failed confession, he would habitually take all the blame on himself. Carrying such a heavy burden, even if I understood and turned back to agree, he would definitely feel in his heart that I was forcing myself. Lu Hua touched the airplane window, full of regret, but it should have been me bearing these emotions. However, there was no chance to tell him anymore. I took it as a punishment for my lack of courage in facing love back then, and a punishment for his courage at that time. She held Tang Xin's face and said loudly, "So until now I don't think confessing to someone is a pathetic thing. Even if you can't be together, you must still convey this feeling to the other person. This sincere love and courage must also be something worthy of praise," she tried hard to say to Tang Xin. Moreover, compared to the regret of not speaking out, wouldn't it be easier to let the other person know your feelings and help both sides firm up their future path? At the same time, Zhao Zhao was holding a pile of balls and said, "Since we said we'd win the competition with the determination of a monk to save the archery club, simple training like this won't cut it." So she stepped on the balls, demanding balance, endurance, and explosive power. Zhao Zhao used the balls to launch her body into the air. Her eyes and the arrow seemed to merge, flexibility, precision. As she spoke, the arrow embedded itself in the bullseye of the scoreboard. At least the strength had to be at this level. After shooting, her feet were still on 2 balls. Seeing this, Bai Chao was very surprised. Then she had to land with an extremely graceful movement. After that, she fell into his arms full of confidence and said, "Bai Chao, do you have the determination to do this? If you can't, you'd better give up early." Bai Chao thought darkly. "This is too exaggerated." Hey, she suddenly looked dejected. "Anyway, I'm going to give up too. I want to quit the club, just like that baking competition in Europe last time. If he could also stop being so persistent, maybe I could feel at ease and relaxed." Bai Chao then spoke up, "Wait, what if there's another possibility? That is, what is it? Since it's a doubles competition, maybe you can be in charge of technique, and I'll handle the game. It's not impossible to complement each other's rankings." Zhao Zhao looked at him with murderous intent. Bai Chao said again, "You don't have to be so strict with me, right?" At that moment, she grabbed Bai Chao's foot. "What are you talking about?" Then she pulled him into a spread eagle position. The rules clearly stated this was a competition. Although it was a game, it wasn't just a finger-operated control game. Bai Chao was tortured and yelled, "It hurts, it hurts." Zhao Zhao continued, "With your banana-like endurance, if one of you becomes a weak point, winning the championship is impossible. First, train your endurance. If you can't take it, it's best to give up in time." Bai Chao grimaced in pain. "No way. Are you really not taking revenge on me for cutting the club's activities without explaining clearly? Who can withstand such intense stretching?" Zhao Zhao blushed and replied, "Okay, maybe it's a bit too much." Then she immediately lay down next to Bai Chao. "All right, since you don't believe in the initial training intensity of the half-bow club," she suggested again, "now it's your turn to help me stretch so you can see if I can handle it." Bai Chao grabbed her feet and agreed, "Fine." This panicked Zhao Zhao. "Hey," he pressed her down, startling Zhao Zhao. "Are you serious?" Bai Chao replied, "Of course. Didn't you say to let me try stretching you?" He used his hands to press hard on Zhao Zhao's thighs. "We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I don't know that your pain point is also in this stretching area?" Zhao Zhao began to feel scared. Bai Chao laughed sinisterly. "Just now you were accusing me with righteous words. I clearly know you're afraid of this too. If it hurts too much, you can also tell me to give up in time." Zhao Zhao immediately wrapped her legs around his neck. "Ouch. HMPH, even if I'm afraid, I always dare to face it. If I can even think of escaping from this kind of physical pain, then forget about saying such hypocritical words as relying on my own strength to save the half-bow club." Hearing Zhao Zhao's words, Bai Chao seemed to understand something. The two were at a standoff for a while. Zhao Zhao was glaring at him. Bai Chao swallowed his saliva and said, "I understand." He turned around and said, "Indeed, before making a promise, I never thought about what I would have to give up. I only relied on the shortcut of my gaming ability, which is completely unable to achieve a perfect victory in this physically demanding game now." He reached behind him, hugged Zhao Zhao and carried her on his back. "Then starting today, step by step, rely on my own persistence to climb the rankings. Whether it's physical training," he ran quickly with her on his back, "and there's still time to go to the swimming pool, train endurance, flexibility, and then under Zhao Zhao's guidance, whether it's archery or precision. I will definitely not let you down again." He was struggling to do pull-ups while Zhao Zhao was hanging from his feet. Keep going." Zhao Zhao saw his efforts and smiled. Sure enough, it was still the same as 2 years ago. Even the way of doing things is the same. Bai Chao wiped his hair with a towel and said, "These 2 days of training should be about enough, right? How about trying some in-game operations next?" Zhao Zhao said. Your physical fitness is already much better than before. It's just," Zhao Zhao suddenly said something that surprised Bai Chao. "Huh?" She turned her head and said, "Do you remember what happened after our first meeting in Europe?" Bai Chao recalled. "You mean that time in Paris? This kind of fondness is indeed hard to pin down. If I have to explain clearly where this fondness came from, I'm afraid it's impossible to avoid mentioning that trip to Europe. That year, just after the exams, I was very passionate about baking, so I took the holiday and went to Europe alone to participate in 2 baking competitions. Unexpectedly, because I was new and not used to the climate, I caught a bad cold. In a daze, I mixed up the locations of the 2 competitions. By the time I realized it, everything was too late. I was lost alone on the streets of France. When I was about to give up on the competition and just wander around, I found a young man also lost in Monet's garden. Actually, rather than me discovering him panicking and pretending to be a foreigner, it was more like he discovered me. The lost and wandering one," he exclaimed in surprise. "Chinese?" After asking about the situation, he asked me. He looked at me with concern and asked, "Is that competition very important to you?" I didn't know how to answer. My eyes darted. I stammered, wanting to give up, but found it hard to speak under his enthusiastic questioning. She lowered her eyelids, sighed sadly, and said, "This is also." Maybe he saw my embarrassment. Maybe he was just enthusiastic, but that hand still reached out like yesterday. He spoke, "Before you get a definite answer, you can't give up." That's what he said before he took my hand. And so, in a foreign country, I was held by someone's hand for the first time. When he held my hand, her face blushed, and she couldn't take her eyes off his figure. I don't know what his purpose was in insisting on helping me get back to the competition city, but from his broken English mixed with newly learned French, seriously explaining to the ticket seller, and the slightly damp nervousness from that palm, it was as if reminding me, "You're also just a teenager visiting France for the first time, just as nervous and flustered as I am." Unfortunately, because of the route and travel time, we ultimately couldn't make it to that competition. But because of this unexpected experience, in another competition, I incorporated that flutter I felt on the bus, using the local cool yet fiery mint to make a dessert, paired with fresh peaches that were out of season but still sweet. I won first place. Holding that dessert, I thought of a name suitable for that young man lost in the garden, maybe. Everyone might think that such a trivial little help was just me being fooled by a moment of warmth. Where can't you find such a warm-hearted young man? To be selfish, I thought so too. The host announced, "Next, let's invite the student representative to speak." But what I didn't expect was that on the first day I stepped into the university gate, I met him again. The feeling of mint touching white peach filled my mouth again. Maybe I could get to know him again. With this hesitation, my feet involuntarily moved towards him. Everyone knows the rest of the story. We were like 2 people falling into white peach soda water. Everything that happened, even if I wanted to cry softly, I would inexplicably get lost in the sound of bubbles. When I wanted to give up like before, he still reached out that hand to me. I panicked and hesitated again, but that warm expression that once told me not to give up appeared on his face again, passionately telling me that he still wanted to help me keep the club, keep the ticking sound between us. Perhaps in this world, no matter how hard an expression is to recreate even without words, it must have its unique meaning. It was probably just like what he said that day at Monet's garden, "Don't give up until you find the right answer." He asked her with concern what happened after that. Maybe even if the whole thing started as a mistake, it absolutely couldn't end with another one. Trusting his determination to help once more, she replied calmly, "Nothing. I just want to say, hey you blockhead, listen up." She shook her fist, startling him, then said gently, "If you really beat me, I'll treat you to a special cake. It's even named after you." He breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to high-five her, and happily agreed. I thought you were going to give up again." "Of course I'm in," he asked suspiciously. "When did you make a cake with my name?" Yu Zhao Zhao replied. "Secret, but you'll find out then," he stammered. That name, don't go using someone else's name for weird stuff." On the day of the competition, Tang Xin stammered, "Miss Yan Luha, are we really just here for a real-life game competition? Do we have to dress like this?" Yan Luha was wearing a pink Superman cosplay outfit. Yan Luha quickly covered Tang Xin's mouth and whispered, "Shish can't be too flashy. Last time we went out the media caught us and the agents were really upset. Dress like this, no one will recognize me." Tang Xin asked in confusion. "But isn't this even more over the top?" Yan Luha explained. "If it's over the top, isn't it harder to recognize?" Outside the door, Bai Chao and Yu Zhao Zhao stood listening to their argument. Yu Zhao Zhao exclaimed in surprise, "That voice, why does it smell like a fox? Don't tell me she's here too." Just then, Yu Zhao's voice rang out from outside. Tang Xin, are you in there? Tang Xin turned around and thought in surprise. Yu Zhao, oh no, I almost forgot they're changing here too. If the little one who snuck out gets exposed. Tang Xin pressed firmly against the door to keep Yu Zhao out. Yan Luha in her tight pink cosplay outfit asked, what's wrong? Tang Xin pressed her head against herself and whispered, shush, don't talk, careful not to blow your cover. Then she said softly, yeah, of course it's me. You guys came too, Yu Zhao replied, sounding a bit unhappy. Really, you're here too? Tang Xin opened the door a crack and said, what's wrong with joining the competition? Just because you signed up I can't come, Bai Chao exclaimed in surprise. President, it really is you, Yu Zhao also said in surprise. Why are you in this competition? Don't tell me you came because of him too, Tang Xin said. I joined because I wanted to. I signed up voluntarily. Is that not allowed? Yan Luha squinted her big sparkling eyes and thought to herself, they seem pretty close. Are they friends? I can't see anything at all. Her view was blocked by the helmet, and she tried to lift her head to look outside. Her heart was filled with happiness. She had more friends now. Wow, then I have to say hello too. Yan Luha was about to step out. Hello, but Tang Xin held her back tightly. In the end, Yan Luhua's hand still reached out. She introduced herself. I'm Tang Xin's teammate for this competition, she said cheerfully. Nice to meet you. Tang Xin awkwardly pulled Yan Luha back while Yu Zhao and Bai Chao watched her, momentarily speechless. His gaze was full of affection as he looked at her. Yan Luha looked up at him, and Yu Zhao's heart churned with turmoil. Oh no, Tang Xin thought worriedly. I almost forgot about his fetish. This kid's fetish. His cheeks flushed, and he was too shy to reach out and shake hands. It was the beautiful woman in the combat outfit. Tang Xin screamed inwardly, what's wrong with you Japanese people's brains? Coming up with wearing this kind of cosplay to hide your identity is just genius. Just then, Yu Zhao reached out and took Yan Luhua's hand, and said softly, hello, you're Tang Xin's friend, what's up, haven't seen you before, and your outfit today is really something. He reminded, where are your eyes looking? Only look at me. Bai Chao thought to himself, even though this is my fetish, there's no need to be so exaggerated and nervous. I'm not a pervert. Yan Luha reached out with both hands and pinched Yu Zhao's cheek, saying, you must be a really cute girl, although I can't see right now for some reason. Tang Xin pulled her back inside forcefully and whispered, get a grip. Just then, Yan Luha hugged Yu Zhao tightly and continued, but my sense of smell is very sharp. At that moment, Tang Xin let go of Yan Luha, who immediately pounced on Bai Chao and sniffed all over his body. And this one, I have to get a sniff too. Yan Luha pushed Bai Chao down, then gently brought her nose close to his body and sniffed. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed like a flower blooming, ah! She looked up at him and asked awkwardly, you're a guy, he replied sheepishly. Yeah, Yan Luha screamed inwardly. Oh no, how is he a guy? I thought they were all girls. Then she felt again and thought to herself, but he has a familiar smell. Her hands trembled. Could it be? Just then Tang Xin called out, little dear, the two of them were standing right in front of you. Then Tang Xin and Yu Zhao's eyes turned red, full of anger, and they warned in a low voice, if you get too close to any opponents in the later matches, I'll kill you. Yan Luha looked blankly at Bai Chao and asked, are we enemies? He stammered. Probably. She immediately pushed him away and said, fine, HMPH, then we'll see each other in the game. Then she pulled Tang Xin away and urged loudly, let's go, it's almost time for the first round of group matches. Tang Xin said in surprise, you sure change your face fast. Yan Luha whispered, I was just testing the waters. On this side, Yu Zhao pulled Bai Chao up and called out, get up, you can't even walk straight when you see another girl in cosplay. Ah Chao, you're hopeless. Yan Luha muttered quietly to Tang Xin. That guy you said you wanted to confess to earlier, don't tell me it's him. She turned to look at Yan Luha and replied sheepishly, how could it be? That blockhead, I think he's blind or something. Hearing this, Yan Luha laughed heartily. Good, then I won't go easy on you later. Just then he stood up awkwardly and asked, Yu Zhao, that girl just now, did you know her before? Yu Zhao was puzzled. Then she also replied, I don't think so, at least I don't remember. Maybe she's from another school, what's wrong? He followed Yan Luha with his gaze, his eyes full of recollection, and said, I don't know why, but she feels kind of familiar in the following group matches. Because Yu Zhao and I were well prepared. Facing those players who just joined out of interest, the two of us swept through like a hot knife through butter, winning without much effort and advancing to the finals. But the president and that unknown girl weren't so lucky. They lost their first group match and fell into the losers bracket. Were they about to give up? But something unexpected happened. In the losers bracket revival match, that girl awakened like a god of slaughter, dragging along the clearly clueless president, trampling over countless players' hopes as they marched toward the finals. In the end, they secured a spot in the finals, which meant the next final would be a battlefield between our two teams. It all happened so fast. Yu Zhao was eating and said in surprise, I really don't get it. Where did that white-haired fox find such a strong helper? Yu Zhao and Bai Chao stood at the competition venue. Yu Zhao said very irritably, she must be planning to ambush us. He glanced to the side, breathed a sigh of relief and closed his eyes. Then came the sound of conversation. "I'll go talk to her, I told you. Don't worry, with me here, leveling up is no longer an issue." Yan Luha took off her cosplay outfit and said, but then she looked down at her feet and shouted, "Oh no, help, Shinshin, look, this cosplay outfit is so stuffy, sweat's dripping down to my feet, even my shoes are full of water. If some fans find out, they'll gossip about it again." She showed her soaked shoes to Tang Xin, then sat down to put on new ones. On this side, Tang Xin sighed repeatedly with worry. Yan Luha asked in confusion, "Didn't we already get into the finals? Why are you still sighing?" Tang Xin complained inwardly. "It's all because of you, I just signed up with you. Why did you have to fight so hard? The look Yu Zhaozhao gave me from the audience just now was like she wanted to devour me. Don't tell me she thinks I brought a strong enemy to ruin their plans." Yan Luha sensed something and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, I think I get it." Yan Luha reached out and pointed at Tang Xin's chest, then looked at her with a probing gaze. She asked, "Are you still worried about whether to confess to someone?" Just then, Tang Xin's face was full of shyness, her cheeks flushed. After a moment, Yan Luha turned and left, nodding and saying, I get it, I understand. Sometimes you need a little push for this kind of thing." Tang Xin stammered an explanation. "It's not that. Who would be worrying about that at a time like this?" Yan Luha replied cheerfully. "Don't worry, there's a Chinese saying, you help me, I help you, and even if you don't help me, I'll still help you." Then Yan Luha said decisively, "I'm definitely helping with this. Here are front row tickets for the concert in 3 days. Then, the person on stage will do their best to set the mood for you. Then you can gently take his hand and he'll naturally understand. If you're mentally prepared, just wait until you're on the way home." Yan Luha imagined Tang Xin and Bai Chao walking home together. Tang Xin's eyes were full of shyness. On this side, Yan Luha continued cheerfully, "Then you tell him everything you want to say, and everything will be fine." With that, she placed 2 tickets in Tang Xin's hand. Yan Luha winked at her and said, "See, simple, right?" Tang Xin looked at the 2 tickets in her hand and hesitated. Really tell him that soon." Just then, Bai Chao shouted loudly, "President, are you in there? I have something I want to ask you clearly. I'm not doubting you, but I'm afraid of making the same mistakes as before, so it's better to clear things up to avoid unnecessary trouble." At that moment, Tang Xin and Yan Luha panicked, thinking, how did he get here? If he's seen with me, and rumors spread about an idol privately contacting me and joining a game competition together. Just then, Yan Luha frantically searched behind her, shouting anxiously, helmet, where is it?" Tang Xin looked at Yan Luha behind her and thought, "Neither of us can explain this." Just then, Tang Xin stepped forward, covered Yan Luha's eyes and whispered comfortingly, "It's okay, I know what to do." Then Tang Xin opened the door and walked out. She immediately let go of Bai Chao, put on a cute expression and asked, "Vice President, why aren't you preparing for tomorrow's match with your good friend and instead have the heart to think of me?" He replied awkwardly, No, Tang Xin signaled to Yan Luha. "Go." Yan Luha looked at Tang Xin's gesture in confusion. Bai Chao replied, "How about we go eat together later?" Tang Xin signaled to hurry. Yan Luha immediately understood. She happily gave a thumbs up. "Wow, good job, now he's asking me to eat, feels like a trap." Then she quickly ran off thinking, if I slip away now it should be fine, right. That way I won't be seen. Tang Xin reached out and lifted his chin, her voice full of allure as she asked, "When we eat, Vice President, you won't steer the conversation toward something weird, will you?" Then she leaned in close and said, "Like asking me to secretly do something in tomorrow's match, like sabotaging the game." Bai Chao stammered, sabotaging the game." Just then she signaled to Yan Luha behind her. Yan Luha crawled out. Bai Chao was still awkwardly explaining, "I never thought about that. Hey President, is this necessary?" At that moment, Yan Luha slipped and fell flat on her face. Yan Luha's expression was terrible. Bai Chao looked down at where Yan Luha had fallen. Yan Luha lay there shouting, "Ow, it hurts so much." Bai Chao pointed and said, "President, your friend seems to be..." Tang Xin's face darkened, and she turned to look in the direction he was pointing. Why did she have to slip at this exact moment? No way, I absolutely can't let him see another girl's back right now, her identity. Just then, Tang Xin immediately hugged him and whispered, "Vice President, for the sake of fairness, let's make a bet." She thought to herself, "I'll just find some random topic to distract him," he stammered. Fairness, I didn't come to ask you to sabotage the game in the finals. I just came to clear things up." Just then, Yan Luha quickly suppressed the pain and hurriedly slipped away, thinking, so embarrassing. He didn't see me, did he? Run fast." He calmed down and asked, "You suddenly joined the competition and brought such a strong helper. You're not deliberately targeting Yu Zhaozhao's plan to restart the club, are you?" Tang Xin breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, she's finally gone." Then she said, "TCH, who cares about your business? It's just that my friend wanted to join and no one would sign up with her, so she dragged me along." He said, "Really? Then what was that bet you mentioned earlier? What bet?" Her eyes widened, and she quickly moved away from him, replying awkwardly, this, she thought to herself. "Shit, I was just trying to distract him quickly. How did I end up back on this question?" She reached into her pocket and suddenly realized, but she clutched the tickets in her hand and pondered, still, if I take this chance to invite him to the concert, wouldn't that be more natural? It's just a bet proposal, but should I really use this opportunity to go see this? She looked back at Bai Chao, who was full of questions, and thought to herself, maybe I should just say, should I really tell him I like him? Why is Kill Meng being so indecisive? She was lost in her thoughts. Just then, Bai Chao's voice rang out, President, are you okay? If you don't want to talk about it, let's go eat first. My treat. He took her hand, and Tang Xin silently decided, forget it, I'll leave it all to fate. Tang Xin called out softly, Vice President, I have 2 tickets here for a concert 3 days from now. How about we make a bet? If I win tomorrow's finals, you have to come to the concert with me. What do you think? But you don't overthink it. It's just that going to this kind of Japanese anime concert with someone else would be too embarrassing, she continued awkwardly. That's why I wanted to drag you along. I won't let you lose out either. If I lose, you can pick any one thing for me to do. He looked at the tickets in her hand and asked, a concert? She replied sheepishly. So what do you say, bet or not? Alright, welcome back everyone to the live broadcast of our first VR esports finals. This match still uses the BO5 format, best of 5. This is the finals of Nanjing's first VR esports tournament. First up, we have the representative team from the Nanjing Archery Club. These are our seeded players, crushing their way through to the finals. And on this side are the 2 players who emerged from the losers bracket. Yan Lu and Hua Sheng are tangled up with EMC continues to introduce that this match still has no skill restrictions. Players just need to finish within the time limit. Yan Lu reached out and touched Tang Xin asking, hey, how's it going? Did you give him the tickets? Tang Xin replied while putting on her glasses. Yeah, I sort of told him. We made a bet. If I win this match, we can go together. Yan Lu sighed enviously. Wow, then why do you still look so worried? Don't you trust me? Just then, MC announced loudly, rules introduction is over. Now the finals. Yan Lu lowered her voice and said, don't worry, for your confession plan and for my regret. MC shouted with passion, let the finals officially begin. Instantly, Tang Xin's character rushed forward at lightning speed. Bai Chao's character kept firing arrows trying to stop her advance. She thought to herself, in this match her legs were agile like a cheetah. She charged forward bravely, and as she neared her prey she leapt. As long as it was alive she pounced on Bai Chao, then raised her sword high. Even if it were a god she would slowly cut it down, thinking to herself, I'll slash Bai Chao's body horizontally too, blood splattering. I'll kill you for you to see. What kind of god-defying character is this? Tang Xin's character pressed the attack, striking at Yu Zhaozhao. He marveled, what kind of heaven-defying character is this? In the next 2 rounds she kicked his neck. Smack, the collision sound was huge. She kicked again, the friction with the air making a sound. Whoosh, he flew backward like a cannonball, spitting out blood in pain. I stabbed down with my sword, grazing Yu Zhaozhao's face. Clang. Tang Xin reversed her grip and placed the sword against Yu Zhaozhao's neck. Tang Xin dragged the sword on the ground, making a scraping sound. Another loss without any suspense, without any resistance. The score was already 0-2. According to the rules, 1 more loss and the opponent would win. My thoughts suddenly drifted back to that summer balcony. His summer. What's certain is that my interest in games started when I played King of Fighters 2 inches on the GBA with him. Yan Lu handed him the phone and asked, want to give it a try? Hannah's playstyle back then was like a storm. Just like today's opponent, she was a master at exploiting my weaknesses. A single combo could corner an opponent. For a rookie like me, playing with him basically had only one outcome, getting crushed. After losing he sighed in disappointment. Sigh. But he gently told me that against his playstyle I could choose to run away. Specifically, when facing an opponent's storm-like attack, if you immediately choose to flee, the opponent can't find the timing to pursue, breaking their rhythm, and you can regain control of the match. Winning the match wouldn't be so hard anymore. Although I know this playstyle deeply influenced me afterward. Facing any sudden situation, I would subconsciously choose to escape. This also hurt a lot of people. But in the game, to heal those wounds, continuing to use this shameless tactic is probably worth it. In the end, with our sudden tactical adjustment, that unknown female master had no way to defend. Plus, the president was always absent-mindedly providing clever assists. At this moment Tang Xin thought to herself, should I really tell him at the concert? No, can I really win? In the end, Yu Zhaozhao lifted me and the trophy high. We won. He awkwardly told Yu Zhaozhao to stop. Stop it, it's too embarrassing, she replied cheerfully. I'm happy, anyway this is a victory for both of us, Tang Xin said dejectedly. Did we still lose? Yan Lu replied, lost. What happened? BO5, not enough time to use the S skill. Tang Xin put her hand in her pocket thinking, maybe fate really exists, just not letting me confess to him. Tang Xin left dejectedly, her voice full of frustration. Sorry, I couldn't help you win. Yan Lu quickly grabbed Tang Xin's hand and replied, what are you talking about? Do I have that strong a desire to win? Hearing this, Tang Xin's eyes began to redden. Yan Lu opened her arms, her voice full of warmth. And I was the one who dragged you here. If we lost, it's only my fault. Yan Lu hugged Tang Xin tightly and said, but I'm still very grateful. I haven't had this much fun playing in a long time. A hint of thought flashed in her eyes, and she never expected to meet someone who used the tactics I taught him. How did you improve so fast? Tell me, did you get a secret manual? Brings back memories. Then she snapped out of it, grabbed Tang Xin's hand and urged, come on, I have to treat you to a good meal to thank you. What about the concert? Is it okay? Tang Xin exclaimed in surprise. Concert? She scratched her head sheepishly and replied, leave it to fate. At school, Bai Chao's voice echoed, I know, I said I'd help you guys and I won't go back on my word. I'll talk to the school but I can't guarantee the final outcome. Thanks for your hard work. Actually, the reason I came this time is to tell the president. He quickly handed over the materials in his hand, then bowed 90 degrees and said, I'm really grateful for yesterday. Without the president, you Zhao Zhao and I wouldn't have won so easily. Tang Xin shouted angrily, you little brat, I'm not interested in helping you throw a match. Yesterday's win or loss had little to do with me. Bai Chao waved his hand and replied, No, I mean without the opponent you found, the match wouldn't have been so intense and the attention wouldn't have been as high. It seems like the other students are more interested in archery now. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and asked, one more thing, is the bet from a few days ago still valid? She stammered in reply. What bet? He said. The one you mentioned. If you lost, you'd agree to one request of mine. I thought since the president said she wanted to go to the concert, the bet would be that the president accompanies me to the concert. Is that okay? The next day, he stood at the door and shouted loudly, Senior, I'm coming in. He pushed the door open forcefully, then opened his mouth wide in surprise. He saw a white rabbit costume in front of him. He thought to himself, this is, at that moment, Tang Xin dressed in a white rabbit cosplay turned around. Bai Chao exclaimed in surprise, Senior. Ning started to cross her legs but immediately fell flat on her back. He quickly rushed over to check on her. Senior Ning quickly hugged him, covered his mouth and whispered, Shush, don't make a sound. If she hears, she'll run away, he thought in confusion. But isn't this the literature club? What is this furry thing? She'll run away. She couldn't be talking about the senior, could she? Run away. Could it be that the senior's enemy has come to kidnap her? Is she dressed so strangely to hide her true face? Oh no, the only person who can warn the senior now is me, and I'm being tightly controlled by this weirdo. No, I have to warn the senior. He pushed Senior Ning away and then ran off quickly. Just then, Ning's voice rang out. Bai Chao, no, you can't go over there, he thought fearfully. It knows my name. Senior Ning desperately grabbed Bai Chao's body and whispered, if you get any closer, she'll get scared. As a result, his pants fell down and Senior Ning lost her support and fell backward. He turned his head, his eyes about to cry, and called out, Sis, you are? Senior Ning replied sheepishly. He shouted loudly. Senior, her face shone as she softly replied. He said awkwardly. Senior, why are you dressed like this, and who is she? She exclaimed in surprise. The literature club used to keep a fancy mouse. It escaped, so I thought dressing like this might help me catch it. Because in Chinese, she and it sound the same. That's why Bai Chao misunderstood. Embarrassed by his own actions just now, he asked quietly. How can you catch it like this? Senior Ning replied. Because maybe a friend of the animal can get closer, he asked in a low voice. A friend of the animal, a cheese mouse? He looked at her and asked. Should it work? Right? He reached up and wiped the blood from his nose, struggling to reply. Maybe, he thought to himself. The senior's sudden cute attitude is really hard to handle, but if it's her, this kind of thinking is normal, right? Senior Ning asked in surprise. But Bai Chao, why did you suddenly come looking for me? A bit unexpected. Then she reached out to help him pull up his pants. Bai Chao awkwardly turned aside and said, I'll do it myself. It's just that I haven't seen you in a while, so I wanted to ask if you were dealing with anything. Maybe I could help. She sat on the table, sighed, and replied, Nothing much. I've been busy preparing for the German C1 exam, he exclaimed in surprise. German C1, Senior, you're really amazing, she replied flatly. No need to flatter me. It's actually pretty hard, right? Anyway, I don't know what I'll do after graduation. To meet my diplomat family's expectations, I keep getting various foreign language certificates. It's been like this since I was a child. Looks very disciplined and fulfilling, but it's actually just a series of bland, boring days. I guess I'm used to it, he called out softly. Senior, she looked at him and asked, What about you? Done anything interesting lately? Bai Chao? He clenched his fists excitedly and replied, Speaking of that then, I embellished the story of participating in the VR game competition with Yu Zhao Zhao recently, and told it to the senior. I told her how we forcefully secured a spot in the finals, how I cleverly countered the opponent's godlike moves in the finals. But I also suddenly realized that someone as excellent and focused on studying as the senior might. Sorry for dragging you into this long story. The senior probably isn't interested in this stuff, right? But unexpectedly, the senior, She praised it as very exciting, and actually when Bai Chao talks about these things, you look especially cool. After I finish my German C1 exam, if there are any other fun activities, can you invite me along? He replied sheepishly, thinking to himself, but speaking of fun activities, he suddenly stood up and shouted, I almost forgot, I have a concert to go to today. Then he hurriedly left, apologizing, Senior, sorry, I have to go. Senior Ning grabbed his collar and asked, Are you going with a girl? He was pulled to the ground and replied sheepishly, yes. Senior Ning looked at him, her eyes full of affection, then spoke gently. Then she turned to the other side and said, Then if we are still in a romantic relationship, I hope you'll wear this when you go. In response, he let out 2 surprised shouts. Ha ha, according to Wikipedia, high school student Zhaoshan Nayo once studied in Kyoto. 2 years ago, her first song was uploaded to YouTube, went viral, and she was contacted by an agency and signed, becoming famous overnight. As a singer-songwriter, she was born to do this. Most comments also said she could rely on her looks but chose to rely on her talent. Bai Chao held his phone, his face dark. After repeatedly comparing these resumes, I was even more certain that the person on stage was her. Why did she suddenly come back and hold a concert here? And was it really such a coincidence that the president dragged me here? At the same time, Lu Hua was extremely flustered. How could he come to my concert? Bai Chao was questioning himself. But before I could snap out of the shock of reading the information, the murderous glares from the surrounding audience immediately pulled me back to reality. Aggressive words from the phone began to sound. Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you standing there for, showing off? Bai Chao thought. Wait. The rule just now was for me to go on stage and pick a song just like this. Reuniting with my ex-girlfriend in such an awkward situation, isn't that a bit too awkward? He raised his numbered ticket and said, How am I supposed to face this? I instinctively wanted to refuse, but on the other side, Lu Hua's face was bright red. Will he come up? The envious expressions of the audience on both sides reminded me. This is her concert. If I refuse like this, it might embarrass her. So Bai Chao's feet stepped forward one by one, without much joy. With a pounding heart, like a worn-out cat tree, I walked towards the stage. If I see her, what should I say, and what will her reaction be when she sees me, he thought. But in this delicate situation, maybe it's better for both of us to pretend not to know each other. With a what's the worst that could happen attitude, I finally arrived by her side. Bai Chao stared at Lu Hua. After all these years, the distance between us was finally back to just one step away. I looked at her quietly. He really wanted to say long time no see to her. Hey, his face was full of embarrassment. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue several times, carefully thought out and repeatedly considered, but in the end they still didn't feel right. He thought to himself, she hasn't changed at all. Her delicate face was lightly made up, her brows carried confidence and shyness, her long hair was just as before. These things seemed locked in his memory. Suddenly recalling she was still there, she also quietly looked into his eyes, her hands hanging down, her expression a bit stirred, and tears involuntarily welled up from her eyes. It really was her. The two of them just silently stared at each other. Although the audience below couldn't see this scene between them, if they kept staring without speaking, it would definitely cause some issues. The pianist not far away seemed to notice this problem too, pretending to hit a wrong note to remind her. Her tears still wouldn't stop, so she quietly wiped the corner of her eyes, trying to restore her usual interaction with fans, speaking in a teasing tone. Lu Han opened his mouth and said to the thousands of people, I didn't expect there to be such a handsome guy among my fans. It's truly an honor. The crowd below was buzzing. There are even more handsome ones who haven't come up yet. Xiao Kui, look at him, he's much more handsome than you. You little brat, if you keep staring at Xiao Kui, I'll gouge your eyes out. At this moment, Lu Han adjusted the microphone, returning to a cheerful state, and said, Congratulations, congratulations. Nice to meet you. Please decide the first song to open today's show. I was caught off guard again. After all, I wasn't very familiar with JP and her songs. Besides, I was dragged here by the club president at the last minute. If I had to choose, I probably couldn't even guess a single song title. Bai Chao was stunned. Let me choose. Lu Han tugged at his sleeve and said, Fortunately, she seemed to have anticipated this situation. She whispered to remind me, holding up 2 fingers, use that song, the first one we wrote together. My brain was still waiting for rescue, but my mouth subconsciously blurted out the name of that song. Bai Chao called out, and the fan zone below became even more lively. Cat's Nest. Then the band behind started playing as if following orders, and she indeed followed the intro and began singing that song, which brought my thoughts back to that summer, looking at her like this. My nose stung, and I suddenly remembered that afternoon that felt like yesterday. Back then, we were inseparable all day, like 2 cats from the same litter squeezing around in a small room. The room was a mess, and neither of us wanted to clean up before the holiday, which led Lulu to jokingly say it was like living in a cat's nest. Little did I know that this would inspire Lu Han. She held that guitar in her hand and hurriedly pulled me into the bright sunlight of that afternoon with cicadas chirping like the deep sky. She finished writing her first song. In that fragile age I realized for the first time that there was a girl. He looked at her with incredibly tender eyes, because this girl was so special, just like her on stage at this moment. Even on the dim stage tonight she was undoubtedly the star in the night sky. I thought songs like this would be buried deep in a lightless room like the gray memories of that time, but I didn't expect her to remember everything, even practicing it specially. At this moment, Lu Han on stage said, "Actually, the first song I wanted to sing today is exactly this one. Performing in Jingnan today is very significant for a coward like me. Thank you all for helping me realize this wish." After that, she also held Bai Chao's hand and added, "And I really want to thank you for coming up to perform with me. This is a scene I've dreamed of countless times." Her smile was bright and satisfied, truly touched. Bai Chao was stunned and reached out his hand. "Haha, no, actually I was also looking forward to your concert." Suddenly, something Lu Han shouldn't have seen appeared on his wrist. A girl's hair tie. She froze. "Don't tell me he already has another girl by his side." At this moment Lu Han said, "You're welcome." Without everyone's support, today's performance wouldn't have been so perfect. Then she turned to the audience and thanked everyone again for their support. "As today's first lucky audience member, I'd like to give you a signed large photo." After saying this, she handed the photo to Bai Chao and said, "Please accept it." He thought it over and decided he didn't want to leave any regrets. What Lu Han held was her own poster. In the afternoon at Mimi Coffee in the new district of Jingnan Square, he held Lu Han's poster, still deep in thought. After that, I had already forgotten how I felt when I returned to my seat. All my thoughts were focused on that signed photo. She wanted to see me. What did she want to say to me? Was it resentment or just a casual chat? I wasn't sure, but her choked voice on stage once again directly impacted my brain. At that time, Lu Han was singing with tears streaming down her face. The lyrics Hannah Chan sang were about a relationship that went from friendship to love but never reached a happy ending. She sang with such deep emotion that even the band couldn't keep up, which only added to the touching atmosphere. According to Wiki, this song, Underlove, was her first publicly created song, and also the most popular one. She was singing it with all her heart. Bai Chao below the stage observed carefully. Watching the message conveyed by this song, my heart felt like a dehydrated apple. The air around me suddenly pressed in. And at this moment a couple happened to be sitting next to me, their hands intertwined. Perhaps they had experienced the emotions in the lyrics, so they listened intently. I couldn't help but start fantasizing. If I hadn't chosen to leave hypocritically back then, but instead stayed by her side, would the person sitting next to me now be her? He thought while imagining Lu Han by his side. But if that were the case, the person on stage might have been someone else. In other words, her idle dream might have become a regret in old age because of me. These baseless fantasies always haunted me, but they were essentially the result of that childish decision back then. He tightly gripped her photo in his hand. I thought, no matter what, I shouldn't end one mistake with another. I should still apologize to her directly. But before that, Bai Chao looked at the seat next to him and wondered, has the president not arrived yet? At that time, Tang Xin was shouting loudly in the restroom, I can't keep hesitating anymore. She tightly gripped her skirt, lost in thought. Isn't it just a confession? What's the big deal to me? Even if I embarrass myself, even if I get shattered, Tang Xin said in a firm tone. I have to make a choice today. Suddenly she stumbled. Hey, her knees started to go weak. Numb legs. Hiding here, I've been squatting too long, my legs are numb. Then Tang Xin forcefully pounded her legs. No, I've already wasted so much time. Even if it kills me, I have to hurry. She barely made it to the door. As soon as she got outside, she ran straight into Bai Chao, who was lying on the ground. He asked, President, what are you doing here? It seems a bit crowded here. Everyone's looking at it. Tang Xin was utterly humiliated. Damn, I was so full of fighting spirit just now, but it all vanished the moment I saw him. And there are so many people around. She stood up trembling and replied, Nothing, I just had something to take care of inside. Despite her legs still shaking, she asked, How's the concert going? We should still make it if we go in now. Suddenly, Tang Xin lost her balance and fell into Bai Chao's arms, still grabbing onto him. Tang Xin's legs were now completely unresponsive. Bai Chao was startled, afraid of the strange looks around them. He said, President, what are you talking about? The concert is already over. I sent you so many messages but didn't get a reply. Even if you want to do something to me, don't do it here. So many people are watching. Tang Xin panicked, realizing it was already over, too late. At this moment, Tang Xin tightly hugged Bai Chao and said, Vice President, actually This reaction surprised Bai Chao. She pressed closer to him, stammering, He held her in the crowd and asked, What's wrong? Tang Xin struggled and said, Actually, my legs are numb. Can you find a way to get me out of here quickly? This surprised Bai Chao. Then he replied, How am I supposed to take you away like this? Tang Xin shouted with embarrassment. Hurry up, I have something important to tell you, and it's not convenient here, Bai Chao asked doubtfully. Something important? He decided to wrap his arms tightly around her legs, thinking, maybe I can try this. At this moment backstage, Lu Han was hesitating, holding a girl's hair tie, suddenly running over to her side. How did he know it was me? He clearly used a Japanese name, met another girl, and still came to my concert specially. She sat in front of the makeup mirror, lost in thought, finding it very strange no matter how she thought about it. Wait, maybe it all connects. Wasn't the seat he sat in the one Xin was absent from? The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. It couldn't be that he just took the seat because the front row was empty. He wasn't the type to take advantage of such small things. Could it be that Xin knows him, or that the person Xin mentioned is him? She called out and summoned her agent. Sister Yu, Lu Han requested, can you check where the ticket of the first audience member who came on stage today came from? Actually, from the president's insistence on coming to this concert and the time she spent hesitating in the restroom. I had roughly guessed. Maybe the important thing she mentioned was the real purpose of this concert. But how could I quickly get her out of the crowd? The only way I could think of was Bai Chao carrying Tang Xin and running off. He felt something was off, but he forgot one thing: people with numb legs. At this moment, Tang Xin's face was as red as a ripe bitter melon. If they touched a sensitive spot at a time like this, especially with someone like the president who likes to exercise, the instinctive reaction would only be stronger. So the two of them fell together on the road. Tang Xin sat up holding her head in pain. In public like this, Bai Chao's face was flushed with embarrassment. He covered his face with his hands shy because Tang Xin was lying on top of him. Then he turned to Tang Xin and said, President, can you get off? Bai Chao rubbed his eyes and said it hurt a bit. Too angry, Tang Xin, embarrassed, hit Bai Chao hard. Idiot, Tang Xin said again. I meant for you to help me out. Bai Chao was stunned for a moment. A few minutes later the two had arrived outside the venue. Bai Chao said, President, what exactly is the matter? She and Bai Chao were sitting in a nearby park. Tang Xin stammered, lowering her head. Tang Xin thought gloomily, Actually, in the restroom just now I kept thinking about one thing. Someone like me must prepare a way out before doing anything, even if I want to face my heart and express my feelings. I have to ask clearly first. So she gathered her courage and called out to Bai Chao, Vice President, actually, when you rejected Yu Zhaozhao, it wasn't because of Tanji Ning, was it? She added. In other words, Tanji Ning might just be an excuse you used to face the confession. Tang Xin hit the nail on the head. I wasn't wrong, was I? Bai Chao was sweating profusely, thinking, how did she know the important thing was this? So he pulled out 2 pieces of paper from his clothes and said, this. In his hand were Lu Han's photo and the ticket he was still tightly clutching. This, Bai Chao looked at the 2 tickets in his hand and thought, maybe meeting her again like this was fate, or maybe it was time to end this state after so long. At this moment he nodded, going with the flow. Yeah, so Bai Chao confessed to Tang Xin, the senior was pretty much right. The matter between me and the senior is complicated, but I did use her as an excuse to escape love. These words surprised Tang Xin. He just admitted it like that. Bai Chao sighed again and continued, if we trace it back, it all probably stems from my terrible first love. He recalled the past. I owe that girl something. This guilt has been lingering in my heart, but when I finally mustered the courage to say sorry, it was cut short by a heavy rain. After that, even when facing male and female classmates, the courage for romantic feelings had already dissipated with that downpour. He recalled Zhao sitting beside him. Suddenly, Bai Chao grabbed Tang Xin's hand, but luckily I've now realized this problem. I don't want to run away anymore. I also want to thank the president. He said these words with the most sincere emotion. Thank you for inviting me to this concert. Can you give me a chance to go and end the regrets of the past? Tang Xin finally understood why he didn't want to fall in love. It was because of the unresolved feelings for his ex-girlfriend. Good thing she didn't impulsively confess, but it raised another question. Who was his ex-girlfriend? Meanwhile, Lu Han was looking at the decorative horns on her head through the mirror, thinking to herself, I've never heard of her wearing light makeup before. Unwell like this, should it look a bit like how I used to be? Suddenly a voice came. Hello, what do you need? I made an appointment with you. Hearing that voice, Lu Han turned around happily. You're here. In front of Lu Han was a familiar figure. Bai Chao, he swallowed, stammering, gently uttering each word. I'm sorry. At the same time, Lu Han also said the same I'm sorry to him. The two stared at each other blankly, confused. Hey. So Lu Han broke the awkward silence. Forget it. Let's not say those inappropriate words anymore. Come over and sit down first. Following Bai Chao's train of thought, after a few years we finally met again like ordinary people. While I was sizing her up, she was also looking at me. Her gaze was even more direct than mine, staring straight at my face. Bai Chao carefully watched her. Actually, I had thought about the possibility of us meeting again one day. In my imagination, either we would pretend not to know each other, or she would still be hung up on me, but I never imagined we would sit face to face so calmly. At this moment, Lu Hua was staring at him with wide round eyes, utterly captivated. What's wrong? Planning to sit here shyly all afternoon, just like this? The steam from the 2 cups of coffee on the table hadn't dissipated yet. Bai Chao reached out to pet the cat's head to ease the awkwardness. He spoke up. Is this okay? Lu Hua replied. What do you mean? The cat cooperated, letting him pet it. Bai Chao said again. It's creamy Koyama. Lu Hua smiled, holding a ticket and handing it to Bai Chao. It's fine. The concert's over, the hype has died down, no one will notice. Yeah, Creamy Koyama is just my stage name. My mother's maiden name is Creamy. I was born in the island nation, but my nationality is still here. Actually, it's more accurate to say I'm still a foreign exchange student from there. She also touched the cat's nose, playfully responding to him. But speaking of which, Lu Hua asked Bai Chao, yesterday on stage did I sing well? Hearing this, Bai Chao started to stammer. Well, I plan to replay your setlist from yesterday when I get home tonight. As soon as he said it, Lu Hua turned away, picked up her coffee and took a sip. His mouth was much sweeter than a few years ago. Then she suddenly nudged Bai Chao's foot with hers and spoke up. But what I'm most curious about is, you already knew about my debut. So did you come to see me on purpose yesterday? She deliberately tested him like this because she had already received a notice from her manager's sister. According to the seating order, those should have been the 2 tickets sent by Sister Han Chan. Bai Chao's hand trembled, nearly knocking over his coffee cup. Actually, I just found out yesterday that the person holding the concert here was you. A friend gave me the tickets. Lu Hua's expression started to sour. She thought, that friend really does seem to be related to Shinshin. But why didn't she come? Don't tell me she gave up at the last minute. Just casually gave the tickets to you. But yesterday she was indeed wearing a girl's hair tie on her wrist. No, I need to ask again. So she leaned on the table trying to probe. Is it your girlfriend? Bai Chao was even more flustered now, his mind a tangled mess. He stumbled as he sat down, causing the cat to jump under the table. He bent down to look for the cat, also avoiding Lu Hua's gaze, and replied, No, it's the student council president at our school. We usually get along well, but she couldn't make it that day for some reason. Lu Hua pondered. Student council president. It really must be Shinshin. Was she the owner of that hair tie? By then the cat had hidden under Lu Hua's feet. She looked down and spotted it. So she secretly cried again in frustration, thinking it was a kind of fate. The expression on Lu Hua's face now just wanted to scoop the cat into her arms. She reached her hand under the table and whispered, Maybe the thread between us two suddenly, but her hand mistakenly grabbed Bai Chao's face instead, and it had never been broken. Only then did she realize what she was holding wasn't the cat but Bai Chao. This made Lu Hua very embarrassed. Her face turned red and she said shyly, I wasn't just trying to hug the cat. Not that, Lu Hua's expression was extremely awkward. She secretly thought about the strange things she had just blurted out. So Lu Hua said again, That we're still friends, right? Completely misunderstanding the reason for the other's embarrassment. Perhaps the misunderstanding caused by my favorite ragdoll cat made the awkwardness of our reunion after so long disappear without us even noticing. Lu Hua's hand was still pressed firmly against Bai Chao's face. After that we talked a lot about idle life, about Lulu, about my campus life, about the concert, about her upcoming return to the island nation. But one thing I didn't expect was that her greatest joy from this concert, after listening to everything about Bai Chao, was holding the cat and saying, Anyway, it's not bad, at least it met expectations, but it also exceeded them. What makes me even happier is that you could come to see my first performance in Peony City. It was a real surprise. Maybe we both have our own regrets about the years we lost, but the clock of time isn't broken. It stubbornly refuses to stop. Finally, it was time to part. Bai Chao saw Lu Hua off. He asked her, Are you flying out this late? Is your manager picking you up? Lu Hua replied, Yeah, there are still a lot of things to take care of. Then Lu Hua bent down again and called out to Bai Chao. She asked, After that day did you hate me? This question from Lu Hua made Bai Chao's eyes widen in surprise. Bai Chao said, I lowered my head, not knowing where to put my hands. I didn't know why she was asking this. This was a question I should have asked, but I didn't have the courage and she asked it first. I never thought that 3 years later, I would still stumble at this very point. I'm always like this, my words always come too late, at the wrong time. Closing his eyes, Bai Chao Zide shook his head and replied, No, it's good enough that you don't hate me. Hearing this, Lu Hua was satisfied. That's good. She turned around, and her eyes began to well up with tears. Before I go, can I have a hug? Lu Hua said, I'm considering some options. If I could hold you one more time, maybe I would have the courage. Bai Chao thought to himself, Options? Hearing her call my name, my heart jolted. Pretending to be calm, he replied, What's wrong? After thinking for a moment, Bai Chao slowly stepped forward and embraced the little girl in front of him. he whispered regretfully. Safe travels, Xiao Kui softly replied. Maybe we'll meet again. After saying this, she got into the car but still turned back to wave goodbye once more. Goodbye. After Xiao Kui's car disappeared, Bai Chao remained standing there thinking. Although he couldn't fully understand whether the options Hannah Chan mentioned meant bravely saying goodbye to the past, or whether the Siyuagan was just a polite phrase said casually, today he could finally watch her leave. The weight in my heart can finally be lifted. Maybe this has been the most relaxed day for me in years. This feeling of ease stayed with me all the way home. When he got home, he happily opened the door and greeted. I'm home. As soon as he entered, he suddenly noticed everyone was waiting for him. Zhao Zhao happily turned her head, while Bai Lu angrily gripped the spoon in her hand and stabbed it onto the table. She slowly spoke, So you finally remember to come home? But Bai Chao was still immersed in the atmosphere of relief and didn't notice anything wrong at all. His mother spoke up. Son, your friend said he was still happily pulling out a chair to sit down, and asked, What's up? Zhao Zhao stuffed a chestnut into his mouth. Eat it, try a chestnut first. I stir-fried them myself, they're very sweet. Hearing this, Bai Chao still didn't sense anything strange happening in his own home. He thought only Bai Lu and his mother were home and was secretly wondering what's up with Lulu today. Her tone is so fierce, but her actions are like a little sweetheart. Oh well, maybe that's just how girls are. He turned his head and directly sucked on Zhao Zhao's finger, adding, Then I won't be polite. This startled everyone around. Bai Lu thought angrily, What's going on? What's going on? Isn't this the girl my brother went to such lengths to avoid by finding a fake girlfriend? How can they be so intimate that he's using the same finger-sucking gesture he only uses when Lulu feeds him? Mom is right here. Lulu was so angry she was about to cry. She couldn't let this continue. Bai Lu spoke up, Brother, how long are you going to shamelessly hold that sister's hand and suck on it? That sister, he asked blankly, turning to look carefully. It was you, Zhao Zhao. How is it you? Applause rang out. Bai Chao's mother spoke. All right, you just got back and haven't even seen the situation clearly before causing a ruckus. Honestly, she came because she promised you before, wanting to bring you a cake, but since you weren't home, I asked her to stay and wait for you. But now this situation, ahem, his mother cheerfully demanded. Why don't you two go to your room and talk, huh? Immediately after, the sound of a door closing. Bang, a fist flew straight towards the poor Kanabara. Bang, seeing Lulu's strange behavior, Zhao Zhao asked, Hey Chao, Lulu, is Lulu always like this? Bai Chao quickly explained. That's nerves, like a cat peeing everywhere, to mark its territory when it's startled. Don't worry about it too much. Worry? Why would I worry? I'm an only child anyway. To be honest, I envy you for having a little sister, and my resistance to cute things has always been infinitely low. Through Yu Zhao Zhao's cute filter, when she first met Lulu, she thought, what kind of soft, adorable creature is this? Her hair is fluffy and she's even cuter when she smiles. I just want to pick her up and pet her. And hearing this, Bai Lu suddenly stopped. Zhao Zhao walked behind Bai Lu, blew a puff of air and said, The most important thing is, she said while tightly hugging Lulu, even when you actually hold her she feels fluffy, so cute, so cute. This made Bai Lu panic, thinking, what does it mean to turn the tables? Zhao Zhao thought happily, especially thinking that if she ended up with Chao in the future, she would have a cute little sister calling her big sister. She liked it more and more. After a series of antics from Zhao Zhao, Lulu was forced to send out a distress signal. Brother SOS, seeing this, Bai Chao quickly spoke up. Stop those wandering thoughts of yours. Zhao Zhao asked with hopeful eyes. Can I secretly take her home? Of course not, Bai Chao yelled, standing up abruptly. You two haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go get some food. Lulu, keep your sister company and play, okay? He said and walked out. He thought, but I thought this was a big crisis, yet Yu Zhao Zhao diffused it so easily. So Lulu has a weakness too. Bai Lu was also thinking about how to deal with Zhao Zhao. No way, it seems this bad woman still has ulterior motives towards my brother. I have to make her give up. Since my brother can't do it, I'll have to step in. So Lulu spoke, all right, even if you suck up to me like this, it's impossible between you and my brother. Hearing this, Zhao Zhao asked doubtfully, suck up? No, I really think you're cute, Lulu said impatiently. Stop it. Zhao Zhao didn't let her off and continued to press. Is it because of that older sister? Bai Lu made a mischievous face, reached out and pushed Zhao Zhao's chin away, saying, HMPH, she's nothing. It's because brother has a deep emotional scar. Emotional scar? Zhao Zhao asked doubtfully. Lulu continued, if that person isn't dealt with, none of you stand a chance. Give up. Zhao Zhao couldn't help her curiosity and asked, Are you saying Chao has an ex-girlfriend? Tell me more. Elsewhere, Zhuang Zheng was hanging overhead. Tang Xin was angrily scolding Bai Chao on the phone. You blockhead, I'm working overtime tonight and you disappear. Beside her, Xiao Guo asked curiously, Is it about the international exchange student? After Tang Xin hung up, the two started talking. We can just give our opinions on that kind of thing. HMPH, the exchange student process is the student relations department's business. Forget it, let him do it himself when he gets back. let's take a break too. The next morning, Zhao Zhao went to school in an extremely cheerful mood. On the way, she thought, finally, I know why he rejected me before. It really has nothing to do with Senior Ning Ning, he was just stuck in an old relationship. She bounced along, secretly happy inside. Phew. Ah. Based on my life experience, the past is just the past. The future that's coming is my main battlefield. So much so that people around her turned their heads to see if this girl had a problem. But unfortunately, Zhao Zhao was too happy and knocked a small flower flying. Just as she was lost in thought, Tang Xin's voice suddenly rang out. You Zhao Zhao, for willfully damaging campus greenery, you lose 2 points from this semester's attendance score. Zhao Zhao was startled, stepped back and asked doubtfully, why are you out catching rule breakers today? Tang Xin gently pushed up her glasses and replied, I've always been catching them. Zhao Zhao rushed over, put her arm around Tang Xin's shoulder, and said confidently, deducted, I don't care. Anyway, I already know something you don't. Now I have the advantage. Tang Xin asked curiously, what did you find out you? Zhao Zhao looked around and asked, where's Ah Chao? I can't see him anywhere in the school. Tang Xin replied sympathetically, right now he's probably busy to death. Bai Chao was currently exhausted from the student council elections and club recruitment. The International Sister School Exchange Student Report. He burst out, am I born to be a universal tool? Why are there so many things to do these days? He finally ran to the exchange student waiting area. He thought anxiously, but speaking of the International Sister School Exchange Student Report, it should be easier, right? It's just a formality, showing the other person around the school facilities. It shouldn't be any trouble. Bai Chao pushed the door open, still catching his breath, and hurriedly reached up to straighten his tie, saying, sorry, I was held up by something. I'm the head of the Student Relations Department of the Student Council. Before him sat a girl with harmoniously transitioning hair color by the window. He seemed to recognize something. Wait, this silhouette, this unique hair color, and the familiar clicking sound of the keyboard. The girl turned around. Han Chan, Xiao Kui asked in surprise, Chao, how is it you? He was stunned by the light before him and accidentally dropped the files in his hand. Hey, why are you here? She reached out and picked up the files, saying, no need to look, I'm the exchange student this time. He grabbed her shoulders in surprise and asked, exchange student? Then what about your idol career? Are you just giving it up? Xiao Kui slowly explained, no, I'll still release songs, just pausing offline activities. Being a student while also doing performances was just too busy. My family and my former manager had been advising me to temporarily stop offline performances for a long time. I've been considering it too. So I started planning this farewell offline concert half a year ago, he asked expectantly. So the decision you mentioned that night was this? She flicked his forehead. You dummy. Oh well, this is my own issue. It has nothing to do with you. She said that, but in her heart, she thought otherwise. Maybe staying here was what she truly wanted. Xiao Kui turned around. It's just that my school happens to have a partnership with this one, so I can be an exchange student. You don't need to blame yourself. Bai Xiao silently thought that her words sounded to him like those of a startled bird. In truth, he felt the same way, terrified that he might have caused her to make an involuntary choice. It seemed that the incident 3 years ago had left a deep impact on both of them. She pondered for a moment, then turned around and cheerfully changed the subject. By the way, I heard from the counselor that someone would show me around the school. Is it you? Ah, yeah, right. I almost forgot about that. It's the student council elections and discipline assessments right now, so the school is pretty strict. You'd better change into the uniform first. He awkwardly picked up the bag containing the uniform. Bai Xiao handed the uniform to Xiao Kui, stammering as he asked, do you want to change here? His face turned even redder. He quickly waved his hands. This. Outside the corridor, Tang Xin and Zhao Zhao were looking for Bai Xiao. Tang Xin said impatiently, HMPH, picking up an exchange student. Why is it taking so long? What's he doing? Zhao Zhao was no happier than Tang Xin. She clenched her fists and said, right. A Xiao's sense of time is getting worse. We need to check strictly if he's flirting with another underclassman. Tang Xin was stunned. Hey, why did you follow me too? Zhao Zhao immediately replied, what do you mean follow? I have something to discuss with him too. Now that he's taken over as the archery club president, we're about to recruit new members. Without him, what am I supposed to do? As they argued, they saw Bai Xiao open the door and walk out, muttering, no need. You change first, I'll just step out. Then the three of them bumped into each other. Before he could react, a slender hand landed on his shoulder. Her voice came from behind. It's windy outside in autumn. You can stay inside. Hearing this sweet talk, the two outside screamed. Xiao Kui laughed cheerfully. Come in, I can change here too. Bai Xiao stood awkwardly at the door. Why are you here? Tang Xin curiously asked about the exchange student's voice. Zhao Zhao was also puzzled, wondering why she wanted to change clothes here. After a moment of silence, the two rushed into the room. Absolutely not. A Xiao must not see another girl's body, Tang Xin recognized her. Isn't this Xiao Nio Xiao Shan? How is it you? Zhao Zhao pushed Bai Xiao's head away and asked, you two know each other? Bai Xiao groaned in despair. It's over, even though she took off that stage outfit. The president will definitely recognize her if she insists on seeing her child. If her idol identity is exposed like this, won't Xiaokui be unable to keep up the act at school? What sunflower seeds, do you know me? Lily overreacted. She quickly extended her hand. Maybe I mistook you. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Yan Luha from, she paused. Oh wait, occupational hazard, it's acting up again. She lowered her head and said, I'm Yan Luha, an exchange student from Friendship Middle School. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Then, before Tang Xin could react, she shook her hand. Tang Xin looked bewildered. Even after all that, why pretend not to know me? Could it be, oh right, her idol identity can't be exposed, especially since she competed with Yu Zhao Zhao and Bai Xiao before. If they find out she's Xiao Hua, they'll bring up the suspicion that I sabotaged their club again. Zhao Zhao was still innocently wide-eyed, thinking, is this necessary, even using honorifics? Bai Xiao meanwhile looked pained. I'm in trouble. Zhao Zhao quickly shook Xiaokui's hand and bowed in greeting. Nice to meet you too, please take care of me. At this moment Xiaokui was deducing. As expected, he's already surrounded by so many girls and they're this close. That makes it even harder to figure out who that hair tie belonged to that day. But at least for now, staying still and pretending not to know anyone gives me a chance to pick them off one by one. Yu Zhao Zhao pinched Bai Xiao hard and mocked. You kid, you're way too fast. You've already hit it off with the new exchange student. You're almost reaching the cosmic speed you had in middle school. Zhao Zhao glanced at Bai Xiao and said as he instructed, I still prefer the solar system. He replied nervously. Tang Xin's hand was also pinching Bai Xiao's butt hard. She sighed. Let me think, how many girls are left in this academy? As she spoke, she added more pressure. It has nothing to do with the vice president, Bai Xiao denied. I'm not some neighborhood women's and children's director, you flatter me, President. Xiaokui lowered her head, revealing a strange smile. HMPH, she quickly changed into the uniform. Xiaokui turned around and said, all right, I've already made 2 friends since arriving. I'm so happy, but I won't interrupt your plans. The weather is nice today, just let Xiao Xiao handle showing me around the school. Hearing Bai Xiao called so affectionately, the two were stunned. Xiao Xiao, what, you just met and you're already calling him that? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Oh no, Xiaokui accidentally let it slip. She quickly turned around and clasped her hands in apology. I'll forget what I just said, sorry, I forgot to explain. Actually, Xiao Xiao and I, a hand landed on his shoulder, have known each other for a long time. She turned to look at Bai Xiao. In a way, we're childhood friends, so I don't want to hold back. Right, hum? After hearing this, Bai Xiao fell into thought. Childhood friends, can they still call each other that after what happened? Or rather, can that term still apply to an old friend? After thinking, he replied, I guess so. Zhao Zhao and Tang Xin looked at him suspiciously. Childhood friends, he pushed her hand away and quickly explained. Not that kind of childhood friend, just a friend I've known for a long time, right? Xiaokui wondered why he reacted so strongly. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhao and Tang Xin were discussing. Childhood friends, could that mean an ex-girlfriend? But according to what he said before, his girlfriend already left. And judging by their relationship, they don't seem like exes who broke up. Yeah, it shouldn't be. I hope not, definitely not. Just then, the bell rang ding-a-ling. It snapped Bai Xiao back to reality. Oh no, I almost forgot I have an elective class to attend. Please take Luha to familiarize herself with the school, we have classes too. Xiaokui happily calculated that getting to know his friends might help her find clues faster. About that hair tie. Then she reached out and patted Bai Xiao's head. It's okay, if you don't mind, can I come with you? I just arrived and don't have a schedule yet. He hesitated, then replied, sure. The other two were shocked. How had she gotten ahead again? Later in the classroom, the students had clearly heard the requirements for this lesson. The students below were also murmuring, Tisk, why are you so late? The bell rang several times. Anyway, you need to submit a qualified lunchbox to pass this course. Bai Xiao's 2 friends questioned him. Old Bai, didn't you say you were just picking up an exchange student this morning? How did a beauty appear? And you brought her openly to cooking class? Xiaokui glanced curiously at their conversation. The 3 were still discussing. Old Bai, hasn't anyone told you that being your friend is a bit stressful, bros? I'm broken. What's the point of living? I'll jump, Bai Xiao quickly explained. It's a long story. Actually, I have no idea how she ended up seeing this situation. Xiaokui concluded that they must be close. From somewhere she popped a small tomato into his mouth and said, Xiao Xiao, try this. He blushed and hummed in response. She asked softly, is it sweet? I remember you usually use cherry tomatoes for tomato scrambled eggs, right? If you like, use these to cook. Hearing this, Bai Xiao's friends exploded. What? That familiar feeling. Didn't that happen with that senior before? No way, it's only been a weekend and she already knows how you usually cook. Oh, whatever, she wondered. Does Xiao Xiao have a close senior? Hearing this felt like an interrogation, and the three choked. Oh no, in our concern did we spill old Bai's little secret? She happily thought, well, this seems like someone who can provide information. This then, Xiaokui spoke again. Sorry, that was presumptuous of me. My name is Yan Luha, a new exchange student. Nice to meet you. Are you two also friends of Xiao? The red-haired guy replied. So you're the exchange student. Yeah, among the guys, we're the ones who get along best with old Bai. The yellow-haired guy thought slowly, then answered. Just now it seemed like Yan and Bai were quite familiar. Did you know each other before? What's your relationship? She stuck out her tongue and replied. We were friends as kids. The two became curious. As kids, that means childhood friends, Xiaokui began to explain. We used to hang out a lot as kids, but for some reasons I left first. I didn't expect to meet again at the same school when I came back. After hearing this, their faces darkened. All right, fine. Old Bai, you've been hiding a childhood friend from us, huh? She smiled, busy checking the ingredients on the stove. But I'm also surprised that Xiao has close male friends. I almost thought Xiao only had female friends at school, the two wondered. Female friends, right? Xiao just took me to meet girls. They surrounded Bai Xiao to interrogate him. So you never mentioned this to us, did you? Bai Xiao thought. How did the topic suddenly shift here? The red-haired guy turned and put his arm around Bai Xiao's shoulder. So old Bai, you must be having a great time at school, huh? Bai quickly denied. Don't add fuel to the fire here. They started talking. Let me tell you, old Bai not only hangs out with the archery club people every day, but the student council is also all girls. She silently pieced everything together. Oh, it all matches up. The red-haired guy leaned in and whispered to Xiaokui. Most importantly, at the start of the semester he suddenly got involved with a senior. He was cut off by a Xiao covering his mouth. He said, this doesn't need to be explained in detail. She chopped vegetables while wondering. Senior, another senior, and he's so flustered. There's definitely something off. So who do you think Xiao is closest to? I just came back and don't know much about his social circle. I'm curious. The yellow-haired guy seized the opportunity and immediately replied. In my opinion, it should be Student Council President Tang Xin. Bai Xiao replied blankly. Although President Tang is a bit older than old Bai, older sisters know how to take care of people. Besides, they spend a lot of time together because of student council work. Being together so intensely without getting sick of each other, that kind of bond is solid. So they're the closest, no doubt. Bai Xiao quickly removed his hand from the guy. All right, I think you're just judging based on your own preference for older sisters. The little girl standing nearby was still analyzing. They're together often for student council work, so they're close enough for him to give her a ticket. An older senior, could it be that Xiao doesn't want his classmates to talk about Tang Xin? The senior is Tang Xin. She's definitely the most suspicious. At that moment, Bai Xiao seemed drained of his last bit of energy. He muttered, the torment of my ex-girlfriend and the betrayal of my best friend are finally over. Why does every strange thing happen to me today? He walked ahead, with his ex-girlfriend following behind. She asked, want to check out the cafeteria later? Bai Xiao refused. I can't go now, I'll take you to the dorm first. I still have to go to the student council for a bit. Hearing this, she said worriedly, Tisk again, not eating properly. It's okay, you ate a bit in cooking class. She stepped onto a stone in front of her and continued, but it's fine. I guessed you'd say that, so I secretly saved a lunchbox from the cooking class materials. That way it won't get cold. Let's eat together. It won't delay your work, he thought, still so stubborn. Later they found seats and sat down. She played with the sand while wondering, by the way, is the student council still recruiting new members? He immediately replied, probably, but with the election coming up, recruitment might be postponed. She asked again, election? He chewed and answered, yeah, the student council president changes every year. The president is busy with that lately. Oh, he asked curiously, why the sudden interest? She smiled and replied, nothing, just asking. After meeting with Xiao, I threw myself back into the tedious student council work. The elections, club recruitment, hosting exchange students from other schools, it seemed like the same thing every year, just repeating endlessly. But my mind kept drifting elsewhere. He let out a difficult sigh, then sank back into thought. Why did she suddenly choose to be an exchange student? And why did she happen to come to my school? What did she mean by choice that night? I keep telling myself I'm overthinking it. Who would give up their proud career for an ex? The two men crumpled the paper in their hands and threw it away. But all of this was happening for real, making it hard not to be suspicious. Yet undeniably, even after a few years, I still couldn't understand her any more than I did on the day I confessed. Just like how people's thoughts about the weather are unpredictable. The wind howled outside the window, and it started to rain again. The only difference was that today, the president seemed to be sitting blankly in her chair, just like Tang Xin. Bai Xiao reminded her, President, if we don't leave soon, it's going to pour. She replied listlessly, it's fine, rainy days make it easy to think about other things. I just want to stay here a little longer. He was pouring tea when he heard this and pondered the idea of staying a bit longer. Why did it sound like some reluctant farewell scene? He carefully handed her a cup and asked gently, "Are you worried about the new election? Have a drink, warm yourself up, it's not coffee." Lulu had brewed the tea. She blinked, looked at the cup, then sat up and took it. She laughed heartily. Even if it wasn't coffee, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. No need to worry. If it's just about the student council transition, I wouldn't be this down. It's just that I feel people are so easily separated from each other. Bai Chao was puzzled. Why bring this up all of a sudden? The president was losing that rich heiress image more and more. Suddenly, she leaned back and lay down next to the chair Xiao Bai was sitting on. She replied, "What? Can't a rich heiress have vulnerable moments?" Cough, cough, cough. This is the moment for a superior to show true feelings to a subordinate. If the vice president wants to climb the ladder by playing office politics, you'd better suck up to me now, with our little positions. There's no need to talk about office politics, right? She asked weakly. Bai Chao, tell me, if we stop working in the student council, will our relationship still be as good as it is now? He answered with difficulty. It shouldn't be that bad. After all, we met before enrollment, didn't we? Why did the topic feel more and more like a prelude to parting at this moment? Tang Xin was smiling slowly. She tested the waters by saying, to be precise, it should be 2 years ago today plus 1 month, right? Hearing this, Ah Chao choked and spat out water. Cough, cough, you remember that so clearly? Tang Xin replied with sorrow. That's a day I'll never forget in my life, he blushed. Am I worthy of the president remembering me so fondly? But he was doused with cold water when Tang Xin answered, that day my grandmother passed away. It was also the day you gave me a bouquet of chrysanthemums. Your tie was caught by her. Actually, I've always been curious why you gave me that kind of flower back then. Thinking about it now, that bouquet was probably meant for your ex-girlfriend, right? After hearing this sad story, Bai Chao quickly said, I'm sorry, I didn't know at the time. But Tang Xin burst into happy laughter. It's okay. I really liked it because my grandmother also loved cosmos flowers. Actually, I hate this image of being a rich heiress. It means being forced to learn tedious etiquette from a young age, rules for reading people and handling affairs. Even if I detest these different rules, I have to find a way to adapt. But I don't like adapting, and it also means my parents couldn't be around when I was little. After all, doing business, finance, and being busy are the basics of their lives. Luckily, when I was young, my grandmother, who didn't like watching these things, was always with me. It seemed only when she was around could I forget about the heiress image and have my own happiness, my own sadness, my own emotions. But logically, even if a loved one's death was unforgettable, I shouldn't have lost my composure like I did that day, right? What broke me was that during that time the family was preparing a big business networking event so I could shine among the younger generation and save face for them. They didn't tell me about my grandmother's illness. I sensed something was wrong myself. When I couldn't reach her, I learned the truth from Tang Lin. I knew my grandmother didn't like me being dressed up in that elegant, dignified way that fit everyone's image of a proper young lady. So I wiped off my lipstick, took off my dress, and ran over. But it was precisely because of that brief delay I couldn't finish. My emotions broke down and tears kept falling. She cried out in pain, I already missed seeing my grandmother one last time. After my grandmother passed away, the family fell into a new round of arguments over the inheritance of the shares she left behind. The quarrels lasted a month until 2 years ago today, when my grandmother was finally buried. Tang Xin said sadly, Today is also my grandmother's death anniversary, so I don't want to go back. He thought to himself. No wonder, even for himself, after going through so many terrible things related to family, facing such a harmonious family that could delay a burial for a month, he probably wouldn't want to go back either. But today is the burial anniversary. Was it because of the conflict that she didn't want to go back and then felt guilty for not attending the anniversary? But what could he do? What could he do for her? Outside it had started to pour. Suddenly, Ah Chao tightly grasped Tang Xin's hand and pulled her along. He shouted, President, come on, let's go to the rooftop. Tang Xin was full of doubts. Rooftop? Hey, it's raining so hard now. The rooftop. Then she also laughed. Peef, don't tell me the vice president wants to trick me like a kid. Naively drag me to the rooftop, point at some star and say your grandmother turned into it protecting you from the sky. Ha ha. Bai Chao explained while throwing his jacket to Tang Xin. Sorry, as a science student, I really don't have that romantic imagination. The two kept walking. I only believe in metaphysics. Humans are carbon-based beings. Whether it's crying or breathing, it's always unconsciously occupying and exchanging matter in this universe. But at the same time, as this matter is occupied and exchanged, it's also constantly polluted by human breath and given so-called meaning. So as long as the universe doesn't perish, those substances that once made up or once clung to the departed might also follow the natural cycle and transform into another form. After their conversation, the two had reached the rooftop. He continued to comfort her. Always by your side, Bai Chao reached out his hand to feel, just like this rain. Maybe one of its molecules is the raindrop that fell on my and the president's umbrella that day, right? The essence of a death anniversary is to hope that everyone doesn't forget the departed. Like the president now, the person you love has passed away but lives in your heart. At the same time, you're breathing the air your grandmother once breathed. Even if you don't go back, there's no need to blame yourself. Tears gently slid down. Tang Xin's little heart seemed much lighter after hearing these words. She smiled and said, maybe it's just that the vice president is still as silly as before. Hearing this, he was confused. Silly? How did that come up? Atmospheric circulation is just like that. She replied softly, just silly, she thought to herself. Actually, I don't really know what I like about this fool. Is it his easy-to-bully personality, or the fun of the silly things he does when he thinks he understands someone else's thoughts? Haha, I really can't figure it out. But one thing I'm very clear about is what I hate. Since I was young, there have been plenty of excellent guys around me, but they all share one trait, too much purposefulness. And they learn to be gentle for that purpose. But behind it, they reveal their smugness from achieving those goals. She recalled a conversation from long ago. I know. Her dad and I have already discussed it. She'll come to meet me for a blind date next week. This time, our family's business, but the vice president is the complete opposite of these excellent talents. He picked me up right at the entrance of an expensive private hospital. He walked over gently with an umbrella, worriedly asking me, "Are you okay?" But he was only concerned that I might do something foolish in the rain, insisting on taking me home by bus. He clearly knew my identity was unusual, but every time we ate, he only took me to small shops he thought were special. He clearly knew that student council work was actually tedious and exhausting, and I only insisted on being president out of competitiveness. Every time he would stay with me until late at night, just sighing twice from his own tiredness. But he didn't know that my grandmother also loved taking me on the bus, also loved the cheap restaurants in old neighborhoods, and also loved finding ways to accept me so I could have a time to be a willful child. He knew nothing, yet he could be just like my grandmother. It was as if heaven took pity on me, letting me meet someone who could replace her when my grandmother left. Only when I'm with them can I shed that rich heiress image and be my true self. They are both full of gentleness, the prototype I long for, but I can't say it out loud. I'm afraid of that strong purposefulness. The kind of purposefulness I hate would make him want to escape. She subconsciously tightened the scarf in her hand, but at the same time the unwillingness in her heart, unwilling to just be a student council friend, made it even harder for me. So I want to make a choice. If there's no more of this vague identity, let's return to reality. She gathered her courage and spoke, Vice President, you still haven't seriously answered my question. If I leave the student council, will our relationship still be as good as it is now? I'm asking seriously. Bai Chao asked blankly, President, do you want to quit? At that moment, he connected everything Tang Xin had said from earlier. People are so easily separated from each other. The rain grew heavier, falling with a cold rustling sound, accompanied by the president's unclear worries and this gloomy autumn rain. My thoughts involuntarily drifted again to the ex-girlfriend who suddenly came back. Problems always come with problems, but the gears of the clock can't suddenly shatter. Time has to keep moving forward. The funeral music played in bursts, and the sudden rain gradually stopped. The next day, the president, like someone before making a decision, after confiding her hesitations to someone, had a clear idea and suddenly felt relieved. Although she still submitted her campaign materials, she didn't care much and was still teasing Little Orange in the office as usual. The Student Council President election list and voting system were handled by the Youth League Committee. We have no right to check the specific content in advance. But luckily, the opening day of the election voting system was today. When I opened the web page, Little Orange suddenly shouted, Vice President, how much longer? If I don't see that list soon, this bored woman is going to play with you like a toy. He immediately replied, I know, I'm looking at it. There are 12 students who signed up, including seniors, and Bai Chao noticed something, hummed, and was surprised to see a name that shouldn't be here. Yan Luhei, the president asked doubtfully. What's wrong? She's in it too, Little Orange asked in confusion. Yan Luhei, who's that? What about her? Getting no answer, she started thinking to herself. Judging by the name, it should be a girl. But seeing their reactions, thinking about it, Little Orange started to struggle noisily. All right, you two are hiding such a close relationship with another girl from me, huh? Tang Xin pretended to be angry. HMPH, ask him, Little Orange shrewdly deduced. So she's the vice president's childhood friend? His face darkened. Childhood friend, don't talk nonsense, we just had a good relationship before. Hearing this, blood rushed to her head, and Little Orange made her conclusion. Great, I think I understand something. Ah Chow was so scared he stammered. You understand what again? Little Orange's eyes now showed a murderous intent. She continued her interrogation. Oh, student council members are directly appointed by the president. You know that, right? Bai Chow quickly defended himself. I'm the vice president of the student council, what do you think? Don't tell me you suspect I'm colluding with Yan Luhei to join the student council election. Hearing this, she picked up the paper cutter in her hand and approached. Looks like the traitor has already confessed then. She manipulated the paper cutter to clash together, making a terrifying clicking sound. This made Ah Chow reply in panic. What? I'm completely loyal. I'd go through fire and water for the student council. I even have the word loyalty hanging on a plaque at home. You suspect I'm a traitor? Behind him, Tang Xin sighed boredly. Oh really? If not, then what? The nasal tone from Tang Xin's side continued to point at Bai Chow. The useless pretty boy male lead in short stories, a piece of wood as uncarvable as diamond, a downright disgusting siscon, the most outstanding landscape design silver award winner, and a scumbag who uses his handsome looks to play with girls' feelings. I can't take it anymore. He clasped his hands in surrender. President Chow has lived half his life only regretting not meeting a wise ruler. If you don't mind, Chow would like to swear allegiance to you as a foster father, and I will never be that dirty traitor in this life. He secretly shed tears. Give me some face, stop talking, my heart is breaking. Tang Xin laughed and pushed Bai Chow's shoulder. All right, stop with the nonsense, he then explained. See, when I try to show my loyalty you ignore me. It's all Little Orange's fault, Little Orange argued. You're the one framing me, Tang Xin spoke up. Let's see how the voting is going. My votes should at least be higher than hers, right? After seeing the results she was shocked. No, what's going on? What's going on? How is her voting rate so high? Tang Xin only had 10 votes while Lu Hei had as many as 51. Little Orange couldn't help but wonder, this isn't right. Doesn't her resume say she's a new exchange student at this school, even though exchange students have the same qualifications as regular students just arriving? And Tang Xin picked up. HMPH, interesting. But we can't figure it out just thinking here. Why doesn't the vice president go undercover? Seeing life's unfairness, Bai Chow resisted. Hey, why does it still end up with me being the traitor? Just then, the stick was about to hit his back, and Tang Xin added, what else can we do? You two have such a good relationship, so of course if you go, it won't raise suspicion. Besides, there are probably things you're more worried about, right? Seeing his fate was sealed, he agreed and left. All right, I understand. I'll go find her. Tang Xin waved goodbye. Waiting for your good news. After Bai Chow left, Little Orange spoke up. Weren't you complaining before that student council work was too busy? Don't you want to keep going? Why did you suddenly get so motivated the moment you heard that person was running? Tang Xin clicked her tongue in amazement. If it's her, I'd have to give it my all for this student council president position, or I'd really have to let her have the chance. Over at Bai Chow, he was deep in thought. The president was right, the most suspicious person was himself. First, what was Hua's real intention in running for student council president? Second, there was the vote count. Generally, students aren't too interested in the new student council elections, so very few people bother to visit the voting website. Based on last year's data, getting 3 million votes in the end would already be a great result. But Hua, a transfer student who had only been there for less than 2 days, managed to get 50 votes on her first day. Although I want to believe she wouldn't rig it, seeing these bizarre numbers, my rationality keeps doubting. Could she have really changed for the worse in these few years? To clear up my doubts about this old acquaintance, I have to go find her, no matter what. But how do I start the conversation? Lost in thought, he unknowingly found himself at the literature club. Suddenly a cry of ouch came from inside, followed by rustling sounds. He thought to himself, literature club, oh literature club, please don't let it be someone inside. He rushed in. Donji, be careful. Luckily he caught the falling person, but it wasn't over yet. Countless books were raining down from above, making him exclaim, ouch, Donji, are you okay? The person who had just fallen asked, Senior, what, Donji? He turned around in surprise. How is it you? Xiao Kui hadn't snapped out of her daze yet and whispered softly, Then when she saw Chao Ningning poke her head out to check the commotion, she brightened up. She asked classmate Hua what happened, but then she saw the rather awkward scene on the floor. Lu Hua was sitting on top of Ah Chow asking, I run into you here too, Bai Chow. Lu Hua blinked at him. This was his past first love. Ningning also blinked in confusion. This was his nominal current girlfriend. It was hard to imagine that in this tiny club activity room his past and present had so bizarrely overlapped. Bai Chow was trembling, trying to figure out how to handle this situation. How should I introduce their relationship? Senior, this is your junior's ex-girlfriend. Nice to meet you. Hua, this is my current girlfriend, but a fake one. Haha, nice to meet you. Am I out of my mind? Isn't this just making things more complicated? SOS, why do I have to deal with all this awkwardness? But at least the senior, Ning Yi, quickly spoke up to invite them to sit down. However, Lu Hua had already noticed. They know each other too, he stammered. Sao Hua, why did Hua suddenly come to the literature club? Ning Ning immediately replied. Oh, it's because of me. Yan saw me carrying a stack of books back from the library and offered to help me organize them. Bai Chao pressed. Offered to help? I heard from the other students. Yan is very helpful. She's been assisting the club a lot these past 2 days, jumping in whenever she sees someone needs help. She's also visited all the major clubs. Earlier during the club cleanup, she even helped mop the floor, right? Sorry about making you fall while organizing the bookshelf just now. It's fine, I just transferred here. I don't have a class schedule yet, so I have nothing to do anyway. He found it hard to understand because she was actively helping everyone. She turned around and playfully showed off to Bai Chao. See, didn't expect me to adapt so well at the new school and even make new friends, did you? Not really. So he understood. Still, I think I kind of get why Hua's vote count is so high. Trying to fit into the group quickly by helping classmates is a simple but effective method, and it suits her personality. At the same time, the people she helps will remember her. Even if they usually don't care about student council elections, they'd still cast a vote or something. Compared to the always lazy president, her approval rate would naturally be much higher. This is trouble, suddenly Ning Ning asked. But from the looks of it, Bai Chao and Yan know each other too. In the end, what Ah Chao feared had happened. He didn't know how to answer and could only stammer. He thought to himself. Damn, is this really coming? Lu Hua glanced at Bai Chao, let out a soft snort, and reached out to gently pat his head. Then she replied, HMPH, know each other? My relationship with Chao is complicated. We've been together for a long time, you could even say. Before she could finish, Bai Chao turned his head and covered her mouth. She seemed to want to say more but could only make sounds. Afraid things would get messier, Bai Chao quickly interjected. We're childhood friends. We've known each other since middle school and hung out together, so we're basically friends from way back. That's it, senior. After hearing Bai Chao's evasive explanation, Lu Hua grew suspicious. Why was he so worked up when this senior introduced their relationship today? He seemed pretty normal in front of the other two girls earlier. But even stranger compared to those two girls' reactions, Lu Hua subconsciously stared at Ning Yi, thinking further. How is this senior's response? Ning Ning just replied with an "Oh, I see." But at that moment a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She said slowly, I understand. Lu Hua sensed something. What was this inexplicable pressure? In reality, the senior was just thinking, is it like the relationship with Jisho growing up together? With that thought, Ning Ning reached out and took Lu Hua's cup, then said some puzzling words. Then I can't serve you this tea. Sorry, I'll clean up. What just happened made Lu Hua ponder. Cleaning up the tea service, according to local customs, is that some kind of dismissal or a declaration of war? But actually, Ning Ning was thinking, since she's already a good friend of Bai Chao's, I should use better tea leaves. After a moment of thought, Lu Hua looked at Bai Chao, wondering, does it all have to do with him at that moment? Bai Chao felt some weight lift off his shoulders. He sighed in relief, finally done with the topic of ex and current girlfriends. Lu Hua was still busy deducing. Right, earlier in cooking class he tried to stop the classmate from mentioning senior, and now he casually calls her senior too, with that guilty look. Knowing Chao as I do, he's definitely hiding something. Lu Hua gently followed Ning Yi's every move with her gaze. Could the hidden thing be that she's the owner of that hair tie? But it wasn't convenient to ask anything now, so she could only think of a plan while watching Bai Chao stand up dazedly, ready to slip away. Alright, since we all know each other, no need to bother the senior here. The next second a hand reached out and grabbed his tie. She said, Chao, tomorrow's Saturday. Are you free? She asked with an extremely expectant tone. Hearing this, he quickly asked, What's up? What's up? She unbuttoned a button and happily explained, Even though it's autumn, it's still hot. I almost forgot the early autumn sun is a specialty of Jingnan. But I still have to go to the recording studio tomorrow. It'll probably be stuffy inside, so I want to go swimming afterward. I wonder if the pool we used to go to is still open. Lu Hua widened her eyes at him, confirming again, Do you want to come along? After hearing this, Bai Chao's face turned pale. Why bring this up in front of the senior? Lu Hua thought to herself. Sorry, even though I know this will embarrass you. For the sake of what I want to know, for my own regret, let me be selfish just this once. They continued arguing. Should I go or not? Still hesitating, on the other side Ning Ning turned her head and thought, is Bai Chao the type to be dissatisfied with me being his fake girlfriend? But if this relationship makes him cut ties with his friends, she set the cup down and said softly, Go if you want. Even though we're in a relationship now, you don't have to hold back or sacrifice time with your friends because of it. After saying this, she thought with satisfaction, that should be fine, it won't affect them. Hearing this shocking news, Lu Hua exclaimed in surprise. Relationship. Realizing her reaction was a bit odd, she quickly let go of Bai Chao's tie. Bai Chao was equally flustered, wondering, why did the senior suddenly say that? Lu Hua realized. Wasn't the opponent just using a normal attack? Why did the senior go straight for a big move? No wonder she had that queenly demeanor earlier. Ning Yi was feeling pleased and introduced with a smile. Yan, try this. It's some fine tea I've been saving. Yan. Lu Hua turned her head and looked at Bai Chao in disbelief. He has a girlfriend. A little later in the game area, a young girl was relentlessly torturing the game console in front of her, filled with frustration. Why so fast? It's only been 2 or 3 years since we last saw each other, just one grade up. People gathered around watching her play and murmuring, who is this girl? Challenging the highest difficulty. Isn't that just a trick to fake the score? No one can beat that alone. Don't know. Feels like she's got a lot of pent-up anger. She's been playing here all morning, and surprisingly, she can actually clear it. Outside the crowd, a small, delicate figure was seen focusing on something. The one venting her anger on the game console was Lu Hua. She thought angrily, why does he already have a girlfriend? Then what's the point of me applying to transfer here? Specifically running for student council to catch your attention? It's so unfair. She slammed the control button hard. Suddenly the game console sounded with a phoenix noise. Countless coins clinked together, causing a stir. Holy crap, is this a clear? And they said it was about faking difficulty scores. What kind of skill is this? So this is how terrifying female college students can be. Yu Zhaozhao, sitting behind, was completely forgotten and got pushed out by the crowd. Over here, Lu Hua, with a dead look in her eyes. She turned around and stared straight at the crowd, scaring them all into scattering. They muttered together, so experts don't like being watched. Let's get out of here, out of here. Zhao thought dazedly. What happened? How did I suddenly get buried in game coins? After the crowd dispersed, Lu Hua saw Zhao lying on the ground and let out a soft, At the same time, Zhao noticed Lu Hua's presence. It's her. Zhao thought awkwardly. What's she doing here? Should I say hi? But it's a bit awkward. After saying hi, can we just go our separate ways? So she spoke up. Lu, you're here too. Lu Hua came closer and asked, what are you looking at? This made Zhao blush with shyness. Hey, why are you so forward? No, just curious, and came in to look. Didn't expect you to be here too, Lu Hua asked curiously. Curious? Yu Zhao, flustered and blushing from the approach of this demon in front of her, stammered. Just curious about the style of outfits in the anime that guys usually like. But now that I see them, these clothes together, as she spoke, Zhao imagined herself wearing little ears, paired with revealing clothes and high socks with bows. After seeing that super unstable outfit, she thought, it would be so awkward to wear in real life. But if it were her, no, this style is better suited for a white-haired fox. Lu Hua heard this and replied, not sure if it fits. Why not try it? Zhao sighed, forget it, no need to spend that money. Lu Hua answered, no need to spend money either. Lu Hua pointed excitedly at the dance machine over there. As long as you get a perfect score, the reward seems to be that outfit. Hearing this, Zhao shyly refused. Dancing, no, I'm not good at it. But Lu Hua wouldn't let Zhao refuse. She rushed over and hugged Zhao tightly, grinning and pleading, why give up so quickly? Aren't I here? This startled the little red cat. Lu Hua said confidently, I'm not great, but I have a bit of talent in this area. Since you're Chao's friend, I should get along with you. With that, Zhao was reluctantly dragged away. Come on, this game's on me, the kitten replied worriedly. Hey, I'm not worried about the dance machine score. It's me. As she spoke, the game coins were already inserted. Lu Hua said enthusiastically, ready? Here we go. Seeing that it was too late, Zhao thought stiffly, I might have some talent in other areas, but dancing in front of everyone, the music started and the game began. Hua, come on, don't be so nervous. Smile a bit too. Yu Zhao waved her hand to refuse, but Long Shen thought too unnatural and then directly sprayed setting spray. This awkwardness was pure torture. Lu Hua pressed against her body. That's right, no need to be nervous, she said while holding Zhao and dancing. Just follow me, listen to this, the thumping drumbeat. Step along with my path, you can sway your body a bit, even like this. As long as our steps don't get messed up, the score will shoot up. After that professional training, Zhao thought to herself, so dancing can be this fun. Thank you, even though I never thought I'd get the reward. But I actually did. Outside the game area, both were very satisfied with their victory. Zhao took out a cake and said, I made this cake. Please have some, Lu Hua replied happily. No big deal, we know each other now, right? I just didn't expect you to come to the game area on the weekend too. Haha, but earlier you said you were curious about guys' favorite anime outfits. Is it because you have a crush on someone? Zhao whispered. Lu, kind of. He really likes games too, so I got a bit curious. Hey, I always feel like in this new environment, everyone around me is in a relationship. Hua burst out laughing as she said this. Ahaha. Zhao asked curiously. In a relationship, you mean Chao and his girlfriend, right? Hua replied. Yeah, sort of. Hearing this, Zhao also laughed heartily. Haha, what kind of relationship is that? I think it's a bit fake. Luha was surprised and exclaimed. Fake? Zhao Zhao answered matter-of-factly. Of course, I know him too well. I've already analyzed that little thing of his thoroughly. There's absolutely no way he'd fall in love that fast. Zhao Zhao waved Shalwa over and whispered, let's not even talk about whether he has something going on with Senior Ningning. I heard that Blockhead still doesn't dare to date because of his ex-girlfriend. Hearing this, Luha suddenly froze. She thought to herself, ex-girlfriend. Bai Chao's voice came through as he answered the phone. I've checked everything, that's about it, he replied, so there shouldn't be any rule violations. The reason Wawa's votes are so high now might just be because she's well liked by the public. On the other end of the phone, Tang Xin clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tisk, it better be that way. Little Orange beside her also spoke up. Hey Bai Chao, don't tell me you've sided with her. Everything you're saying now is just covering for her, right? Going on and on about Wawa's background or something, Tang Xin immediately said. You're the one switching sides, don't talk nonsense and wrongly accuse people, Little Orange. Then Tang Xin asked Bai Chao, so where are you now? He replied, at the swimming pool. I had an appointment with Wawa earlier at the pool and I'm waiting for her now. But Tang Xin said they had previously agreed to meet privately to exchange information. This left Bai Chao stunned. This situation sounded a bit strange. I can't stand it, Little Orange shouted into the phone. Bai Chao, you really have switched sides, haven't you, President? Look at him. I told you, how can you organize a student council election with someone like this worm? Gulp. Oh dear. But Tang Xin slapped Little Orange's butt and said, all right, snap. Tang Xin's expression at that moment was terrifying, her fierce eyes showing dissatisfaction. Anyway, she's definitely coming after Bai Chao. No matter what our past relationship was or what she really wants since she wants to be president, Xiao Guozi looked at Tang Xin worriedly. The president's expression was too scary. She suddenly laughed, licking her fingers seductively, and said, then let her try. So she instructed Bai Chao. As for you, Chao, keep up the undercover work. Beep beep beep. Bai Chao stood up and muttered, what is all this? An election is messing with people's mental states. I'd better go check things out. Hopefully Wawa hasn't arrived yet. Just then a voice came from behind him. Oh, old Bai, what are you doing here? Before he could finish, suddenly, Bai Chao slipped. No way, are you trying to pull some trick and push me into the pool? What are you afraid of, you brat? A hand grabbed his clothes. She spoke in a very ambiguous posture. With me here, do you think you'll have a chance to call for help? Bai Chao froze. Hey you, you're Wang Jiali. Jiali immediately said. You dog, looks like you haven't forgotten me yet, she questioned. We haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 years in college, and the moment you see me you act like you don't want to recognize me, with that gloomy face. Hearing this, Bai Chao quickly denied it. Oh no, it's not that I don't want to recognize you, it's just, he covered his eyes. Because your name, Wang Jiali, at this sensitive time, I'm afraid of getting stabbed in the back. But speaking of Wang Jiali, she was also a classmate of mine and Wawa's from middle school. Back then, because the soy milk from her building was so good, I once begged her crying to buy me soy milk for half a year. A scene emerged. The soy milk from the new continent was placed on the table with a clatter. Bai Chao had thus gotten entangled in a troublesome fate. But after years apart, her appearance had indeed changed a lot. He stared at the most prominent and changed part of Jiali. It was ridiculously big. While he was puzzled, Wang Jiali had already climbed the stairs and sat down. What are you standing there dumbfounded for? Bai Chao quickly covered his eyes. Oh, nothing, just curious why you're here too. Oh, she replied. Isn't it obvious? I'm the lifeguard at this pool now. Who do you think saved you just now? Bai Chao added. Why don't you mention who made me slip in the first place? Then she ruffled Bai Chao's head. Hey, let's not talk about that. Earlier I saw you sitting there alone in a daze and I almost didn't dare come over to say hi to an old friend. What's wrong? Heartbroken? Heartbroken over what? Then what about your girlfriend? Girlfriend? Bai Chao blushed, facing this girl named Jiali, who was holding a whistle in her mouth. What about Wawa? Why isn't she with you? She went to the restroom. This surprised Bai Chao even more. How does she know about us? No, she doesn't know anything about me and Wawa. Maybe from her perspective, he and Yan Luha were close in middle school and must be together by now. Since he was here now, he must be on a date with Yan Luha. Wang Jiali's logic was correct, but things had taken a few twists and turns. Bai Chao spoke up. I came with her, but she's still in the changing room and hasn't come out yet. But she's not my girlfriend. Wang Jiali was surprised. Wang Jiali was taken aback. How is that possible? You two were glued together in middle school, those pink bubbles floating all over the classroom. I thought you were about to get married, she asked again. Too afraid to confess. Need my help? Bai Chao picked up the float she handed him and replied listlessly. Confess what? She doesn't like me either. You nosy people always jump to conclusions. Hey, he said, making an excuse to go elsewhere. I'll go see if she's out. Don't say you can't find this place. Wang Jiali suddenly frowned and sighed, then broke into a smile again. She doesn't like you, Song Jiali repeated. Have you forgotten how your request for me to buy soy milk was cut off? A scene emerged. Every time I handed you the soy milk, the resentment in her eyes could scare me back 2 or 3 meters. The jealousy was flying everywhere. HMPH Lu Hua's expression at that time was very ugly. There are some things you guys might not notice. The way she held back her words and ran to you, holding back the urge to shout out, blushing shyly. To us girls it's very clear. Hey youthful love. Hearing this, Bai Chao panicked. You mean in middle school she really liked me? Jiali spoke. Bingo, Wang Jiali confirmed. What's wrong? Don't tell me you were the last to know. Hey, I'm the most pitiful one. In those 3 years of middle school I was unwittingly treated as a rival by someone. At that moment Lu Hua had already appeared and the two were still chatting enthusiastically. Poor her. She likes me. How is that possible? If she did, why would it be like this? Lu Hua recognized Wang Jiali from afar. Lu Hua's eyes were full of jealousy. Why is she here? Jiali dangled her feet in the water, teasing Bai Chao. Anyway, there are many reasons for things between us. Sometimes taking everything for granted isn't good either. Ha, Bai Chao scratched his head. What about you? Isn't Li Yu with you? Hearing this, Jiali turned around, surprised. Oh, she leaned in and asked him, why are you so curious about my love life? Bai Chao was surprised. Ah, suddenly, someone behind him covered his mouth and shouted loudly. Of course he's curious. I'm curious too. That's Lu Hua, she spoke. In middle school she brought soy milk for Chao every day. She stood in front of Bai Chao. And Abao just publicly rejected another boy's confession. After that, did she keep pining for Chao or did she find a new flame? Right? Bai Chao widened his eyes, his mouth twisted in thought. Jiali spoke. HMPH Wawa, Lu Hua greeted. Wang Jiali, long time no see. Suddenly Lu Hua grabbed Bai Chao's swim trunks, grabbed. Oh, be careful. Lu Hua's face turned red with shyness. I didn't expect Chao to be here too. Ha, Bai Chao struggled. What do you mean here too? Didn't we come together? I am waiting for you here, Jiali spoke. See, this is how Wawa treated me in middle school, usually a cute girl, but the moment someone is mentioned her aggression is maxed out, and she says she doesn't like you. She sighed again. Hey, bringing soy milk, hey, rejecting the confessor, hey, rival. Lu Hua shyly quickly denied it. What, in middle school, didn't you bring him soy milk every day and reject Li Yu's confession? Your feelings for someone were practically written on your face, so that's why I didn't give you a good look. Then Jiali hugged Lu Hua from behind. Hey cute girl, look over there. She snapped her fingers, snap. That boy I rejected, the one you mentioned, isn't he right over there? Lu Hua suddenly recognized him. Li Yu, that's not right. If you rejected him, why is he here? And you're here too. Shish ha. Then Jiali sat down, putting one foot in the pool. They got together. This surprised both Bai Chao and Lu Hua. Lu Hua also sat by the pool and asked, got together? Then why did you reject him back then? Jiali sighed. Hey, a boy like him, a bit slow-witted. We both had feelings for each other. In the past, Li Yu and Jiali studied hard together. Ah, right. As for bringing soy milk for this fool, it was entirely because if I brought it for him, I'd be the middleman making a big profit. Chirp, according to Jiali. Li Yu, but that fool suddenly confessed to me for no reason. And it was during dismissal when all the classes were around. Wasn't that putting me on the spot? What's more, he confessed directly again and again, scaring Jiali into running away. Now she hugged her knees, very shy. Don't be fooled by my tough exterior, but I'm a girl. Facing a sudden confession when the friendship progress hasn't fully filled the psychological gap is still complicated. Hearing her say this, Bai Chao was a bit shy and couldn't believe something like this could happen to him. Girls still care about face, and Lu Hua was equally flustered, also a bit worried about the other person's thoughts. So in the panic, even though she liked the other person in her heart, she would subconsciously refuse. But I patiently told him that this kind of confession, when the passion between the two hasn't peaked, will only make the other person back off. Only when both are full of passion can a confession naturally lead to being together, Jiali said happily. So after college we naturally got together. Lu Hua thought about it. So after rejecting someone, you still need to take the initiative to explain clearly? Jiali mentioned in passing. I came here to work because that fool was already here as an intern coach. If you're interested, you can earn some living expenses together. Bai Chao replied. Hey, working hard together, that's enviable. Lu Hua thought even deeper. So it was my problem after all. Then Lu Hua spoke up. So are you two living together now? Jiali blushed and said, well, we're not in the same school, so it's a bit hard to meet. Coming out to work is also to prepare for living together. But let me tell you, the happiness of living together is really strong. You can cook together, clean together, sleep together. After hearing this, Lu Hua said shyly, let me think about what else. Oh well, anyway, sticking with the person you like, doing anything is fun. Living together, the scene shifted back to Bai Chao and Lu Hua in their middle school days. Ding-a-ling, he asked Lu Hua, Wawa, have you ever thought about what kind of life you want after work? Lu Hua spoke, of course I have. I've made a lot of plans. The main one, she hugged Bai Chao shyly, is to live with the person I like so we can cook together. She also imagined Bai Chao cooking while she hugged him from behind. Don't mess around, you'll ruin it. I don't want to, I just want a hug. Cleaning together. Don't move. My place actually cleans itself, I need to turn a bit, don't say I'm just living off you. Oh, and the scene of hugging and playing games after work. You lost. No, oh right, waking up. If I can see the person I like as soon as I open my eyes. Lu Hua's eyes glistened in that happy scene. Just thinking about it made her cheer happily. The tiredness of waking up early would disappear, full of anticipation for a new day. Back to their own story now, Lu Hua blushed shyly. Isn't this plain life exactly what she once talked about and dreamed of? Aw, it really is great, and Jiali looked at Bai Chao. But I've said so much about me and Li Yu, old Bai, she then asked. What about you two, why aren't you together yet? The two looked at each other in surprise. Bai Chao shyly looked at Lu Hua. Lu Hua also looked back at Bai Chao and spoke. Us, Bai Chao and the little girl said shyly together. Ah well, this Wang Jiali saw their shyness and thought, why are they so shy after all these years, still not at that stage? Do I need to give them a push? She looked at her watch. It was almost time to get off work. She thought to herself. Let me help you out this once. Wang Jiali walked over to Bai Chao calling old Bai as she slapped her hand on his shoulder. He looked at her in panic. Then Wang Jiali, arm in arm with Bai Chao and Xiaokui, said that since they rarely got together it was too boring to just sit around, why not play something? Bai Chao spoke up saying she wanted to play. Hey, want to play something? Then Wang Jiali turned to ask her friend, how about it? Wawa. Bai Chao remained silent, watching the two girls talk. She stood up sighing and pondering as she walked. But today was originally meant to be a relaxing time with Han Kan after recording, and she had also planned to ask about her reason for running in the student council election. If she suddenly dragged others into it now, she would probably be upset, right? Better forget it. Turning to the two girls, Xiaokui replied happily. Is that okay? She asked. What should we play? How about something long distance? Bai Chao said loudly. Hey, how can you two just decide like that? Wang Jiali immediately answered. As you can see, Li Yu's internship here is teaching kids to swim and play water volleyball to boost their interest, but they're almost done with class, she added. So let's use water volleyball. She picked up the ball and said, let's settle this. In the distance, Li Yu walked over waving happily and saying, Bai Chao, Yan Luha, long time no see. Wang Jiali suddenly hit the ball toward Bai Chao and shouted, Lao Bai, catch. On Bai Chao's side, he watched in panic as the ball flew toward him rapidly, saying, so it starts just like that? He wasn't ready yet. Suddenly a hand emerged from the water, hitting the ball just as it was about to fall. Smack, the ball soared high and all three looked on in surprise. Xiaokui, who had appeared out of nowhere, jumped onto the water's surface, struck a pose and forcefully spiked the ball down. From Wang Jieli's perspective, Xiaokui jumped up and spiked the ball, and it whizzed straight past Wang Jieli's face. Caught it. Wang Jieli thought to herself, is something off here? The original plan, wasn't it that Li Yu and I were the coaches? She began to imagine herself utterly crushing the two of them. Then she recalled how that Lao Bai guy, without saying a word, had a chance to show off his manliness in front of Wawa, and they would exchange a knowing smile. Even when being dominated by the stronger side, Bai Chao would hold Xiaokui's hand, and they could coordinate like that. Wouldn't that create an opportunity for close contact? Wang Jieli's mind flashed an image of Xiaokui and Bai Chao walking hand in hand, even if they couldn't fast forward to a stage of intimacy. By the time they came back at night, they could at least spark some feelings. For their sake, I'm willing to play the villain. How noble of me. But why has it turned out like this? Wang Jiali hadn't expected Xiaokui to be so good, thinking to herself that Wawa is getting crushed single-handedly, screaming as Xiaokui beats her to a pulp. If this gets out that two of us as athletes are being bullied out here, how can we still hold our heads up in this circle? In the scene, Xiaokui spiked the ball at her again. Bang! Unfortunately, Xiaokui's foot cramped up. Crack, she screamed, almost telling her to watch out. In the scene, Xiaokui, due to the cramp, fell face first into the water, yelling, it seems like her foot cramped. Li Yu panicked when she saw it. Don't worry, I'll help you. Wang Jiali saw this and thought, an injury. Lao Bai's chance to shine has come. She stopped Li Yu. Li Yu, wait. Wang Jiali pushed Li Yu aside, leaving a word, Wawa, hold on, we're going to find help. Li Yu immediately asked in confusion, hey, but aren't you the lifeguard? Aren't you the coach? Who are we going to find for help? Afraid her plan would be exposed, Wang Jiali said, shish, adult matters, kids don't ask too many questions, just follow me. Turning to Xiaokui and Bai Chao, she sighed, her foot twisted in the water. Struggling, Bai Chao spoke up, don't rush, let me help you up first. She looked away shyly and said, I don't know either, I didn't expect you to be so good at water volleyball. She smiled slightly and replied, have you forgotten, one summer vacation? We played beach volleyball at home like crazy for 2 whole months. Looking at her foot, she continued, even though the moves were exaggerated, I at least have some dance background and my stamina is decent, so I just followed along and learned. She continued happily, not realizing she was slowly leaning back, but that's normal. I remember back then someone was in their adolescence, but their attention wasn't on volleyball at all. Seemed like they were staring somewhere else. After saying that, she realized Bai Chao was staring at her butt. They looked at each other, both shy and a little panicked. Bai Chao immediately turned away, lowered his head and said, "Ahem, ahem, I remember when Wawa used to practice dancing, Junjen also got injured, right? Why did you have to compete with those two athletes today? That Wang Jiali is always so scatterbrained and crazy every day." Xiaokui, still lying there, couldn't help but say shyly, "HMPH, you know what I mean." He glanced at her, rubbing his neck to ease the awkwardness. "WH, what do you mean by you know what I mean? I don't quite understand." After hearing his words, she thought to herself, "Don't say it, but it's just like Wang Jiali said, it's jealousy. Back then he probably liked me, right?" She murmured to herself, "Haven't you ever noticed? It seems like whenever I'm around you." She kicked him lightly. Smack. Xiaokui sat up and continued murmuring, I become really strange and I want to do everything." In a very competitive way, he turned to look at her. After saying that, she added another, very competitive. After leaving the pool, Bai Chao carried Xiaokui on his back, thinking because Wawa's foot was still a bit unsteady after the cramp. Although she refused multiple times, I still decided to say goodbye to Wang Jiali and Li Yu and take her home first. The wind mingled with the trees, rustling softly, accompanying Bai Chao's thoughts. After autumn in Nanjing, it was unusually quiet. Maybe it was because of Wawa's words when she was with me, always so competitive. Along the way, we both fell into a tacit silence. He looked up at her, only the rustling leaves and those words echoing in his ears. I couldn't help but start thinking about her image in my memory. He began to connect Xiaokui with his own thoughts, having to admit that when forgetting someone, we always prioritize forgetting their flaws. In my memory, Han Ken always seemed like a quiet girl who tried to tone down her brilliance and get along with others. But in places I didn't pay special attention to, she was indeed a very dazzling presence. Whether it was the city's student singing competition, the arcade game tournaments, or the internet cafe esports leagues, she always strived for first place. And I didn't notice only because I was used to her dazzling existence. But why is she so obsessed with being first? Could it really be, as Lulu said when she insisted on the ballet competition, that being competitive is just a chance to show off in front of someone you like? In the scene, a girl holding an exam score sheet said, damn it, Bai Chao looked at her, continuing his thoughts. Could it really be, as Wang Jiali remembered back then, that she likes me? Even some baseless guesses about the student council election popped into my mind. He silently thought, could it be that her fight with Tang Xin for the president's seat is also for me? But if she likes me, why did she reject me so bluntly back then? Xiaokui, seeing Bai Chao staring at her without speaking, asked, "What's wrong suddenly staring at me with that curious look?" He snapped back and answered, nothing. "This is Wawa's home, right?" he continued. "It's been a while, I was afraid I'd misremember." Xiaokui hummed in agreement, "It's right here." Hearing that, he said softly, "Okay, get down." She suddenly had an idea. Should I ask now? But asking directly, especially about something so long ago, would feel really awkward. Her hand rested on his shoulder, squeezing slightly, and then she whispered, "By the way, Chao, do you want to come in and sit for a bit?" Her heart was pounding wildly, and he looked up at that moment. "Huh?" Xiaokui stammered shyly. I don't mean anything else, it's just, how should I put this?" She lowered her head shyly and said, "Since we haven't seen each other in so long, why not go see Hua Ying?" Xiaokui came to her senses. "Anyway, you're a father now, and you've been away for so long, you should go see the kid, right?" Then she reached out and poked Bai Chao's back. "I'm not forcing you to see her, it's just, well, how to put it. She's just a kid, and it's not great that she's been without a father's love for years and she's never even met her dad. It just doesn't feel right." Bai Chao thought to himself, no need to put it that way. He started remembering that Hua Ying was actually a ragdoll cat he and Han Ken used to raise together. And because of her, he still had a high fondness for ragdoll cats. After entering Bai Chao's house, he picked up the cat. "Remember Daddy, so cute, good. Shang, you're much fatter now than a few years ago, almost turning into a fatso." Xiaokui watched him playing with the cat and said, "She's changed more than just her weight now, a lot of things. Take her to my room to play, the air conditioning is already on in there." Then she grabbed some clothes to go take a shower and said, "I'm going to shower now, no rush to leave, right?" He hummed twice. "Go ahead." Suddenly, the cat jumped out of his hands, and he shouted in panic, "Hey Hua Ying, where are you running off to?" The cat darted into the room. He said in shock, could the change Wawa mentioned be this kind of dismissive attitude? He walked into the room, but when Bai Chao looked around, everything presented was no different from his memory. In middle school, Wawa and I spent 2 summers here too, but a lot of other things had been added. Probably some things that came with her new life after our unpleasant separation. Suddenly a strange noise broke his thoughts. "What's that sound?" Bai Chao sensed something. Wait, at this moment, a hand turned off the shower head. Seems like I forgot something. Today is Saturday, right? But why is the room so quiet? Then she shouldn't be here. Suddenly a shout came, "Over here, bro." A figure was deeply engaged. Focus. What are you playing? Hey, why is there talking? He was thinking when a little girl turned to look at him, but she was still talking. You're asking how I died. I got up. What's there to say about being stabbed to death with one shot? Then he pointed at the little girl and asked, "Are you still Wai-ying?" She took off one earbud and replied, "What?" Bai Chao started thinking again. "What's going on?" Wai-ying went in and turned into a cat girl. The little girl saw Bai Chao. "Oh, isn't this brother Bai Chao, Bo?" The little girl rested her chin on her hand and continued looking at him. "Long time no see. What made you think of coming to see your sister today?" He was still stunned. "Where did you pop out from, sis?" A foot stomped on the chair and shouted, "Yan Lahua." That was Xiaokui. "I'm asking you, did you sneak into your sister's room again to play on the computer?" He thought, Yan Lahua, then he remembered and shouted, "You're little Lahua." The little girl touched her head and replied very calmly, So what?" Lahua probably sensed that Bai Chao had forgotten her and said, "Bigger change." "Sorry," he gestured with his hands, trying to recall Lahua as a child. "How did this happen?" "She used to be a tiny, sweet little angel, Lahua." Back to the present, he looked at the little girl in front of him. "How has she turned into this?" Lahua said proudly. "A beautiful genius sharpshooter, right? HMPH, he immediately retorted. "No, more like a bit smelly." She was silent for a moment, then said loudly, "What, you didn't see it just now, it's not my fault." Xiaokui picked her up like a child and shouted, "Yan Lahua, didn't I tell you? No entering my room to play games until you finish your homework?" Xiaokui asked, "And why are you using this headset?" Lahua replied indignantly, "It's because of your crappy headset, can't hear footsteps and the gunshots are all fuzzy." Bai Chao then noticed the headset little Lahua was wearing. This headset reminded him of memories with Xiaokui. "Wasn't this the one we exchanged with prize tickets at the arcade for the first time? It's still so well preserved." Then little Lahua took off the headset. "Here, give it back." Suddenly, it slipped and both of them watched the headset, thinking at the same time, "Oh no, can't let it break." Their faces were close, eyes locked, incredibly awkward, and both Xiaokui and Bai Chao fell silent. Bai Chao thought to himself, too close, and Xiaokui, does she care about this too? Little Lahua thought, it's just a headset. Is it worth all this lovey-dovey stuff? Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Oh no," little Lahua spoke up. "Tisk tisk tisk, I was wondering what was off. A man comes over and you start acting all shy. Usually, I've never seen sis come out dressed like this after a shower." Little Lahua leaned in. "Oh ho, spring hasn't even arrived yet, sis. Are you getting a bit impatient?" Bai Chao immediately blushed. "No, Wawa just came out after showering." Xiaokui said shyly and loudly while pinching little Liwa's cheek, "Yan Lahua, go downstairs and get 2 cups and some cola, or else you'll never touch my computer again." Little Lahua pretended to cry pitifully. Fine, now sis is getting mean to me for a man," Xiaokui said shyly. "Huh?" Xiaokui was flustered. "Ah, little Lahua, boo-hoo." The little girl rolled her eyes at her. "Little sis will go get it. This room is left for sis and that man alone together, all lovey-dovey. Is sis satisfied now?" The little girl wiped her tears with Xiaokui's skirt. "How long should I stay away? Will the sound of finding cola downstairs disturb sis's fun, or do I need to wear earplugs?" Xiaokui said in discomfort. "Hey, boo-hoo, she couldn't do anything about her sister. Forget it, you sit there. Sis will get it. Sis will get the cola." The little girl became happy. "Yay, get me a cup as cute as me." Xiaokui said, a bit annoyed. "Go eat dirt." Bai Chao stood by, watching for a while, thinking, so this is what it's like to be toyed with by your own sister? Little Lahua turned to look at him, showing an adorable expression. Bai Chao was messing around, teasing her. He reached out and pinched Xiao Liwa's cheek. "Come on, you're not as easy to handle as your sisters. One gets you a cola, another drags you into a game. You're really enjoying yourself, huh? I'm just seeing her back. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." She covered her cheek, which he had pinched painfully. "You two have really changed." After hearing her words, a bunch of question marks popped into his head. "Huh?" Bai Chao pointed at himself and asked, "What do you mean changed?" The girl didn't beat around the bush. "Do you think I'm still a kid? I could tell from your reactions just now. You're distant, not like before." Xiao Lahua rested her head on her knees, her face turning red when it touched his, not from shyness but from awkwardness. She began to recall, "And ever since my sister ran home crying 3 years ago, until you went back to Japan, you never came to my house again." She stroked the cat in her arms and asked, "Bai Chao Ji?" Xiao Lahua looked him straight in the eye. "What exactly happened between you and my sister?" he stammered in reply. "This sounds like a kid from a divorced family asking why their parents split up." "Oh, that." The girl looked at him with a pitiful expression. "So, are you two divorced?" Bai Chao hung his head, at a loss for how to answer. He began to think back to when Xiao Lahua was little. Since her parents had long settled in Japan, he had practically raised both Xiao Lahua and Wai-ying. He saw the girl climb onto a chair. Hey, get down. Thinking back, it felt more and more like a family of four, and now the kid was in her rebellious phase, more curious about their affairs, facing this awkward conclusion. I don't want to tell the truth and upset the kid either. Luckily, Xiao Kui called out from afar, Yan Lahua, come here. He vaguely heard Hua's voice. The girl shouted back, what? Don't call me like I'm Hua Ying. Xiao Kui said she needed her for something. The girl shoved the cat at Bai Chao. You're a real kid, take good care of it. Meow. She didn't forget to remind him, think about that question from earlier before you answer. I'll say this first, I don't want to hear bad news. Then she turned and ran toward her sister. Big sis missing me already? Xiao Kui reminded her sister to speak nicely to her. Xiao Lahua watched her sister pack up food. 100, 300. It turned out Xiao Kui wanted her sister's help with something, and the girl was scheming about how to make Xiao Kui angry. Just a small thing. Why do you need so much money? What for? You've got snacks and games at home and mom and dad give you plenty each month. Xiao Lahua held up 4 fingers. 400. Xiao Kui got even angrier. Why the price hike? The girl added. Say another word and I'll call out 500. Bai Chao passed by and overheard the sisters talking. Fine, but if you mess it up I won't give you a single cent. You better spend the money wisely, don't waste it. Tisk tisk, with the way you spend money, sis, you've got some nerve saying that. Not ashamed. Spotting Bai Chao passing by, she pointed at him and said, and this time I'm planning to spend the money on Bai Chao Ge, or maybe directly on you, sis. I'm just making a middleman profit, everyone benefits, that should be fine, right? Xiao Kui quickly covered Xiao Liwa's mouth. Keep your voice down, don't let him hear. Bai Chao saw the sisters arguing and wondered what's going on. While the sudden cooking, Xiao Kui set down the dishes and asked, Chao Chao hasn't eaten all morning, has he? Sorry, I made a few dishes on purpose. She glanced at him and hesitated. Can you force yourself to eat a little? She thought it over, afraid Bai Chao would refuse to eat. So she decided to ease things first before bringing up the past. But would he still be willing to eat together? Bai Chao was being pushed by Xiao Lahua. Why so sudden? Xiao Lahua shoved him hard. Come on, come eat, hurry up. Bai Chao thought to himself, is there something to discuss at the table? But having a pair of ex-lovers openly chat about the past is simple in novels and anime. But in reality it's really awkward. You see, once some things are over it's always a struggle to say anything more. She pushed Bai Chao into a chair and muttered as she sat down first. Of course we're keeping him for dinner. It's the weekend anyway and some people don't want to take care of the kid themselves. Bai Chao was completely confused. Take care of a kid? What kid? The girl realized what she'd said and added. Of course me. At this age, I'm exactly the kind of annoying kid, aren't I? Bai Chao looked at the girl in confusion. Well, Xiao Lahua said angrily. What, not willing? She closed her eyes and pretended to cry. You adults are always like this, just worrying about yourselves, breaking up and getting back together. But the innocent kid has to think about it more. She turned and acted like the little match girl. Sigh, a warm home. Sigh, a hot meal. Sigh. Can I only see these when I light a match on a cold winter night? Wah. Xiao Kui's face darkened, thinking, what trick is this brat playing now? As for Bai Chao, he felt sorry for the girl. This strange feeling of guilt, like abandoning a kid. What's going on? Bai Chao broke the awkward silence. All right, let's eat first. Xiao Kui was quite surprised by his response. He actually agreed. He handed her a bowl of rice and reminded her, Lahua, sit here. I'll serve you. Seeing Bai Chao say that, the girl thought to herself, that big-chested brainless woman paid me 400 to do just one thing. Xiao Lahua recalled when Xiao Kui tossed her the camera. Lahua, take this. Find a chance to help your sister. Help me secretly take a photo with Bai Chao Ge. Tisk tisk, a secret photo. Xiao Lahua thought as she sat down, but I see through it all. I already noticed something was off. Needing me to secretly take a photo together, and you still say you're not divorced, and you still say you don't have a crush on him. She put her hands on her hips. Sigh, how would this family manage without me? Now she looked at Bai Chao and Xiao Kui, both panicked. Bai Chao jumped in surprise and replied, well, what's wrong? Xiao Lahua ran over and pushed his chair closer to Xiao Kui. Why sit so far, even if it's just a meal? Sitting that far is too distant. After saying that, she pressed their heads together with her hands. Satisfied with the result, she said, isn't this much better? Bai Chao quickly spoke up. No, not good, Lahua, your sister's leg crimped up this morning. I thought if there wasn't enough space I might bump into her, so I moved farther away. The girl heard this and exclaimed, cramp, cramp. Xiao Lahua covered her mouth. That's terrible. She walked over and picked up Xiao Kui. My sister wants to be an artist. If her leg is injured, she absolutely can't sit on such a hard chair. Then she dropped her onto Bai Chao. She needs to sit on a soft, warm leather sofa. Watching her sister sit on Bai Chao, she smirked mischievously. Oh, by the way, shouldn't an injured person be fed by someone else? Xiao Kui, both embarrassed and annoyed, shouted. Enough, even if I'm injured, it's just my leg, not my hand. What are you up to, you little brat? Seeing her sister pull out the camera, she thought she wanted to take a picture. If it's this pose, it could definitely get the effect I want, but Xiao Lahua handed him a bowl of rice and called him. Bai Chao Ji saw it and said, "You can mess with your sister, but don't think you can easily mess with me." She sighed. Sigh. Holding Hua Ying the cat, she said, "See, little sis, I've ended up in a broken family. Sigh, a man who can't even feed someone. Sigh, a home lacking warmth. Sigh, poor Hua Ying. Sigh, where do we go from here?" Bai Chao helplessly picked up the bowl. "Let's just feed the patient first." The girl secretly gloated at the scene. "Ha, got him. But things won't be that simple. This is just one step in my million-step plan. The spoon I gave Bai Chao Ji is a nanotech super slick spoon. When he feeds her, the food on the spoon will definitely slip off suddenly, and at that moment, his hands will be occupied, unable to save his sister from being scalded in time. He'll only have one flexible part left." Just as the girl thought of the word mouth, Bai Chao lunged forward and sucked up the falling food. "And when the hot food touches my sister's skin, she'll make a strange face, so if I time it right and press the shutter, Xiao Lahua will snap the photo in one go. Then the greatest work of my life will be born. Sister, your 400 was well spent." After lunch. He. Xiao Kui looked at the photos her sister had taken and thought, "How did this brat take these? Where did she learn all this weird stuff?" Xiao Lahua grabbed Bai Chao's shoulders and laughed smugly. "How about it, Bai Chao Ji? Am I your most loyal supporter?" He. "What you meant earlier was clearly that your heart was racing." Thump thump thump, I heard it all. Not satisfied, Bai Chao replied awkwardly. "None of this is necessary, okay? You'd better just shut up." She suddenly remembered something and asked, "What about the question you promised to answer earlier? Have you thought it over?" He asked back. "What question?" the girl asked nonchalantly, making Bai Chao stop washing the dishes. "Are you two really divorced?" she continued asking as she helped him. "Aw, no need to rush to answer. I already have a rough idea. I think you have questions you want to ask me too, but I bet we're thinking along the same lines." Xiao Lahua turned to look at him and smiled. "You want to know if she liked you before, right?" She poked Bai Chao's shoulder. "You want to know if she liked you before, right?" He focused on his work but still replied, "What are you guessing? I've never been hung up on that, okay?" Hearing this, she was exasperated. "Tisk, tisk. You so-called adults, you just keep beating around the bush. Your face is red as a tomato and you still deny it." Then she pulled him down. "Let me just tell you straight, my sister." She leaned close to Bai Chao's ear and whispered, "As far as I know, she might not have liked you as much as you imagined before." "What?" Surprised? After hearing Xiao Liwa's words, the cup in his hand fell and shattered. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. "She never really liked me. So that's why she wanted to reject my confession back then, right?" Xiao Kui heard the sound of breaking glass and asked in panic, "What's wrong? Do you need help?" He shouted from the kitchen. Nothing, I just slipped." "Sorry." Xiao Lahua called out from afar. "What's with the excitement?" "I'm not done yet." Meanwhile, Xiao Kui was extremely uneasy, wondering what are they whispering about. Back to Bai Chao. He pushed Xiao Lahua away, afraid she'd get cut. "Don't touch it, you'll cut your hand. I'll handle it." As he picked up the broken pieces, he accidentally cut his hand, but it didn't faze him. His thoughts were elsewhere. "Honestly, facing Hua, my feelings are complicated. Even after 3 years, there's a lingering guilt. The name Yan Luha has become a thorn in my side. Before, when I didn't know when I'd see her again. That thorn was like an old wound. Sometimes I could forget it existed, but the moment it was touched, it hurt like hell." He looked at his bleeding finger. "Now she's appeared before me and I've heard with my own ears that she never liked me. The old wound has deepened. The snow from that night is now cutting into my heart again." Xiao Lahua saw he was hurt and bandaged him up. All right, what are you worrying about?" "I haven't finished what I was saying." She grabbed Bai Chao's clothes and said, "I meant that before, she didn't like you as much as you imagined, but now." Xiao Lahua looked at him with determined eyes. "She definitely likes you like crazy." He froze. "Huh?" Bai Chao couldn't believe his ears. "No way, not before, but now. Do you know what you're saying?" She lifted her face smugly. "HMPH, want to know?" She held up 3 fingers. "Just 300. 3 minutes later, Bai Chao was still stunned, not yet recovered from the shock. She rattled off questions at him. "Hey, are you playing statue with me? I'm warning you, make me hold this pose 1 more second and I'll raise the price." He pulled out his phone and asked her, "Alipay or WeChat?" Xiao Lahua was a bit annoyed. "Why couldn't you do that from the start?" The girl sat up, intending to do something. "Your hand is hurt, let me do it." Xiao Lahua stepped onto a chair and said, "How should I put this, Bai Chao Ji? Do you think my sister and I count as traditional kids?" "Probably." The girl turned back and winked at him. "Bingo, that's what I think too. Look at my sister. She's inherited the distinct traits of both countries, super conservative. That's where your problem lies." Bai Chao looked at her. "But what does that have to do with what you said about past and present?" She jumped off the chair. "Tisk, tisk, Bai Chao Ji. You really didn't inherit any of China's distinct traits. That's called being subtle, get it?" She replied to him. "If everyone talked as subtly and vaguely as you, I think you'd fail Chinese class too." She then said, "Forget it, let me give you a pointer." Xiao Lahua walked over to the sleeping Xiao Kui and pulled at her shorts. "See these shorts?" Bai Chao awkwardly glanced at them. "Yeah, they're just some ordinary shorts." The girl retorted, "Look closely, don't you see? The elastic on these shorts is loose, about to fall off." Xiao Lahua picked up the shorts and rubbed them against her face. And according to my ninja-trained sense of smell, my sister has been wearing these shorts for 7 or 8 years. Hey, I'm saying, she makes so much money as an idol and can't even buy new ones, but they do smell nice. Xiao Kui shouted angrily at this point. Yan Lahua, what are you two up to again? Seeing her sister angry, Xiao Lahua grabbed Bai Chao's hand and shouted, Bai Chao Ji, run. How did she wake up? Isn't she usually impossible to rouse during her nap no matter how loud it gets? Xiao Kui chased after her, shouting, Stop right there, I'm going to spank you until you bleed today. Xiao Kui had just reached the door when it slammed shut. Truly, great fortune comes with great risk. Xiao Lahua looked smug. That's right, you saw my sister's legs just now, didn't you? That privilege comes with an extra charge. Get lost. The girl looked at him. So through my sister's shorts, do you understand now? Bai Chao patted her head and praised her. I get it. I'm really glad my Lulu didn't grow up like you. She held up the pants and shouted, Who told you that? I was talking about the pants. Look at that pair of shorts with the loose elastic waistband that she can't bear to throw away. Isn't the answer obvious? My sister's conservatism is a kind of deep nostalgia. He started to reminisce. Indeed, I, Xiao Lahua, have a profound understanding of nostalgia. She's the type who is devoted to her habits. Once she gets used to something, she doesn't easily try to change. Just like her music, clearly a rising idol singer, yet she stubbornly stuffs most of her pop and bossa nova into classical albums. Let's go a bit further. Even her habit of using pens is the same. Even in middle school, when everyone around her had defaulted to fountain pens, she stubbornly stuck with pencils. But is this nostalgic habit the same when it comes to feelings? Xiao Lahua stretched and answered. When she moved to Jingnan 4 or 5 years ago, she did get along well with you. But if we're talking about liking someone, she was more accustomed to her days in Japan. The girl glanced at him and said, But when she gradually started to get used to you, the two of you were forced apart by geographical distance. Xiao Lahua spoke, and Xiao Kui's unstable expression appeared as if she was worried about something. So from then on, the life she had finally gotten used to was shattered once again. She has been searching for habits related to you. Even after becoming an idol and starting a new life, that nostalgia deep down still clings to her. She poked his clothes. That's why I said before that she didn't like you as much as you thought, but now that she's found the habits she and you both want, she definitely likes you. He listened and started to think, now she likes him. The girl continued, Oh, by the way, just a heads up, she's gone off to run for student council again, hasn't she? Let me tell you, back in Japan she was also a member of the student council. See, even in another country she wants to find old habits to be nostalgic about. After hearing Xiao Lua's words, he thought of the student council. The reason she chose the student council was it because this role holds both her past self and her future habits. Following Bai Chao's train of thought with Xiao Lua's warm reminder, she prompted him, So do you know what to do now? Bai Chao bid farewell to the two sisters, temporarily ending this warm weekend of small family memories. He walked away worrying, but the real problems were still unresolved. On one side was the president, on the other was Han Qian. In their fierce battle for the student council presidency, he was stuck in the middle, suffering. He didn't know which side to help. But news came one after another, and Xiao Guoxi ran over quickly. Startling Bai Chao, Xiaoju, she called him vice president. Then Xiao Guoxi said breathlessly, Vice President, go check the student council room quickly. The president, she's so troubled by the election that she's about to do something stupid. His face changed. Something stupid? What stupid thing? Could it be what I'm thinking? He started running with Xiao Guoxi shouting, President, please don't do anything rash. Seeing that Tang Xin was still normal, he let out a ha, and she turned back with a HMPH. She asked him casually as if she knew nothing. Oh, Master Bai is here early today. Why are you standing there dumbfounded? Come on in. He was expressionless. Thanks, beauty. Who are you? Tang Xin asked, and she said loudly, Who am I? You don't even recognize your superior? Bai Chao ran over and looked her up and down. President, you're not dead? She panicked when she heard this. Ha, what's this about death? He put one hand on her forehead and the other on his cheek. He kept muttering, Why are you still wearing twin tails? Oh, I didn't expect to actually touch a real body. Looks like it's not a soul talking to me. Great, no fever either. Shouldn't be at that stage yet. Tang Xin saw him firing off questions like a machine gun, so she kicked him away and asked, What's wrong with Bai Chao today? Suspicious and jumpy, she looked down and said, Use your face to feel the temperature of my foot and see if it's really me. Bai Chao was kicked by Tang Xin but still had a sharp tongue, asking, his personality explosive at the slightest touch. Are you really the clear-headed president? She got angry hearing him still doubting. You're actually checking. He looked down and saw several musical instruments, but why suddenly? Wait, why are all these band instruments suddenly here? Then he noticed what she was wearing and this shiny skirt. You're going to? She blinked. Finally noticed, that's right. Tang Xin struck a pose, pointed at Bai Chao and said, I've decided to debut as a school idol. Bai Chao was stunned. Ha, a school idol. Is this the stupid thing Xiaoju was talking about? But what about the election? She crossed her arms and answered nonchalantly. Isn't it precisely for the election that I chose to debut as a school idol? Bai Chao reminded her. It's already this late, don't be mysterious, my dear president. Tang Xin recalled the scene of Yu Zhaozhao holding the ballots. You've also seen the latest vote count. No matter what method I use to canvass votes, even letting Yu Zhaozhao promote with her popular social media account, in the end the votes were, she said loudly, still a notch lower than that woman's. Tang Xin gritted her teeth, thinking the most crucial thing was that they clearly knew each other. But no matter how many messages she sent at this time, she pretended to have really gone back to Japan and wouldn't reply at all. There was no way to find out about the enemy's situation. She held the guitar and said softly, I have no choice but to resort to this. At that time, even if I really don't get elected, isn't there still the school idol job to fall back on? Bai Chao answered her while holding his phone. Is the situation not that optimistic? Hearing him say this, she showed a smug expression, that look of finally taking the bait. Tang Xin grabbed his shoulder and whispered, But Vice President, don't worry either. Even if I don't get elected, I won't let you stay in the student council. If we're going down together. Then we'll form a school sister idol group. She imagined the scene of the two of them debuting, looking at Bai Chao with eyes full of affection, making a dignified debut together. How about it? He looked at her, shocked. President, you're really joking. No matter what, it won't come to losing that badly. Suddenly, she reached her hand to his chest, catching him off guard. Bai Chao saw Tang Xin's unusual behavior and asked, What are you doing? She pressed closer. Of course I'm helping my good sister measure her clothes, otherwise how can I get a matching uniform made? He was a bit scared and shouted, Hey, are you serious? Tang Xin hugged him tighter. Of course I'm serious. The vice president also knows I'm quite nostalgic. If that woman gets elected and ruins the peaceful days of our student council, I'll have to seek compensation from the vice president elsewhere. This is called compensation. After hearing her, something flashed through his mind. Nostalgia, compensation. Chao, wait a minute, isn't this exactly what Han Qian is doing now? Maybe there's still a breakthrough. She hugged tighter and said, I have to measure it tightly. He put his hand on Tang Xin's leg and shouted, Stop. I've thought of a way. Bai Chao glanced at her. As long as the president can guarantee a successful election, right? She looked back at him. Right, has the vice president thought of a way? Bai Chao stood up abruptly. It should work. Anyway, as long as we ensure the president has the highest votes before the election voting ends. Just give me 2 days. I'll go find her first. He straightened his clothes and sighed. The issues between her and me really need to be faced. Bai Chao walked away but didn't forget to remind Tang Xin. And about that uniform, don't order it for me yet. Xiao Guoxi came over and understood. So the president had me trick the vice president into coming here, just to coerce him into figuring this out himself. How cunning. She was too embarrassed to do anything else. Who told that guy to always waver? Asking for a reason for the election took this long and still got nothing. If I didn't push him, he might have been bought off by now. Tang Xin chuckled darkly. But, she said softly, the vice president's chest feels pretty good. Xiao Guoxi spoke up. Can he really come up with a way? Now Bai Chao was holding his head in distress, thinking about how to help the president win the student council election while easing the somewhat awkward relationship with Han Qian. Honestly, I don't know what to do anymore. But thankfully, with Xiaoliwa's earlier reminder, I pretty much understand Han Qian's intentions in the election. It seems to just be following a habit. If I could bring her a more long-standing habit, for example, if we spent the whole day together like we did in middle school, would it lessen her competitiveness in the election? Still troubled, he decided to ask Xiaokui to go out, but no matter what, sending out a date invitation might be a key step. Bai Chao recalled the scene of him walking with her in the hallway. He extended the invitation, but I originally just wanted to play games together. I never expected Han Qian to not only immediately agree to the date, but also suggest going to that place we always wanted to go to back then but never did. The anime convention. He walked through the crowded crowd thinking honestly, compared to now being always energetic and ready to attend crowded anime conventions, I feel like I've already evolved into an old man who only likes staying home playing games and watching anime. But seeing Ji wearing clothes slightly bolder than mine, I'm even more curious about what Han Qian will wear. Looking at Xiaoliwa's theory of conservatism, she'll probably only wear some old characters, the conservative kind she liked in middle school. The image of Sailor Moon which Xiaokui loved most in middle school floated into his mind. Suddenly someone called out, Chao, sorry. Bai Chao looked, it was Xiaokui. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiaokui muttered while adjusting her costume. This strap keeps falling off for some reason. It was custom made. How can this be? Bai Chao said in shock. Where did this conservatism go? She stared at him with a slightly annoyed expression. What's with that look? Don't you like it, Chow? Bai Chow stammered awkwardly. No, it's very nice, it's just… Xiaokui spoke, recalling the time they played games together. Hey, I knew it. I still remember someone playing Castlevania with me. After seeing the demon sister appear, you were rolling around hugging your pillow saying, "Demon sister, grant me a favor." Right then a thought popped into my head. Does he like this style? Back to the present, she greeted him smugly. I thought then, why not wear something a bit like that for the anime convention and satisfy someone's strange wish for a favor? Now it's clear it worked. He could only cover his face, blushing deeply. After Bai Chow heard Xiaokui finish, he shyly ran over and covered her mouth. All right, I don't want to mention those distant memories, but that's not what I meant. If you're dressed like this, won't those old perverts mixed in the crowd be like wolves seeing fresh meat? They'll just pounce like crazy. As soon as he finished, photographers swarmed in. Sister, let me get a shot, let me take one. Hey, didn't I say let me take it? Several photographers started calling for her to pose. That's right, look this way. Look this way. Bai Chow saw the photographers swarming to take pictures of her and thought, sure enough, these old perverts are exactly the same as when they stood in front of the president. Suddenly someone started shooting from below her chest. Ooh, this angle is pretty good too. An impolite thought rushed into his mind, and he blocked the camera lens with his hand, shouting, "Hey you people!" At the same time, her hand also landed on the camera, touching Bai Chow's hand. Ah, sorry. The two suddenly locked eyes. Xiaokui grabbed his shoulder and whispered, "It's okay, leave it to me." Sorry everyone. Today I'm only out with my boyfriend, hiding behind Bai Chow. Both of us are very uncomfortable with people pointing cameras at us. Please don't take random pictures, okay? Hearing her say this, he pondered the fake boyfriend card she played. Ah, is that so? That's troublesome. Indeed, this method seemed like a much better solution than the last time it escalated to the police station. But hearing Xiaokui say this, the photographer's lecherous intentions didn't diminish. Ah, no problem. Can I add you as a friend? If you ever need it with your figure, sister, the first shoot can be free. The image of that action flashed through his mind, but sure enough, these old perverts wouldn't give up easily. Bai Chow rolled up his sleeves. In this situation, he had to be natural. Xiaokui pushed to the front. Adding a friend means adding contact info, right? She walked over and handed her phone to the photographer. All right, I'll add you, Guo Guishi. Oh, scan here, right? The lecher immediately. That's right. Seeing this, another person also handed over his phone. Sister, add me too. He was dark-faced but helpless. Didn't she dislike this? Why is she? Are you just noticing now? She pressed her hip toward Bai Chow. My boyfriend is unhappy seeing me add other guys' contacts, isn't he? Bai Chow turned away, looking a bit annoyed. No, it's nothing. Anyway, the boyfriend thing is just an excuse. She noticed his expression and teased him. Don't tell me you're jealous. He turned back, blushing, and shouted. No way, she smiled faintly. HMPH, idiot. Look at this. She showed him her phone. This is a dummy account. She held the phone up, you know. Although I'm an idol, I still have to go out, and I inevitably run into these kinds of people. So if I proactively add their contacts, they're more easily satisfied and leave without pestering me. But will they keep contacting me? I've never actively opened this dummy account. He stared at her, and Bai Chow took out a jacket from his pocket. So put this on. If it's covered up, other guys won't stare either. He was blushing like a tomato. It might be a bit better. Seeing his gesture, she covered her face shyly. Sure enough, you're still jealous, huh? Her voice was unusually excited. All right, then you have to accompany me today. I've wanted to come here for a long time. Bai Chow replied indulgently. I remember there are lots of activity areas over there. Let's go check them out first. But neither of them knew that Wu Xiaoyuan had overheard them. She turned to ask her friend Lulu, "Isn't that brother Bai Chow?" Recalling Bai Chow looking at the notebook from the kid, we followed the list recorded in Hannah Chan's notebook and tasted the local specialty cup ice cream. She took a bite and said, the taste is familiar, but I just can't place it. He felt a bit guilty. You're better off not knowing, he thought, sinking into a otaku's fantasy world, when Xiaokui covered his eyes with her hand. Oh dear, are all guys like this these days? No, you can't look, he said. I couldn't see anything anyway. Xiaokui struck a pose, lifting her leg. Chow, do you like this too? He stammered. My mom told me not to casually reveal my hobbies. She tilted her head in confusion, looking as if she knew something. His mind was now filled with images of the bathroom, as if he'd never get into a public toilet even if he waited forever. Seeing how tough it was for him to wait in line, Xiaokui handed him an empty bottle. Want to try this? Bai Chow refused outright. No need. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. The things he desperately longed for as a child, when finally compensated for in adulthood, really lacked novelty and left a sense of loss. It's nothing special, he thought faintly, but compared to those compensations now it no longer mattered. It felt like returning to his youth. Feeling the atmosphere of being with Hua brought him more satisfaction. The awkwardness that had once stood between them like a mountain gradually dissipated. It faded away amidst the noisy chatter. But why did he have a nagging sixth sense of being watched today? Could it be those old photographers secretly snapping pictures? At that moment he had no idea two little tails were observing him from the shadows. Wang Xiaoyuan looked at Lulu, who was fiddling with her phone, and asked in confusion, "Tisk tisk tisk, brother Bai Chao is impressive, going on another date with a girl." Lulu recognized who it was. Her expression was serious as she replied, "I don't know what he's looking at. The white fox's woof should be at school. The red-haired idiot's turtle status is Wi-Fi. Shouldn't be here either. Senior Ning Ning is still preparing for exams, none of them. So who is it?" Just then the two were arm in arm. Bai Chao looked at the kid's notebook. "What do you want to do next?" she said. Just one left, taking photos." Suddenly, a girl appeared excitedly, looking for a photographer. "Sister, look at me," she pointed at her booth. "Intimate lovers, couple photos." She beamed enthusiastically. "I'm a professional." Bai Chao looked confused. Couple photos?" A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "But if it were a photo of him and Hua," the girl urged, "the price is absolutely fair and reasonable." "Pick me, please." Bai Chao dismissed the idea. Taking a couple photo with his ex-girlfriend was a bit too abstract. He declined. "Sorry, no need." The girl with the camera was surprised. "Oh, is it too expensive? You haven't even asked the price yet. It's definitely a steal." Xiaokui looked reluctant. Xiaokui tugged at his clothes to make him turn around. She stammered. How about, with her inner thoughts, if they were going to take a professional couple photo? She had already tried to hide her jealousy. Should she be decisive and pick this person, be proactive? Hearing Xiaokui's words to Bai Chao, the girl boldly approached. Look here, look straight into the lens." Bai Chao turned around. "Oh no," she blurted out, looking at the photo just taken. "There's no couple vibe at all." Bai Chao was surprised she had started shooting. "Hey, why did you start shooting?" The girl pointed at Xiaokui. "What's wrong? This sister said to pick me, and the girl is being so proactive. Why aren't you doing anything?" Bai Chao retorted. "We're not." Xiaokui directly handed over a stack of cash. "Then please, little sister, teach us how to take a good photo, okay?" Bai Chao exclaimed. "How, we're really doing this? Don't worry, leave it to me. I've got it all covered." The girl was delighted, thinking she'd finally made her first couple photo sale. Then the photographer started rambling. "Intimate photos, in short. You two need to stick close together and bite this chocolate bar." She shoved the chocolate bar into their mouths. "That way your faces are close together, right?" the girl said triumphantly. As they felt the chocolate bar melt from the warmth of their tongues, the distance between them gradually shortened. "And give me your hand," she said, pulling Bai Chao's hand. "Why is it so stiff? Put it here." She placed his hand on Xiaokui's thigh, startling her. "Aren't lovers supposed to instinctively pull each other closer?" the girl said as the two faced each other, both embarrassed and blushing. She started circling them, sizing them up. "And the other hand, let me think." Xiaokui suddenly laughed. He, she thought to herself. "Leave the rest to me." Seeing her strange behavior, Bai Chao was a bit scared. What are you doing?" She leaned in close to Bai Chao, leaving no gap between them. The photographer blurted out, "Nice, yes, that's the look." She bit the chocolate bar and teased him. "You're blushing so cute." Bai Chao spat out the chocolate bar and stammered, How? Xiaokui's eyes were now dazed as she looked at him. "Then come a little closer." She moved closer, thinking, to make up for what was left unfinished in the past. "Do it together." The girl with the camera kept clicking the shutter. "Oh, they're really about to kiss." Finally getting it. In the distance, a hand gripped the wall tightly. That person was Lulu, looking panicked. That person was Yan Luha. An image of a man and woman flashed through her mind, as if they were separating a woman who had hurt her brother. "How dare she come back to seduce my brother?" Lulu shouted. "Yan Luha, sister." She stomped her foot heavily. "Sister, don't get close to my brother." Xiaokui turned to look at Lulu in confusion, while Bai Chao was shocked to see his sister. "How are you here?" The four of them sat down at an empty table, and Bai Chao explained, "Hua is here as an exchange student. That's the situation. So, we bought tickets on a whim and came here. Didn't expect to run into you guys." The little girl looked unhappy. "Oh, is that so?" This made Wang Xiaoyuan suddenly feel that Lulu was being too harsh. She stomped her foot heavily and asked with suspicion, "But Lulu doesn't quite understand one thing. On a whim you dress so lightly in autumn, drag your brother and prepare to kiss in public?" Xiaokui's face turned as red as a tomato. Lulu's face darkened as she pressed on. "Even between siblings we've never been this close." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Wang Xiaoyuan pushed a water glass toward Lulu. "If you siblings wanted to do that, wouldn't it be even weirder? After all that talk, have some water first." Lulu, caught off guard by her friend, felt awkward. "Wu Xiaoyuan, I don't need you to correct me right now." The little girl laughed happily. "Don't kill me. I'm just afraid you'll end up on the wrong path." Xiaokui finally spoke. Beilu stood up to greet her. "Sorry I didn't tell you before coming back. Long time no see." Lulu smiled upon seeing her. "Tisk, it has been a long time, so long I thought we'd never have to see each other again. When are you planning to leave Jingnan and continue? But don't make my brother cry again." Xiaokui was troubled, and Bai Chao felt guilty as he reminded his sister. Lulu, how can you talk like that? Xiaokui looked dejected, confirming that Lulu still held great hostility toward her. Lulu angrily slammed the table. How can I not talk like that? Fine, then I won't ask why you didn't tell me she was back. The little girl frowned. Now Lulu just wants to know what exactly is the relationship between you two. Why are you still together? Have you broken up, cut off all ties as boyfriend and girlfriend? Xiaokui blushed, and Bai Chao looked at her. Or do you want to be a pair desperately rekindling an old flame? He stammered under his sister's questioning. This, she could only glance at him awkwardly, putting him in a difficult position again. If the conflict is because of me, even if I lie to reassure Lulu. Let me say it. Xiaokui placed her hand on Bai Chao's head. We're just classmates, the little girl retorted angrily. Classmates and you touch my brother's head. Just classmates, she began to explain. I know Chao has looked me up a few times, probably just to ask about running for student council president since he's a current member, but unfortunately, our meetings were delayed by one thing or another, so he never got to ask, she waved her hand. But don't worry, I'm not back for him this time, and running for president has nothing to do with him. She spoke, recalling everything she had seen. When I passed by the student council, I saw the atmosphere inside and felt drawn to it. I guess if I could become president, I might have all the power of the student council. That's why Chao helping me with the campaign is why we met alone this time. Lulu asked suspiciously. Really just for the student council? She replied calmly. Just business. Hearing this, Bai Chao recalled what Wang Jiali and Xiaokui's sister had said to him. Does she really think that? But clearly, in her words, Wang Jiali and Xiao Lehua also want to go back to how things were. Clearly, I'm the one desperately trying to return to the past. But I'm about to deceive myself again for something else. End one mistake with another and keep running away. He paused for a moment and said, That's not it. Lulu pressed. What's not it? Bai Chao said seriously. I said what I hoped for after seeing War again isn't like this. He took her hand. I know there are misunderstandings between us, but because of my cowardice, because of distance, because of her avoidance, all these misunderstandings were swallowed down with tears. I looked her in the eye, but if we can meet again, why not clear things up? This time I asked Wa out to explain everything, at least to get back to a state where we don't lose each other as friends. Lulu rushed over and slapped him, then shouted, Have you no self-respect? Did you forget again? She abandoned you first, and after the breakup she immediately left far away. You were the one hurt, but now just because she's back you want to go back to how things were. Truly lacking self-respect. Tears welled up in her eyes. Wang Xiaoyuan raised her hand tremblingly. Can I interrupt for a moment? The little girl hugged her arm. Sister, I'm afraid if I don't ask now, after this is over, everyone will go home and there'll be no time, but I really can't hold it in anymore. Are you that Japanese idol Cream Koyama? The words stunned the other three. How do you know? Xiaokui was surprised. Wang Xiaoyuan was excited. Oh, it really is you. Because Lulu used to say, don't go, let's just say that for now. Lulu used to drag me to think about saving you. At that moment, Lulu was holding her phone or something. Damn, she's having another concert. Wang Xiaoyuan watched. Oh, a very cute sister. The little girl spilled all of Lulu's secrets. Studying your dance, studying your stage performance. She also said, why pay so much attention to a foreign idol? So it was you. This made Xiaokui very embarrassed. How did he say all that? So mortifying. Xiaokui looked at Lulu, who had always been watching her, but then Bai Chao noticed, where's Lulu? Did she run off again? Xiaokui immediately ordered. She ran, chase her. She's emotionally unstable, don't let her do anything stupid. He looked confused, but where to chase? Wang Xiaoyuan remembered something. What was it? It seems Lulu has been hanging out with a sister lately. Maybe she went to find her. Half an hour later, a girl was about to open the door when she noticed a figure. Sister, that girl you mentioned, could it be a squirrel? Bai Chao and Xiaokui arrived at Ning Yishui's home. Sorry, senior, for disturbing you again. Where's Lulu? Yishui invited them in. Oh, she's fine. I happened to come back and saw her squatting at the door, so I asked her in to sit for a while. She nodded toward her room. But she hasn't said a word since she came in. I don't know what happened. I managed to calm her down, but I was worried, so I called you. Go see her first. Bai Chao hurried into the room. Okay, I'm going in. Xiaokui thought about going too, but Ning Yishui stopped her. Yan Luha. Xiaokui was startled. Ning Yishui said softly. It's better to let them handle sibling matters themselves. She was surprised. All right, so I've been relegated to an outsider, she sighed and narrated. But it's a bit ironic. In the past, when Lulu was upset, she always came to me for comfort. Xiaokui leaned against the wall, looking dejected. Now, even if she wants to escape, the first person she thinks of is you. Ning Yishui replied casually. It's not strange. Lulu and I aren't that close, we just met by chance once and made a small agreement. Or rather, an alliance about Bai Chao's love life, so we crossed paths. Suddenly, she remembered something about Lulu. Wait, based on my understanding with Beilu, She only comes to me when Bai Chao is in another romantic mess. Oh, and now Bai Chao has brought this girl dressed like this." Xiaokui was startled by her gaze. What? Suddenly being stared at with such a serious expression made her uneasy. "What's wrong?" Ning Yishui asked seriously. "What's your relationship with Bai Chao?" Xiaokui was taken aback. She knelt down to look. Could it really be more than just childhood friends? She was caught off guard by the question, not expecting Luoluo and Tan Jininger to be so close. Meanwhile, Bai Chao looked at his petite sister, unaware that Senior Ningyi's rented apartment was here, yet Luoluo had arrived first. Hearing Bai Chao's voice, Luoluo burrowed into the blanket, and he sat down by the bed where she was hiding. It seemed Luoluo had really grown up a lot without him noticing. Once the one with the older brother role, she now accepted hiding in the bed of her brother's current girlfriend. She even pressed tightly against the blanket that carried the scent of his current girlfriend. Luoluo turned to apologize, but Bai Chao touched her head first, saying sorry. She was indeed angry. She kicked her legs and gripped his hand, shouting that she wasn't mad at her brother. He shouted back without backing down. "Hey, you bit my hand," she said pitifully. "It's because you tricked me into going out all corrupted by that white fox. I'm just mad at myself." As Luoluo spoke, tears began to fall. She felt a bit awkward, a bit overly sentimental. Bai Chao wiped her face with his hand. "Why say that all of a sudden?" She felt a little better. "I don't know either, sorry brother. Actually, I lied earlier. At the anime convention I was really mad at you. I was angry because why don't you take better care of yourself? Why can you still act like nothing happened when you see that girl who once hurt you?" She started crying harder. Luoluo shouted at Bai Chao, "Didn't she go to the island country? Why did she suddenly appear? Was it your wish? And you, have you already forgotten what happened 3 years ago? Is it really her or nothing? I thought that brother and I both hated her after that. At least didn't want to see her again. Didn't want to say another word to her. That's what I've firmly believed all these years. But this morning, seeing you standing with that woman, I suddenly didn't know what to do." As she spoke, she recalled the image of him and that little demon. "My brother, that familiar brother, seemed never to be by my side. I thought I understood you, wanted to protect you as a sister. But suddenly you seemed so far away." Luoluo grabbed his clothes. "It turns out it was all just my wishful thinking. My willfulness. I'm so disgusting." She leaned against Bai Chao's chest. "You think so too, right? But after spending a few hours at Senior Ningyi's place, I figured it out. Your past with her is always between you two, and I was just meddling out of self-importance." Her tears fell in drops. "I think you've been putting up with me for a long time, just not showing it. You've always tolerated and indulged my antics. After suddenly realizing this, I felt incredibly ashamed and embarrassed, and I even ran off to Tan Jiningyi's place, causing you more trouble." Bai Chao pinched her cheek. "It's not like that." He silently recalled everything. Bai Lu had always believed that what happened 3 years ago was Yan Luhua's fault. Plus, in the days after the incident, his mood had hit rock bottom, and he locked himself in his room all day without speaking. Bai Lu had seen all this, making her even angrier at Yan Luha. Up to now, she had done many things, targeting Tang Xin, giving Senior Ningyi a bank card, and so on. She just didn't want what happened 3 years ago to happen to him again. Bai Lu was a sister, protecting her brother in the only way a sister could. Even if her actions were foolish, she never caused him trouble. It only made him find his sister even more endearing. If he were in Bai Lu's position, would he do what she did? The answer was probably yes. He showed a pained expression. But as much as Bai Lu hated Yan Luha, he hated himself just as much. What happened 3 years ago was caused by his selfishness and cowardice, and Xiao Lahua was a sister like that. She was the one who should resent him for hurting her sister. Looking back now, he not only hurt Yan Luha, but also brought so much negativity to his own sister. The one who should feel self-righteous was him, and the one who should avoid Bai Lu's gaze was him. Bai Chao hugged his sister. Bai Lu's words should be reversed. "I'm not even 1/10,000th of her. But now how can I make it up to Luoluo?" She lifted Bai Chao's face. "Brother?" She forced a smile. "What if I leave? Wouldn't all this stop troubling you?" He widened his eyes at the word leave. Bai Chao poked at the toy rabbit, but his mind was elsewhere. "Leave? What does that really mean?" To be honest, even today, he hadn't figured out the purpose of that wanting to leave statement. What did Bai Lulu mean yesterday at the senior's apartment? He only remembered that after saying it, Luoluo seemed to shed a burden, obediently said goodbye to Hana-chan and Tan Jiningyi, and came home with him without a word. But what he didn't understand was the office atmosphere today. As Bai Chao pondered, Tang Xin pressed her chest against his hand and called out, "Vice President, I didn't expect you to be so good with girls." She pulled him backward, making him yelp. "Hey, where did Xiao Guozi pop out from?" Sitting at Bai Chao's feet, she called out, "You've really been through a lot." Tang Xin leaned her face close to him and said, "Let me think how to reward the president." This move made Bai Chao nervous, and he quickly shouted, "What, are you guys finally going to make a move on me?" Xiao Guozi chimed in. "Don't you know last night that Yan Luha suddenly withdrew from the election? So looking at our votes, your re-election as president is a sure thing." Tang Xin rested her chin on her hand, looking at him smugly. "HMPH, even if she hadn't withdrawn it wouldn't matter. With last night's votes, I'd be on top," looking down on her. Bai Chao asked in confusion. "The president's votes went up," Xiao Guozi said proudly. "Of course, Tang Lin's vote-pulling skills are top-notch. I don't know how she found out the president was short on votes and rushed to help." Tang Xin was startled by her words and blushed. She ran over to cover Xiao Guozi's mouth, saying, "Nonsense, it's clearly my personal charm." Even with her mouth covered, Xiao Guozi still tried to speak. But Tang Lin is… Tang Xin interrupted. "Vice president should get to work. There's the school sports meet coming up and tonight's plan is okay." Bai Chao was deep in thought because Xiao Kui really wanted to win. Wall withdrew? Why suddenly? Didn't she say yesterday she wanted to? But what about all the power in the office? He started looking around the office and suddenly noticed 2 clocks on the table, one pink, one black, as Bai Chao wondered about their mysterious appearance. Suddenly a car drove up accompanied by someone's voice. "Hey, that's the little demon." She happily raised her hand and said, "Hi." Bai Chao was startled. "Hey beauty, are you?" Xiao Kui took off her glasses, stuck out her tongue to tease him and said, "Can't recognize me with a helmet on?" Bai Chao knelt down to check the car. "Wah, this is Xiao Ju." He was curious. "What's up, riding an electric scooter to school instead of the subway?" Xiao Kui gave her reason. "No choice. With a kid at home it's more convenient to use the scooter for pickups and drop-offs." She twisted her waist as she spoke. Xiao Kui moved forward and suggested, "How about it, want to go somewhere?" She gave him a thumbs up and said proudly, "I'll wait for you. Get on, I'll give you a ride." As she spoke, she hesitated. "I was actually planning to find you." But Bai Chao was a bit stunned. He imagined some scenes in his mind. Why did this pose keep bringing strange memories into his head? After thinking for a moment, Bai Chao walked over and grabbed the handlebars. "Let me drive instead," he said. Before Xiao Kui could agree, Bai Chao jumped on the scooter. Xiao Kui exclaimed in surprise, "You're sitting in the back?" She blushed, and thoughts began to flood in. "Doesn't that have a bit of an old feel?" She imagined the scene of them riding a bicycle together, sharing a wonderful time. Meanwhile, Bai Chao put on his helmet and said firmly, "Don't worry, it's not a motorcycle. I can handle this kind of engine." Habitually, he grabbed her hand. "Are you holding on tight?" Xiao Kui replied shyly. As he drove, he asked, "This is a scooter, right?" Behind him, Xiao Kui's face was already as red as a tomato, but she still answered, "Yes, but this scooter is a bit special. It's rear-wheel drive." She started to lean closer to him. Xiao Kui whispered, "The power will be a bit strong." Her move made Bai Chao tense up and he began to tremble. Just as Xiao Kui warned, "Be careful or else." At that moment the wheel got stuck, causing the scooter to lose control, and they both flew off it. They screamed in panic. Suddenly, Xiao Kui's eyes lit up. In front of her were 2 familiar watches. Xiao Kui thought, but then she accidentally fell forward, landing on top of Bai Chao, making him cry out in pain. "Ouch." He looked up at her. Wah, are you okay?" "Sorry, But she didn't care at all. Xiao Kui grabbed the 2 watches and asked him, You still keep these?" She blushed and looked at him shyly, waiting for an answer. They stared at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Nearby, a pair of eyes was watching them. The scene of a woman lying on top of a man was spotted by that person. Tisk, 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 just friends from childhood? The scene was reflected through a layer of glass. It turned out to be Yu Zhaozhao. She was standing by the window with binoculars, observing. Zhaozhao muttered, "The more I look, the more I feel." Suddenly, her binoculars were snatched away. Zhaozhao wondered, "Who is it?" Senior Ningyi replied with a dark face and a displeased tone. "Trouble is coming." These words made Yu Zhaozhao afraid. "Tan Jiningyi Senior," Bai Chao said, "you told me to keep them." He looked at Xiao Kui awkwardly and with difficulty. Well anyway, the scratches between the gears of these 2 watches are soaked with the happy times and sad moments of me and the girl I once loved. They have incomparable value. How could I not keep them? But what Luoluo said to his face that day wasn't just polite talk. Xiao Kui was sitting on him, still holding the 2 watches. After hearing this, she blushed. He looked seriously into her eyes and suddenly grabbed her hand. "I once seriously thought even if we don't make it to the end," Bai Chao then said loudly. At least our friendship doesn't need to be separated by some rift, or can we go back to how we were before the confession?" Hearing Bai Chao's words, she threw herself on him, blushing, and hugged him, making him extremely embarrassed and also very surprised. "Wah." Bai Chao tried to speak, but she covered his mouth with her hand. Her head was as red as a small tomato. Okay. Xiao Kui gently rested her head on his chest and whispered, "No need for extra words." She began to reach for Bai Chao's hand. "I know you actually want to ask about why I withdrew from the election. It's not about suddenly giving up something or because you and Tang Xin ran into trouble. the image of Xiao Kui smiling as she put the watch on him emerged. It's just that what I want, she looked at him with adoring eyes, extending her hand, which already had one watch on it, and his hand too had already come to her. Right, Bai Chao and Xiao Kui hooked their pinkies. Instead of dwelling on the pain after the confession, it was better to return to the friendship before. Scene H. The two lay on the grass playing games together, very happy. This is what you said, can't go back on it. The closeness made both their faces red. Bai Chao closed his eyes and laughed. Xiao Kui began to pick up the scooter and said, let's go, no need to dawdle here. Where do you want to go? He stood up and replied, oh, I do have a date today. Where? I'll take you there. She got on the electric scooter. Ready in position, her face excited again. Bai Chao turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. It's the senior's apartment we went to yesterday. Another thought popped into her head. That senior was his nominal current girlfriend. An ex-girlfriend driving him to see his nominal current girlfriend, really. She started to accelerate and sped off, making Bai Chao shout from behind, Wawa, let's slow down, safety first. She was in a bad mood now, feeling very annoyed in every sense, although Xiao Kui's speed scared him. His mind was elsewhere. Actually, I didn't mean to bring up the ex-girlfriend thing to remind Wawa of anything. It's just that at this stage, there's a bigger problem to solve. The image of Senior Ningyi gradually appearing in his mind. Of course, the visit to the senior's apartment today was decided earlier. But after Zhang Jishu's issue was resolved and he went abroad again, his relationship with Tan Jinyi, the image of the senior waving goodbye to that boy, was indeed a bit awkward. After all, the root of our fake couple relationship was fading over time. The surroundings around them were pitch black, with a beam of light shining on Bai Chao and Senior Ningyi, creating an indescribable atmosphere. Bai Chao paced outside Senior Tanji's door, thinking about whether there was any need to maintain this relationship. But when he finally made up his mind to push open the door to Senior Tanji's apartment, what he saw made him panic the moment he opened it. A shark tail wriggling in front of him, Bai Chao covered his eyes with both hands and stammered, Tan Senior, didn't you say you needed help moving things? How? His words made Ningyi turn around. Senior Ningyi said calmly, I'm learning how to swim fast. He was confused, frowning. Swim fast? She was wearing a tight suit with a shark tail attached to her hips. Because of the sports meet competition, I signed up for swimming. So I wanted to see if there's a quick way to learn. Bai Chao shouted in confusion. But what does swimming fast have to do with suddenly wearing a big tail? Senior Ningyi explained. Second, shark tails are strong and powerful, providing thrust to help us move quickly in water. His face froze as she innocently held up a tablet and said, so it did help a little, didn't it? Bai Chao helplessly rubbed his forehead. Maybe, but when you think about it being Tanji's train of thought, it somehow makes perfect sense. The thought flashed through his mind. Yet it was precisely because of this peculiar way of thinking that every interaction with his senior felt special. Putting it another way, she set down the tablet. But if I brought a tail to the sports meet, would that count as cheating? Ning Shishui sat up. Yeah, I still need to adjust it. He watched her, a few cute ideas suddenly popping into his head. No wonder she could come up with a fake relationship plan. How should he bring up whether they needed to continue this now? For him, there were things he found hard to let go of too. He should ask about the important matter first. Now I'm finally asking myself why I came to see you, Senior. By the way, what did you mean yesterday when you said you were moving? Ninger leaned back. I almost forgot I needed to trouble Bai Chao. She slowly stood up and said, help me move, everything's already packed. It's just that it's a bit difficult for me alone. Hearing her words, Bai Chao was stunned, his surprise no less than his confusion. Moving? Don't you live here, Senior? Why the sudden move? It's not because of my disturbance yesterday, is it? Ning Shishui pursed her lips and replied, no, my parents are going back to Nanjing to live for a while, and they want me to move home first. She smiled apologetically, and Bai Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I see, she stammered a bit sheepishly. Then, there's one more thing I might need to trouble you with. My parents already know about us. About us? Bai Chao looked at her in confusion, his gaze following her as she approached him. Ning Shishui bent down and took Bai Chao's hand. They want to meet you too, but for some reason during this time, could we act a little more like real lovers? She sat down, looking straight at him, her cheeks flushed. Bai Chao broke out in a sweat, his face turning pale, but his mind was even more chaotic, fixated on the phrase, act a little more like real lovers. Bai Chao set down the box, wiped his sweat with a pat. Finally he sat amidst a pile of boxes, his head lowered, his tone weary. All moved, he scanned the room and began to think, but come to think of it, this was his first time at his senior's house. Looking toward the living room, it was indeed filled with a strong traditional Eastern family atmosphere. Bai Chao turned to look at several calligraphy pieces. Even the works hanging on the wall are hard to tell who they're by. I feel like both Uncle and Senior Ning Shi have this level of skill, she spoke up. You've worked hard. Hey. Ning Shishui brought water and sat down beside Bai Chao. Have some tea, take a rest. He noticed she wasn't wearing shoes. Only then did he look down and realize he was still wearing his. Bai Chao pursed his lips awkwardly. Sorry, I forgot to take off my shoes when I came in carrying things. Sorry for dirtying your floor, senior. She looked troubled. No, Bai Chao, you don't need to be so nervous. Ning Shi Shui took his hand. Bai Chao, actually, you don't always have to be so formal around me. He didn't understand what she meant. Formal, am I? Of course you are. She looked at him seriously. I've actually noticed that you only seem truly relaxed around you, Zhao Zhao and Lulu. And when you're relaxed, you naturally show that you're actually quite charming. Maybe that's why Yu Zhao Zhao likes you. The image of him playfully pinching Yu Zhao Zhao's cheek flashed through his mind. Ning Shi Shui leaned closer to him. I think maybe it would be nice if we could be like that too, Bai Chao pondered. Is that so? It seems I've never noticed that before. He was stunned for a moment, then reached out and picked up his water glass. By the way, back in the old apartment, Tanji had said to act more like real lovers. Suddenly his back gave a crack, pain shot through him and his face contorted. HMPH, he held his aching back. Tanji panicked. Bai Chao, what's wrong? Bai Chao made up an excuse to calm Tanji down. It's nothing, just an old problem. I guess I didn't warm up properly when moving the boxes earlier and now suddenly, she grabbed Bai Chao's hands and pulled them back. Hey, he froze. Senior, what are you doing? First, hold your breath. She placed her foot on his back. I guess your body wasn't warmed up and suddenly lifting heavy things put too much sudden strain on it. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Ning Shi Shui began pulling his arms back. Bai Chao let out a sound. Ning continued. Now just stretch it out. Then her hands passed through his arms and clamped down. Bai Chao looked back. Move your joints, she said as she pulled back. Like this, her hands pressed on his waist. Bai Chao blushed embarrassed. Is that right? Ning Shi Shui lowered her head close to his face and asked happily, feeling better. At the same time he looked up. Too close, isn't it? His face turned red. Bai Chao stammered awkwardly. Yes, I'm feeling better. His mind kept jumping. Too close. In a position where he was supporting himself with his hands to avoid falling onto his senior's lap, Bai Chao's hand slipped. She was startled and Bai Chao's face pressed against her leg. Silence. He immediately spoke up to explain. Tanji, it wasn't my hand slipping, it's not like that. Ning Shi said softly, it's okay. Tanji placed his hand on his neck and massaged it. Perfect time for a neck relaxation exercise. Bai Chao's eyes widened as he watched her movements, thinking, how did it come to this? Lying on her lap, he thought. But Tanji Ning Shi isn't too guarded against me either. Too difficult, too tense. Lying on her lap, he just looked at her and thought. Seeing his silence, Ning Shi spoke. Bai Chao, you wanted to ask about whether to continue the fake relationship, right? Bai Chao immediately replied. Why did you suddenly think of this, senior? She looked down at him and said calmly, actually, it's because my parents suddenly decided to come back and stay for a while. They want to meet you too. Bai Chao was shocked. Meet me? Tanji sighed. And I also suddenly realized that we don't seem to know each other that well. She rubbed his face and took a breath. Ning Shi shyly twirled her hair with her fingers. I also want to get to know you better. Is that okay, Bai Chao? Bai Chao was astonished, his face as red as a little tomato. Get to know. She changed her address. Get to know you better. She gathered her courage and said, get to know me better. Bai Chao focused on her. The senior chuckled softly, brushing her hair with her hand. Sorry for saying this so suddenly, it is a bit presumptuous. I just suddenly realized that we are somewhat too similar in a way. A breeze blew, gently stirring her hair like a scene from a romance novel blending into her thoughts. Maybe that's why I'm curious about you, Bai Chao. Bai Chao was puzzled. Similar, he didn't quite understand. Ning placed a finger on her cheek. Saying it like that is a bit abstract. She felt this was an opportunity for confession, but also perhaps an opportunity for mutual understanding. Ning Shi leaned down, pressing her chest against his head, and said shyly, Bai Chao, how about starting by getting to know me? Bai Chao was flustered, his hands trembling, his mouth unable to form words, his mind thinking only of getting to know Tanji. Then she led him into her room. This is my childhood room. Although she hadn't lived here long due to her parents' situation, the things she treasured were all kept here. He was surprised to see a tidy room before him. Senior's room. Ning moved a large heavy box into the room. And this is my current life. She sat down wearily, placing her hand on the box. She was covered in sweat. Ning Chao slowly stood up and asked Bai Chao, please help me organize this. I'll go take a shower first. The senior brushed her hair aside, glancing at him as she prepared, her face red as she secretly thought, explore me more later. He agreed to her request. Oh okay, he gently placed his hand on Ning's eyes box and began to think, so this is senior's room. Then he lifted the cloth. It wasn't hard to see that there were indeed few signs of life here. At most, things were just stored here, from a life lived elsewhere. No wonder, even though the school wasn't far from home, the senior wanted to rent an apartment outside. Bai Chao picked up a small plush toy. But the things carrying the senior's past were also easy to see. It was a little panda. The senior had liked cute and quirky things like this since she was a child. No wonder she had so many peculiar trains of thought. The senior had always been a child with her own little world. Bai Chao sighed. In this respect she was very much like Lulu. The difference was that Lulu grew up surrounded by family love. Her little world had long connected to the people around her, receiving our responses, so she could also treat others sincerely. Wu Xiaoyuan saw a picture of Lulu's loving family emerge. But Tan Ji, due to her parents' profession, had always been a lonely person, shrinking her own little world. The image of Ning Shi as a child hugging a little bear toy alone suddenly reminded him of something. No, this is a bit strange too. According to Xiao Chun and Xiao Chu, the senior was clearly not good at responding to people around her who showed a desire to build emotional bonds. In Zhang Jishu's impression, she was an unsociable person. His body stiffened, his mouth unmoving. Bai Chao's face darkened. Tan Ji, in front of me, in front of Lulu, in front of others, can still show kindness. Why this contradiction? His gaze deepened. In a way, she's very much like me. The reason can't be here. What is supporting Tan Ji now? A box falling over caught his attention. Birthday gift for Xiao Chun Jia, clip set for Xiao Chu Jia, performance guide for Shan Shan Jia, farewell gift for Ji Shu Jie, birthday gift for myself. Bai Chao took out the gifts one by one. All gifts, and most of them are already prepared long before the gift-giving date. When he had taken out all the gifts, he saw a pile of books. He looked at the books one by one. Friendliness, the art of social conduct, how to praise others, the secrets of interpersonal relationships, nonviolent communication. Tan Ji reads literary classics but also reads these strange books. Wait, I remember the senior said she reads literary books just to know what everyone might be thinking, if she wants to know. It must be because she can't feel it herself, so she needs to learn. Learn. So the senior has been learning how to be good to others. He turned his head away, his gaze dropping. If it's just learning, that means the senior herself doesn't really know how to care for others. She's learning how to care for others based on her own will. But what is this thing that's similar to me? A mouse appeared and crawled onto his hand. He was already too tired from all the thinking, he really couldn't figure it out. He hadn't even noticed the mouse's appearance. He slowly opened his eyes and saw the mouse's tail. The whole mouse appeared. Bai Chao was so scared tears fell and he scrambled and ran shouting. Just then, Ning Shi opened the door and saw him shouting as if begging for help. Senior, 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 he ran and shouted. The room, there's a... He slipped, spun around a few times and flew out. At that moment, his hands grabbed the towel Ning Shi was wearing. Then he looked up and realized he was kneeling in front of Ning Shi. He said with a tearful face, his eyes watery. There's a... Hearing him mention a mouse, her eyes lit up. A mouse! She was so excited she didn't notice the towel slowly slipping off. Ning ran towards the mouse, even throwing the towel aside. Bai Chao panicked as he realized what was happening. The senior reached out, approaching the mouse. So you were here, I finally found you. She held up the little mouse, looking very happy. Bai Chao, holding the towel behind her, blushed embarrassingly as he thought. So she was wearing something underneath after all. Classic carelessness. Is this the mouse you were looking for at the literature club, senior? Bai Chao draped the towel over her shoulders. It's a brown rat, isn't it beautiful? Look! Ning held the little mouse up to his face. Yes, he praised to make her happy, even though he didn't like mice. Eek! Suddenly, the mouse jumped out of her hand. The mouse rushed towards him. Bai Chao was quite surprised. At the same time, Ning Shi saw the mouse and pounced to catch it. The mouse flew towards him. Although he didn't like it, he still reached out to catch it. Oh, here we go again? She pounced even faster, afraid the mouse would fall. The mouse headed straight for his face. At the same time, Ning Shi, chasing the mouse, also pounced on him. In the end, the mouse was in her hand, and Bai Chao was quite surprised to see the senior lying on his lap. He remained silent, not daring to speak. What came into his view were the remaining water droplets after her bath. Up close he could see them clearly. Bai Chao awkwardly turned his head away and stammered, Senior, are you okay? The senior laughed happily. Peeved, Ning Shi turned his face towards the mouse. It seems it likes you too, naughty. He was puzzled. Likes, she explained. It's not easy for it to get close to others. He looked away. I have been attracting quite a few animal friends lately. Do you keep it, Tanji? It feels like you just found it. But the scent of little Sakura is strong on you, so it dared to pounce on you. He recalled a scene of playing with a cat. Because this little guy is special. Ordinary brown rats, used to being pampered as pets, always wait in their cages to be fed. But it doesn't like that, it's more independent. It probably got into a cardboard box at the apartment and was brought here. She clamped her legs around it. The poor mouse was spun around like a top by her. In a way, it's more like me, isn't it? He thought about the senior. When the senior said we are alike, did she mean this? He looked at her questioningly. Isn't it? Ning Shi leaned on his shoulder, then bit the towel and said quite charmingly, I mean this. He was a bit surprised. Haven't you noticed, Bai Chao? We both seem to care a lot about the needs of those around us, always thinking of others, not wanting to make people unhappy. The difference is, she placed her hand on him. Bai Chao, it's like you care about those around you from the heart. You have a kind of proactive energy. Her eyes looked at him shyly. It makes you consider others' feelings, worry if they're comfortable, and be mindful of whether they might be troubled because of you. On the contrary, he cared too little about himself. While caring for others, he sometimes found himself trapped in a corner of helplessness. He reflected on how little he cared for himself. She continued, "Just like when you were with Yu Zhaozhao, our fake couple act has already worked. If you hadn't held on to that reluctance like Bai Chao, continuing to consider her feelings, maybe Yu Zhaozhao wouldn't still have feelings for you now." She placed her hand on his chest. "But I won't deny your sincerity either, because that's something I've always longed for." Ninger withdrew her hand. "Because what sets us apart is that you made me retreat," she began to explain. "Actually, I don't know how to care for others. Growing up, I was never taught how to do that. When friends express concern or worry for me, I don't know how to respond or repay their kindness, and it always puts me in an awkward spot. So the only thing I can do is keep learning how, just like studying in school. I work hard to learn the methodology, whether it's preparing gifts in advance or showing enthusiastic care." She pointed to the pile of gifts and books which were her way of caring learned through study. "This always makes me feel like a fake, full of guilt." She slowly raised her hand and Ninger tightly gripped Bai Chao's clothes. "That's also why I first noticed you. The image of Bai Chao and Yu Zhaozhao is Tanji Ninger. Yes, the person I like is Tanji Ninger. I noticed how you genuinely wanted to care for others' feelings, yet that awkwardness conflicted with yourself. It made me curious about you, wanting to know you better." She paused and looked at him. "But at the same time, after spending so much time together, I've also realized that you care too much about others." She saw Bai Chao focused on his work. "And you neglect caring for yourself, which instead traps you in a torment of inner conflict." Just now she had leaned against him as she spoke, then turned around with a shy expression and asked, "Bai Chao, aren't you tired like this?" Ninger learned to open the door for Bai Chao, not forgetting to say goodbye. "I'll see you off here, I still need to tidy up the room. Bai Chao, take care on the way." He looked at her and replied, Thank you, senior, see you tomorrow." See you tomorrow." With that, the door closed. Bai Chao's eyes were calm, yet seemed to hold many thoughts. He tightened his grip on the bag in his hand. He thought to himself, "Will it be very tiring?" Bai Chao hadn't left the senior's home yet, still standing there, his heart full of countless thoughts. Finally he left her place. Under the trees he walked and thought, "Actually, I know what the senior meant by saying all this to me. It's not to define me, or rather, Tan Ji has never been one to define others, and today she specially arranged all this to tell me perhaps about those things I realized were fake but never deeply pondered." His eyes were vacant, his feet just moving forward and the corners of his mouth no longer lifted. He seemed to have too many unspoken troubles. As Bai Chao walked and thought specifically, "A long time ago I had this idea that I wanted everyone to be happy." In the scene, Xiao Kui was striking an extremely confident pose, lifting her leg with her hand on her foot, quite charming. As she posed, she kept asking him, "How is it? Does it look good?" He was busy finding the right angle to shoot but answered her, "It looks good." Whether it was Yu Zhaozhao who troubled me at first, or Hannah-chan who suddenly came back, I subconsciously did my best to make sure no one was sad. Bai Chao saw Yu Zhaozhao crying, so he picked up her favorite cup to stop her tears. But does not being sad equal making them happy? His eyes were sorrowful. What you want is right in front of you, and though you could spend a lifetime together, you can never obtain it. In the close-up, Yu Zhaozhao looked at Bai Chao with tearful eyes, while he looked troubled. In the background, the red rose in her hand was stretched straight toward him like a confession. He took off his coat and draped it over her, afraid she might catch a cold. Even after putting on this coat called care, he left without a word. After doing so, with the wind she turned and could only watch him walk away. That feeling of dissatisfaction in her heart must be unsettling, right? Yu Zhaozhao grabbed his clothes, not letting them slip off. Her eyes turned sad, her lips pressed tightly together, her heart surely at a loss. Bai Chao stood still, thinking, "Unfortunately, most of what I've done so far has only gone as far as draping that coat of care over others. It's a kind of falsehood, thinking from my own perspective that it's good for them." The images of him being kind to each girl kept surfacing in his memory. He pressed his lips together, his mind in turmoil, overly dependent and indulging in so-called surface harmony. Around him were the girls he had interacted with, looking at him with disappointment, while he, afraid his sister Lulu would find out, covered his face, worried she might overthink. Instead, it made the conflict even harder to hide. In the scene, his sister angrily bit her brother's hand, and those who cared about him grew more dissatisfied, eventually leading to a chaotic farce. Lulu rushed forward to stop the girls from getting close to her brother. Bai Chao had also returned home, but he still hadn't stopped thinking. "My youth story." He opened the door, still a bit hesitant, his face contemplative. "Is the problem here?" He finally opened the door and the light from outside shone into the room, but even that couldn't dispel his troubles. Just as he was about to enter, a call of Bai Chao startled him. His face was extremely tense, but he still managed to ask, "How, Mom's home, what's up?" But he thought, why did she suddenly call me by my full name? That feeling of being called by his full name by a parent sent a strange sense of danger rushing to his heart. His mother turned around looking dazed, her hair messy. "Did you and Lulu fight again?" Shadows surrounded his mother, and Bai Chao couldn't help but panic. As he walked, he sighed and asked, "A fight? Did something happen?" He thought to himself. "How does Mom know too? Don't worry, I'm recording, aren't I? I know suddenly choosing to stay might seem risky to you, but aren't I also trying to balance work and my current life? Don't worry, I won't give up my idol career easily." Xiao Kui was on the phone with someone while opening a drink can clamped under her leg, saying cheerfully, "Once I finish handling things here and calm down, I'll go back." Her assistant responded, "You'd better." Xiao Kui was on the phone when someone called her. "Sister Xiao Kui, over here. There's a guest with the surname Bai who wants to see you. Is it convenient now?" Hearing this, she began to think. Surname Bai? As soon as she heard the surname Bai, her face lit up with excitement and joy, and she thought happily, HMPH, it's only been a few hours and he's already rushing over. I'll stop chatting. I'm going to see a friend. She immediately hung up and said goodbye to her assistant. Just as she was speaking, she suddenly said goodbye before finishing the work handover, and the person on the other end shouted loudly, "Hey, we haven't discussed next month's online concert yet." Xiao Kui poked her head out and said happily, "Xiao Chao, what's up, here to pick me up?" When she saw it wasn't Bai Chao but Lulu, she exclaimed in surprise, "Ha?" She paused for a moment before speaking. Lulu's expression was quite serious. "Why are you here?" As soon as she spoke, the little girl took out a very cute pet collar and said, "This is the collar that fell off at my house 2 years ago when you brought little Sakura over." In the scene, Bai Chao bringing the cat to her was seen by Lulu. "Actually, I've always thought it suited little Sakura." The little girl looked at the fallen cat collar beside her. "Anyway, it won't choke her, it's full of her scent and it looks cute on her. Since it fits, I shouldn't just throw it away, so I kept it. Now I'm returning it to its owner." Xiao Kui reached out to take it, saying, "Returning it to its owner?" She then asked, "Did you come just to give this, not to ask about what happened yesterday?" Before she could finish, Lulu interrupted, "I don't have that much free time to meddle in your affairs." Then the two sisters sat down on a nearby long stone bench and Lulu said, "I've already understood, even though I still don't know what really happened back then. No matter what, it's between you and my brother. I don't need to care too much about it." Xiao Kui turned around and looked at the little girl speaking in front of her. "But no matter what, I used to see you as a sister," Lulu said, recalling images of the sisters hugging and laughing. "Maybe deep down, I don't want things to be this awkward either." She hadn't expected the little girl to see her as a sister, repeating the word sister under her breath while watching the little girl rummaging through things in front of her. "But there is one thing I want to ask for your help with. I've only discussed it with Mom for now, not told my brother yet. Sister Lulu, I want to know what I need when you applied for studying abroad back then." The little girl turned around to ask her, holding a notebook with the necessary items written down. Xiao Kui looked at her in surprise. The child was so young and already asking about this. "Studying abroad?" Xiao Kui asked doubtfully. You want to leave here?" Lulu rested her chin on her hand and said, "Don't worry." Xiao Kui took the notebook and looked at it, saying, "I know you didn't suddenly decide to leave because of yesterday's fight." Hearing this, the little girl was taken aback, and Lulu thought in confusion, "How does she know what I was going to say? Actually, during those years abroad I've been quietly following you and your brother's social media accounts." Xiao Kui held her phone, the screen showing Lulu's account page. "So when I noticed Lulu started following those study abroad accounts, I guessed you wanted to go," she said. Scrolling through the pages Lulu had followed, the little girl, caught off guard, looked at her and thought, "She's already gone, but she's still following me and my brother. I know you have your own ideas. Liking martial arts and wanting to study abroad is a great choice, but it must also be because of what happened when we were kids, right?" She put down her phone, rested her hands on her legs, and turned her face toward Lulu. The little girl, caught off guard, was startled. "Ah, I remember back then, Xiao Chao and I fantasized about studying abroad after graduation, to go somewhere else and see more things." Xiao Kui recalled the time when she and her brother were planning something and little Lulu was eavesdropping. Lulu looked very excited. She jumped out, rushed to where the two were talking, and excitedly said, clamoring to go with her brother and sister. But times had changed and someone had broken their promise, yet someone had remembered that little wish from back then, which was still somewhat touching. Xiao Kui sat and recounted all this, and Lulu couldn't help but feel surprised. "She remembers all of it?" She reached for the phone on the notebook and said, "But still, I really envy the relationship between you and my brother. After all, there's that bond of blood." Xiao Kui held the phone in her hand, pondering. "Even if you're still in a phase of discord now, in the end, you'll make up because of this unbreakable relationship." She sighed, her face darkening. "But what we need to fix requires going through too much." Lulu was shocked by Xiao Kui's words, thinking, "Envy my relationship with my brother? How does it sound like a deep sigh about him? But my brother and sister Ninger are in a cooperative relationship." She looked at Xiao Kui, who was sighing, hesitating in her heart. Should I say something to her? Lulu pondered. But I also used to see Sister Wawa as my future sister-in-law. In the scene, Xiao Kui was wearing a wedding dress, holding a bouquet, with a happy smile on her face. The little girl spoke up. You should be able to tell that my brother and that senior aren't really a couple, right? Upon hearing this, she immediately tensed up, paying close attention to what Lulu was saying. The little girl held the notebook, her cheeks slightly flushed. There are some things I can't explain too clearly. After all, it's my brother's business. But at this stage he might not be able to accept new feelings or anything. This matter, Lulu said, pointing at Xiao Kui, has to do with you. The little girl's expression was serious, her finger pointing straight at her face. Lulu turned in another direction, hesitating a bit. There are other factors too. As for what exactly, you first figure out why he needed to find a fake girlfriend. I can only say this much. The little girl stood up and ran off, her eyes closed, her cheeks slightly flushed. I'm leaving now, Lulu said loudly. Xiao Kui's eyes became vacant, thinking the reason he can't accept new feelings. In the scene, she sat alone on the long bench, surrounded by a lively atmosphere. A hand held a gun, shouting loudly, "Contestants, get ready." It was a stadium with a running race. The referee had just said go when the gunshot rang out at the same time. Bai Chao was intently watching the race, when he was suddenly elbowed by someone next to him. Hey, what's up? It was Yu Zhao Zhao, chewing hard on a cookie, but still greeting him. Is Lulu still ignoring you? You've been down all morning, don't pass your bad luck on to me. Bai Chao talked about his sister. Sigh, she's home, but such a big thing is studying abroad and she didn't even tell me her brother. I always find it quite hard to take. She laughed upon hearing this and elbowed his arm. He poked Yu Zhao Zhao's cheek as she chewed and said, but I tease her, why is she stuffing herself with all these high-calorie foods so early in the morning? Aren't you afraid you'll be complaining about a bigger belly in a few days? Caught off guard, she blushed. Yu Zhao Zhao shouted. No, her shout startled him too. I came here to prepare for the marathon. She raised her hand, showing great determination for the upcoming race. Right, I should also check the marathon time. Remember to come watch me later. Afraid Bai Chao would mock her again, she made an excuse to run off but didn't forget to remind him to come watch her. Yu Zhao Zhao shouted a threat from afar. If you don't come watch me, you're dead. I know where you live. Bai Chao could only helplessly reply, got it. No sooner had Yu Zhao Zhao left than Tang Xin appeared, her tone teasing. Oh my, now the vice president has a girl he needs to care about. Bai Chao turned around in panic and saw her, shouting, when did you show up? Tang Xin put on a pitiful look and sighed. Sigh, I've never been cared for like that. Xin has been sitting here for so long without being noticed, it's really heartbreaking. You don't have to be so mournful, do you? Bai Chao said with a somewhat fearful tone. She tilted her head to look at him and asked, so will the vice president come watch me too? Bai Chao was surprised and asked her, did you also sign up for a sports event? But this conversation caught the attention of a passing girl, Xiao Kui, who was holding a bucket of water, watching Bai Chao and Tang Xin chat, thinking, Xiao Chao and Xiao Xin from the student council. She stood at a higher spot, hearing Tang Xin teasing him, what's wrong, starting to get curious about me now. Tisk tisk, vice president, don't get interested in me. Hearing this, Xiao Kui couldn't help but ponder. With their relationship still this good, she wouldn't go easy. She rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Is it like Lulu said this time, that there's another reason for not accepting new feelings? President. The president also signed up for a sports event. Bai Zhao was puzzled, thinking that the school sports meet probably didn't have any sitting-down activities, right? Tang Xin moved closer to him, leaning her face in. What? Do I look like someone who's not athletic? Bai Zhao stammered a bit. Oh well, this maybe a little. Maybe a little. I don't want to hide it from you either, so Tisk, how about you guess what I signed up for? Tang Xin puffed out her chest, giving the vice president a hint about the event. She propped herself up with her hands, blinked, and showed off that advantage. Bai Zhao probably misunderstood, covering his eyes with his hand, but his face turned red as he muttered, an advantageous event. He slightly parted his fingers, his gaze falling on Tang Xin's chest, puzzled. See, can that place really be an advantage in a sports meet? She was stunned for a moment, then covered her chest with one hand and smacked his head hard with the other, saying angrily, Silly Bai, where are your eyes looking? Tang Xin hit him so hard he winced in pain. Ah, I meant the advantage was her tossing her hair. Her face still carried a hint of shyness. Tang Xin stood up, pulled her skirt taut with her hands, and said loudly, when I stretch my legs, a pair of straight long legs are revealed. She wiggled her body and continued, has the vice president never noticed my long legs? Isn't that an advantage for the marathon too? He looked confused. Why you're running the marathon too? Tang Xin played with the ends of her hair, showing an innocent expression, and also clicked her tongue twice, leaning close to Bai Zhao and saying, did I bump into some other girl's track and make the vice president nervous? He immediately retorted, no, not at all. The two were so close that he blushed just looking at her. He closed his eyes to recall, but suddenly remembered how Hankan had taken him to the senior's house yesterday. At that moment, Xiaokui spoke up and asked, "My brother saw the sign-up list. Are you planning to run the marathon?" Bai Zhao asked in surprise. How did you see that?" She looked behind her, blinked, and held up 2 fingers. "Because I signed up too." "Let's run together then. I thought that event had you Zhao Zhao with you. Did the president also sign up? Why has it suddenly gotten so complicated?" Just as he was complaining while holding his head, Tang Xin noticed Xiaokui looking at her with a water bottle. Startled by being seen, she quickly sat down, held her head in panic. Seeing that Xiaokui had already screwed the cap back on, Tang Xin let out a HMPH and spoke with an extremely mysterious look in her eyes. It seemed she rested her chin on her hand and said softly, "Another bloody and stormy marathon." When it was time for the race, the referee reminded everyone, pay attention to warming up. Don't act recklessly when we start running." He began explaining the course. A total of about 8 kilometers, running a loop around the coastal road, then back from Education Avenue, not forgetting to remind the students that if they felt unwell midway, they shouldn't push themselves and should speak up. Yu Zhao Zhao was stretching her legs. She looked around for someone, wondering why she hadn't seen them. They had clearly said they would come find her. Suddenly she looked behind her. She saw Tang Xin and Xiaokui also warming up nearby. She wondered why the two of them had joined too. Xiaokui was warming up when a hand patted her on the back in greeting. "Long time no see." She was startled by this. Tang Xin approached and said, "Miss Yan Luha should address me more formally, like Miss Osanai Miyuki." Xiaokui looked behind her, her face panicked, and said loudly, "Oh my god, you, isn't this just a simple marathon? You're way too exaggerated." Her hands were trembling non-stop. Tang Xin was puzzled. Exaggerated? She was now wearing a tank top that exposed her chest and short athletic shorts that showed off her long legs. She covered herself with both hands, blushing, and said, "Sportswear is just like this, isn't it? It's not like I planned it. Where's the exaggeration?" As soon as she said that, she unconsciously saw Xiaokui already running off. Tang Xin thought, what kind of runaway at first sight game is she playing again? Tang Xin spoke up. "If Miss Yan Luha refuses to talk to me, I wouldn't mind revealing how a certain idol once made a little deal with me in the bathroom, and then turning it into news about an idol secretly dating a Lily fan. Let alone this ambiguous affair of secretly participating in a competition together." At this point, Xiaokui hadn't run far, but she still heard her say, "I heard that Japanese tabloid reporters love these kinds of spicy little stories the most." As soon as Tang Xin finished speaking, she screamed. Xiaokui ran back and hugged her from behind, still shouting, "You don't threaten people with that kind of stuff. Then explain why you suddenly came as an exchange student, why you suddenly pretended not to know me, and why you suddenly ran for student council president." Tang Xin's hand was on her butt, startling her. Tang Xin continued, "Even playing dead and not replying to messages, can that really be considered being friends?" Xiaokui averted her gaze and said, This is a way to protect an idol's private life." She wondered, "Protect?" Tang Xin lifted her chin. "I think all these things seem like they're all related to that guy Bai Zhao, aren't they?" She pulled Xiaokui's face close to hers, her expression darkening, revealing a pair of red eyes staring at her as if about to devour her. "I heard you two have been glued together these past few days. You two shouldn't just be childhood friends, right?" Tang Xin pressed. "You two shouldn't just be childhood playmates, right? I think I remember the vice president once told me something about an ex-girlfriend. Could it be you?" Xiaokui's eyes widened, her fists clenched, then slowly relaxed. The one with the problem is you, isn't it?" Xiaokui grabbed Tang Xin's hand, leaned over, pounced on her, and placed her hand behind Tang Xin's butt. "Why the sudden concern for Xiao Bai's love life? You even know so clearly that he has a first love ex-girlfriend. I'm quite curious," she continued. "If I remember correctly, the ticket I gave Xinqin last time, the one who ended up sitting with you in the stands, was Xiao Bai. Don't tell me the person you wanted to confess to that day was him." Hitting the nail on the head, Tang Xin's face turned as red as a small tomato. Xiaokui leaned in closer. She waited for Tang Xin to answer her, and the two began to speculate about each other in their minds. "This girl really does have a complicated relationship with him." Him. Tang Xin pinched her butt, making her wince in pain. She let go only after she'd had enough and said, "You're overestimating him. That day I was planning to confess, but something came up midway, so I didn't want to waste the ticket and gave it to that guy," Tang Xin said quietly. "As for caring about his love life, HMPH, it was just idle chatter in the student council office, all just gossip." She stretched, sighed, and walked away, leaving Xiaokui with a reddened butt from the pinch. Tang Xin turned back and said in a teasing tone, "But just now Miss Hua didn't seem to deny it, did she?" Xiaokui still replied calmly, "Not denying doesn't mean admitting." I don't want to involve others in matters between us, she said with a serious expression, but instead of trying to win me over here, you should look over there. The two looked together at the person with pink hair not far away. Why is that girl circling around him? A girl? A girl said loudly. HMPH, Bai Zhao, so you're here. It was Yu Zhao Zhao looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. She said loudly, shorts, t-shirt, running shoes, Bai Zhao stammered. What, did you notice something? I understand. He didn't understand. Understand what? I'm afraid someone has bad intentions towards me. Knowing I was running the marathon and feeling uneasy, so you signed up at the last minute. Yu Zhao Zhao blinked. Right. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. He was stunned for a moment. Well, he thought that if it were usual being pressed like this by Yu Zhao Zhao, he might just brush it off. But now that he genuinely wanted to get along with her, he should say something to make her happy. But yesterday the study committee member said. Bai Zhao lowered his head and replied, there is indeed a reason for joining. Before he could finish, an arm pulled him away, refuting his words. He was quickly pulled away and glanced at who was pulling him. Tang Xin held his hand and said as she ran, the vice president did come to run together, but with me, not you. She winked and stuck out her tongue to tease Yu Zhao Zhao. She stood there without reacting, muttering in confusion. White-haired fox, where did you pop out from? No, if you're running, just run. Why drag me? Bai Zhao shouted from a distance as a gust of wind passed, startling Yu Zhao Zhao. That's Xiaokui. She's chasing after Tang Xin, saying, Xin, still saying you have no feelings for him. Then why snatch him away? I found him first. Behind them, Yu Zhao Zhao fell flat on her back. As she ran, she recalled her meeting with Lulu and thought again. Isn't the other reason Lulu mentioned just you? Yu Zhao Zhao was puzzled again. How did another pretty girl pop up, angry, even angrier than her? She shouted, aren't you here to run with me? As they ran, Bai Zhao turned back and noticed Xiaokui. Did you really sign up? She was a bit tired from running, but she still answered. What a coincidence. Is Xin also running the marathon? Bai Zhao was surprised to hear her mention Tang Xin. You two know each other, she spoke. We got to know each other because of the election. I heard that classmate Hua is preparing a new album recently. Have you found a suitable recording studio? Xiaokui remembered that she was lying about the recording studio, couldn't help but blush, and quickly used other actions to cover it up. Xiaokui said, it's ready, and I've found a recording studio. It's over by West Lake, not far from Xiao Bai's house. Speaking of which, Xiao Bai used to take me there a few times. If you're free, would you? Why are you suddenly asking me this? She suddenly felt something was off. No, So which company are you planning to release the album with this time? Tang Xin continued to press. This little girl is trying to pry information out of me. She knows that because I'm pretending not to know her, I have to be polite and will probably say a lot. Talking while running made her sweat even more. In a long-distance run like this, suddenly having to speak can easily disrupt your breathing and rhythm, affecting your performance. How cunning. Hey, why did you stop? Classmate Hua, remember to conserve your energy, Tang Xin waved at her. We'll wait for you up ahead then. She smiled contentedly. Bai Zhao saw this and thought, why does her smile look as ferocious as a villain's? HMPH trying to compete with me. Is the vice president tired? But you have to run to the finish line with me. Suddenly a figure overtook them. Tang Xin was surprised. Senior Ning turned back and said, good morning, classmate boyfriend. Bai Zhao was very surprised to see her. Behind him, Tang Ning was shocked. Why is she here too, Senior Ning, he wondered. Tang Xin quickly let go of Bai Zhao's hand, then placed her hands on her own chest. He looked at Ning Ning and asked, is Senior also running the marathon? She replied, just a warm-up before the sports meet. Tang Xin blushed shyly. Why am I suddenly nervous? Suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. No, this is his girlfriend. Why am I nervous? Fine, since she's here, I'll prepare to face her. Tang Xin pulled Bai Zhao closer to her, looked at the senior and said, Senior, I happened to catch our student council vice president. If you don't mind, I'll borrow your boyfriend for a bit. Ignoring the two of them, Ning Ning gently pushed up her glasses and said coldly, the finish line. I'll wait for you there. With that, she ran off in one breath. Tang Xin was startled by the senior's action. She just left like that? Isn't the tension already thick enough? Junior, if you don't occasionally make decisions that ordinary people can't understand, then it wouldn't be Senior Ning. Don't find it strange, President. He looked in the direction the senior had run off, a bit surprised, but his hand was holding Tang Xin's finger. Despite saying that, he had other thoughts in his mind. But that cold look in Senior Ning's eyes just now didn't seem like her usual indifferent gaze at all. Instead, in his eyes, that look seemed like a warning. But a warning about what? Don't tell me it's about last night's warning about pretending to be good, wanting me to keep my distance from the president and the others. Yu Zhao Zhao appeared out of nowhere, pressing her face against Bai Zhao's stomach. In my opinion, in the senior's eyes, we're all just a bunch of little kids. She never intended to explain things clearly to us. Tang Xin and he were surprised again. She said loudly, Yu Zhao Zhao, you, weren't you falling behind? How are you here, HMPH? Yu Zhaozhao circled her hands into a ring shape and placed them on her face, trying to shake me off and monopolize our bai, making it a fond memory for you on your deathbed? She looked at Tang Xin triumphantly, thinking, with an excuse here, you can dream on. Bai Zhao spoke up in the middle. Since that's the case, why don't we all? Tang Xin, not to be outdone, looked at the girl in front of her and thought, just got rid of one and another one comes, tisk. She ran toward Xiaokui's direction, shouting loudly, Xin, no wonder others gave him the nickname white-haired cunning fox. First her body shook. Xiaokui sat by the roadside panting non-stop, thinking, although she wasn't sure if his target was Xiao Bai, in any case she couldn't suddenly play tricks and leave herself behind. No matter how you look at it, it seems like he wants to monopolize. Absolutely unbelievable. A school marathon that should have been completely normal has now turned into a fierce, breathless battleground for affection, all thanks to this lineup of gorgeous girls. Just look at how Tang Xin tries every trick to pull him close. Yu Zhaozhao clings onto him without letting go. And Xiaokui, despite being completely out of breath, determinedly chases after them so as not to be left behind. Only then do we see just how irresistible our boy Bai Chao really is. But pity the poor guy. Surrounded by such a pack of tricky foxes, the road to the finish line is bound to be a stormy test of survival. Who will emerge victorious and capture all of Bai Chao's attention at the finish line? Will his fake boyfriend contract with Senior Ning Yi be exposed in front of everyone's growing suspicions? And above all, how will the upcoming field trip to Yellow Mountain, where a heavy blizzard traps the entire group in a single fateful room, bring about explosive confessions and forced kisses? All of the most dramatic, fast-paced, and captivating developments are waiting for you in part 2 of this story. To make sure you don't miss any of the crazy twists ahead, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell right now. Once part 2 is released, the playlist link will be updated in the description or pinned in the comment section of this video so you can easily watch the whole series. Thank you for joining Hali Recaps, but for now goodbye and see you all in a highly explosive part 2.